Chapter 80. Confronting three late-stage Emperor Realm beings with one's own strength. Before Linyuan could finish his words, he raised his hand and pressed against the 7 formation flags. In an instant, the star patterns atop the flags suddenly illuminated, and 7 silvery lights soared into the sky, intertwining above the heads of the trio to form the ethereal image of the Big Dipper, with Qianshu, Tianxuan, Tianji, and Tianxuan creating the Dou-Ke suspended in the air. The Dou-Bing, formed by the stars Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaowang, slanted towards the ground. The spatial realm within the formation was instantly enveloped by the frigid power of the stars, causing even the air to feel as if it had solidified into sharp blades. Although it was daytime and the celestial energy was limited, the power unleashed was still formidable. Thunderous roars resonated as the formation activated, a murderous aura emanating from within, while attacks composed of celestial light surged towards the trio. Inside the formation, Xianxia's expression changed. Not good. Such terrifying flags. Xianxia was the first to react, his purple giant hammer suddenly erupting with a flash of lightning. He gripped the hammer with both hands, swiftly defending against the assault of the Big Dipper formation flags. Gong Wanqing and Zhihai the monk did not hesitate either, hastily countering the attacks from the flags. In an instant, flames erupted within the formation, and the terrifying scene of battle left countless warriors below filled with dread. These flags are astonishingly powerful, forcing 3 late-stage Emperor Realm experts to act together. The quality of this formation flag is at least that of a high-grade Emperor artifact, and its murderous intent is terrifying. If a cultivator below the late Emperor Realm were to enter, they would likely be shattered into pieces in no time. My heavens, Linyuan possesses such a fearsome treasure. Incredible, simply incredible. Below, the warriors were left awestruck. Linyuan had single-handedly trapped 3 late-stage Emperor Realm experts, and they found it difficult to break free from the constraints of the formation flags. Such prowess was truly extraordinary. Even Xianxia found her eyes glimmering with admiration. She had initially planned to intervene, but now realized it was unnecessary. Linyuan's strength was clearly on par with her own, if not slightly superior. Although he was leveraging the power of the formation flags rather than relying solely on himself. In battles among warriors, Emperor artifacts are indeed one of the means, reflecting one's own strength. Thus, at this moment, Xianxia regarded Linyuan as an equal cultivator. Moreover, her gaze towards him was filled with increasing appreciation. This young man not only possessed terrifying strength, but also had a temperament that resonated with her own. He would engage in slaughter without hesitation at the slightest provocation. To be honest, Xianxia was genuinely inclined to spar with Linyuan. However, that would not be feasible at present. Perhaps in the future, there might be an opportunity. Collecting her thoughts, Xianxia cast a glance at the elder of Tai Xinggong who had been observing the battle, and with a smile, she inquired, "Elder Haoyuan, do you not wish to intervene?" Elder Haoyuan of Tai Xinggong, upon hearing this, smiled gently, his demeanor calm. Although this Su Daoyo possesses great treasures, our Tai Xinggong is a legitimate sect of the Xianmin and would not stoop to taking advantage of others' misfortunes. Moreover, judging by Su Daoyo's demeanor, it seems he has further trump cards. Even if I were to intervene, I would likely not gain much, but rather create a formidable enemy, which would be counterproductive. Elder Haoyuan's insight was profound. As a legitimate sect with a lineage spanning tens of thousands of years or more, Tai Xinggong had no need to covet the treasures of Linyuan. Observing Linyuan's confident stance, he could discern that if he lacked further means, he would not dare provoke such a figure. It would be foolish to offend a promising powerhouse over trivial gains. Xianxia nodded in agreement. The two fell silent, their attention returning to the intense battle unfolding above. Xianxia's expression grew increasingly grave. The murderous power of the Big Dipper formation flags exceeded his expectations, leaving him feeling somewhat beleaguered. However, he also understood that he could not allow Linyuan to continue leading him by the nose. He collected himself and stepped back, joining Gong Wanqing and Zhihai the monk. The conditions of the two were not much better. They were evidently being tormented by the Big Dipper formation flags. Gong Daoyo, Zhihai Daoyo, we cannot continue like this. Let us 3 unite our strengths and shatter this formation flag. His suggestion was instantly met with agreement from Gong Wanqing and Zhihai. Elder Xianxuan's words are wise. In that case, let us combine our efforts and see if this formation flag can withstand our assault. Excellent. The 3 were in unanimous agreement. In the next moment, Xianxia did not hesitate, wielding the purple giant hammer to summon an immense surge of lightning power. Gong Wanqing drew the Tiantian bow from his back, gathering spiritual energy at his fingertips to form an arrow aimed at the weakest Yaoguang star flag within the formation. Zhihai clasped his hands together, golden Buddhist symbols floating around him as a massive golden Buddha palm descended from the heavens, crashing towards the formation flag. Thunderous roars erupted as the trio's united attack reverberated through the air, leaving countless warriors below in shock. Outside the formation, Linyuan stood atop the Tianxuan flag, his robes billowing in the starry wind. He observed the combined assault of the three without a hint of carelessness, instantly channeling his emperor qi to reinforce the formation flag's defenses. Despite his previous taunts towards them, Linyuan did not underestimate the trio. After all, they were all late-stage Emperor Realm experts with formidable battle prowess. Without full effort, they truly posed a threat to the formation flag. Boom! The terrifying attack struck the formation flag, causing it to tremble violently. Linyuan furrowed his brow, continuously infusing Emperor Qi into the flag to fortify it. For a moment, both sides seemed locked in a tug-of-war, the formation flag shaking incessantly as fierce winds nearly tore the space apart. Below, the warriors watched the terrifying clash, swallowing hard. Wow! To confront three late-stage Emperor Realm beings with just one person, this is utterly outrageous. Who could argue with that? Throughout the entire central continent, I've never heard of such a terrifying existence. This, Linyuan, is truly formidable. The crowd was filled with astonishment. Even Xue Zhengfei and Elder Long of Tai Xingong wore expressions of shock. Both being late-stage Emperor Realm cultivators, they understood the terrifying power that Linyuan could unleash through the formation flags. Frankly speaking, if they were to engage with Linyuan, they would likely be unable to breach that formation's defenses. Bang! With a resounding crash, although the formation flag shook violently, it did not shatter. However, Linyuan sensed that the formation was nearing its limits. If he continued to exert this power, it would undoubtedly be broken by the trio's combined force, leading to damage that would affect its quality. Therefore, after a single strike, Linyuan decisively retracted the formation flag, placing it within his dantian for nurturing. The moment the formation flag vanished, expressions of surprise immediately appeared on the faces of Gong Wanqing, Linyuan, and Zhihai. Chapter 81. The Snow Queen Strikes. Ah, Linyuan, without this formation flag, I am eager to see what abilities you possess to withstand the assault of the three of us. Gong Wanqing's expression twisted almost grotesquely, a sinister smile creeping across his aged face. At this moment, he could hardly contain his impatience to completely eradicate Linyuan. Upon hearing this, Linyuan let out a cold laugh. Is that so? Then let us see. Just as well. He wished to ascertain how his strength fared against these late-stage Imperial Realm powerhouses. After all, with the Imperial Bone armor shielding him, he would not be easily vanquished. And possessing the Tianxuan teleportation talisman allowed him to traverse immense distances without fear. As his words fell, Linyuan waved his hand, summoning 3,000 swords to encircle him. The Wheel of Rebirth Sword Formation. As Linyuan activated his attack, the three adversaries could not remain idle. In an instant, the battle erupted anew. Unlike the previous skirmish that had relied on the formation flag, this confrontation was a brutal exchange, with each strike resonating with the clash of fists and feet. Swords and blades. Without the enhancement of the formation flag, the residual force of their attacks dissipated rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the four had exchanged hundreds of blows. Gong Wanqing, Lei Jingxuan, and Zhihai grew increasingly alarmed as they realized that not only was Linyuan at the mid-stage of the Imperial Realm, but his physical prowess had also reached the same level. A dual cultivation of body and martial arts. It was simply unfathomable. It is worth noting that the last recorded instance of a dual cultivation breakthrough to the Imperial Realm dates back several 100,000 years, as chronicled in ancient texts. They could hardly believe their eyes today, witnessing such a phenomenon, particularly at the mid-stage of the Imperial Realm. To speak frankly, Linyuan's abilities were sufficient to rival, if not surpass, those of an ordinary late-stage Imperial Realm cultivator. Were it not for the combined efforts of the three, Gong Wanqing alone would likely find himself outmatched by Linyuan. This prodigious talent must not be allowed to remain. After being repelled by Linyuan, Lei Zhengxian gritted his teeth and remarked. Gong Wanqing shared the same sentiment. Meanwhile, Zhihai's astonishment transformed into unbridled joy. A dual cultivation of body and martial arts. Such a promising talent must be brought to my 10,000 Buddha temple. Rest assured, I shall surely guide Master Su towards enlightenment and lead him to take refuge in the Buddha. As he spoke, Zhihai's attacks grew more ferocious. He was resolute in his determination to convert this prodigious genius. Below, Gongchang Kong stood dumbfounded, filled with dread. Though both he and Su Linyuan were at the mid-stage of the imperial realm, their strengths were worlds apart. At this moment, a twinge of regret flickered within him. Had he known Su Linyuan's power was so formidable, he would never have offered Xianxia to the Lei family. With this thought, Gongchang Kong's sense of regret deepened. Yet he quickly steeled himself, realizing that the enmity between the Gong family and Su Linyuan had already been forged. Today, it would either be Su Linyuan's demise or the downfall of the Gong family. Thus, he dispelled the remorse within him, raising his gaze to the heavens and hoping that the ancestral spirits would swiftly slay Su Linyuan. At that moment, Su Linyuan was indeed in a precarious state. After all, facing the onslaught of 3 late-stage emperors, despite his dual cultivation of body and martial arts, and possessing various means, he still found himself at a disadvantage. These 3 were not to be underestimated. Engaging in battle with such formidable foes for this long would surely etch Su Linyuan's name into the annals of Central Continent's history. It is not hard to imagine that after today's battle, the name Su Linyuan would resonate throughout the land. As the 4 engaged in combat, Monk Zhihai struck Su Linyuan with a palm, forcing him back several dozen steps. Fortunately, safeguarded by the imperial bone armor and bolstered by his mid-stage emperor physique, Su Linyuan sustained only minor injuries. However, a profound excitement flickered in Monk Zhihai's eyes as he clasped his hands together and proclaimed, "Su Benefactor, your murderous intent is too heavy. Why not take refuge in the Buddha, dwelling beneath the gentle light of the lantern, reciting the sacred scriptures? Would that not bring you joy? Moreover, the imperial aura within you is nearly depleted. Continuing this fight will undoubtedly lead to your demise. Why must you seek your own destruction?" His voice echoed softly. Indeed, having activated the array flags and engaged in consecutive battles with 3 late-stage emperors, the fact that Su Linyuan's imperial energy had lasted this long was nothing short of astounding. This was largely attributed to his cultivation method, the supreme celestial scripture. Thanks to this technique, the quality and quantity of the imperial energy within him far exceeded that of his peers. Yet, against the relentless assault of 3 late-stage emperors, it remained insufficient. Consequently, Monk Zhihai began his persuasion. Lei Xianxia sneered inwardly, but refrained from interference. After all, once Su Linyuan was subdued, stripped of his wits, he could easily launch a surprise attack and claim the opportunities that belonged to Su Linyuan for himself. Just as everyone believed Su Linyuan to be on the brink of exhaustion, cornered and bound to surrender, he instead smiled and replied, "Do you truly believe you possess the ability to convert me? The 10,000 Buddha temple. I shall remember this. When I return, there shall be a bountiful reward." He emphasized the words bountiful reward with great weight. Everyone present understood his meaning. However, they were baffled by the audacity of a man on the verge of death daring to provoke the 10,000 Buddha temple. Where did this bravado stem from? Monk Zhihai scoffed disdainfully. Since the benefactor is so obstinate, do not blame this humble monk for being impolite. With his words hanging in the air, he prepared to strike. At that moment, bang! A sword beam radiating a dense demonic aura surged forth, hurtling toward Monk Zhihai from behind. The latter was taken aback, suddenly alert, as he had never anticipated an ambush from the shadows. In a flurry, he hastily summoned the diamond shield for defense, surrounded by a halo of Buddhist light. Yet, the dark-hued sword beam pierced through the shield, sending him flying several meters away, blood gushing from his mouth, his face contorted with rage. "Shuezhing Fei, why have you launched a sneak attack on this humble monk?" He felt a surge of blood and energy, his complexion dark as iron, and his chest trembled violently. Having just engaged in a fierce battle with Su Linyuan, his mental reserves were significantly depleted, and with his defenses down, he fell victim to a surprise attack from Shuezhing Fei. This sudden turn of events startled countless martial artists below. No one anticipated that Shuezhing Fei would make a move. With a playful smile, she lightly tapped her toes and instantly ascended to the heavens, standing before Su Linyuan, gazing at Zhihai with amusement. "No particular reason. Just a whim. Do you have an issue with that?" "You." Zhihai was instantly enraged by Shuezhing Fei's words, the energy within him surging dangerously, nearly causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. If he could, he would have relished the opportunity to strike this woman down. However, his strength did not permit such an action. This woman was not only exceptionally powerful, but also possessed a profound background, one that surpassed his own. Should he dare to eliminate her, he knew with certainty that the Wan Fosi could not protect him. Thus, he could only suppress his fury and respond, Shui Jingfei. Today's matter does not involve you. This is a grudge between Su and us three. Do you truly intend to intervene on his behalf? Chapter 82. Shui Jingfei. Su Linyuan is nothing but a beast. Shui Jingfei's lips curled into a slight smile as she leisurely replied, and if I do? If you have the ability, come at me. Upon hearing this, Zhihai's face darkened like deep iron. How outrageous! This which was utterly intolerable. With a muffled grunt, a murderous intent ignited in his eyes. Taoist archer, Taoist lay, this which is resolute in aiding Su Linyuan. We cannot allow him to escape. Zhihai understood that if Su Linyuan managed to flee today, it would be exceedingly difficult to confront him again in the future. Lei Jingxian and Gong Wanqing shared the same thoughts. To let a tiger return to the mountain was unwise, especially for Gong Wanqing. If Su Linyuan escaped today, once he advanced to the late emperor realm, the Gong family would surely face relentless turmoil. Moreover, even if this young man did not reach the late emperor realm, he alone would still be impossible to contend with. Therefore, Su Linyuan must perish today. Zhihai's words held profound truth. Su Linyuan must not be allowed to escape. Gong Wanqing nodded in agreement. Lei Jingxian narrowed his eyes slightly and gave a faint nod, seeing that the three had resolved to take action. Shui Jingfei showed no sign of fear and instead radiated a fierce combat spirit, though she could not defeat the three of them alone. She had Su Linyuan by her side. This young man was no weakling, despite having expended considerable energy. The two of them together should be more than capable of fending off Zhihai, Gong Wanqing, and Lei Jingxian. With their murderous intent solidified, the trio launched a fierce assault. They advanced in unison, targeting Su Linyuan, as Shui Jingfei positioned herself protectively in front of him, engaging in combat with the three adversaries. The thoughts of the three individuals were entirely consumed by Su Linyuan, their hearts devoid of any inclination to assist Shui Jingfei. Thus they relentlessly pressed forward towards him. Not far away, as he observed the fierce battle among the four, Su Linyuan furrowed his brow. He had no familial ties to Shui Jingfei, and there was no logical reason for her to aid him. It was imperative to understand that by intervening, she had directly offended three formidable late-stage Emperor Realm warriors, two of whom belonged to the superpowers of Central Continent. Only a fool would act so recklessly. Could there be some hidden scheme at play? Doubt swirled in Su Linyuan's mind, his brow knitting into a pronounced furrow. Although he was uncertain of Shui Jingfei's true intentions, he was acutely aware of a saying, no one offers kindness without ulterior motives. Consequently, he instinctively categorized her within that framework, and a sense of vigilance arose within him. Moreover, at present, Su Linyuan's imperial energy was entirely depleted, leaving only his physical strength to rely upon, capable of exerting no more than 30% of his full prowess. Even with the protection of the imperial bone armor, continuing the fight could lead to dire consequences, or even his demise. Thus, retreating was the wisest strategy. In the heart of the battlefield, Gong Wanqing had already breached Shui Jingfei's defenses. With his longbow raised, he swiftly drew the string and knocked an arrow in one fluid motion. Whoosh! Whoosh! 9 arrows shot through the air, aimed directly at Su Linyuan's face. Su Linyuan, you shall accompany all of the Gong family disciples to the grave. A smirk curled upon Gong Wanqing's lips, his eyes brimming with arrogance. In his estimation, Su Linyuan was on the brink of collapse, unable to withstand his assault. This strike would surely result in either death or severe injury. However, witnessing Su Linyuan's composed demeanor and the slight curve of his lips, devoid of any fear, instead radiating mockery, caused Gong Wanqing to falter. Old fool, should we meet again without you revealing the whereabouts of my wife, Xianxia, I shall eradicate your entire Gong family. As his words echoed, Su Linyuan suddenly tore apart the talisman. Boom! In an instant, he vanished from sight. The 9 arrows missed their target, leaving only the echo of his menacing voice resonating throughout the heavens and earth. This scene left countless martial artists in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Su Linyuan has escaped? No one had anticipated that, before such a multitude, he would audaciously flee. Gong Wanqing's consciousness expanded, enveloping a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. Yet he could not discern Su Linyuan's location. Damn it, where has that fellow gone? In the span of a single breath, he had vanished beyond hundreds of thousands of miles, although it was facilitated by the power of the talisman. It underscored the exceptional quality of that artifact and its formidable teleportation capabilities. This young man possessed an absurd array of techniques. It is known that such teleportation talismans are notoriously difficult to refine, requiring the harnessing of spatial forces, with the complexity of their crafting directly correlated to the distance they can transport. The talisman Su Linyuan had just employed had transported him hundreds of thousands of miles in an instant, and its quality could undoubtedly be deemed supreme. Alas, how astonishing it is that three formidable figures of the late imperial realm were unable to capture Su Linyuan. My goodness, such tactics are utterly terrifying. Who could argue otherwise? It seems that from this day forth, the members of the Gong family shall find it difficult to rest peacefully. Indeed, the crowd of martial artists below buzzed with conversation. After all, with Su Linyuan having escaped, he would undoubtedly seek revenge against the Gong family in the future. Henceforth, the Gong family must navigate their days in trepidation, praying that Su Linyuan does not break through to the late imperial realm, lest their demise comes swifter still. In the heavens above, the three combatants also paused. The monk Zhihai and Lei Xian were momentarily stunned, only to be overtaken by a wave of unnamable fury. How could they have allowed him to escape? This young man possesses far too many tricks. Their hearts burned with indignation. For Zhihai, Su Linyuan represented a prime candidate for Buddhist cultivation, one who ought to have sought refuge in his 10,000 Buddhist temple. The tremendous effort expended now seemed utterly wasted, making the situation all the more infuriating. Lei Xian shared similar sentiments. He recognized the significant threat posed by Su Linyuan. Allowing him to flee today would complicate any future attempts to track him down. All of this could be attributed to the woman, Shui Zhengfei. Had she not delayed their efforts, Su Linyuan would not have escaped so easily. In an instant, Shui Zhengfei became the target of their pin-up wrath. At this moment, she was undoubtedly the most bewildered of all. Her expression was one of shock and confusion. This outcome was entirely contrary to her expectations. She had intervened to assist, so why was it not a united front against three adversaries? Just as she made her move, the wretch Su Linyuan had managed to slip away. How infuriating he was. Gritting her teeth, Shui Zhengfei clenched her fists, wishing she could land a couple of punches on Su Linyuan. Yet, now was not the time for such thoughts. She must confront the trio of furious late imperial realm experts. It was clear that they would not easily let her off the hook. As expected, the monk Zhihai let out a low grunt. Shui Zhengfei, you have repeatedly obstructed me. Today, I shall show you the true meaning of the wrath of the diamond. With that, Zhihai charged forward without hesitation, followed closely by Lei Xian and Gong Wansheng. In an instant, the battle above the Gong family escalated far beyond its previous intensity. Meanwhile, the onlookers below trembled in fear, none anticipating such a turn of events. The protagonist, Su Linyuan, had escaped, while the four great superpowers were now engaged in conflict. It was truly absurd. Chapter Damliba, Su Zuli, Etan Fati. The master of the Wanbao Tower, Yu Zhengtian, witnessed all of this unfold and could not help but swallow hard, his mind reeling. This Su Linyuan is utterly outrageous. Initially, when Yu Hanyuan described Su Linyuan's extraordinary potential and formidable combat prowess, he paid little heed. After all, in his eyes, a mere loose cultivator from the eastern wilderness, even if by some stroke of luck he managed to break through to the emperor realm, could hardly possess any remarkable abilities. Upon arriving in Zhongzhou, his strength would undoubtedly be at the bottom, likely never even to glimpse the mid-stage of the emperor realm in his lifetime. However, the battle today served as a sharp slap in Yu Zhengtian's face. He could hardly fathom that Su Linyuan's talent and strength were so fearsome that even three late-stage Emperor Realm cultivators could not subdue him. And he even managed to escape with ease in the end. Such skill and intellect were simply exceptional. In that instant, Yu Zhengtian felt a pang of regret. Had he engaged with Su Linyuan sooner and recruited him to Wanbao Tower, perhaps the tower's strength could have soared to new heights. Yet this thought was fleeting, quickly dispelled. Why? Because today, not only had Su Linyuan offended the Gong family, but he had also provoked two superpowers. With both the Myriad Buddha Temple and the Lei family now fixated on him, even if he were in the late Emperor realm, his downfall was inevitable. To speak frankly, in the days to come, Su Linyuan would face relentless pursuit and ambushes from these two superpowers in Zhongzhou, and a moment's exposure would lead to his swift demise. Should Wanbao Tower attempt to recruit him, it too would likely suffer the consequences. With this in mind, Yu Zhongtian's mood improved slightly. Nonetheless, he glanced at the clash of the four late-stage Emperor Realm experts and instinctively stepped back a few paces, wary of being caught in the crossfire. It was evident that the events of today would swiftly reverberate throughout Zhongzhou, and the name Su Linyuan would certainly resonate across the region. At this moment, billions of miles away, in an unknown location, Su Linyuan steadied himself. Yet before he could survey his surroundings, he was met with a cacophony of voices. Su Zuli, you are being excessively tyrannical. This pool of ancient stalactites was discovered by us together. Why do you deny us its use? A young cultivator brandished a 7-star sword, pointing it defiantly at Su Ruoli, his eyes ablaze with indignation. Behind him, 15 or 16 young warriors bore similar expressions of anger. The ancient stalactites were treasures. Even a single drop in the outside world would be considered a rare gem. Yet here, an entire pool lay before them, and such a vast quantity, if word got out, would surely cause a stir in Zhongzhou. After all, this substance was immensely beneficial even to those in the Emperor realm. However, they had not anticipated Su Ruoli's heartlessness, as she showed no intention of sharing this chilling pool with them. You worthless lot, do you think you deserve a share of these ancient stalactites? Su Ruoli, clad in a form-fitting black dress that accentuated her figure, held a slender dark sword. A slight curve graced her exquisite face, her eyes filled with disdain. If you wish to avoid death, you had best leave at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. As her words fell, several young prodigies immediately felt a surge of trepidation. After all, Su Ruoli hails from the esteemed Flame Demon Hall, possessing an extraordinary lineage, and is backed by a master at the peak of the Emperor realm, whose combat prowess is unparalleled. To offend her would undoubtedly yield dire consequences. However, the young prodigy who had just spoken gritted his teeth and proclaimed, I refuse to believe that she alone can contend with over a dozen of us, all of whom are prodigies of the Central State. We are not necessarily inferior to her. Upon uttering these words, he instantly invigorated those around him. Indeed, as Brother Ma has said, we too are not mere soft persimmons. I refuse to believe that Su Ruoli can slay us all single-handedly. Fellow comrades, let's unite and vanquish this demoness here. In an instant, the crowd surged forward, encircling Su Ruoli with the intent to strike. Observing the unfolding scene, Su Ruoli displayed no trace of concern. Instead, a cold smile graced her lips. A bunch of worthless fools dares to oppose me. In her eyes, the so-called prodigies of the Central State were but a collection of refuse. Drawing her sword, a streak of pitch-black sword light shot forth, racing towards the assembled crowd, emanating an overwhelming aura that rendered the foremost Central State prodigies numb with dread. A foreboding sensation creeping into their hearts. Bang! As the sword light collided with their oncoming assault, the leading Central State prodigies were immediately annihilated by Su Ruoli. The remaining prodigies, though still alive, were grievously wounded, their forms swaying precariously, faces ashen. With such meager strength, do you believe yourselves worthy to vie with me? Su Zuli's gulp. The fortunate few who had escaped death were now devoid of any will to continue fighting, exchanging glances filled with palpable fear. This demoness is far too powerful. We must flee. Someone's voice pierced the tension, prompting the others to prepare for escape. However, it was rather too late to retreat. Su Ruoli would not grant them such an opportunity. In a flash, her figure vanished from sight, striking down upon the few remaining individuals with lethal intent. Soon, all the Central State prodigies lay slain at her feet. Not far away, Su Linyuan observed this spectacle with keen interest. At the mid-level of the Emperor realm, her talent was indeed commendable. He discerned Su Ruoli's cultivation at a glance. Such prowess could be regarded as among the elite of the younger generation in the Central State. The combat strength she had just displayed was remarkable, yet to Su Linyuan, it was somewhat inconsequential. After dispatching her adversaries, Su Ruoli revealed a faint smile before she sheathed her sword and slowly approached the ancient stalactite pool. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. With this ancient stalactite pool's waters, my cultivation is bound to break through to the late Emperor realm, perhaps even to its pinnacle. It will also fortify my physical body and Dantian. Possessing this will save me decades of arduous training, Su Ruoli exclaimed with delight. Moreover, the number of the ancient stalactite pools is exceedingly vast, and she alone cannot possibly consume a significant amount. The remainder can certainly be taken out and sold at a high price, or entrusted to her master. constituting a remarkable achievement in itself. However, at present, she needs to enter the ancient stalactite pool to enhance her cultivation. With this thought, Su Ruoli extended her consciousness, confirming that there was no one within several hundred miles, and thus relaxed her mind. In the next moment, she loosened her garments, allowing her black skirt to gradually fall away. With her exquisite jade-like feet, her fair and slender legs gracefully approached the ancient stalactite pool, where the pristine stalactites swiftly enveloped her ankles and then completely covered her entire body. In an instant, a profound look of astonishment flickered across Su Ruoli's face as the ancient stalactite surged into her body, beginning the process of refinement, and she sensed her cultivation rapidly ascending. Truly, the ancient stalactite is extraordinary. Overwhelmed with joy, Su Ruoli, in her excitement, even swallowed a mouthful of the ancient stalactite. What bliss! Chapter 84. Refining the Ancient Stalactite. Su Ruoli was filled with exhilaration as she hastily activated her techniques to absorb and refine the ancient stalactite, her cultivation soaring at an astonishing pace. Just then, a figure unexpectedly materialized before Su Ruoli, startling her greatly. Before her stood a strikingly handsome man, his features remarkably refined, clad in a dark robe, exuding no discernible aura, appearing as an ordinary person. Yet, Su Ruoli understood that this individual had evaded her consciousness probing and approached silently, indicating that he was no ordinary person. His strength must surely surpass her own, perhaps vastly so. Could he be a formidable expert of the imperial realm? Startled by this thought, Su Ruoli quickly halted her refinement of the ancient stalactite, directing her gaze towards Su Linyuan and hurriedly bowing. Junior Su Ruoli pays respect to the esteemed elder. May I inquire your honorable name? Su Linyuan smiled slightly, responding calmly, you are not lacking in wit. Should Su Ruoli dare to show disrespect or take action against me, I possess 1,000 ways to reduce you to mere dust in an instant. Fortunately, Su Ruoli was not foolish. My surname is Su. I happened to arrive here by chance. What place is this? Su Linyuan inquired in a deep voice. Hearing this, Su Ruoli secretly sighed in relief. It seemed this elder harbored no ill intentions towards her. It is a pleasure to respond, Elder Su. This location is a secret realm in the chaotic Star Sea at the borders of the Central Continent. Recently, the secret realm opened, and I was fortunate enough to enter. The chaotic Star Sea? Su Linyuan's brows furrowed into a line. He had indeed heard of it at the Tao Academy. The chaotic Star Sea is a borderland of the Central Continent, a battleground where countless warriors engage in fierce combat daily for opportunities. Within this chaotic Star Sea lies a city known as the Fallen City, notorious for its bloodshed. Many proud talents from the Central Continent intentionally come here to hone their skills, as fighting is the fastest way for warriors to enhance their strength. Su Linyuan never anticipated that the teleportation rune would bring him directly to this place. Observing Su Linyuan lost in thought, Su Ruoli's demeanor grew increasingly respectful. Cautiously, she spoke. Senior, this ancient stalactite pool is a discovery I made just moments ago. If you do not mind, may I invite you to enter the pool and refine the ancient stalactite alongside me? Her words were laced with ulterior motives. After all, it was preferable for her to extend the invitation rather than be dismissed by Su Linyuan. Of course, had he chosen to expel her, she would have had no choice but to leave quietly. Such was the nature of a world that revered strength. Su Linyuan reined in his thoughts and saw through Su Ruoli's intentions with ease. He chuckled lightly, not overly concerned. The ancient stalactite held significant value for him, especially as he had just expended considerable energy. Absorbing it now could potentially enhance his abilities. Su Linyuan nodded lightly. Upon hearing this, Su Ruoli's heart surged with joy. Su Linyuan's agreement meant that she could remain in the ancient stalactite pool, benefiting from its remarkable properties alongside him. However, little did she know, her smile would soon fade. As Su Linyuan slowly stepped into the ancient stalactite pool, positioning himself at its center, Su Ruoli cautiously retreated to the water's edge, fearful of disturbing his refining process. In the next moment, the supreme celestial scripture erupted into action. Buzz! A resonating hum echoed as the pool of ancient stalactite quaked violently, morphing into a colossal column of water that surged into Su Linyuan's body, an immense surge of spiritual energy washing over him. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled. Su Ruoli, standing nearby, was left dumbfounded. The joy on her face evaporated completely. She could hardly believe the speed at which Su Linyuan refined the ancient stalactite, thousands of times faster than her own, an utterly terrifying sight. If this continued, it seemed likely that before Su Ruoli could even make significant progress, Su Linyuan would have completely refined the entire pool of ancient stalactite. Realizing this, Su Ruoli gritted her teeth and hastened her efforts. Yet, in comparison to Su Linyuan, her pace was inconsequential. Above them, the ancient stalactite was refined at an alarming speed, and the imperial energy Su Linyuan had expended was fully restored, with even a hint of advancement in his cultivation. The terrifying commotion naturally reverberated throughout the entire secret realm, drawing numerous prodigies who mistakenly believed a precious treasure had emerged and hurried toward the source of the noise. Moments later, with a resounding crash, Su Linyuan opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. The entire pool of ancient stalactite had been completely refined. At the peak of the mid-imperial realm, he mused with satisfaction. Although he had not yet broken through to the late imperial realm, he had only recently ascended to the mid-imperial realm, and his foundation was not yet fully stable. A hasty breakthrough to the late imperial realm would indeed be ill-advised. With his current pace of cultivation, it would not take more than a few years for him to successfully ascend to the late stage of the emperor realm. However, when Su Linyuan cast a glance, he suddenly froze. There stood Su Ruoli, her snow-white figure completely unclothed. Upon making eye contact with Su Linyuan, her cheeks flushed crimson, leaving her momentarily dazed. Who could have anticipated that Su Linyuan would refine the Millennium Stalactite at such an astonishing speed? In less than a quarter of an hour, he had completely processed the entire pool of ancient stalactite. Truly remarkable. A sense of panic surged within Su Ruoli. She hastily rose and rushed to the shore to don her garments. However, in her haste, she inadvertently revealed even more to Su Linyuan. Yet at that moment, she could hardly afford to dwell on modesty. Soon after donning her black dress, she let out a sigh of relief. Her lovely face still flushed as she turned to Su Linyuan, her voice trembling. Senior Su. Su Linyuan cleared his throat and calmly responded with a nonchalant meme. But then, his focus sharpened as he sensed several auras rapidly approaching. Someone was coming. Su Ruoli's expression grew tense upon hearing this. She scanned the surroundings, her vigilance heightened. In the next instant, over 100 figures materialized around them, encircling the pair. Among these figures, there were more than 30 warriors at the Emperor realm. Each hailed from different backgrounds, including those from the Wanfo Temple, the branches and direct lineage of the Lei family, as well as young prodigies from various first and second-tier forces of the Central Plains. They had gathered here in pursuit of opportunities. Having sensed the abundant spiritual energy enveloping this secret realm, they surmised that a treasure must be present, thus converging here without hesitation. Upon seeing Su Ruoli, their expressions shifted. Su Ruoli, where is the treasure? Hand it over quickly, or you shall not leave this secret realm today. Lei Lai, the scion of the Lei family, stepped forward, his voice cold. With his mid-stage emperor realm cultivation and exceptional combat abilities, he was not inferior to Su Ruoli. I do not possess the treasure. Su Ruoli's voice was crisp and clear. Could it be that it is in his possession? Chapter osam dissipate, Su Linyuan's scheme. Lei Lai's gaze sharpened as he glanced at Su Linyuan. He squinted, sizing up Su Linyuan's figure. The young man appeared somewhat seasoned, yet they had never encountered him before. It was likely that he was not a prodigy of the Central Plains, perhaps merely an upstart. After all, Lei Lai was familiar with nearly all the prodigies from the Central Plains. Thus, he felt reassured and boldly threatened. Is the treasure in your possession? Hand it over swiftly, or do not blame us for being unkind. As soon as Lei Lai's words fell, a young monk stepped forward from the crowd, chanting Amitba. Esteemed benefactor, the treasure you possess is fated to be with our Wanfo Temple. I implore you not to suffer a loss over a trivial matter. Quickly surrender the treasure of Wanfo Temple, or this humble monk shall have no choice but to enlighten you. With that, the young monk pressed his palms together in prayer. Upon hearing the words, Su Linyuan's lips curled into a smile. A group of younglings dared to threaten him. They were truly unaware of the peril they faced. Beside him, Su Ruoli nearly burst into laughter. While others might be ignorant of Su Linyuan's prowess, she was all too aware. Just moments ago, he had consumed the entirety of the millennial stalactite pool in a mere quarter of an hour. Unquestionably, with his strength, eliminating them would be as effortless as squashing an ant. You are a disciple of the Lei family, as well as from the Wanfo Temple, Su Linyuan remarked. As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Lai's lips curled up in a proud smirk. You possess a modicum of insight. since you are aware of my lineage, swiftly surrender the treasure, or you shall undoubtedly meet your demise today. Undoubtedly meet my demise? Su Linyuan grunted, and in an instant, an overwhelming imperial aura emanated from him, pressing heavily upon the crowd. In that moment, a collective thud resounded as everyone fell to their knees, terror rendering their legs weak and trembling, their eyes wide with unprecedented fear. Is this truly an imperial-level powerhouse? They gasped. How is this possible? This secret realm is beyond the sacred realm. How can an imperial being possibly appear? Yet, the imperial pressure was unmistakable, and they, hailing from formidable factions, recognized its terrifying weight. There was no doubt that Su Linyuan was a bona fide imperial powerhouse, though the means of his entry remained a mystery at that moment. All color drained from their faces, and despair gripped their hearts. Particularly for Lei Lai, beneath his terrified gaze lay a profound sense of impending doom. Having insulted Su Linyuan so brazenly, he now feared for his life. Senior, I am but a humble monk who has failed to recognize greatness. I beseech you to spare my life. The young monk was the first to speak, weeping and bowing in supplication. Entirely devoid of the dignity one would expect from a true disciple of Wanfo Temple. This spectacle drew contempt from the onlookers, who considered the monks to be utterly hypocritical. However, as survival took precedence, the others hastily followed suit, bowing and pleading for mercy. Linyuan smiled slightly. What are your names, and what are your identities? Speak in detail. His gaze fixed upon Lei Lai and the young monk. The two, not daring to hesitate, quickly replied, I am Lei Lai, the legitimate grandson of the 9th elder of the Lei family in Zhongzhou. I implore you, esteemed senior, to spare my life for the sake of my family. I am Ming Chun, a true disciple under the law elder of Wanfo Temple. Oh, it sounds as though your statuses are not insignificant, Su Linyuan mused, particularly noting Lei Lai's position as the legitimate grandson, a top figure among the younger generation of a Lei family. After a moment of contemplation, a clever scheme suddenly emerged in Su Linyuan's mind. During the recent confrontation with the Gong family, he had not encountered Xianxia, yet he suspected her disappearance was intertwined with the Lei family. Perhaps she was hidden among them. However, with Su Linyuan's current strength, it remains exceedingly challenging to annihilate the Lei family. After all, within the Lei clan, there are numerous formidable warriors at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, not to mention the presence of those who have attained complete mastery in that realm. Given his present combat capabilities, he stands no chance in a direct confrontation. Nevertheless, while he may not prevail through sheer force, exploring alternative avenues is certainly a viable option. A plan began to take shape in Su Linyuan's mind as he cast a gleeful glance at the crowd. Behind the two figures stood over 100 warriors, all young prodigies from the central state. Yet in Su Linyuan's eyes, they were insignificant. With a flick of his fingertip, lightning surged forth, unleashing a tempest of thunderous roars. In an instant, the air crackled with electricity, resembling a dragon in flight. Immediately, Lei Lai and Ming Chun turned their heads, frozen in disbelief. They were all dead? The sheer horror gripped them, their hearts racing with terror. No one could have anticipated that with a mere wave of Su Linyuan's hand, he would obliterate over 100 young prodigies of the central state. It was nothing short of astonishing. Such power undoubtedly marked him as an Emperor realm expert, and the two no longer dared to harbor any doubts. Yet, their fear of Su Linyuan deepened. No one could fathom his true intentions. As Su Linyuan approached with measured steps, he inquired, among the young talents of the Lei family, who possesses the greatest aptitude? Without hesitation, Lei Li responded, Lei Xuankong. He is the son of the family head and the most gifted among our younger generation, endowed with a unique physique that allows him to harmonize with the power of lightning. He has already reached the peak of the Emperor realm, on the verge of stepping into the Saint realm. Lei Xiankong, the pinnacle prodigy of the Lei family, stand at the forefront of their ranks, his talent and prowess unmatched, rendering him invincible among his peers. Should he continue to grow, reaching the later stages of the Emperor realm would be a mere starting point, and he could very well ascend to the level of complete mastery in that realm. Su Yueli nodded in agreement, adding, Senior Su, he speaks the truth. The one with the highest talent among the young is indeed Lei Xiankong. Upon hearing this, Su Linyuan smiled and turned his gaze to Lei Lai, stating, I require your assistance. Assistance? No problem, Senior. Feel free to ask. Whatever I can do to help, even if it means facing perilous challenges, I would gladly risk my life. Lei Lai proclaimed, unwavering in his loyalty. He understood that this was his sole opportunity for survival. The haunting images of the young prodigy's tragic demise lingered in his mind, and he was determined not to share their fate. Fear not. I do not require you to face any perilous journeys. It is merely a simple task. All I need is for you to draw Lei Xiankong out for me, as I hold a keen interest in him. Su Linyuan's words struck Lei Lai like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily stunned. Me? Bring Lei Xiankong out? No, absolutely not. He is the foremost prodigy of my family. If anything were to happen to him, I would be doomed. If the ancestors were to find out, they would surely flame me alive. Lei Lai shook his head repeatedly, resembling a rattle drum. In the presence of someone like Lei Xiankong, the foremost of the Lei family, any disturbance would incite chaos within the entire clan. Oh, you are unwilling to proceed? Then I shall flay your skin, strip your tendons, and extract your very soul, tormenting you for eternity. Chapter 86. Su Linyuan commenced his maneuvers. Su Linyuan's words instantly sent a shiver down Lei Lai's spine. Flaying skin, stripping tendons, extracting the soul for eternal torment? Good heavens! What kind of malevolent sorcery was this, so ruthlessly cruel? He did not harbor the slightest doubt regarding the authenticity of Su Linyuan's threats. The man before him was indeed capable of such deeds. Should he refuse Su Linyuan outright, there was no doubt he would meet his demise, yet if he acquiesced, discovery by his family would equally seal his fate. However, if he were to feign compliance now and later retract his agreement upon returning to his clan, it was not an unwise course of action. With this thought, a glimmer of hope illuminated Lei Lai's mind. He paused to gather his thoughts and spoke. I am willing. Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Su Linyuan's lips, for he was well aware of Lei Lai's ulterior motives. With a cold chuckle, he replied, Excellent. In that case, open your mind. Open my mind? Lei Li faltered momentarily, trembling as he inquired, Senior, why must I open my mind? To ensure you do not renege on your word after returning home. I shall leave a subtle mark within your soul, Su Linyuan explained. What? You aren't truly contemplating deceiving me, are you? Huh? No, absolutely not. My loyalty to you, Senior, is as steadfast as the heavens themselves. I would never dream of betraying you. Lei Li hastily responded. Then what are we waiting for? Su Linyuan advanced a step, exuding an intimidating presence. Lei Lai realized there was no retreat left for him, and gritting his teeth, he reluctantly opened his mind. Su Linyuan placed a hand atop his head and subsequently infused a fragment of his own soul into Lei Lai's consciousness. This technique was straightforward. As long as this fragment remained, Su Linyuan could, with a mere thought, trigger a catastrophic explosion of the soul, obliterating Lei Lai's very essence. Lei Lai was acutely aware of Su Linyuan's capabilities. Despair washed over him as he recognized the futility of escaping Su Linyuan's grip. Just then, Su Linyuan reassured him. Fear not. As long as you fulfill your task, I shall ensure your survival. Even if the Lei family seeks your life, I will protect you. Hearing Su Linyuan's assurance, Lei Lai's spirits lifted slightly. Nevertheless, the Lei family was immensely powerful, with numerous formidable individuals. How could Su Linyuan contend against them alone? Doubts lingered in his heart. Meanwhile, Ming Chun, having observed the prolonged deliberation between the two, felt his presence was overlooked. He cautiously inquired, Senior, may I ask if there is any task that this humble monk can assist with? If so, please do not hesitate to command me. I shall exert every effort. He was not afraid of Su Linyuan asking him to do anything outrageous. What he feared most was being left with nothing to do at all. For doing nothing signified being useless, and a useless person naturally had no right to exist in this world. Su Linyuan gazed at Mingshan with a smile, finding this young monk rather astute. As for you, there is nothing for you to do at the moment. You may return to Wanfo Temple, and, should anything stir or any intelligence arise, contact me immediately. Keep this communication talisman close. Upon saying this, Su Linyuan handed over a talisman. At these words, Mingshan instantly sighed with relief, his eyes lighting up with joy. So it was merely an undercover task. How simple. Without hesitation, he accepted the talisman from Su Linyuan and patted his chest, proclaiming, Rest assured, esteemed senior, if there is any commotion at Wanfo Temple, I shall inform you at once. With that, Mingshan unfurled his mind, declaring, Please feel free to control me as you wish. Seeing the sincerity in Mingshan's eyes, Su Linyuan was momentarily taken aback. This young monk certainly understood the rules. Quite intriguing. Su Linyuan chuckled and promptly initiated a soul control. Once completed, he jovially patted Mingchen on the shoulder, saying, "You possess keen insight. I have high hopes for you. Thank you for your praise, esteemed senior. I shall not disappoint your trust." Mingchen replied with a flattering smile. "By the way, transcribe the martial arts you studied at Wanfo Temple. I wish to see them." Seemingly recalling something, Su Linyuan continued. "Learning some Buddhist martial arts may later serve to frame Wanfo Temple, a precaution worth taking." Mingchen dared not refute this, promptly nodding cautiously yes. Though uncertain of Su Linyuan's ultimate plan, Su Ruoli could sense that he was likely up to something significant. Moreover, it appeared that she too had been drawn into this vast whirlpool, making escape difficult. After all, both Lei Lai and Mingchen were under Su Linyuan's sole control, and she was aware of his schemes, which might pose a risk to her safety. At this thought, Su Ruoli trembled slightly, with a rough outline forming in his mind. Su Linyuan began to devise a detailed plan. The crux of the matter lay in how to lure Lei Xiankong out, for without a compelling reason, why would Lei Xiankong heed Lei Lai's temptations? How to proceed then? Su Linyuan murmured softly, pondering for a moment before suddenly experiencing a flash of inspiration. Eureka! The Lei family excelled in the power of lightning and would undoubtedly have an interest in extraordinary thunder from heaven. If an imperial-grade extraordinary thunder were to emerge, it would surely ignite Lei Xiankong's greed. A smile spread across Su Linyuan's lips as his thoughts became increasingly refined. Although he lacks the extraordinary thunder of the imperial rank, he possesses the superior quality of the 9 nether mystic thunder at the saint level, coupled with his mid-stage imperial realm strength. Simulating the imperial rank extraordinary thunder is undoubtedly within his capabilities. Come closer, and I shall divulge the plan in detail. Su Linyuan bekan to Lei Lai. Yes. Lei Lai cautiously approached, his eyes widening with astonishment as he listened to Su Linyuan outline the plan. But esteemed senior, there is no thunderous power within this secret realm. If I were to relay this false information to Lei Xiankong, he would undoubtedly dispatch someone to investigate, and I would surely expose myself. The emergence of imperial rank extraordinary thunder would inevitably be accompanied by terrifying phenomena. To speak candidly, within a radius of several thousand miles, the area would be rife with thunder serpents, and any martial artist below the imperial realm who dared to tread there would most likely meet their demise. Nevertheless, in response to Lei Lai's concerns, Su Linyuan smiled reassuringly. "Fear not. I possess the superior quality of the saint-level extraordinary thunder, and with my cultivation, simulating the imperial rank extraordinary thunder is a trivial matter." Hiss! Upon hearing Su Linyuan's words, Lei Lai gasped in disbelief. This esteemed senior actually possesses the extraordinary thunder of the saint level. Such a rare treasure of heaven and earth. What could his origins be? Lei Lai was uncertain, but dared not inquire further, hastily declaring, "I shall faithfully obey your command." A few days later, Lei Lai and Ming Chen departed from the secret realm. Shortly after their exit, a terrifying surge of thunderous power erupted within the realm, extending for thousands of miles and forming a thunder domain that no one dared to enter. Chapter 87. The bait is set. The moment the thunder domain was established, the entire chaos star sea erupted in fervor. This was extraordinary thunder from the heavens, a treasure rarely seen. Whoever could refine such thunderous power would see a significant enhancement in both cultivation and combat prowess. Naturally, this rare gem attracted the covetous eyes of countless martial artists. However, for those of weaker cultivation, even the outermost layer of the thunder domain was beyond their reach, let alone entering the domain to seek the extraordinary thunder of heaven and earth. Nonetheless, this news spread rapidly, circulating throughout the entire central continent. In the central continent, at the Lei family estate, cousin, joyous news, monumental news. Lei Lai hurriedly rushed into the hall, swaying with excitement etched across his face. Within this grand palace, violet thunderous power spread, enveloping the entire structure. The oppressive force of the thunder was so terrifying that any ordinary person who stepped inside would likely be instantly electrocuted. Just as Lei Lai burst into the main hall, a middle-aged figure blocked his path. The man's face was stern and unsmiling, his calm gaze fixed intently on Lei Lai. Lei Lai froze momentarily, startled into stillness. He recognized this individual as a mid-stage imperial realm powerhouse from the Lei family, currently serving as the protector of Lei Xiankong. It must be said that Lei Xuankong's status within the Lei family was unparalleled. possessing a mid-stage Imperial Realm Guardian, a rarity in the entire Central Continent. "Let him in," a youthful voice suddenly echoed within the hall. Upon hearing it, the middle-aged man vanished from sight in an instant. Lei Lai, filled with joy, rushed forward and respectfully clasped his hands towards the young man before him. "Cousin, splendid news." Lei Xiankong, with his strikingly defined features, boasted arched brows and starry eyes, his high nose carved sharply, tapering slightly downwards with an air of intensity. His pupils were an exceptionally deep black, laced with a delicate shimmer of gold, as if the electric brilliance of thunderclouds had been captured within his gaze. Dressed in a long, dark purple robe that trailed on the ground, he cast a casual glance at Lei Lai and remarked nonchalantly, "Speak. What has transpired?" Though he recognized his cousin's talent as decent, Lei Xiankong was well aware of Lei Lai's unreliability. With a forced chuckle, Lei Lai ingratiated himself. "Cousin, truly joyous news. A sovereign-grade anomalous thunder has been discovered near the chaotic star C, and it remains unclaimed. It is rightfully yours." Sovereign-grade anomalous thunder? Upon hearing this, a spark of excitement ignited in Lei Xiankong's eyes. He abruptly rose to his feet, his gaze intensely fixed on Lei Lai. "Is what you say true?" Confronted by his cousin's fervent inquiry, Lei Lai felt a chill run down his spine, but, recalling Su Linyuan's threat, he steeled himself and affirmed, "Absolutely. During my recent training in the chaotic star C, I inadvertently stumbled into a secret realm where I encountered a sovereign-grade anomalous thunder. Now, a vast thunder domain has formed in that area." "A thunder domain?" The moment he heard this, Lei Xiankong's eyes widened in disbelief, a fleeting glimmer of joy crossing his face. If a thunder domain had indeed formed, it could very well be a sovereign-grade anomalous thunder. This thought stirred excitement within his heart. It is known that anomalous thunder is far rarer than anomalous fire, especially at the sovereign level. He had only glimpsed such esteemed thunder in the ancient texts of the Lei family, never having witnessed it in person. The prospect of encountering it now filled him with exhilaration. Should he successfully absorb this sovereign-grade anomalous thunder, his strength would undoubtedly surge, paving the way for his ascent to the pinnacle of the sovereign realm and possibly beyond. However, Lei Xiankong remained somewhat skeptical of Lei Lai's reliability. Hence, he decided it prudent to dispatch someone to investigate further. He waved his hand dismissively and stated, "All right, you may leave now. I will send someone to inquire about the situation in the chaotic star C." Upon hearing this, Lei Lai dared not linger, respectfully responding, "Yes." Once Lei Lai departed, he turned to the middle-aged man within the hall, saying, "Uncle Xuyang, I kindly ask you to expedite the inquiry into the veracity of Lei Lai's claims." "Rest assured, young master, I shall attend to it immediately," Lei Xuyang replied without hesitation, turning to leave. Half a day later, Lei Xuyang brought news that a domain of thunder had indeed emerged from the mysterious realm of the chaotic star C, a place where no one beneath the Imperial realm could tread. It is said that many factions have already sent representatives to the chaotic star C, all eager to capture the coveted Imperial-grade lightning. Upon hearing this, Lei Xiankong could no longer remain seated. He sprang to his feet, his gaze sharp and invigorated. Those factions could hardly be compared to the Lei family. Without hesitation, he declared to the chaotic star C, "Bring Lei Lai along. This young man has been to the mysterious realm before and can serve as a guide." Lei Xiankong held no doubts about Lei Lai's intentions. After all, he was the son of the family head, the foremost in the Lei family's hierarchy, endowed with extraordinary talent and possessing a top-tier physique. In the Lei family, his standing surpassed that of certain elders, and there was no way Lei Lai would dare to betray him. Thus, he harbored no suspicions. Lei Xuyang respectfully nodded in agreement. Soon, a spirit vessel soared into the sky from the Lei family, heading straight for the chaotic star C. At this moment, within the mysterious realm of the chaotic star C, Su Linyuan had spent the past few days mastering the Buddhist martial arts penned by Ming Chen. Since Ming Chen's cultivation was not yet high, he had only imparted 2 low-grade holy tier techniques, while the rest were below the holy tier. Given Su Linyuan's current cultivation level, mastering these martial arts was a trivial matter. Senior Su Ruoli cautiously approached as Su Linyuan concluded his practice. During these days, he and she had coexisted peacefully within the mysterious realm, without the events she had initially feared, which left her feeling both relieved and slightly melancholic. "How have things been of late?" Su Linyuan Guayir Kamli. He had instructed Su Ruoli to keep a watchful eye on the surroundings. Recently, many martial artists had arrived at the periphery of the mysterious realm, attempting to force their way into the thunder domain, only to be obliterated by its power. The Lei family has remained quiet for now, but I estimate that Lei Xiankong will arrive in a few days, and the family will likely send elders along. Perhaps even those at the late imperial realm, Su Ruoli stated cautiously. She meant to alert Su Linyuan. For if he were unable to contend with the late imperial realm experts from the Lei family, his life could be at stake. She held no animosity towards him, hence her thoughtful warning. Upon hearing her words, Su Linyuan smiled and reassured her, "Do not worry. 1 or 2 late imperial realm warriors are of little concern. My cultivation has fully recovered, and I have even advanced to the pinnacle of the mid-imperial realm, significantly enhancing my combat prowess. Should I encounter 1 or 2 late imperial realm fighters, I am confident I can vanquish them. Last time, the Millennium Stalactite was completely refined, preventing your breakthrough. Thus, I shall lend you my strength. Come closer," he added. Upon hearing this, Su Ruoli's eyes sparkled with joy. She gracefully advanced, her alluring figure accentuated by a short black skirt. Chapter 88, System Selection, Arrival of the Lei family's first sequence. Su Linyuan produced an imperial-grade elixir. The elixir is named the Spirit Emperor Soul Pill, an ancient medicinal concoction of the lower tier of the Emperor rank, imbued with a fragment of imperial soul power, naturally facilitating your breakthrough in cultivation. This pill is a gift from the system. For Su Linyuan, these pills hold little significance, as his current cultivation level renders them unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Su Ruoli hesitated and said, "Senior, with my current cultivation, I fear I may struggle to refine such a pinnacle elixir. As a mere sovereign, forcibly refining an emperor tier pill could potentially overwhelm her." Thus, she hesitated. Su Linyuan smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry, with my assistance, you shall be fine." Comforted by his words, Su Zuli not that family. She then sat before Su Linyuan, accepted the pill, and swallowed it whole. Boom! The immense power of the pill erupted within her. Yet its potency was too overwhelming for Su Ruoli's current cultivation to fully refine. At that moment, Su Linyuan intervened, suppressing the majority of the pill's power within her and guiding it with his consciousness to facilitate its flow. In an instant, Su Ruoli's meridians lay bare before Su Linyuan's perception, causing her face to flush crimson and her heart to race. After all, having her entire network of meridians exposed to Su Linyuan's awareness felt akin to standing before him in complete vulnerability, even more so than being unclothed. However, now is not the time for such thoughts. The immediate priority was to refine the pill's power as swiftly as possible. After an indeterminate period, Su Ruoli's cultivation seamlessly broke through to the mid-stage of the sovereign realm, reaching the pinnacle of that tier and dramatically enhancing her combat prowess. Moreover, her foundation remained steadfast, devoid of any instability. This was a pill rewarded by the system, free from any lingering toxins. In other words, it bore no side effects. Such a quality of elixir, one would be hard-pressed to find another across the entire continent. Su Ruoli was acutely aware of this, and her astonishment grew. The fact that Senior Su had so generously bestowed upon her such a high-caliber pill filled her heart with joy. "Thank you, Senior," she exclaimed, bowing in gratitude. Su Linyuan waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for such formalities. This is but a trifle compared to that ancient stalactite. You still possess a significant amount of the pill's power within you, which will gradually enhance your cultivation speed in the future. For an ordinary warrior, this lower-tier Emperor pill would be immensely beneficial. However, for Su Linyuan, a peak powerhouse of the mid-stage Emperor realm, it was essentially of no use. In contrast, that ancient stalactite had significantly advanced his own cultivation. Just then, the voice of the system echoed in Su Linyuan's ear. "Every choice you make comes with the gifts of fate. Choice 1. The Lei family is formidable. Offending them is unwise. Depart from this place swiftly. Reward: a volume of Emperor-tier martial arts. Choosing option 2. The bold thrive, while the timid perish. Kidnap the first of the Lei family, Lei Xiankong. Reward: a strand of the unique physique of the imperial-level lightning path." Upon hearing the system's voice echo in his ears, Su Linyuan surmised that members of the Lei family had arrived, or perhaps representatives from various major factions in Xianxia had come. After all, the emergence of imperial-level unique lightning represented a significant opportunity for all powers in Xianxia, who would not wish to partake in such a bounty. However, regarding the system's reward, Su Linyuan harbored no hesitation. "I choose option 2. Having made his selection, he raised his gaze towards the realm beyond the secret domain and remarked with a calm smile, Now that everyone has gathered, it is time to make our move. The chaotic sea of stars, stretching thousands of miles, was home to the vast realm of thunder, captivating countless martial artists who paused outside the Lei domain to marvel at this extraordinary sight. Lei Xiankong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, accompanied by Lei Lai, Lei Shuyang, and an elder from the Lei family. Indeed, as expected of the imperial-level unique lightning, such a phenomenon cannot be fabricated. Excitement surged within Lei Xuankong's eyes, his blood boiling with a desire to immediately devour the imperial-level unique lightning. Lei Lai, you have done remarkably well. In his euphoric state, Lei Xiankong praised Lei Lai with a smile. This was the most astute decision Lei Lai had made in many years. Ahem, thank you, cousin, Lei Lai replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Little did he know that if Lei Xiankong were to discover he had led him into a trap, the consequences would be dire. Outside the Lei domain, numerous martial artists from various factions were preparing to step inside, eager to compete for the imperial-level unique lightning. Yet, in Lei Xuankong's eyes, these individuals were insignificant. He, Lei Xiankong, possessed the continent's most elite thunder-type imperial body, the Nine Heavens Thunder Dragon body. This was an exceptionally formidable imperial-level thunder physique, which multiplied the efficiency of practicing thunder-related martial arts and techniques, granting him unparalleled combat prowess, nearly invincible at his level. This was precisely why the Lei family held him in such high regard. To him, this imperial-level unique lightning seemed to have been created solely for his benefit. Let us proceed and seek the unique lightning, he stated nonchalantly. As soon as Lei Xuankong's words fell, he took a step forward, flanked by the two elder guardians who shielded him from the onslaught of lightning energy. With his current cultivation, he could not withstand the impact of the Thunder Realm. Lei Lai also entered the realm under the protection of the two elder guardians. After walking for a quarter of an hour, the elder from the late imperial realm sensed something amiss and furrowed his brow, murmuring, "Why does it feel as though something is off about this Thunder Realm? What does Elder Xianyun mean?" Lei Xuankong replied calmly. Elder Lei Xianyun pondered for a moment before extending his spiritual sense to envelop the entire Thunder Realm. I cannot quite articulate it, but there is an unusual sensation. Is this truly the formation of imperial-level unique lightning? Upon hearing this, Lei Xiankong chuckled and responded. Elder Xianyun was overly cautious in this terrifying realm of thunder, aside from the fully realized ancestor of the Lei family. It seemed no one else could unleash such power. This realm of thunder, unless it stemmed from an imperial tier anomaly, was scarcely conjured by anyone across the land. Upon hearing this, Lei Xianyun nodded in agreement. Indeed, the might of this thunder realm was formidable, lasting several days, a feat he believed he could never accomplish. Thus, he shook his head, dispelling the doubts that lingered in his mind. Before long, the group arrived at the core of the Thunder Realm, which was the very entrance to the secret domain. Cousin, this is precisely where the entrance to the secret domain lies, and the Imperial tier anomaly originates from here. However, this secret domain can only accommodate warriors below the Saint Realm. I fear the two elders will not be able to enter, Lei Lai remarked cautiously. Lei Xiankong gazed at the secret domain before him, squinting slightly as he beheld the torrent of thunderous power surging forth. He spoke in a deep voice, Lei Lai. You shall accompany me inside and guide me. As for the two elders, they will wait here for my return. Young master, we cannot ascertain the dangers that lie within the secret domain. It is far too perilous for you to enter alone, Lei Xianyun interjected. Upon hearing this, Lei Xiankong let out a hearty laugh, exuding an aura of dominance. Fear not. How could a mere secret domain stand in my way? Besides, I possess various treasures and runes gifted by our ancestor. Unless I encounter a late-stage Imperial Realm expert, escaping the secret domain will pose no challenge. The multitude of treasures Lei Xiankong bore far surpassed what Lei Lai could claim. As the foremost of the first sequence, he was genuinely valued by the entire Lei family, receiving a plethora of treasures, even more than an ordinary late-stage Imperial Realm expert. Thus, unless he faced a late-stage Imperial Realm expert, he was confident that no ordinary warrior could contend with him. And within this secret domain, how could there possibly be a late-stage Imperial expert? Consequently, Lei Xianyun ceased his objections. After all, the allure of the Imperial tier anomaly was too great for Lei Xiankong to resist. Let's proceed, Lei Lai, enter with me. Yes, cousin. The two entered the secret domain, one following the other. A rumble echoed as the world twisted around them, and the next moment, Lei Xiankong opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by the fragrance of blossoms and and the clarity of a vast blue sky, devoid of any trace of the anomaly. His expression was one of bewilderment. Where's the imperial tier anomaly? Just as he pondered, a colossal hand suddenly appeared in the heavens above, targeting Lei Xiankong. In an instant, his hair stood on end, a surge of alertness coursing through him. He intended to employ his rune treasures, but the hand descended with such swiftness, as if it had anticipated his arrival and lay in wait for him in the shadows. It was utterly sinister. Boom! As the hand struck down, a protective barrier flared to life around Lei Xiankong. This is the protective measure bestowed by the ancestral patriarch of the Lei family, a treasure of passive defense. When faced with lethal danger, the shield will automatically rise to fend off the attack, making it exceedingly difficult for even a mid-level emperor to obliterate it with a single strike. However, Linyuan seemed to have anticipated this, thus his palm struck without reservation, unleashing the full power of the ancient Kunping body refinement technique. With a resounding bang, the shield, capable of withstanding the full force of a mid-level emperor's blow, shattered as if made of paper. This scene left Lei Xiankong's eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be possible? Was he ambushed by a late-stage emperor? Before he could ponder further, a colossal hand seized him firmly, rendering him immobile. Senior, quickly take all the spatial rings from him. He possesses numerous runic treasures and teleportation runes within his spatial ring. Lei Lai shouted urgently into the void. In the next moment, all the spatial rings and storage treasures belonging to Lei Xiankong were taken away. Lei Lai, how dare you betray me and conspire with outsiders against me? Lei Xiankong's fury ignited, his eyes ablaze with wrath that seemed poised to incinerate Lei Lai. He could hardly fathom that Lei Lai would dare to collude with outsiders to plot his demise. Such an act was a capital offense. Lei Lai's countenance faltered, his gaze evasive, unable to meet Lei Xiankong's fierce eyes. At that moment, two figures emerged from the void, one male, one female. The man was unfamiliar to Lei Xiankong, but the woman behind him was not a stranger. Su Vu Oli, he exclaimed. Could it be that all of this is part of your scheme from the Burning Sky Flame Demon Palace? How audacious of you to think of waging war against the Lei family. Lei Xiankong spoke coldly. He had every right to voice such claims, unreservedly. If anything were to befall him, regardless of the Burning Sky Flame Demon Palace's strength, the Lei family would unhesitatingly seek vengeance. They would not shy away from igniting a full-scale war. Before Su Ruoli could respond, Su Linyuan interjected with a smile. This has nothing to do with the Burning Sky Flame Demon Palace. It is all the design of my own. Upon hearing this, Lei Xiankong turned his gaze to Su Linyuan, his expression calm and devoid of the anticipated panic. He scrutinized Su Linyuan from head to toe, his mind racing. Yet he had no recollection of this figure. In other words, this individual was not a powerhouse from Zhongzhou. As the foremost figure of the Lei family, he was well acquainted with the strong in Zhongzhou, especially those above the mid-level emperor realm. Even if he hadn't seen their faces, he was familiar with their portraits. Yet, he had no impression of Su Linyuan whatsoever. Who are you? Lei Xiankong inquired with furrowed brows. Su Linyuan. Su Linyuan? The name sounded somewhat familiar. It appears that this name has surfaced within the family in recent days. He pondered for a moment, his eyes suddenly widening as he gazed at Su Linyuan. It is you, the one who caused the commotion at the banquet of the Gong family's ancestors. Not long ago, when Lei Jingxian returned to the Lei family, he mentioned this name, and many within the family were aware of it. This individual, clearly only possessing mid-level Imperial Realm cultivation, had boldly confronted 3 late-stage Imperial Realm experts and ultimately managed to escape with remarkable elegance. Such extraordinary achievements are exceedingly rare throughout the Central State. After all, while the distinction between mid and late stages of the Imperial Realm may seem minor, it is, in truth, akin to a chasm, nearly insurmountable. Typically, a late-stage Imperial Realm expert can effortlessly slay 5 mid-stage Imperial Realm warriors, highlighting the vast disparity in power. Lei Xiankong could not fathom that Su Linyuan would hide within this secret realm, specifically plotting against him. As this realization dawned upon him, an involuntary chill ran down his spine. Su Linyuan smiled coldly, slowly approaching. You guessed correctly, but alas, there is no reward. With that, he casually unleashed a surge of imperial energy that surged into Lei Xiankong's body, directly sealing his Dantian cultivation. Despite Lei Xiankong's exceptional talent, his limited strength was, in Su Linyuan's eyes, akin to that of an ant. Realizing that his cultivation had been sealed, Lei Xiankong grew anxious and addressed Su Linyuan. Su Linyuan, You have already offended the Gong family and attracted the covetous eyes of the 10,000 Buddha temple. If you lay hands on me again, there will be no place for you in the entire central state. If you spare me today, I am willing to make a vow of the heart-s demon, never to oppose you in the future. What say you? He assessed Su Linyuan's predicament and thus sought to broker a deal. He believed that if Su Linyuan were to release him, he would ensure the Lei family would not pursue him. In his view, there was no reason for Su Linyuan to refuse this transaction. After all, killing him would yield nothing for Su Linyuan, who would instead be hunted by the Lei family. An endeavor fraught with loss. However, he regrettably underestimated Su Linyuan's resolve for vengeance. Indeed, as the foremost of the Lei family, he displayed a measure of courage. It was unfortunate that the Lei family had seized his beloved Xianxia, leaving him in ignorance of her fate for 2 decades. If she still lived, the Lei family would be willing to exchange her for his life, and he would allow Lei Xiankong to return unharmed. But if Xianxia were dead, he vowed to flay him alive, ensuring that he would have no grave to call his own. The frigid tone echoed as if from the depths of the abyss, causing even Lei Xiankong, the most distinguished of the Lei family, to shudder involuntarily. Chapter 90. The Great Battle Against the Lei Family Elder. The name Gong Xinyao was familiar to Lei Xiankong. Once, she had been the fiancée of his second uncle, but on the day of their wedding, she fled from the Gong family, concealing her identity and vanishing without a trace. It was only 20 years later that she was found. However, her fate seemed rather grim. The specifics were unclear to Lei Xiankong, but appeared that this matter was tied to the ancestor of the Lei family. In light of the current circumstances, Lei Xiankong astutely chose to remain silent, fearing that any misstep in his words might incite Su Linyuan's wrath. Observing the other's demeanor, he recognized the potential for violence. After incapacitating Lei Xuankong's cultivation, Su Linyuan turned to Lei Lai with a smile, complimenting him. "You have performed admirably. It is an honor for the younger generation to serve the esteemed elder." Lei Lai responded with obsequiousness. Witnessing this, Lei Xuankong's fury intensified. It was utterly contemptible that someone so vile emerged from the Lei family. Were it not for Su Linyuan's suppression, he would have relished the opportunity to tear Lei Lai apart to vent his resentment. However, Su Linyuan showed no urgency to depart. Instead, he opened Lei Xuankong's spatial ring, his consciousness enveloping its contents, and a look of surprise crossed his face. He had not anticipated that Lei Xiankong possessed more wealth than he had imagined. Among the treasures were 3 imperial artifacts, 2 of which were defensive in nature, while the third was a thunder attribute spear, a low-grade imperial weapon of commendable quality. Additionally, the number of elixirs and talismans was overwhelming. Of particular value were 3 talismans, 1 for defense, 1 for attack, and 1 for evasion. The 2 attack talismans were extraordinary, crafted personally by the Lei family's ancestors. Once activated, they could unleash power comparable to the full might of a peak Imperial Realm expert. Had Su Linyuan not subdued Lei Xiankong with a single strike, capturing him thereafter would likely have proven quite challenging, and there remained the possibility of Lei Xuankong's escape. Now, however, these talismans belonged to him, perfectly suited for dealing with the Lei family's martial artists. After securing the talismans, Su Linyuan escorted Lei Xiankong out of the secret realm. Within the vast expanse of the Thunder Domain, numerous martial artists, many of whom were at the Imperial Realm and a few at the Perfected Saint Realm, surrounded the secret realm. They hailed from various factions, all eager to seize the Imperial grade, anomalous thunder. Yet, upon witnessing the 2 elders of the Lei family guarding the entrance, they all halted, hesitant and apprehensive. After all, these were elders of the Lei family, possessing extraordinary combat prowess and holding esteemed positions. Should they inadvertently offend the Lei elders, not only would their lives be forfeit, but the power of their respective families would likely face dire consequences. It was evident that a prodigy from the Lei family had entered the secret realm to capture the Imperial grade, anomalous thunder. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed through the air, as the once crackling Thunder Domain abruptly dissipated, leaving a clear sky as if the thunderous power had never existed. All stood frozen, bewildered by the occurrence. The scattered martial artists who had been observing from the periphery, upon witnessing the Thunder Domain's dissolution, converged eagerly. Only the 2 Lei elders, Lei Xianyun and Lei Shuyang, exchanged looks of astonishment, sensing boundless excitement in each other's eyes. The vanishing of the Thunder Domain could only signify one thing. Had the young master successfully refined the Imperial grade, anomalous thunder? Lei Shuyang's voice trembled with anticipation. To comprehend the situation, one must recognize that their young master originally possessed an imperial physique with extraordinary innate talent, securing an impressive 8 or 9 out of 10 chances of achieving the pinnacle of the Emperor realm in the future. Should he refine and devour the imperial thunder, the heights he could attain would be unimaginable. Even glimpses of realms beyond the Emperor might not be beyond reach. Lei Xian's thoughts resonated with this sentiment, his heart surging with fervor. Heaven bless my Lei family. Heaven bless us indeed. With the young master refining the imperial thunder, our Lei family shall undoubtedly rise, claiming the pinnacle of the continent and becoming the most resplendent imperial clan. The two were overwhelmed with joy. Yet, before their elation could linger, a sudden wave of spatial fluctuations echoed through the secret realm. They exchanged glances, presuming the young master was emerging and prepared to welcome him. However, unexpectedly, a figure of middle age stepped forth from the depths of the realm. The visage of this individual was unfamiliar to them. They had never laid eyes upon him before. They observed that the man's right hand was tightly gripping the neck of a young man. Upon seeing the youth, Lei Shuyang and Lei Xian's minds momentarily froze. The young master, after a brief lapse, an inferno of fury ignited in their eyes. Their young master had been sealed and imprisoned here. Such an affront was utterly intolerable. Curse be you! Who are you to show such disrespect to our young master? Release him at once, or our Lei family shall flay your skin and strip your flesh, ensuring you find no rest in death. The two elders threatened vehemently. Hearing this, Su Linyuan smiled slightly, introducing himself. Allow me to present myself. I am Su Linyuan. I presume you have heard of my name within your esteemed Lei family. Su Linyuan. At the utterance of these 3 syllables, their pupils constricted sharply. The recent conflict with the Gong family had spread throughout the central continent, and Lei Xianxian, an elder of the Lei family, had undoubtedly reported the details regarding Su Linyuan upon his return. They had not anticipated that the individual who had single-handedly confronted 3 late-stage Emperor Realm warriors had managed to escape to this very place. Wait, could it be that the so-called Imperial Thunder was merely a ruse, a scheme devised by this man? Was his intent to lure the foremost lineage of the Lei family into a trap for revenge? Realizing this, they exchanged glances, gasping in horror. If so, the predicament would be dire. After all, Lei Xiankong remained in the hands of this foe. Should Su Linyuan go mad and harm Lei Xiankong, the young master would indeed be doomed. Su Linyuan, as a formidable warrior of the Emperor realm, how could you resort to abducting a junior of the Monarch realm? If word were to spread, would it not become a source of ridicule for all under heaven? If you truly possess courage, why not release our young master and face me in single combat? Lei Xian, steeling himself, spoke up. At this juncture, he had no other recourse but to employ a provocation. However, Su Linyuan saw through this ploy with a mere glance. He let out a cold laugh, dismissing the challenge with disdain. Attempting to provoke me? You are still too inexperienced. Upon hearing this, Lei Xianyun momentarily faltered. Su Linyuan continued, however, I did not intend to spare your life. With a grand gesture, he restrained Lei Xiankong at the side, and in the blink of an eye, he dashed towards Lei Xianyun. Today, he intended to publicly execute an elder of the Lei family, shaking the very foundations of Zhongzhou. How audacious! I shall see what abilities you possess. Though Lei Xianyun recognized Su Lingyuan's prowess, he was merely in the mid-stage of the Emperor realm. As a formidable being of the late stage, he had no reason to fear this individual. As he spoke, he charged at Su Linyuan to strike. Rebirth Cycle Sword Formation. Su Linyuan scoffed, unleashing his ultimate move. Chapter 91. Annihilate one, spare another, return with a message. Before Su Linyuan, thousands of long swords erupted with power. The terrifying force of the sword formation surged towards Lei Xianyun. The latter was suddenly taken aback. In that instant, he grasped why Su Linyuan could withstand the combined assault of 3 late-stage Emperor Realm warriors. The might of this move surpassed even his most powerful strike. It was simply unfathomable. Yet, this was not the time for contemplation. He hastily wielded his sword in defense. As Su Linyuan's fingertips twitched, all the swords resonated in unison, golden sword energy gushing forth like a tidal wave from countless blades, coalescing into a sword pillar that spanned the heavens. With a force capable of rending the very fabric of the world, it surged towards Lei Xianyun. Before the sword pillar even arrived, the oppressive sword pressure sent shockwaves through Lei Xuanyun's mind. His pupils constricted, and his lightning-patterned sword trembled uncontrollably in his grip. Without a moment's hesitation, he firmly grasped the hilt, channeling all the emperor aura of his late-stage power into the blade. The sword radiated blinding lightning as he bellowed, lightning prison slash. This was a supreme emperor-level martial art of the Lei family, immensely powerful. The moment the lightning collided with the sword pillar, the world fell silent for an instant. For thousands of miles around, countless martial artists stared in awe at the scene, their hearts shaken. Most of them were in the Saint realm or below, and even among the few Emperor realm warriors, most were at the early stage. They had never witnessed such a fierce battle of late-stage Emperor realms. The next moment, a violent shockwave of energy radiated from the point of collision, shattering Lei Xuanyun's lightning shield like glass and propelling him through the air with tremendous force. The sword pillar continued unabated, its piercing sword energy slicing through the air with a shriek akin to a death knell. Boom! The terrifying attack struck Lei Xianxia, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His aura instantly diminished, and a flicker of lifelessness flashed in his eyes. Impossible. How can this sword formation possess such power? Struggling to rise, Lei Xianxia felt blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His left arm had been shredded by the sword energy, a gash deep enough to reveal bone, continuously oozing blood. He lifted his gaze, only to observe Linyuan still standing at the heart of the sword formation, the surrounding long swords beginning to rotate slowly once more, as a new wave of sword intent coalesced. Remarkably, the previous strike was not even a display of the sword formation's full power. In other words, Linyuan had not exerted his utmost strength. Terror filled his eyes, disbelief coursing through him. How could he, a formidable cultivator at the peak of the Emperor realm, be vanquished by a mere mid-stage emperor with a single blow and without any capacity to retaliate? If this were to spread, who would dare believe it? Elder Xianxia, I shall assist you. Lei Shuyang sensed the dire situation, his figure flashing as he positioned himself before Lei Xianxia. Yet, being merely at the mid-stage of the Emperor realm, he could hardly fend off Linyuan for long. Observing this, Linyuan let out a cold laugh. How audacious for a mere mid-stage emperor to attempt to obstruct him, oblivious to his own mortality. Without a flicker of emotion in his eyes, Linyuan pressed down with his fingertips. Fall. The thousands of long swords suspended in mid-air suddenly accelerated their rotation. The imperial aura upon the sword shadows dense as a galaxy, imbued with the might to shatter all defenses, once again descending towards Lei Shuyang and Lei Xianxia. In an instant, the pupils of both men constricted, as if they had caught a whiff of death's breath. Their instincts warned them that should they withstand this attack, they might very well meet their demise. Yet, it appeared they had no alternative but to brace themselves against Linyuan's sword formation assault. Purple sky, thunderstrike. Heavenly thunder law. The two instantly summoned their full strength to confront Linyuan's sword formation head-on. Boom! Lei Shuyang felt an overwhelming pressure from the swords bearing down upon him. The long sword in his hands began to splinter piece by piece under the terrifying sword pressure. The imperial aura of a mid-stage emperor crumbled beneath Linyuan's sword might as though it were mere paper, unable to withstand even a breath. Before the sword shadows tore open a gash. Coughing violently, Lei Shuyang spat out a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backwards like a kite with a severed string. Colliding into Lei Xianxia, both men crashed to the ground, creating a deep pit in the hard bluestone tiles. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. A stillness so profound that not a sound could be heard. All present stared in astonishment at this scene, their hearts racing, their eyes trembling. A late-stage Emperor Realm Elder and a mid-stage Emperor Realm Elder from the Lei family had, together, succumbed to a rogue cultivator. This was utterly inconceivable. One can only imagine the uproar that would ensue if this news were to spread throughout the central continent. Not far away, Lei Xiankong, bound by Linyuan, felt devoid of hope, a wave of dread sweeping over him. Elder Shuyang and Elder Xianxia had both been defeated. This individual possessed such might. If he were to discover the current plight of Gong Xinyao, would he not seek to eliminate me? It was over. In that instant, Lei Xiankong felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, a chilling dread surging through him. Though he feared not death, the prospect of dying so easily left him unsatisfied. As a prodigy with exceptional talent, he had the potential to ascend to the peak of the Emperor realm in the future. Yet here he was, merely at the King realm, destined to become cannon fodder, squandering his remarkable gifts. How could he possibly accept such a fate? It is entirely the fault of that scoundrel Lei Lai. Were it not for his cowardice and treachery, I would not have found myself in such a dire predicament. However, this is not the time for contemplation. With a flicker of movement, Su Linyuan appeared before Lei Xianyan. Towering above him, his eyes filled with an abyss of indifference, as if the being before him were not a living soul, but a mere corpse. In truth, it would soon become so. He raised his hand and sneered coldly. Allow me to take your life as a warning to the Lei family that I am not to be trifled with. Should they fail to return Xianxia, not only will I take Lei Xuankong's life, but I shall also claim the lives of every member of the Lei family. With that, Su Linyuan directed his focus towards Lei Xianyan, great wilderness prisoner S-finger. A resounding crash echoed as a multitude of finger imprints descended from the heavens, one after another striking Lei Xianyan. However, this old man, being a formidable figure at the peak of the imperial realm, possessed considerable defenses, and for a moment, he did not perish. Observing this, Su Linyuan ceased to hold back and unleashed the full force of the causality retribution seal. The moment the divine ability was invoked, its offensive power surged to its zenith. Boom! With a deafening sound, Lei Xianyan sensed the chilling breath of death. His eyes widened in desperation as he fought to resist. Yet, how could he withstand the might of causality? In a single strike, the peak imperial realm, Lei Xianyan, met his demise. This scene stunned all present. It was inconceivable that such a powerful figure could fall so easily. Lei Shuyang's lips turned pale, and he felt an overwhelming absurdity wash over him. Elder Xianyan, just like that, had perished? Lei Xiankong felt a tightening in his chest. After vanquishing Lei Xianyan, Su Linyuan turned his gaze towards Lei Shuyang, who instinctively recoiled a few steps, his heart racing. Fear not, I shall not take your life. I require you to return to the Lei family and inform them that Lei Xiankong is in my grasp. If they wish for his survival, they must deliver Xianxia to me unharmed. Otherwise, I shall flay the skin from his bones. With that, Su Linyuan narrowed his eyes and waved his hand dismissively. Scram. Chapter 92. Should the Lei family refuse to hand over the individual, your fate will be dire. As Su Linyuan's voice echoed with an overwhelming authority, Lei Shuyang trembled. He glanced at Lei Xuanyun's lifeless form, then at the imprisoned Lei Xiankong, gritted his teeth, and hastily made his escape towards the Lei family. The young master remains in Su Linyuan's possession. The entire strength of the Lei family must be rallied to rescue him. Watching Lei Shuyang's retreating figure, a slight smile crept onto Su Linyuan's lips. Just then, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward, Celestial Sound Assault Body, Imperial Grade. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward, a thread of Sword Dao Essence. Congratulations, host, on receiving the reward, Gung Metal Cataclysmic Thunder, Superior Imperial Grade. The voices resounding in his ears brought a gleam of joy to Su Linyuan's countenance. The heavenly sound attack body, although of no use to him, possesses the remarkable ability to be imparted to others. After all, it is an Imperial Grade physique, profoundly mysterious. While it may hold little significance for him, it represents an extraordinary opportunity for any martial artist. Take Lei Xiankong, for instance. The reason he is so highly regarded by the Lei family lies in his possession of an imperial-grade physique, unparalleled combat prowess, and boundless potential for the future, which justifies the attention he receives. This particular physique could indeed foster a top-tier prodigy. It will be difficult for anyone to resist such temptation. As for the strand of sword path essence, it is even more precious. If refined, it would greatly enhance one's comprehension of the sword path. To speak unabashedly, this item is a coveted treasure for sword cultivators across the world. Should Su Linyuan manage to devour and refine it, not only would his swordsmanship improve, but his combat strength would soar dramatically as well. The Gungjin Calamity Thunder, an imperial-grade superior thunder, is equally invaluable and would significantly elevate his combat capabilities. Su Linyuan felt quite satisfied with these three rewards. However, with many onlookers outside, he chose not to hasten the refinement process. Instead, he temporarily stored the system rewards and, with a flicker, appeared beside Lei Xiankong. Though the latter's gaze remained resolute, a hint of trepidation had begun to manifest. After all, the display of Su Linyuan's combat prowess had been nothing short of divine and demonic. While he did not believe that the Lei family's strong practitioners would be outmatched, the thought of being at Su Linyuan's mercy instilled a sense of dread. The Lei family could no longer produce Gong Xinyao for exchange, and if Su Linyuan were to learn of her current plight, he might very well be driven to madness, leaving Lei Xiankong with little hope of survival. Su Linyuan sneered, "You should remain here and await the Lei family's ransom. If they fail to deliver, your fate will be quite dire." With that, he retrieved the soul-quelling banner. Upon seeing it, Lei Xiankong was struck with fear as countless souls within the banner endured the most excruciating torment, their cries and wails resonating ominously, causing the first-ranked member of the Lei family to feel a chill in his heart. At that moment, Su Ruo Li and Lei Lai emerged from the secret realm. They had witnessed the battle in its entirety from the entrance. Instantly, their curiosity regarding Su Linyuan's strength intensified. To single-handedly slay a late-stage Imperial Realm expert requires a level of terrifying power. Senior, Lei Xiang will return to the Lei family and undoubtedly bring numerous powerful individuals with him. When dozens of Imperial Realm experts arrive, it may be challenging for you to contend with them alone. It would be wise to flee this place sooner rather than later, Lei Lai quavered. Despite having just witnessed Su Linyuan's might, he remained unconvinced that one man could stand against the entirety of the Lei family, which boasted over 100 Imperial Realm experts, including fully realized ancestors. Such a formidable force, one of the four supreme powers of the Central Continent, has stood unyielding for hundreds of thousands of years. How could a single individual like Su Linyuan contend with it? As a direct descendant of the Lei family, Lei Lai understood the profound heritage of his clan all too well, which is why he urged Su Linyuan to flee. After all, if Su Linyuan were to perish, his own fate would be far from favorable. Upon hearing this, Su Linyuan smiled and declared, "I shall not depart. I shall wait here for the members of the Lei family. Rest assured, the Lei family cannot harm me." The rewards bestowed upon him by the system instilled great confidence within Su Linyuan. Although he had yet to commence the refining process, he was acutely aware of the formidable power of the sword's origin, especially with the addition of the Imperial-grade Extraordinary Thunder, Gongjin Jile. The mere enhancement from this extraordinary thunder was sufficient to enable him to confront numerous late-stage emperors without succumbing to defeat. Indeed, the augmentation provided by an Imperial-grade Extraordinary Thunder was truly terrifying. Seeing Su Linyuan's unwavering confidence, Lei Lai refrained from uttering further words. He resolved that should the situation turn dire, he would swiftly make his escape. As for Su Ruoli, Su Linyuan cast a casual glance her way and said, "This battle does not concern you. You may leave." Previously, he had kept Su Ruoli in the secret realm out of fear that she might alert others and thwart his plans to capture Lei Xiankong. Now that Lei Xiankong was securely in his grasp, retaining her was no longer necessary. After all, Su Linyuan bore no animosity towards her and even harbored a modicum of goodwill towards the fiery Heaven Demon Hall, as Su Jingfei had once lent him a hand. However, contrary to his expectations, Su Ruoli did not express the anticipated delight. Instead, she pondered for a moment before cautiously responding, "Senior Su, such an ancient battle of emperors is rarely witnessed. Might I be permitted to observe?" Witnessing such a confrontation up close would greatly benefit her future cultivation. It was indeed a significant opportunity. Yet, while the chance to observe the battle was a boon, it also posed considerable peril. Should Su Linyuan falter, the Lei family might seek retribution against Su Ruoli without regard for her affiliation with the fiery Heaven Demon Hall, potentially leading to her immediate demise. Su Linyuan, somewhat taken aback, chuckled, "Are you not afraid that if I were to fail, the Lei family would slay you?" Su Ruoli met his gaze, her eyes brimming with confidence as she replied, "I firmly believe that you will not be defeated." When asked why she held such unwavering faith in Su Linyuan, she found herself at a loss. It was an inexplicable conviction, as if she possessed an instinctual premonition that he would prevail. Beside them, Lei Lai's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Su Ruoli. "Are you out of your mind? Can he actually win?" Yet, he dared not voice such thoughts in Su Linyuan's presence, swallowing his words with difficulty. Su Linyuan, hearing her declaration, smiled knowingly. "Now, that is rather intriguing. In that case, you may observe the battle from this location." Su Ruoli exclaimed with immense delight, clasping her hands in gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Su Linyuan nodded gently, and in the next moment, he turned, sweeping his hand in a grand gesture. The Northern Dipper Star formation flags. With a thunderous crash, the flags enveloped an area spanning hundreds of miles, rendering the situation within obscured to the multitude of martial artists who had been attentive to the unfolding events. Chapter 93. Devouring the Imperial-grade anomalous thunder, refining the sword Dao essence, and experiencing a surge in power. After setting up the Northern Dipper Star formation flags, Su Linyuan settled into a cross-legged position. System, refine the Gung Metal Calamity Thunder, Imperial-grade upper tier. As the command to refine the Gung Metal Calamity Thunder resonated, the air around him began to warp, and a blinding golden radiance erupted from the system's realm, instantly transforming into a lightning bolt the thickness of a barrel, suspended above his head. In the next moment, a terrifying power of lightning emanated from Su Linyuan, saturating the skies with an aura of ruthless Gung metal. It is crucial to recognize that this Gung Metal Calamity Thunder was imbued with an intense Gung metal force, characterized by its lethal nature. Thus, this bolt of lightning was exceedingly fearsome, possessing immense destructive capability. The 9 nether profound thunder that resided within Su Linyuan was swiftly devoured by the Gung Metal Calamity Thunder. After all, while the 9 nether profound thunder was of the upper tier Saint grade, it paled in comparison to the upper tier Imperial grade Gung Metal Calamity Thunder. Akin to a firefly against the brilliance of the moon, an insurmountable disparity. Boom! The oppressive aura of Gung metal surged forth, causing even the celestial canopy of the Northern Dipper Star formation to tremble slightly as the star patterns on the flags flickered alternately, evidently exerting all their might to resist this overwhelming force of destruction. In that instant, Su Linyuan felt as if countless golden swords were piercing through his meridians simultaneously. The sharp agony made him tremble uncontrollably, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The ferocity of the Gung Metal Calamity Thunder's lethality was overwhelmingly domineering, wherever it passed. It etched fine bloodstains upon the walls of his meridians. Were it not for his formidable cultivation at the peak of the mid-imperial realm, coupled with his astonishing physical prowess, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to withstand the onslaught of the Gung Metal Calamity Thunder. However, this onslaught of lethal force lasted only a fleeting moment. Under the system's reinforcement, Su Linyuan sensed that the agonizing sensation was gradually abating, and his refining pace was accelerating. As time progressed, his body underwent a remarkable transformation. A faint golden lightning pattern emerged upon the surface of his skin, trailing along his meridians, and under the influence of the Gung Metal Calamity Thunder, his physical form experienced a metamorphosis, ascending at an astonishing rate. This spectacle astonished the 3 individuals within the formation, especially Lei Xiankong, whose pupils contracted sharply, his envy evident. No one understood better than he what Su Linyuan was undertaking. This individual was, in fact, refining an Imperial-grade anomalous thunder. Moreover, the quality of this Imperial-grade anomalous thunder was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. In other words, its quality was exceedingly rare, likely to be found only once in millions of years across the entire continent. He could not fathom how Su Linyuan had come into possession of such an extraordinary thunder. Such a pinnacle treasure had eluded the Lei family for countless years. Yet here was Su Linyuan, a mere mid-stage Emperor Realm warrior, possessing such extraordinary fortune. Truly a marvel. If I could refine this unusual lightning, I would have at least a 90% certainty of breaking through to the complete Emperor Realm, he murmured to himself, his throat bobbing, his eyes shimmering with avarice, even forgetting entirely that he was a prisoner. Su Ruoli's beautiful eyes flickered, her gaze fixed intently on Su Linyuan, unwilling to waver. Her suspicions were indeed correct. Su Linyuan was no ordinary man, enveloped in an aura of enigma. As for Lei Lai, he stood there dumbfounded. As a disciple of the Lei family, he understood perfectly well what Su Linyuan was attempting. Yet even so, he believed Su Linyuan was courting death. What could merging with the Emperor-grade anomalous lightning possibly achieve? Did he truly think that he alone could penetrate the entire Lei family? It was absurd, simply absurd. Su Linyuan's body radiated a crimson gold, with the shimmering patterns of Gungjin flowing within. The ferocious Gungjin calamity, lightning, was gradually being devoured and refined by him. When the last trace of lightning power merged with his corporeal form, Su Linyuan abruptly opened his eyes, a flash of golden lightning dancing within. He raised his hand, and a condensed golden lightning blade shot forth from his fingertips. As the blade sliced through the air, it emitted a sharp, sword-like screech, effortlessly cleaving the heavens in twain and tearing the very fabric of space apart. Success. A surge of elation filled Su Linyuan's heart. He could distinctly sense the terrifying power of the Gongjin calamity lightning. Rising to his feet, the golden lightning patterns on his body gradually faded, yet the subtle aura of slaughter emanating from him had intensified manifold. This refinement not only elevated the quality of the anomalous lightning within him, but also significantly enhanced his overall combat prowess. Although he had yet to break through to the late Emperor realm, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his physical body had indeed advanced to that stage. Indeed, throughout the process of devouring the anomalous lightning, his body had been tempered by the Gongjin calamity lightning, which was extraordinarily potent at enhancing physical strength. Su Linyuan's physical prowess had successfully undergone a transformation. Not only had he mastered the Gongjin calamity lightning, but his physical strength had surged to 5 or 6 times greater than before. Su Linyuan exclaimed in delight. And this did not even account for the essence of the Sword Dao. Should he refine and absorb the Sword Dao essence, he could scarcely fathom how much his cultivation would ascend. With this thought in mind, Su Linyuan hesitated no longer and prepared to refine the Sword Dao essence. System. Refine the Sword Dao essence. Boom! The moment Su Linyuan's words fell, the air around him erupted with the resonant sounds of sword singing. As Su Linyuan began to refine the Sword Dao essence, the initial sound of the sword was delicate, akin to spring rain tapping on leaves. Yet it swiftly crescendoed into a thunderous clamor, reminiscent of an army of thousands galloping forth. The air around Su Linyuan trembled violently. Countless silver sword phantoms appeared out of thin air. Though these sword shadows were not physical, each carried a sharpness capable of cleaving space itself. They spun rapidly around him, forming a sword shadow tempest with a diameter of over 30 feet. At the very core of this Sword Dao origin, a faint miniature sword embryo could be seen. The sword embryo was engraved with ancient sword runes, and with every rotation, it caused the surrounding sword shadow storm to accelerate even further. Su Linyuan could clearly feel it. The Sword Dao contained within this origin was actively resonating with his soul. Endless insights into the sword path poured into his sea of consciousness like an overwhelming tide. So that is how it is. Joy spread across Su Linyuan's face as wave after wave of Sword Dao comprehension surged toward him, deepening his understanding of the path of the sword at a terrifying pace. Not far away, Lei Xinkong, Lei Lai, and Su Ruoli were completely dumbfounded, staring blankly in Su Linyuan's direction. Wasn't he just refining an exotic lightning? How did it suddenly turn into Sword Dao cultivation? The sword chi filling the air was so overwhelming that none of the three dared to move, fearing that a single misstep would see them torn apart instantly. To put it bluntly, any random strand of sword chi around Su Linyuan was enough to shred their physical bodies hundreds, if not thousands, of times. Could it be he's comprehending sword intent? How is that even possible? How could someone like this exist in the world? Lei Xiankong's voice trembled. Looking back through the entire history of the Lei clan, he had never once heard of such an existence. What kind of monster did our Lei clan provoke? Does our Lei clan even have a future anymore? Chapter 94. The Central Continent shaken. Reactions from all sides while Su Linyuan continued to comprehend the Sword Dao origin. The outside world had already erupted into chaos. Su Linyuan, a mere cultivator from the eastern desolate region, had first stormed the birthday banquet of Ancestor Gong not long ago. Not only that, he had escaped unscathed after being besieged by 3 late-stage Emperor realm powerhouses. That alone was shocking enough. By all logic, if he were a normal person, he should have kept a low profile, biding his time for several hundred years, steadily advancing to the late Emperor realm. With greatly increased strength, he would then have no need to fear retaliation from the Gong clan. But didn't he do that? Instead, he committed something even more outrageous. He kidnapped the Lei clan as first sequence heir. This piece of news was even more shocking than his disruption of Ancestor Gong's birthday banquet. After all, while the Gong clan was considered a first-rate power, it possessed only a single late-stage Emperor realm ancestor. Its overall strength still limited. The Lei clan, however, was a completely different story. A true superpower, one with tens of thousands of years of inheritance. Experts filled the clan, Emperor realm cultivators were everywhere, and Saint realm figures were as common as dogs. For Su Linyuan to provoke such a colossal force was nothing short of courting death. At this moment, within the Gong clan's grand hall, ever since Gong Wanqing's birthday banquet, the Gong clan had fallen into an oppressive gloom. The morale of its disciples had sunk to rock bottom, their confidence shattered. On one hand, They were struck by the fact that Su Linyuan had caused havoc at the banquet and still escaped unharmed. On the other hand, Su Linyuan had slain several Emperor Realm experts of the Gong clan, causing their overall strength to plummet. Originally, the Gong clan had stood firmly in the top tier among first-rate powers. In this present time, they still rely on the limited lifespan of the venerable ancestor of the Gong family to maintain their status as a first-rate power. Should the day arise when Gong Wanqing meets his demise, the strength of the Gong family would undoubtedly suffer a significant decline, and their family resources would inevitably be divided among other factions. At that moment, a figure hurriedly entered from outside the hall. Head of the family, ancestor, joyous news. À toutes les momenteuses occasions, exclaimed the elder of the Gong family, his face beaming with delight. Gong Wanqing and Gong Chang, Kong, simultaneously furrowed their brows and inquired, "Was this joyous news?" In recent times, their spirits had plummeted. Gong Wanqing's already aged visage appeared even more worn, with his wrinkles deepening. The elder chuckled and said, "There is news regarding Su Linyuan." Oh, a gleam of excitement flashed in their eyes as they straightened in their seats. The elder continued, "Su Linyuan has set a trap in the Chaos Star Sea, capturing Lei Xiankong, the foremost member of the Lei family, and publicly executed elder Lei Xinyan, demanding that the Lei family surrender Xianxia. Should they fail to comply, he threatens to kill Lei Xiankong. I believe it won't be long before the Lei family mobilizes in full force to hunt down Su Linyuan." Upon hearing this, Gong Wanqing and Gong Changkong leaped to their feet in exhilaration. "Excellent. Splendid. Ha ha. Who would have thought that Su Linyuan would be so reckless as to kidnap Lei Xiankong, who possesses an imperial physique? If anything were to happen to him, the Lei family would surely pursue him to the bitter end." Gong Changkong's spirit soared. To him, Su Linyuan seemed utterly foolish for daring to abduct Lei Xiankong. Was this not akin to a matron consuming arsenic, willingly seeking her own demise? However, amid the excitement, Gong Wanqing's expression suddenly tightened. "You mean, Su Linyuan has slain Elder Lei Xinyan?" "Indeed," the elder affirmed with a nod. At this revelation, Gong Wanqing gasped in shock. Elder Lei Xinyan was a formidable figure at the late stage of the imperial realm, although his combat prowess might not surpass that of Gong Wanqing. He was nonetheless an esteemed elder of the Lei family, remarkable in his own right. For Su Linyuan to have slain him in such a short span of time was simply astonishing. Having cultivated for millennia, Gong Wanqing possessed numerous skills and was indeed more powerful than Lei Xinyan. Yet this did not imply that Lei Xinyan was weak. On the contrary, he was a late-stage imperial expert with profound foundations. How could he be deemed feeble? The fact that Su Linyuan was capable of slaying him spoke volumes about his terrifying strength. Gong Changkong smiled and said, "There is no need for concern, ancestor. Even if Gong Changkong is formidable, his reckless act of kidnapping Lei Xiankong guarantees that the Lei family will come after him with ferocity. He is surely doomed." Gong Wanqing pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I had not anticipated such sheer folly on his part. However, I am genuinely curious to witness how he meets his end at the hands of the Lei family." A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Gong Wanqing's eyes. Su Linyuan not only slaughtered numerous strong members of the Gong family, but also wreaked havoc at his birthday banquet, managing to escape unscathed. This left Gong Wanqing utterly humiliated, unable to hold his head high before the various powers of Zhongzhou. If he could witness Su Linyuan's demise with his own eyes, it might offer some solace to his tormented soul. Gong Changkong chuckled, saying, "What difficulty lies in this? The formidable members of the Lei family will undoubtedly head to the Chaos Star Sea to besiege Su Linyuan. Let us embark together and bear witness to his execution." "Excellent, excellent," Gong Wanqing exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he inhaled deeply. "Let us go to the Chaos Star Sea. I must see Su Linyuan slain." Indeed, soon after, several streaks of light from the Gong family sped towards the Chaos Star Sea. Meanwhile, at the Wanbao Tower in Zhongzhou, the news was swift and far-reaching. Yet, upon learning of Su Linyuan's audacious kidnapping of Lei Xiankong, the foremost of the Lei family, Yu Zhengtian and his daughter Yuhanyuan were left in a state of profound shock. After a lengthy silence, Yu Zhengtian voiced his incredulity. Is he out his mind? Offending the Gong family was one thing, but now he dares to provoke the Lei family as well, inviting mortal enmity. What gives him the audacity to believe he can triumph over the Lei family alone? Even Yuhanyuan found herself bewildered. Previously, she could comprehend Su Linyuan's bold actions against the Gong family, even believing there was a chance of victory. However, his recent audacity had left her nearly speechless. Thank goodness my father did not recruit Su Linyuan. Otherwise, our Wanbao Tower might also face the wrath of the Lei family, she expressed with a sigh of relief. Yu Jingtian smiled, a touch of self-satisfaction evident. Naturally, this man is overstepping his bounds. Han Yuan, are you interested in accompanying me to the Chaos Star Sea to witness Su Linyuan's fate firsthand? Intrigued, Yu Han Yuan nodded. Yes, in the fiery heavenly demon palace. Atop a towering peak, Shui Jingfei seethed with frustration upon hearing news of Su Linyuan once more. After all, she had gone out of her way to assist him, only for the scoundrel to abandon her. Despite having the upper hand in a 2-against-3 situation, he had fled, a fact that infuriated her. She had initially thought Su Linyuan was merely afraid and seeking refuge, only to discover he had audaciously executed a grand scheme by abducting the foremost of the Lei family. Such reckless abandon was unprecedented in her experience, igniting her interest in him. What on earth is going through his mind? He is even more reckless than I am, she mused. Chapter 95. The Lei family mobilizes. With this in mind, she resolved to venture to the Chaos Star Sea to ascertain Su Linyuan's intentions. Was he truly insane? With determination, Shui Jingfei prepared a journey to the Chaos Star Sea, fully resolved not to intervene this time. Should I extend my hand to assist him once more? I would be akin to a dog. To avoid being exploited by Su Linyuan a second time, Shui Jingfei resolutely decided against offering any further aid. With a flicker of thought, her figure transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the chaotic Star Sea. Apart from the burning heaven-flame demon palace, all factions, great and small, in Central Continent were made aware of this explosive news. Countless powerful individuals rushed madly towards the chaotic Star Sea, eager to witness how this monumental event, worthy of being inscribed in the annals of Central Continent history, would conclude. Elder Qin Xingfeng of the Dao Academy also set forth. His purpose was not merely to spectate, but to persuade Su Linyuan to withdraw. After all, facing the formidable Lei family alone was akin to striking a rock with an egg. Nevertheless, he was resolved. If Su Linyuan refused to relent, he would stake his life to lend him support. For who could forget that Su, a dear friend, had granted him an extended lifespan of 1,000 years, restored his combat prowess to its zenith, and afforded him the opportunity to secure his granddaughter's future? Out of gratitude for such kindness, Qin Xingfeng would never stand idly by. At this moment, within the Lei family, it resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. In the Grand Hall, over 100 figures bore expressions of rage, their murderous intent saturating the air, as an overwhelming pressure surged like a tempest. It is crucial to note that all present were Emperor Realm experts of the Lei family. Previously, these individuals had either been stationed outside or engaged in secluded cultivation. But now they had all converged in the Lei family's Grand Hall. What affront it was. A mere rogue from the eastern wilderness had the audacity to abduct our esteemed first rank and publicly slay our elder. Such a blatant provocation had not occurred in hundreds of thousands of years. In my opinion, we should mobilize fully, flay this individual alive, and scatter his ashes. An elderly elder of the Lei family grunted, his voice like thunder resonating throughout the hall. This kind of provocation had never been witnessed since the inception of the Lei family. The assembled elders shared a similar sentiment. As a superpower and a premier imperial clan, they possessed their own pride and could not tolerate any slight. The challenge posed by Su Linyuan was absolutely intolerable in their eyes. Elder Tianfeng's words rang true. If we strike together, it would serve to demonstrate the depth of our Lei family to Central Continent. Indeed, it should be so. As the crowd simmered with indignation, the Grand Elder, Lei Hengtian, stepped forward. No, Xian Kong is still in Su Linyuan's grasp. Given that this individual was able to publicly slay Elder Xianyun, his strength is undoubtedly formidable. Should we act rashly, even if we manage to kill him, if he were to perish alongside Xian Kong, it would be a tremendous loss for our Lei family. Upon hearing these words, the assembly fell into a profound silence. It is essential to recognize that Lei Xian Kong was not only the son of the family head, but also possessed the Nine Heavens Thunder Dragon physique, an imperial-grade constitution, and was the very hope of the Lei family. Even several elders of the clan held him in great esteem. Should any misfortune befall him, it would deal a significant blow to the entire Lei family. Master of the household, where is Gong Xinyao? Perhaps we could surrender her in exchange for Su Linyuan. At worst, we could eliminate both after the exchange, pondered an elder from the Lei family. His words instantly garnered agreement from several other elders. It was indeed a reasonable proposition. Safeguarding Xiankong's safety was paramount. Indeed. Yet, the countenance of Lei Tianzong, the patriarch seated in the main position, bore an expression of discontent. He sighed, "How I wish it were so, but Gong Xinyao has long since perished." As he spoke, Lei Tianzong cast a glance at his younger brother, Lei Tianai, whose expression was a tapestry of complexity. In the past, Lei Tianai had fallen deeply in love with Gong Xinyao and had pledged an engagement with the Gong family. However, she had subsequently fled from Zhongzhou, disappearing without a trace, leaving Lei Tianai profoundly affected. Years later, members of the Gong family returned Gong Xinyao from the eastern wilderness and brought her back to the Lei family. Lei Tianai was overjoyed, even though he was aware that she had married and borne children. His affection for her remained unaltered. On the day he had prepared to wed Gong Xinyao, she tragically took her own life. This moment delivered a devastating blow to Lei Tianai. He had never anticipated that the beloved whom he had waited for so long would choose to end her life on their wedding day, inflicting a deeper wound upon his heart. Nevertheless, despite her demise, there remained a chance to revive her. Thus, Lei Tianai ventured to the forbidden grounds of the Lei family, seeking the aid of the ancestral spirits to resurrect Gong Xinyao. Yet upon seeing her, the ancestor harbored ulterior motives. He discerned that Gong Xinyao possessed an exceptionally rare constitution, which would greatly facilitate his own ascension in power. Consequently, the ancestor forcibly took her corpse back to the forbidden grounds to extract and refine her primordial essence before it dissipated. As time rewound, the scene of that fateful day replayed in Lei Tianya's mind. Given another opportunity, he would choose not to seek a union with the Gong family. In doing so, Xinyao would have lived. Noticing Lei Tianya's descent into silence, Lei Tianzong spoke. "Enough. This time, Su Linyuan has provoked our Lei family, and we must demonstrate our true strength. You all prepare accordingly. I will summon an ancestor from the forbidden grounds. With a perfected Emperor Realm ancestor intervening, Su Linyuan shall not stir up any tempest." The distinction between the late-stage Emperor Realm and a perfected one is not merely a matter of words. The disparity in combat power is colossal. A perfected Emperor Realm warrior can effortlessly vanquish numerous late-stage Emperor Realm opponents. Hearing this, the elders' faces lit with delight as they clasped their hands in agreement. Yes. With that, they dispersed to make preparations. "Tianai, you need not partake in this battle. Remain here to guard the family." After the others had departed, Lei Tianzong placed a reassuring hand on Lei Tianya's shoulder. However, the previously silent Lei Tianai suddenly lifted his head. "Brother, I wish to see what kind of man Xinyao has married. If I do not go, my heart shall remain restless." 2 decades ago, Lei Tianai was profoundly affected by matters concerning Gong Xinyao, causing a stagnation in his cultivation, leaving him still trapped in the mid-imperial realm, unable to make any progress. It is worth noting that Lei Tianya's talent for cultivation once surpassed that of Lei Tianzong. Witnessing this, Lei Tianzong could only let out a deep sigh, then patted him on the shoulder, saying, "If that is the case, let's go together." Before long, Lei Tianzong ventured into the forbidden grounds to summon an ancient ancestor from seclusion. In a mere quarter of an hour, thousands of spiritual ships soared into the air above the Lei family estate, heading straight for the chaotic Star Sea, with dozens of Imperial Realm experts and hundreds of Saint Realm masters aboard. The overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire central state. The Lei family was truly making a serious move this time. Chapter 96. Comprehending the five-path sword intent. Central State, deep within the chaotic Star Sea. In just a day or two, countless martial artists flocked from various directions within Central State, all eager to witness this unprecedented spectacle. Undoubtedly, this battle would be etched into the annals of history. Curiosity was palpable among the masses. Numerous Imperial Realm experts stood suspended in the air, their gazes directed toward the depths of the chaotic Star Sea. However, a colossal formation flag obstructed their view. The Big Dipper Star Formation flag spanned hundreds of miles deep within the chaotic Star Sea, preventing many Imperial Realm experts from peering in. And those beneath the Imperial Realm lacked even the courage to take a glimpse. Within the formation, the clangor of sword intent resonated ominously, filling the air with a pervasive aura of sharpness. Had it not been for the barrier of the Big Dipper Star Formation flag, the overwhelming sword energy would have undoubtedly ravaged the surrounding tens of thousands of miles. Even Imperial Realm warriors would find it difficult to escape unscathed. Inside the formation, Lei Xiankong, Lei Lai, and Su Ruoli stood in stunned silence, utterly dumbfounded by the terrifying display unveiled by Su Linyuan. Suddenly, Su Linyuan moved, raising his hand to grasp his sword, then sweeping it through the air. This strike was named Reincarnation. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated throughout the Big Dipper star formation flag, causing it to tremble violently. Fortunately, Su Linyuan did not unleash his full power. Otherwise, the formation might not have been able to withstand such formidable sword intent. Yet, this singular strike instantly transformed Lei Xuankong's expression, his face turning pale as he realized that Su Linyuan had comprehended sword intent. Moreover, it was not just any ordinary sword intent. It was imbued with the essence of reincarnation. As the foremost member of the Lei family, although Lei Xuankong's current strength was lacking, his acumen was sharp. He immediately discerned that Su Linyuan was grasping the intricacies of sword intent, and that previous strike contained the power of reincarnation. Sword intent represents the pinnacle of a warrior's swordsmanship, leading to the comprehension of a profound realm, where one's technique reaches its zenith and can transform into a path. This realm is a crucial threshold for Imperial Realm warriors as they transition from the late stage to the perfect stage of the Imperial Realm. Only those who master this profound realm have the opportunity to ascend to perfection in the Imperial Realm, which explains why the perceived difference between the late Imperial Realm and the perfect Imperial Realm seems minimal, yet is, in reality, a chasm apart. This profound realm is indeed the key. As Su Linyuan mastered the essence of the reincarnation sword intent, he held the key to transcending the pinnacle of the Emperor Realm. Yet this was merely the beginning. In the astonished gaze of Lei Xiankong, Su Linyuan swung his second sword. This sword was named Thunder Prison, with a resounding boom. As Su Linyuan unleashed it, the power of lightning surged forth, transforming into the ethereal silhouette of a thunderous prison. The gates swung wide open, and countless thunder chains adorned with golden blade patterns burst forth, accompanied by a thunderous roar that shook the very heavens and earth. The third sword, known as Ice Soul, the long sword twisted, its lightning power abruptly dissipating, replaced by an unrelenting chill. The Ice Soul sword intent morphed into a colossal ice phoenix, its wings unfurling as countless icy blades cascaded from its feathers, raining down upon the sky like a tempest. In an instant, within the constellation of the Big Dipper, it seemed as if time and space had been entirely frozen. The fourth sword, called Sovereign, a golden sword intent soared into the heavens from the blade, a supreme power suffused with boundless dominance. The fifth sword, named Causality, countless intricate lines of causality manifested upon the blade, and in an instant, the sword's energy concealed itself, appearing to dissipate without effect. Yet in truth, it was the power of causality operating in the shadows, the sword energy intertwining with fate, striking lethally in silence. These five sword intents coalesced into five radiant lights, swirling around Su Linyuan. He opened his eyes, his pupils radiating a terrifying killing intent. After a moment, a smile graced his lips. Truly, as the essence of the sword path, even a mere thread allowed me to comprehend five sword intents. Reincarnation, sword intent. Thunder Prison, sword intent. Ice Soul, sword intent. Sovereign, sword intent. Causality, sword intent. Each of these five sword intents was derived from his myriad techniques, enhanced by the foundation of the sword path. It must be noted that each of these five sword intents is an aspiration coveted by countless warriors, with many spending their entire lives unable to grasp even one, including many formidable figures trapped at the pinnacle of the Emperor Realm. Yet, Su Linyuan, through sheer will, had comprehended all five. Should this news spread, it would surely cause a tremor throughout the entire central continent. At this moment, he appeared unchanged in cultivation, but in reality, his combat prowess had surged by several dozen times. This resplendent sword intent was more than sufficient to annihilate even the most accomplished Emperor Realm experts. After all, those at the peak of the Emperor Realm relied solely on their personal insights, and Su Linyuan possessed no less than five. He sheathed his sword, a smile lingering on his lips, as he turned his gaze towards Lei Xiankong and the other two. At this moment, the three were utterly dumbfounded. However, unlike the surprise of Su Yuri and Lei Lai, Lei Xiankong felt a pang of fear in his heart. What troubled him was not whether he could survive Su Linyuan's wrath, but whether the Lei family could endure the repercussions of his vengeance. Previously, Lei Xiankong had never entertained such thoughts, No matter how formidable the opponent, he had never believed that the Lei family would face annihilation. But now, his conviction wavered. The sheer terror of Su Linyuan mastering five-sword intense was overwhelming. Such a spectacle was something he had never witnessed in the annals of history spanning hundreds of thousands of years across the continent. Congratulations to the esteemed senior for achieving mastery and comprehending the essence of the sword. Lei Lai promptly offered a flattering remark, genuinely elated rather than insincerely. After all, he had betrayed the Lei family, and if Su Linyuan were to be slain by the Lei family's formidable warriors, he too would be unable to escape death. The stronger Su Linyuan became, the more hope Lei Lai had for his own survival. As for the fates of others within the family, that was beyond Lei Lai's concern. All that mattered was his own continued existence. Su Ruoli also clasped her hands in congratulations. Su Linyuan smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Just then, a resonant humming sound emanated from beyond the array flags. A scene that obscured the sun and shadowed the sky unfolded before everyone's eyes as the once clear heavens grew dim, filled with the thunderous hum of spiritual vessels echoing through the clouds. Su Linyuan glanced back, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. They have finally arrived. Indeed, beyond the array flags, the Lei family's spiritual vessels had reached the chaotic star sea, swiftly surrounding the array flags, with Lei family warriors descending from the vessels. The presence of dozens of Imperial-level auras instantly exerted an overwhelming pressure across the entire chaotic star sea. Countless warriors stared blankly towards the direction of the Lei family, their eyes glimmering with profound astonishment. It was simply unimaginable that the Lei family would mobilize such a multitude of powerful figures all at once. My goodness, the Lei family has unleashed dozens of Imperial-level warriors. Nearly half of their high-end combat strength has come forth. This is a rarity throughout the ages. Who could deny it? Such power is sufficient to sweep away many first-rate forces. It seems that Su Linyuan has truly kicked a hornet's nest. His demise is certain. There will undoubtedly be no place for him to find rest. The crowd buzzed with conversation. Qin Shengfeng stood amidst them, his face etched with anxiety. After all, with the Lei family deploying so many strong fighters, Su Linyuan's predicament was all too clear. Chapter 97. Xianxia is dead. What purpose does the Lei family serve in remaining alive? How intriguing. I am keen to witness how Su Linyuan will navigate this crisis. Among the crowd, Shui Zhengfei hovered gracefully in the air, a smile gracing her features as she gazed towards the array flags. She too had not anticipated the Lei family would make such a grand move, mobilizing nearly half of their strength. With such audacity, they could easily annihilate not just an Imperial-level mid-tier warrior, but potentially several first-rate forces. Even if she wished to intervene, it would likely be a case of wanting to help, but lacking the means. On another side, 3 Imperial-level figures from the Gong family displayed their excitement. This is wonderful. The Lei family will surely flay Su Linyuan alive. I cannot wait to witness his cries of despair. Gong Changkong exclaimed with enthusiasm. Gong Wanqing shared his sentiments, a smile curling at his lips as though he could already envision Su Linyuan begging for mercy. Not only they, but the Wanfo Temple and Tai Star Palace also had powerful figures observing the unfolding scene. From the Wanfo Temple, Monk Zhihai sighed, Ba. It is truly a pity that such a naturally gifted individual cannot enter our Wanfo Temple. The number of powerful warriors from the Lei family is overwhelming. He did not possess the courage to snatch anyone away under the watchful eyes of so many Imperial-level Lei family warriors. Above the clouds, the family head remarked, This array flag is Su Linyuan's means. He must be hiding within its protection. Lei Zhengxian pointed towards the battle flag ahead, recalling vividly the moment when Su Linyuan had utilized this very flag during their encounter. This flag of the high-grade Imperial array indeed showcased Su Linyuan's formidable hidden prowess. Lei Tianzong squinted slightly, his voice cold as he remarked, How can a mere rogue cultivator from the eastern wilderness possess such capabilities? He must have acquired some ancient legacy. Yet, as the esteemed head of the Lei family, I hold such so-called ancient legacies in disdain. After all, what legacy could possibly compare to that of my Lei family? Utterly laughable. Let a few of the elders test the power of this formation. Yes, upon his command, 8 elders of the Lei family stepped forth. Among them were 3 in the late Imperial realm and 5 in the mid-Imperial realm. The 5 figures plummeted swiftly, charging towards the northern Dipper Star formation flag. As they approached within several dozen yards, they struck simultaneously. Boom! 8 beams of light surged forth from various directions, targeting the 8 points of the northern Dipper Star Formation flag. In an instant, the chaotic sea of stars roiled violently, with waves crashing, sending tremors across thousands of miles, causing numerous powerful beings to sway unsteadily. The northern Dipper Star Formation flag trembled momentarily, but quickly regained its composure. As the 8 attacks dissipated, the flag remained utterly unscathed. Not far away, Lei Tianzong's brow furrowed slightly, his displeasure palpable. He had not anticipated the flag's defensive capabilities to exceed his expectations. Just as he was about to dispatch more individuals to engage, a humming sound resonated. The next moment, the flag unexpectedly unfurled. The onlookers gazed into the interior of the flag, their faces reflecting astonishment. Su Linyuan hovered in midair, while Lei Xianxia was bound by ropes, unable to move. Moreover, Su Linyuan's long sword was poised at his throat. Su Linyuan, how dare you show such disrespect to the young master of the Lei family? An elder from the Lei family thundered, his voice echoing like thunder through the skies. Witnessing this scene, Su Linyuan smiled rather than fuming, calmly addressing Lei Tianzong. You must be Lei Tianzong, the head of the Lei family? Lei Lai had already conveyed all pertinent information about the Lei family to Su Linyuan, including the appearances and temperaments of the family head and the elders. Lei Tianzong was not taken aback. He looked down from his elevated position, his gaze tranquil. Indeed, you possess remarkable audacity. In over several 100,000 years, you are the first to provoke my Lei family so boldly. Here is my proposition. If you release my son, we shall consider today's incident settled, and I will make no further inquiries. What do you say? His tone was calm, seemingly confident. Yet Su Linyuan astutely detected a hint of barely perceptible tension in his voice. He was afraid of what might befall Lei Xianxia. After all, as his biological father, the potential loss of his most cherished offspring would undoubtedly weigh heavily on him. Moreover, should Lei Xianxia perish, it would not only inflict a significant blow to the reputation of the Lei family, but also severely tarnish the standing of Lei Tianzong himself. Thus, he could not possibly allow such a calamity to unfold. However, Su Linyuan merely scoffed, declaring, releasing him is one thing, but you must surrender Xianxia. As soon as Su Linyuan's words fell, both Lei Tianzong and Lei Tianai, along with the elders of the Lei family, felt a jolt within their hearts. Ultimately, this predicament had to be confronted. If possible, Lei Tianzong would have wished that Xianxia was still alive, for that would allow for the recovery of Lei Xianxia. Alas, once a life is extinguished, it cannot be rekindled. Release my son, Lei Tianzong insisted, and I, Lei Tianzong, shall guarantee, by my honor and the reputation of the Lei family, that Xianxia will be personally delivered to you. What say you? Yet, such trivial ploys could hardly deceive Su Linyuan. With a cold smile, a murderous intent flickered in his eyes as the blade of his hand grazed Lei Xuankong's neck, causing a spurt of crimson to erupt. This action sent a wave of terror through the members of the Lei family. Lei Tianzong, Su Linyuan derided. Do not embarrass yourself with these petty tactics. Where is my wife, Xianxia? I demand to see her alive or dead. Surrender her to me, and I will grant you but 10 breaths of time. Fail to comply, and your son shall undoubtedly meet his demise today. With that, he tightened his grip on the sword and began to count down. 10, 9. Witnessing this scene, Lei Tianzong and the elders of the Lei family were left dumbfounded. They had never anticipated Su Linyuan to be so resolute. Was it truly worth it for a woman? Yet, clearly, this was not the time for such reflections. They exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. At that moment, Lei Tianai gritted his teeth and stepped forward, stating, Xianxia has been dead for 20 years. With this utterance, silence engulfed the heavens and the earth, and Su Linyuan's countdown ceased abruptly, leaving only the howling of the wind, which rustled Su Linyuan's garments. He stood frozen, momentarily lost in thought. Although he had suspected Xianxia had met with misfortune, hearing the confirmation from another's lips struck him with a different sensation. Su Linyuan's voice turned icy. Relate to me the events as they transpired. Should there be even a hint of falsehood, I shall execute Lei Xianxia here and now. Faced with Su Linyuan's menacing threat, Lei Tianai dared not gamble with his nephew's life and promptly responded, 20 years ago, Xianxia was taken back by the Gong family and forced into marriage with me. But on the day of the wedding banquet, she chose to take her own life. Take her own life? Su Linyuan's pupils constricted. This was indeed an act that Gong Xianxia could commit. Why did you not save her? Su Linyuan's voice cracked, laced with a desperate fury. I tried to save her, but her constitution was unique. The ancestor took a fancy to her and sought to extract her source power to advance his cultivation. I was powerless to intervene. Extract Xianxiao's source power to break through to a new level of cultivation. Suddenly, Su Linyuan's mind was shaken profoundly, and an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanated from him, his hoarse voice reverberating through the heavens. Xianxia is dead. Then what purpose does the Lei family serve in this world? Chapter 98. The essence of intent. I possess it as well. Su Linyuan's icy voice seemed to arise from the depths of the abyss, sending chills down spines. This time, he was genuinely enraged. A dragon possesses a reverse scale. To touch it is to invite death, and Xianxia was that scale for him. A wife who had accompanied him for so many years and bore him offspring had not only taken her own life in the Lei family, but had also been stripped of her essence by its members. How could Su Linyuan remain composed? In an instant, the space around him trembled, and a tempest of sword energy intertwined throughout the sky, his imperial aura nearly uncontrollable, stirring the entire firmament. Within a radius of several thousand miles centered around him, martial artists below the imperial realm trembled uncontrollably. Even those of lesser imperial lineage felt their hearts constrict. The one most deeply affected was Lei Xiankong. Being closest to Su Linyuan and possessing lesser cultivation, he found himself utterly incapable of resisting such a terrifying presence. His body shook incessantly, and the terror in his eyes was unmistakable. Su Linyuan, Xianxia, is already dead. The ship has sailed. There is no point in further debate. Instead, how about this? If you release Xiankong I Lei Tianxia, vow in the name of the Lei family to erase all previous grievances and offer you compensation. What do you think? Seeing Su Linyuanese un settling state, Lei Tianxia, fearing for Xiankong's safety, hastily spoke. As soon as he finished, Lei Tianzong behind him also nodded in agreement. Indeed, if you release my son, we shall wipe the slate clean. The Lei family will not make things difficult for you. As the head of the Lei family, Lei Tianzong's words carried significant weight. However, Su Linyuan suddenly raised his head, his gaze a deep crimson, like a ferocious beast fixated on the Lei family. His eyes held no trace of emotion, only boundless killing intent. Compensation? That is acceptable. He let out a grim laugh, his voice hoarse. Upon hearing this, the members of the Lei family couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. As long as Su Linyuan was willing to discuss compensation, it indicated that there was still room for negotiation. If they could negotiate, Xiankong's life would not be in peril. Lei Tianzong's expression brightened, and he quickly inquired, "You say any compensation that the Lei family can fulfill will not be reneged upon." At this moment, even if Su Linyuan demanded all the Lei family's cultivation resources, Lei Tianzong would not refuse. After all, agreeing was one thing, delivering was another. As long as they could safely rescue Xiankong, Su Linyuan would hold no value, and he would undoubtedly perish. Hearing this, Su Linyuan sneered coldly. "I want every member of the Lei family to take their own lives. Every member to take their own lives." Upon hearing Su Linyuan's words, everyone present was left utterly dumbfounded. A radiant smile once gracing Lei Tianzong's face abruptly solidified as an overwhelming fury surged within him. How outrageous! This young man dared to mock him, an act of sheer audacity. Not far away, the formidable figures from various factions were equally astonished by Su Linyuan's bold declaration. Initially, they presumed Su Linyuan would concede, yet this audacious individual displayed not only defiance, but also a willingness to toy with the Lei family. What hidden cards did he possess that emboldened him to such reckless abandon? Was he truly prepared to disregard life and death for the sake of his so-called deceased wife? Shui Jingfei's gaze was profound, her tranquil eyes stirred by a ripple of emotion. She had long considered herself quite mad, with many in the Central Plains referring to her as the Mad Woman, a title she wore with pride. However, in comparison to Su Linyuan today, she felt remarkably sane. After all, were she to find herself in Su Linyuan's current predicament, she could not fathom such insanity. Perhaps, in the presence of Su Linyuan, she was simply not mad enough. Meanwhile, powerful figures such as Gong Wanqing and Zhihai the monk furrowed their brows, displaying expressions of astonishment. No one could have anticipated that Su Linyuan would wage war against the Lei family over a deceased woman, an act deemed utterly foolish. Even Gong Changkong, Gong Xinyao biological father, scoffed disdainfully, harboring no thoughts of avenging Gong Xinyao. After all, With numerous offspring, although Gong Xinyao possessed commendable talent, she failed to capture his attention. Her greatest utility lay in a potential alliance with the Lei family. Yet, that wayward daughter had disregarded both her own and her family's commands, fleeing on her wedding day from the Central Plains. On that day, Gong Changkong was infuriated, wishing he could retrieve her and exact punishment. Later, when Gong Xinyao's whereabouts were revealed, Gong Changkong dispatched individuals to bring her back to the Lei family, expecting her to relish the benefits of the alliance. To his utter disbelief, this wayward girl, unrepentant, chose to take her own life. Fortunately, her unique constitution caught the attention of the Lei family's ancestor, who absorbed her essence. Thus, rather than seeking vengeance against the Gong family, the Lei family, out of guilt, compensated them handsomely. The exquisite imperial artifact presented at Wanqing's birthday banquet was but one example of this reparative gesture. In a sense, this wayward daughter had contributed something to the Gong family, dying in a manner befitting her circumstances. Regaining his composure, Gong Changkong cast a disdainful glance at Su Linyuan and sneered, utterly foolish. Lei Tianzong trembled with rage, pointing at Su Linyuan and bellowing, "Su Linyuan, do you truly wish for death?" With a cold laugh, Su Linyuan retorted, "We shall see if the Lei family possesses that capability. However, before I perish, you shall meet your end first." As his words fell, Su Linyuan, uninterested in further conversation, abruptly descended with his sword, aiming straight for Lei Xinkong. With Gong Xinyao deceased, he harbored no intention of sparing the Lei family. All of them were destined to die, and thus, the reckoning would commence with the very first of the Lei family. "Stop, you insolent wretch!" The elders of the Lei family, Lei Tianzong and Lei Tianai, were instantly filled with anguish, their eyes reddening as they shouted in anger. However, they were too far away from Lei Xinkong to render any aid, and could only watch helplessly. At that moment, a voice, ancient and resonant, thundered forth, "Impudent!" Following this, the sea of clouds beneath Su Linyuan surged, and a column of water transformed into an ice spear, hurtling toward him with such swiftness that it left one momentarily stunned. Clearly, the assailant had been lying in wait for this precise opportunity. Yet, Su Linyuan merely sneered. He had long sensed the disturbance beneath the distant sea. The hidden strength of his opponent was formidable, but with his profound understanding of five-sword intents, Su Linyuan possessed an acute perception. The individual concealed beneath the ocean harbored an essence that could not escape his notice. This person was undoubtedly an ancestral figure from the Lei family at the pinnacle of the emperor rank. With a swift motion, Su Linyuan unleashed his sword, cleaving the ice spear in twain. In an instant, an aged figure emerged from the depths of the sea, tearing through space to stand before Su Linyuan. The ultimate of ice. A thunderous roar echoed, and behind him, the ocean transformed into countless ice spears, the cold piercing to the bone, seemingly freezing the very fabric of space. Su Linyuan's eyes remained tranquil, devoid of panic, as he coldly proclaimed, "Essence, you say? I possess it as well." Chapter 99. Su Linyuan slays the first sequence of the Lei family. With a derisive laugh, Su Linyuan raised his hand and unleashed a terrifying sword intent that shot forth like a bolt. The Ice Soul Sword Intent. This technique not only encompassed the essence of the sword but also that of ice. While it was true that in terms of the icy essence alone, Su Linyuan could not match the Lei family's elder, the intent he invoked fused both the icy and sword essences. The intricate blending of these two profound essences yielded formidable power. As soon as Su Linyuan's Ice Soul Sword Intent left his body, it transformed into a pale blue sword rainbow, with delicate ice crystals swirling around it. Wherever it passed, the air crystallized into white frost flowers. With a resounding crash, the two opposing icy essences collided, unleashing a visible shockwave of cold that radiated from the point of impact. The once turbulent sea of clouds appeared to be frozen in time, the waves solidifying into colossal ice sculptures, with layers of ice crystals forming intricate patterns that mimicked the clouds above. The terrifying aftermath of their battle extended for thousands of miles, leaving the surrounding martial artists in a state of astonishment. Those beneath the Emperor realm hastily retreated, fearing injury from the overwhelming icy essence and sword energy. Even the mid-level Emperor realm warriors quickly activated their shields to defend against the oncoming force. The sheer terror of their clash was unmistakable. With a thunderous explosion, the air crackled, and Su Linyuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. his demeanor calm and composed, showing no signs of alarm. In stark contrast, the Lei family side was markedly different. An elder suddenly positioned himself before the Lei family members. His expression grave, his internal energy surging, and his gaze fixed on Su Linyuan, filled with disbelief. The individual in question is none other than the revered ancestor of the Lei family, Lei Bingfeng, renowned for his prowess thousands of years ago. He was a contemporary of Gong Wanqing and had once suffered defeat at the hands of the latter in his youth. However, the profound heritage of the Lei family enabled him to ascend to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, placing him in a position of unparalleled strength, far surpassing that of Gong Wanqing, with their respective statuses being as disparate as heaven and earth. Ancestor Bingfeng, are you unwell? Upon witnessing that Lei Bingfeng's strike had failed to subdue Su Linyuan, Lei Tianzong was immediately thrown into a state of alarm and hurriedly approached with concern. Lei Bingfeng waved his hand dismissively, yet his gaze towards Su Linyuan was laden with gravity. He had long concealed himself beneath the clouds, utilizing their cover to await the opportune moment to strike, intending to eliminate Su Linyuan in a single decisive blow. To his astonishment, this youth possessed an unfathomable strength. Not only had he been prepared, but he also navigated the assault with remarkable ease. This individual, merely at the mid-stage of the Emperor realm, had already mastered the concept of intent, specifically the formidable ice sword intent, an achievement that was nothing short of astonishing. A sense of heaviness weighed upon him, stemming from the realization that Su Linyuan's strength exceeded his expectations, compounded by the failure of his ambush, making the rescue of Lei Xiankong seem increasingly daunting. Meanwhile, when Lei Tianzong and the others learned that Su Linyuan had grasped the concept of intent, particularly the ice sword intent, their expressions were filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? Was it not said that only those who reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm could comprehend intent? This talent was indeed terrifying. Should this young man remain alive, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat to the Lei family in the future. The gaze of the Lei family members turned towards Su Linyuan, brimming with murderous intent. If Su Linyuan were to survive, he would inevitably pose a grave danger to them in time to come. Not far away, Xue Zhengfei discerned some underlying truths. Her lips slightly parted and her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. Sword intent. It is indeed sword intent. Initially, she believed that mastering intent upon entering the mid-stage of the Emperor realm would be remarkable. But she never anticipated that this individual at the mid-stage would already command ice sword intent. Truly fearsome. Xue Zhengfei was taken aback. It is essential to note that her formidable combat prowess, which allowed her to contend with the late-stage Emperor realm cultivator Zhihai, was primarily due to her mastery of a single intent. This mastery significantly enhanced her battle capabilities and served as the key to her future breakthrough to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. However, it was evident that Su Linyuan's innate talent and potential overshadowed her own. In another corner, Gong Wanqing's eyes widened in disbelief, his jealousy nearly spilling forth. Sword intent. He had toiled for years in pursuit of understanding and intent to achieve the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Yet, as his lifespan approached its twilight, he found himself unable to grasp even a single intent, while Su Linyuan, merely at the mid-stage, had already attained this level of mastery. How could he not feel envious? Oh, how unjust the heavens are! He lamented with a sigh, feeling the weight of his frustrations. At this moment, Su Linyuan, sword in hand, let out a cold chuckle. To my astonishment, the venerable ancestor of the Lei family has taken to covert ambushes. While such treachery may be expected, displaying such meager prowess is nothing short of disgraceful. You insolent wretch, how dare you? Lei Bingfeng was seething with rage, nearly spitting blood in fury. The audacity of this scoundrel to slander him was utterly detestable. Do not let your anger take hold, ancestor. Xiankong remains in his grasp. Lei Tianzong implored, frantic with fear that Su Linyuan might execute his son on the spot. At this, Lei Bingfeng managed to suppress his wrath. However, before he could negotiate terms with Su Linyuan, the latter suddenly activated his longsword. With a resounding crash, one swift strike severed Lei Xiankong's left arm, which plummeted into the abyss below, blood mist swirling in the wind. The anguished cries of Lei Xiankong echoed throughout the skies. The entire Lei family stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom Su Linyuan's decisive action to cleave off Lei Xiankong's limb before such an assembly. You dare! Lei Tianzong's eyes blazed with fury, his body trembling uncontrollably. If it were possible, he would have relished the opportunity to dismember Su Linyuan in his wrath. Yet, he found himself powerless. Su Linyuan, with the demise of Gong Xinyao. What must you do to release my son? He pleaded. If you are willing to spare Xian Kong any resources or treasures of cultivation, my Lei family shall provide. In his desperation to protect Lei Xiankong from further harm, Lei Tianzong spoke hastily. At this moment, he was consumed by panic, realizing that Su Linyuan was indeed a madman without equal. Yet, in response to Lei Tianzong's entreaty, Su Linyuan merely sneered and shook his head languidly. I require nothing at all. What I seek is the life of every member of the Lei family. Now, I shall grant you the grim pleasure of witnessing your son being methodically slain before your very eyes, allowing you to experience the agony I have endured. With that declaration, Su Linyuan wielded his blade once more. In an instant, the once mighty Lei family scion was rendered a mere shell of a man, devoid of all limbs. The surrounding expanse echoing solely with the harrowing wails of Lei Xiankong. Chapter 100. The Power of Thunder? How fortuitous! I possess some knowledge of it as well. Su Linyuan's actions left everyone in a state of shock. The myriad gazes directed at him were rife with conflicting emotions, terror, disbelief, and dread. Without a doubt, this display of brutality was beyond what anyone could have anticipated, even the Lei family. Such merciless slaughter of their foremost heir transcended mere provocation. It was a blatant affront. Not even the smallest of factions would endure such humiliation. A madman, a brazenly deranged individual. I never imagined there could exist someone more unhinged than myself in the Central Plains. Shuizheng Fei swallowed hard, her pupils dilating in shock. She could hardly comprehend that Su Linyuan was not only resolute in his murderous intent, but was also inflicting cruelty beyond measure. It was sheer oppression. Upon introspection, if she were in the shoes of Shuizheng Fei, even with tenfold courage, she would not dare to act as such. After all, she could not bear the consequences of a full-scale war between the fiery demonic palace and the Lei family. On another front, the esteemed powers of the Bao Wonking Ji Hai Tai E-Star Palace and various factions across the Central Plains were left utterly astonished, momentarily rendered speechless. In their hearts, an insidious fear of Su Linyuan began to take root. A being of such extraordinary strength, coupled with a reckless disregard for authority, is not one to be trifled with by any formidable adversary. Su Linyuan, I shall end your life. The sight of his beloved son being brutally slain caused Lei Tianzong's heart to bleed. It is essential to recognize the immense effort he and the entire Lei family invested in nurturing Lei Xiankong, only to have Su Linyuan render him a cripple, severing his limbs and obliterating his cultivation. Even should he miraculously survive, his future would be irrevocably shattered. How could one not be enraged? The fury of the Lei family elders ignited instantaneously, their murderous gazes fixated upon Su Linyuan. If mere glances could kill, it is likely that Su Linyuan would have perished countless times over. Yet, Su Linyuan remained unfazed, a cold smile curling upon his lips, a sinister curve revealing itself. Rest assured, it will soon be the turn of the rest of your Lei family. I have proclaimed that not a single one shall be spared. Oh, and let us not forget the Gong family, equally untouched. Though the Gong family is kin to Xinyao, had it not been for their foolishness, Xinyao would not have met her demise. Gong Changkong, her biological father, shamelessly profited from her death, reaping the benefits from the Lei family while having never truly cared for Xinyao. It was not merely Gong Changkong. Gong Wanking and the entirety of the Gong family regarded Xinyao merely as a bargaining chip, fixated solely on maximizing their gains from her. Such actions could not fail to incite Su Linyuan's wrath. As his words hung in the air, he wasted no time. His sword descended without hesitation. Boom! With a resounding crash, amidst Lei Xuankong's anguished cries and terrified gaze, he was swiftly slain. The first in the Lei family hierarchy, Lei Xiankong, had fallen. This scene profoundly shocked all present, sending tremors through the hearts of countless warriors. Many astute individuals, witnessing this spectacle, hurriedly retreated, aware that a fierce battle was imminent, one in which both sides would harbor a resolve to fight to the death. To draw too near would likely lead to being caught in the crossfire. Even the imperial powers of Shuizheng Fei, Ji Hai, and Tai E-Star Palace began to withdraw, clearing a vast battlefield. Lei Tianzong's fury surged violently within him. His eyes were crimson, barely containing the rage that threatened to erupt. He yearned to dismember Su Linyuan at that very moment. Su Linyuan, If I do not slay you today, I vow to forsake my humanity. Thunder holy dominosly as Lei Tianxuan Sect. All members of the Lei family. Heed my command. Eliminate Su Linyuan. Kill. In an instant, Lei Tianzong surged ahead, charging towards Su Linyuan, closely followed by dozens of elders from the Lei family. The ancestral figure, Lei Bingfeng, could hardly conceal his murderous intent as the icy cold of the millennium pierced the heavens, hurtling towards Su Linyuan. The sound echoed thunderously. At this moment, on the side of the Gong family, Gong Changkong trembled and asked, "Ancestral elder, what shall we do now?" Gong Wanqing's face turned ashen. His mind racing. We must eliminate Su Linyuan. The death of Lei Xiankong was indeed instigated by Gong Xinyao. If the Lei family slays Su Linyuan and then turns their wrath upon us, it would be disastrous. Thus, we must clearly demonstrate our stance by joining in the hunt for Su Linyuan. Moreover, if Su Linyuan remains alive, he will inevitably strike against our Gong family. Gong Wanqing, with his keen intellect, understood the gravity of the situation. The death of Lei Xiankong had ignited the Lei family's fury. If they were to kill Su Linyuan and then redirect their anger towards the Gong family, it would spell catastrophe. Therefore, it was imperative to make a grand display before all, ensuring that the Gong family would have no grounds for future hostility. As for the notion that Su Linyuan might emerge victorious, that was utterly inconceivable. The Lei family had deployed a fully realized imperial ancestor and dozens of other imperial figures, with 9 of them being at the pinnacle of the imperial realm. If such a formidable assembly could be vanquished by Su Linyuan, then what was the point of their cultivation? Gong Changkong, upon reflection, found wisdom in the ancestral elder's words. Thus the 2 of them, along with the grand elder of the Gong family, rushed towards Su Linyuan, proclaiming, "Su Linyuan, prepare to meet your demise. The Gong family shall not rest until you are vanquished." Their voices echoed through the skies, a testament to their loyalty. Upon witnessing this, Su Linyuan sneered disdainfully. "A bunch of worthless fools." Without hesitation, he summoned the sword formation, the rebirth and cycle sword formation. 3,000 long swords ascended around Su Linyuan, their blades reflecting a chilling light that instantly illuminated half the sky as a thunderous roar erupted. Just as Lei Tianzong reached the midpoint of his charge, he was brought to a halt by the terrifying pressure emanating from the sword formation. However, in the next moment, he stifled a grunt and launched his attack without retreat. Aurora sword feathers. The myriad sword energies shot forth like feathers, hurtling towards the sword formation. The other elders of the Lei family, witnessing this, also unleashed their attacks, while Lei Bingfeng activated his profound intent. An array of colorful assaults illuminated the entire sky. With a resounding crash, Su Linyuan's rebirth and cycle sword formation was instantaneously shattered. Observing this scene, Su Linyuan was not surprised. It had been anticipated. After all, although the sword formation was of superior imperial grade, it was simply unable to withstand the onslaught of numerous formidable adversaries, including the full strength of Lei Bingfeng. Moreover, the primary issue lay in the inferior quality of the swords within the formation. The 3,000 long swords were all imperial artifacts, and the power they could unleash would surely be several dozen times more terrifying than what had just transpired. Su Linyuan, if this is all you have at your disposal, then today you are undoubtedly doomed. Thunderous disdain escaped Lei Tianzong as he abruptly accelerated, appearing before Su Linyuan in an instant. Without uttering a word, he unleashed his thunderous technique, the Heavenly Thunder Technique. This formidable martial art of the Lei family belonged to the imperial class, renowned for its astonishing power. So Linyuan scoffed. "Ah, the force of lightning. I possess some knowledge of it as well." Chapter 101. The Terror of the Gung Metal Calamity Thunder. Su Linyuan's cold laughter reverberated as an overwhelming surge of thunderous energy enveloped him. The Gung Metal Calamity Thunder. The sky crackled with lightning, infused with a dense aura of lethal gung metal, far surpassing the thunderous technique employed by Lei Tianzong. Boom! The heavens echoed with thunder as countless bolts of lightning collided. Lei Tianzong was forcefully repelled by the Gung Metal Calamity Thunder, his technique rendered ineffective, as if it were nothing before Su Linyuan. His expression shifted dramatically as he hastily channeled his imperial energy for defense. However, while Lei Tianzong managed to withstand the onslaught, the early and mid-stage elders of the Lei family were not so fortunate. This was an imperial-grade anomaly, far beyond their capacity to endure. With a series of splatters, Several elders from the Lei family were severely injured by Su Linyuan's gung metal calamity thunder, blood spewing from their mouths. 2 early-stage elders, having advanced too recklessly, perished under the force of this strike. Witnessing this, Gong Wanqing and the others turned pale, though they remained safe at the rear, protected by the elders up front. Yet, as they beheld Su Linyuan's terrifying capabilities, they hesitated, rooted in place, wary of the unfolding chaos. The sky was ablaze with intertwining lightning. The gung metal's murderous intent saturating the atmosphere, even hindering the path of Lei Bingfeng, the ancestral elder of the Lei family. How could this be? The retreating Lei Tianzong expressed disbelief, his gaze fixated on the power of lightning before him. This is an anomaly? And of imperial-grade quality. How could he possess such a level of anomaly? The Lei family, masters of thunder, possessed an acute discernment regarding lightning. Thus Lei Tianzong instantly recognized that Su Linyuan's technique was indeed an imperial-grade anomaly. Such celestial anomalies he had only glimpsed within the ancient texts of the Lei family, never having witnessed one firsthand. It was said that an ancestor of the Lei family had once wielded such power over 100,000 years ago. Believing it to be extinct, he was astonished to find that someone in this era could still possess it. Not only Lei Tianzong, but also Lei Bingfeng and the other elders of the Lei family realized the high caliber of Su Linyuan's anomaly, their minds igniting with thoughts of avarice. Initially driven by mere intent to kill, they now felt an overwhelming desire. Who among them would not covet an imperial-grade anomaly? Especially for martial artists of the Lei family, for whom this was an unparalleled opportunity. Thus, the members of the Lei family, including Lei Tianzong, were increasingly fervent in their desire to eliminate Su Linyuan. Should they succeed in slaying him, they would acquire the high-grade imperial thunder that resided within him. Elder, this Su Linyuan has evidently stumbled upon some extraordinary opportunity to possess such a high-grade imperial thunder. If we can vanquish him, our Lei family shall claim this treasure. In a flash, Lei Tianzong appeared before Lei Bingfeng. At that moment, the sorrow in his heart, due to the demise of Lei Xiankong, was somewhat alleviated, and his gaze towards Su Linyuan was predominantly one of avarice. After all, as the head of the Lei family, should he seize this high-grade imperial thunder from Su Linyuan, he would be the first to consume and refine it. If he could succeed in this endeavor, achieving the pinnacle of the imperial realm would be effortless for him. Lei Bingfeng recognized the gravity of the situation and nodded. Rest assured, this youth is doomed today. However, before he could take any action, Su Linyuan could no longer restrain himself, and the Qingming sword emerged from its sheath. You lot are useless. Since you hesitate, I shall take matters into my own hands. He had no time to waste with these ineffectual individuals. Today marked the beginning of his rampage. As soon as Su Linyuan's words fell, he tore through space, charging towards one of the mid-stage imperial elders of the Lei family, the closest target to him. Gungjin Tribulation Thunder. The power of the Tribulation Thunder manifested once more, causing the elder to be taken aback, hastily channeling his imperial energy to defend. Yet, Su Linyuan's figure silently appeared beside him, a cold smile gracing his lips. Sword Intent. Boom! A resplendent sword intent surged forth, aimed directly at the Lei family elder, already overwhelmed by the Gungjin Tribulation Thunder. He dared not divert his attention to counter Su Linyuan's sword attack. Moreover, if he could barely withstand the Gungjin Tribulation Thunder, there was no way he could fend off the Ice Soul Sword Intent. Poof! In an instant, a mid-stage imperial elder of the Lei family fell. Witnessing this scene, Gong Wanjing, Gong Changkong, and the elder of the Gong family collectively gasped in disbelief. Heavens, this is astonishing. To slay a mid-stage imperial powerhouse with such ease. It was important to note that Gong Changkong was also merely at the mid-stage of the imperial realm, and he was even weaker than the elder who had just been defeated. If Su Linyuan wished to kill him, it would undoubtedly be an even simpler task. Elder, shall we retaliate? Gong Changkong's voice trembled with trepidation. To speak candidly, he was frightened, terrified that Su Linyuan might strike him down with a single sword. Gong Wanjing hesitated as well. Reflecting on the recent days, Su Linyuan had not exhibited such formidable power at the Gong family's birthday banquet. Yet in just a few short days, his strength had surged to such an unimaginable degree. If given a few more days, it was conceivable that even a perfected imperial expert would struggle to withstand him. Even the seasoned late-stage Emperor Realm expert, Gong Wanqing, felt a twinge of trepidation. After a moment of contemplation, he advised, hold on a moment, do not rush forward. If the situation takes a turn for the worse, we must flee immediately. And separate as we do so, he prepared for the worst. Should the circumstances prove dire, the three of them would disperse and escape. Of course, this scenario would mean that dozens of Emperor Realm experts from the Lei family had suffered a catastrophic defeat at the hands of Su Linyuan. Yet Gong Wanqing did not believe such an outcome was likely. In the distance, Xue Zhengfei, Zhihai, and other late-stage Emperor Realm experts discerned the underlying truth. Su Linyuan's prowess had surged several-fold, perhaps even tenfold, in just a few days. How had this young man cultivated so rapidly, achieving such remarkable progress in so short a time, and wielding a superior-grade lightning essence? Xue Zhengfei's captivating gaze remained fixated on Su Linyuan, unable to divert her attention even for a moment. At this instant, she was utterly captivated by him, as if he harbored endless secrets that beckoned exploration. Meanwhile, Zhihai could not help but take a few steps back. The strength Su Linyuan had just exhibited instilled a profound fear even in him. In that moment, a thought surged within Zhihai's mind: escape. However, this notion was fleeting as he forcibly suppressed it. After all, with the ancient ancestor Lei Bingfeng present, Su Linyuan was surely doomed today. Chapter 102. Su Linyuan actually possesses two sword intentions? What audacity! A mere mid-stage Emperor Realm expert, having only grasped one sword intention, dares to be so arrogant. Today, I shall show you the true profundity of the essence. Lei Bingfeng let out a muffled grunt, his eyes flashing with a chilling light. To be frank, even he had to concede that Su Linyuan's talent was extraordinary. A mere mid-stage Emperor Realm expert could indeed master a profound intention, particularly one as difficult as the ice-based sword intent. Such talent, if not extinguished, would undoubtedly see him become a perfected Emperor Realm expert in the future, posing a significant threat to the Lei family. Fortunately, he was merely a mid-stage Emperor Realm practitioner. In terms of cultivation level, Su Linyuan fell short of him, and in terms of comprehension of intentions, he was even further behind. Thus, Lei Bingfeng did not believe he would be defeated. You all retreat. I shall personally slay this boy. Lei Bingfeng snorted coldly, as Lei Tianzong, Lei Tianai, and the other elders of the Lei family withdrew, forming a vast encirclement to trap the two, ensuring Su Linyuan could not escape. Brother, do you think the ancestor can win? Lei Tianai felt a sense of uncertainty gnawing at him. Before their arrival, he had harbored endless imaginings about Gong Xingyao's husband, yet deep down, he still did not believe Su Linyuan could survive today. However, after witnessing Su Linyuan's terrifying talent and combat strength, his perspective began to shift. This was a complete madman, and a particularly gifted and formidable one at that. Hearing this, Lei Tianzong initially intended to respond with certainty, but after a moment of contemplation, he hesitated. It should be fine, right? The two ceased their conversation and turned their gazes toward the unfolding scene. Su Linyuan grasped the Qingming sword, his silhouette standing tall amidst the clouds. Lei Bingfeng, with a stern expression, brandished an ice spear that materialized in his hand. This artifact was a superior imperial weapon, the purple extreme ice spear, an embodiment of the ultimate chill. As Lei Bingfeng's words faded, the spear thrust fiercely into the void. Imperial energy of the perfected realm surging into its body like a tidal wave, causing pale purple ice patterns to instantly spread across the spear's blade. In that moment, countless phantoms of the purple extreme ice spear surged forth from a void. Though these were mere illusions, the aura radiating from each was terrifying enough to annihilate ordinary Imperial Realm experts. The surrounding space twisted under the intense cold, light itself seemingly frozen in place, exuding a dreadful atmosphere that extinguished all vitality. This was Lei Bingfeng's trump card, a testament to his formidable mastery over the realm of intent. Thunder rumbled. In an instant, myriad phantoms of the purple extreme ice spear converged towards Su Linyuan with such speed and density that evasion was impossible. Standing atop the clouds, Su Linyuan could not help but reveal a hint of astonishment. This old man appeared to be far stronger than he had anticipated. However, this presented a perfect opportunity to test his current strength. With a cold laugh, he summoned forth a faint blue sword intent from the blade of the Qingming sword. Ice Soul Sword Intent. The air was filled with an explosion of Ice Soul Sword Intent, colliding directly with the countless purple extreme ice spears. At the moment of impact, the world seemed to descend into absolute stillness, where the Ice Soul Sword Intent clashed with the phantoms of the ice spears. A visibly freezing shockwave radiated outward in a circular motion, solidifying the rolling sea of clouds into massive ice formations. The mountains below were enveloped in a frigid aura, their rocks rendered brittle, shattering into icy fragments at the slightest touch. Seeing this, Lei Bingfeng's lips curled into a slight smirk, a cold smile gracing his face. Su Linyuan, your eye sword intent is indeed remarkable, but to attempt to shatter my realm of intent with it is a futile endeavor. It was true that Su Linyuan's strength was formidable, a fact that Lei Bingfeng could not deny. Yet, there remained a significant gap between them. Su Linyuan was well aware that relying solely on his ice soul sword intent would likely be insufficient to withstand Lei Bingfeng's assault, given the latter's years of experience mastering the realm of intent. Nevertheless, he displayed no hint of panic, instead smiling as he declared, "Who told you that I possess only one sword intent?" At his words, Lei Bingfeng's expression turned to one of astonishment, while the members of the Lei family and the imperial experts watching from above were equally stunned. "What is this? You have a second sword intent? How is that possible?" Without further ado, Su Linyuan shifted the direction of the Qingming sword. The blade, initially covered in frost and emanating a blue glow, now crackled with arcs of electricity, as endless lightning patterns spread across its surface. Thunder Prison Sword Intent. In an instant, the long sword summoned the thunder, unleashing a sword intent that surged forth, accompanied by a torrent of lightning. Countless bolts erupted from the blade of the Qingming sword, not mere flashes of lightning, but imbued with the formidable essence of the Thunder Prison Sword intent. Golden calamity, thunder intertwined with dark purple netherworld lightning, coalescing in the air into a majestic phantom of a thunder prison. The prison gates swung wide, and innumerable chains, entwined with lightning patterns, burst forth from within, each chain ending in sharp barbs, embodying the dual nature of confinement and obliteration. In that moment, the surrounding air crackled with the searing power of thunder, as even the previously frozen sea of clouds began to exhibit signs of melting. Boom! Boom! The sound of continuous explosions reverberated, as countless phantoms of purple ice spears were instantly shattered into fragments. The cold smile on Thunder Eye Seal's face froze, his pupils constricting in disbelief. Thunder Prison Sword Intent? Impossible. How could you possibly master two supreme sword intents simultaneously? It is known that both the Ice Soul Sword Intent and the Thunder Prison Sword Intent are pinnacle realms. For an ordinary individual, grasping even one such concept is akin to scaling the heavens. How could Su Linyuan, a mere mid-stage emperor, have comprehended two top-tier sword intents? Were it not witnessed with one's own eyes, none would believe it. Not only Thunder Eye Seal, but also Thunder Tianzong and Thunder Tianai, along with the elders of the Thunder Clan and all the emperor-level powerhouses above the Sea of Clouds, were left in stunned silence. A mid-stage emperor, a martial artist who had trained for over a century, mastering two supreme sword intents. What an extraordinary talent this was. Shui Zhengfei's beautiful eyes widened once more, astonished beyond measure, her vibrant red lips parting as she gasped for breath. Good heavens, this was truly extraordinary. How on earth did this young man achieve such a feat? How could there exist such a prodigy in this world? At that moment, Shui Zhengfei truly wished to peel away Su Linyuan's layers to uncover the secrets behind his abilities. On the other side, Zhihai was equally shocked, nearly having his eyes pop out, filled with anxiety and confusion. Why had this young man concealed such a trump card during the recent birthday banquet and even fled? Could it be that he had not yet mastered the sword intent at that time, and that these two sword intents were only acquired in the past few days? The moment this thought arose, Zhihai dismissed it without hesitation. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even our ancient Buddha from the 10,000 Buddha Temple has never exhibited such monstrous talent. Chapter 103. The ThunderClan Ancestors' Killing Move. Wonderful. Su Linyuan is finally dead. The reactions among the crowd varied. Su Linyuan smiled lightly and declared, "If this is all you have, then I can only invite you to your demise." As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Linyuan lightly tapped his toes, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Thunder Eye Seal. Before Thunder Eye Seal could react, Su Linyuan had already swung his sword. The Thunder Prison Sword intent transformed into a thunder arc, dozens of feet long, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the void, hurtling directly towards Thunder Eye Seal. Crack! Wherever the arc of lightning traversed, the spectral image of the violet ice spear, encasing Lei Bingfeng, shattered like fragile glass. The chilling aura emanating from the ice spear was instantaneously evaporated by the force of the lightning, transforming into a dense mist that enveloped the surroundings. More terrifyingly, the confinement within the sword intent of the thunder prison did not dissipate. From the shattered spectral image of the ice spear, several chains of lightning erupted, entwining around the violet ice spear in Lei Bingfeng's grasp like venomous serpents. Lei Bingfeng felt the spear in his hand suddenly grow heavy. A savage current of lightning surged through the spear's body into his being, igniting an excruciating pain in his meridians. Damn it! His expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Su Linyuan possessed such formidable techniques. Cursing under his breath, he dared not hesitate and hastily mobilized his cultivation to form a protective barrier of vital energy. However, at that moment, a resplendent sword intent had already arrived. Crack! In an instant, the protective barrier surrounding Lei Bingfeng was obliterated. Startled, he quickly invoked various protective imperial artifacts to fend off the assault, barely managing to withstand Su Linyuan's sword intent. Yet he was forcibly pushed back several dozen steps, his internal imperial energy surging chaotically. This young man wields such peculiar methods. Lei Bingfeng was greatly alarmed. Su Linyuan's thunder prison sword intent was indeed somewhat monstrous, compelling him to contend not only with the sword attacks but also with the ever-changing arcs of lightning, rendering the myriad techniques within the thunder prison sword intent nearly impossible to defend against. Seeing Lei Bingfeng being forced back, Su Linyuan did not relent. Seizing the advantage, he flickered and appeared before Lei Bingfeng in an instant. A relentless barrage of sword intent was unleashed, each strike imbued with terrifying lethality. His intent clear, to utterly annihilate Lei Bingfeng. The latter, though frantically responding, managed to stabilize his form using his superior cultivation, yet the more they clashed, the more apprehensive he became. Su Linyuan's strength was overwhelmingly fearsome. If this continued, he truly feared for his life. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged over 1,000 blows, and it was evident that Lei Bingfeng was now at a disadvantage. Should this persist, defeat was merely a matter of time. Nearby, the members of the Lei family sensed that the situation was dire. Brother, it seems Ancestor Bingfeng is at a disadvantage. Shall we join forces to eliminate him? Lei Tianai urged, his tone tinged with urgency. It was clear to any observant that Su Linyuan was currently dominating Ancestor Bingfeng. If left unchecked, it was highly likely that Ancestor Bingfeng would fall. Lei Tianzong shared the same anxiety, yet he did not acquiesce to Lei Tianai's suggestion. Instead, he spoke with a solemn voice. Ancestor Bingfeng still has hidden cards. We must wait. Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized the battlefield, appearing to have discerned something that eased his mind considerably. Hidden cards? Lei Tianai was perplexed, but obediently turned his gaze back to the center of the battlefield. There, it seemed Lei Bingfeng had been driven to the brink, with no retreat left, while Su Linyuan grew increasingly emboldened, brimming with vigor, devoid of any sign of defeat. But at that moment, after temporarily forcing Su Linyuan back with a strike, a strange smile suddenly crept across the corner of Lei Bingfeng's mouth. Su Linyuan, your time has come. Prepare to meet your demise. As the words fell, a multitude of ice shards suddenly materialized around Su Linyuan. These shards were exceedingly small, resembling the delicate wings of cicadas, and their sheer quantity was staggering, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, filling the space within several dozen yards around him. The surrounding warriors displayed expressions of confusion, unable to decipher the intentions of Lei Bingfeng. Even Su Linyuan's face betrayed a hint of astonishment. It appeared that Lei Bingfeng had more tricks up his sleeve. With a mere thought, the myriad ice shards began to stir, and countless bolts of lightning erupted from their surfaces, coalescing into a terrifying net of thunder that enveloped Su Linyuan entirely. This technique is a lethal strike that combines the essence of ice with my family's martial arts of thunder. To perish beneath this assault is indeed your privilege, Lei Bingfeng proclaimed, brimming with pride. This technique was his masterpiece, a synthesis of his understanding of ice and the thunderous martial arts of the Lei clan. First, he constructed a net of lightning using the conductive properties of ice, then detonated it, causing the spiritual energy fluctuations from the hundreds of thousands of ice shards to explode simultaneously. The sheer force of this attack was enough to instill fear. Moreover, the brilliance of this thunderous net, combined with the essence of ice, lay in its ability to solidify space itself. In practical terms, It meant that Su Linyuan would be unable to utilize runic teleportation to escape. Once ensnared within, he could only endure. Upon hearing this, Su Linyuan felt a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated that Lei Bingfeng possessed such capabilities. Truly, a perfected sovereign was not to be underestimated. However, his awe was fleeting, and there was no trace of panic in Su Linyuan's eyes. Celestial thunder, ice explosion. Before Lei Bingfeng's voice could fade, the net of thunder constricted around Su Linyuan. The hundreds of thousands of cicada-like ice shards erupted simultaneously, each transforming into a miniature source of lightning. The crackling arcs of thunder intertwined among the shards, sealing off the space within several dozen yards. Visible ripples in the air emerged, akin to frozen waves, effectively imprisoning the surrounding area. Boom! In the next instant, the net of thunder and the ice shards detonated together. A cataclysmic shockwave radiated outward from Su Linyuan, intertwining golden lightning with pale purple ice mist to form a realm of utter devastation. Within this domain, countless tiny blades of lightning and ice ruthlessly shredded through the air, tearing it apart into countless fragments that emitted a piercing shriek. The cloud sea below was instantaneously vaporized into steam, which, under the alternating extremes of cold and heat, coalesced into hail, pounding down upon the ground like a torrential rain. The distant sovereigns watching the battle were taken aback, hastily activating their protective auras. Even from 100 miles away, they could feel the overwhelming force capable of annihilating all in its path. Shui Jingfei's black gown was lifted by the shockwave, her face reflecting a grave solemnity. What terrifying power! Even the residual force of this attack is sufficient to obliterate mid-level sovereigns, and those closer in proximity would find it nearly impossible to escape unscathed. At the epicenter of the explosion, Su Linyuan is likely to meet a grim fate. In this moment, Shui Jingfei harbors no confidence in Su Linyuan's survival, for the ferocity of the explosion is truly terrifying, leaving little room for anything but death. The members of the Lei family, witnessing this, finally reveal expressions of ecstasy. Lei Tianzong's voice resonates with excitement. It is done. Su Linyuan is undoubtedly doomed. He had long been aware that Lei Bingfeng possessed this lethal move, which is why he refrained from intervening earlier. The elders of the Lei family, along with Gong Wanqing and the monk Shi Hai, all exhibit delight. At last, Su Linyuan has perished. However, just as joy illuminated their faces, a more intense explosion erupted from Su Linyuan's previous location, momentarily drawing everyone's attention. All gazes converged. Curiosity peaked towards the site where Su Linyuan had stood. Boom! Blades of light suddenly erupted from the indescribable chaos, followed by 2 or 3 more, ultimately enveloping the sky in a tapestry of sword lights, each radiating a terrifying sword intent. But this was not the most alarming revelation. What astonished them further was the realization that the sword lights unleashed by Su Linyuan contained not merely a singular sword intent, but several. How can this be? There are other sword intents present? No, it must be a misperception. Lei Bingfeng, closest to Su Linyuan, narrowed his eyes in disbelief, muttering to himself. He had detected multiple sword intents, seemingly beyond the Ice Soul sword intent and the Thunder Prison sword intent. 3 distinct sword intents in total. Lei Bingfeng could not fathom that this was orchestrated by Su Linyuan. It must have involved some extraordinary means. Yet before Lei Bingfeng could contemplate further, the vast explosion zone surrounding Su Linyuan abruptly vanished, plunging everything back into silence. As the smoke cleared, the onlookers finally discerned the reality within. There stood Su Linyuan, his upper body bare, his robust physique marred by charred marks from the flames. Yet he appeared invigorated, wielding a Qingming sword, suspended in mid-air, his gaze sharp and fierce, a terrifying brilliance emanating from his eyes. Su Linyuan was alive. How could this be? The ferocity of that attack could have obliterated even a perfected Emperor Realm warrior of the same tier. How could a mere mid-stage Emperor Realm warrior possibly survive? In my opinion, he is now merely a shadow of his former self, hardly worth noting. Indeed, that attack's residual force could easily eliminate an ordinary late-stage Emperor Realm warrior. Even if he had miraculously withstood it, he must be at the end of his tether. From a distance, as the crowd observed Su Linyuan still suspended in the air, they began to chatter and speculate about his condition. Even Shui Jingfei could not believe that Su Linyuan had emerged unscathed. The terror of that strike was something she had witnessed firsthand. She believed that if she were at the epicenter of the explosion, She would certainly not survive even a single breath. Although Su Linyuan remained alive, he would undoubtedly be gravely injured. The fact that he could still stand was merely a testament to his dwindling strength. Should she intervene to save him now? However, given her current capabilities, it was impossible to rescue him safely in front of so many members of the Lei family, unless she summoned powerful allies from the Blazing Flame Demon Palace. In her heart, Fei felt a surge of compassion. Firstly, Su Linyuan's extraordinary strength was remarkable. If she could save his life and bring him into the Blazing Flame Demon Palace, it would undoubtedly benefit the entire faction. After all, a mid-Emperor realm expert who had comprehended two-sword intents would have at least a 90% chance of reaching the pinnacle of the Emperor realm in the future. Moreover, once Su Linyuan broke through to the complete Emperor realm, his combat prowess would surpass his current abilities by 100-fold. If he could force Lei Bingfeng to such extremes now, how terrifying would he be upon achieving full Emperor realm mastery? The second reason, which was the most significant, was Fei's intense curiosity about Su Linyuan. She could not comprehend how he had accomplished such feats, and her curiosity only intensified her desire to act. After a fierce internal struggle, Fei made her decision. She would summon help. It would be a grave loss if such talent as Su Linyuan were to perish. As long as the powerful members of the Blazing Flame Demon Palace united, they could save him, even if Su Linyuan was unwilling to join their ranks. Forming a favorable connection with someone of his caliber would be immensely valuable. As for the potential repercussions of offending the formidable Lei family, Fei was unconcerned. Their relationship had always been strained, and she was unperturbed by the consequences. With that thought, Fei resolved without hesitation, taking out a talisman and shattering it decisively. At that moment, billions of miles away within the Blazing Flame Demon Palace, deep inside, there stood the Flame Demon Hall, constructed entirely of volcanic rock. The hall was ablaze with a roaring fire, and within the flickering flames, the ethereal figure of the flame demon could be seen flitting about. While the air was thick with the scorching scent of sulfur, Shui Wuyo sat majestically upon the throne, idly toying with the talisman. Suddenly, the talisman in his hand trembled violently. He sprang to his feet, his gaze sharp as he focused on the talisman. The surrounding elders were taken aback. Something has happened to Fei. Based on the talisman's location, it was determined to be near the chaotic star sea. Shui Wuyo's brow furrowed deeply, his voice low and grave. The talisman in Fei's possession had been given to her by him. In the event of a life-and-death crisis or emergency, she could crush it, allowing him to pinpoint her location even from billions of miles away. His eyes were icy as he addressed the gathered elders. Fei is in trouble near the chaotic star sea. What significant events have occurred there recently? He had been in seclusion for a while, thus remaining uninformed about the affairs of Zhongzhou. The elders exchanged glances, and one of them spoke up. Master, there has indeed been considerable commotion in the Chaos Star Sea. A rogue cultivator from the eastern wilderness, named Su Linyuan, has kidnapped the foremost member of the Lei family, and this incident has become widely known. The Lei family has dispatched dozens of Emperor Realm experts straight to the Chaos Star Sea, where a great battle is likely to erupt. Rogue from the eastern wilderness? Su Linyuan? The name was quite unfamiliar to Shui Wuyo, who responded solemnly. Please elaborate on this individual. Certainly. The elder did not hesitate and promptly detailed Su Linyuan's journey from the eastern wilderness into Zhongzhou, including his entry into the Dao Academy and subsequent visit to the Gong family. Upon hearing this, Shui Wuyo's expression turned slightly astonished. He had not anticipated such significant events occurring in Zhongzhou during his few years of seclusion. How intriguing. It seemed that the Empress's shattering of the talisman must be related to this person and the Lei family. However, time was of the essence, and Shui Wuyo could not afford to ponder too deeply. He commanded, summon the 3rd, 5th, 6th, and 7th elders, along with 6 others, to accompany me to the Chaos Star Sea. The matters within the palace shall be managed by the Grand Elder. The 10 individuals Shui Wuyo called upon were all at the late Emperor realm, renowned figures throughout Zhongzhou. As for those below the late Emperor realm, he chose not to bring them along, for their speed would be inadequate. He needed to reach the Chaos Star Sea as swiftly as possible. Understood. The elders dared not delay and nodded respectfully. Chapter 105. Fei takes action again. At the Chaos Star Sea, the monk Zhihai gazed at Su Linyuan, who had endured such a terrifying attack without perishing, and his eyes gleamed with intensified greed and regret. Such an exceptional protector of the Buddhist teachings could not be brought in my 10,000 Buddhist temple. What a pity indeed. If possible, Zhihai even contemplated summoning others to bring Su Linyuan back for salvation. However, after some reflection, he abandoned this notion, for it would be rather unwise to offend the lay family for a man on the brink of death. The other high-ranking members of the 10,000 Buddhist temple would likely not concur. Su Linyuan, you truly possess remarkable abilities. You have survived my attack. Lei Bingfeng could not help but express admiration. In that moment, despite their adversarial relationship, Lei Bingfeng held a deep respect for Su Linyuan. After all, even a fully realized Emperor Realm expert would struggle to endure such a strike. Yet, Su Linyuan had survived. He was indeed extraordinary. Not far away, Su Linyuan wore a calm smile, his demeanor composed. Though his injuries appeared severe, bloodied, and battered, he was, in fact, quite unharmed. Just moments ago, when Lei Bingfeng unleashed his attack, Su Linyuan had employed the Beidou Star Formation flag to defend himself. Although the Beidou Star Formation flag is indeed a high-grade imperial artifact, it proved inadequate when faced with the thunderous ice explosion unleashed by Lei Bingfeng. In mere few breaths, it was severely damaged. Subsequently, he summoned 5 strands of sword intent to fend off the onslaught. While the sword intent was formidable, Lei Bingfeng's cunning tactics were extraordinary. The explosion of hundreds of thousands of ice shards still managed to inflict numerous attacks upon him. Were an ordinary mid-stage Imperial Realm expert to endure such an assault, they would likely perish in an instant. However, Su Linyuan was different. Clad in the high-grade Imperial artifact, the Imperial Bone Armor, and possessing a robust physical body at the late Imperial stage, he withstood the remaining attacks. Though the Imperial Bone Armor endured significant damage, it was not irreparable. With time for recuperation, it would be restored. As for his physical form, it sustained no grave injuries, merely superficial wounds. Nevertheless, Lei Bingfeng and his ilk could not perceive this. Even if they did, they would be reluctant to admit it. After all, how could one accept that the mightiest strike of an accomplished Imperial Realm expert had utterly failed against their opponent? Such a prodigy as Su Linyuan would be difficult to find even in the annals of Central Continent's 100,000-year history. Regrettably, his foolishness in provoking the Lei family so early has led him to this peril. One can only hope he gains wisdom in his next life. However, to perish in my hands is indeed a privilege. Lei Bingfeng believed he had completely subdued Su Linyuan, his smirk betraying his barely restrained glee. A man on the brink of death could hardly stir any tempest. Su Linyuan let out a cold laugh, poised to speak, when suddenly, a figure transformed into a streak of light and stood before him. Upon recognizing the identity of the newcomer, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. Xianxia. This is a matter between the Lei family and Su Linyuan. Could it be that the burning heaven-flame demon hall intends to intervene? Lei Tianxuan's countenance darkened, and he bellowed in anger. He had never anticipated that at such a critical juncture, this madwoman, Xianxia, would emerge to defend Su Linyuan. It was utterly insane. Lei Bingfeng's eyes narrowed, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing beneath his eyelids. Although he had been in seclusion for many years, he was aware of Xianxia's reputation. This woman possessed exceptional talent. Upon entering the late Imperial Realm, she had already mastered a strand of intent. Her combat prowess, placing her among the elite of late Imperial Realm warriors. While she could not rival established Imperial powerhouses like Lei Bingfeng, she could certainly hold her own. However, this alone would not instill fear in Lei Bingfeng. His trepidation stemmed from the fact that Xianxia was the younger sister of Xianxia, the lord of the burning heaven-flame demon hall, a position of great prestige. To strike at her would be tantamount to declaring war on that band of lunatics. So what if it were so? Xianxia scoffed, her aura surging to its zenith, a haughty presence enveloping the battlefield. It was evident that she was resolutely determined to protect Su Linyuan. What connection could possibly exist between Xianxia and Su Linyuan? At the previous archery banquet hosted by the Gong family, the same peculiar alliance had manifested. It was truly astonishing. Could it be that these two share an illicit affair? Strangely enough, despite the eccentricity of Xianxia, her beauty is undeniable. With her voluptuous figure, exquisite features, and devilishly captivating visage, she undoubtedly stands at the pinnacle of beauty across the entire Central Continent. Hush, do you wish to court death? To speak so brazenly about this female tyrant behind her back, Do you truly believe she wouldn't strike you down in an instant? In the distance, numerous martial artists observed Xue Jingfei's audacious intervention on Su Lingyuan's behalf, their expressions rife with curiosity. After all, this was the second occurrence. Lei Tianzong and the elders of the Lei family immediately darkened in countenance. One Xue Jingfei is manageable, with the ancestral power backing them. Subduing her would merely be a matter of time. Yet, the real headache lies in her identity. Her brother is even more unhinged. Moreover, her father was the previous master of the Burning Heaven Demon Hall, a man equally deranged. It is no exaggeration to say that the entire Xue family is composed of fearless lunatics. Should Su Linyuan be added to their ranks, calamity would surely befall the central continent, perhaps even leading to its annihilation. Su Linyuan, I will hold Lei Bingfeng at bay. You seize the moment to escape northward. My brother, accompanied by the elders of the Burning Heaven Demon Hall, is approaching from that direction, and you shall encounter them along the way. Xue Jingfei urged anxiously through their mental connection. Upon hearing this, Su Lingyuan's face reflected confusion. During their previous encounter at the Gong family estate, Xue Jingfei had defended him. Now, she was doing so again. Their connection seemed inexplicable, and she had no reason to assist him. Nevertheless, Su Linyuan chose not to inquire further. Firstly, the timing was not opportune. Secondly, the last time he had fled by tearing apart the runes was primarily due to his lack of strength, fearing betrayal from Xue Jingfei and the four others. However, his power had significantly increased since then, alleviating his concerns. Thus, he refrained from questioning her motives. Ultimately, this world is governed by strength. It is the foundation of all. If she insists on aiding him, then let her not blame him for being ungracious. Lei Bingfeng narrowed his eyes and let out a cold snort. He understood that delaying would invite unforeseen changes. The execution of Su Linyuan could not be postponed. Despite Xue Jingfei's noble status, the Lei family was not to be trifled with. At worst, they could capture her alive, sparing her life. As long as Xue Jingfei remained unharmed, the Burning Heaven Demon Hall would likely refrain from a full-scale confrontation with the Lei family. With that, Lei Bingfeng tore through the fabric of space, hurtling towards Su Linyuan. Observing this, Xue Jingfei's expression turned grave, her aura surging. Su Linyuan. This old fool possesses strength far surpassing mine. I cannot hold him for long. At most, I can delay him for a few dozen breaths. You must flee swiftly. She gritted through her teeth. Without further ado, she ceased her words and brandished her long knife, charging at Lei Bingfeng, to hold back the wrath of Lei Bingfeng, who was unleashing his full might, for even a few dozen breaths was already beyond Xue Jingfei's limits. Chapter 106, Qin Shengfeng's Self-Detonation. As he witnessed his ancestor entangled with Xue Jingfei, Lei Tianzong's expression turned icy, and he directed his gaze toward Su Linyuan, then spoke. Su Linyuan was already at the end of his tether. Everyone was commanded to eliminate Su Linyuan. Kill. As soon as he spoke, the elders of the Lei family responded in unison. After all, in their eyes, Su Linyuan had been severely wounded by the ancestor. With barely a trace of imperial aura left within him, he now resembled a fragile shell, easily dealt with by any early-stage imperial realm warrior. At that moment, a figure suddenly rushed to stand before Su Linyuan, shielding him from the approaching Lei family forces. Qin Daoyu? Su Linyuan was taken aback. He had sensed Qin Shengfeng's presence earlier, but he did not expect him to step forward at such a critical juncture. It was well known that the Lei family harbored a fervent desire to slay him, and for Qin Shengfeng, an early-stage imperial warrior, to intervene was akin to courting death. With a resolute expression, Qin Shengfeng declared without hesitation, Dao friend Su, there is little I can do, but when they come charging, I shall self-destruct to buy you some time. I only ask that after your escape, you look after my granddaughter and the academy. Qin Shengfeng's eyes were filled with determination. Devoid of fear, he was an old man with little time left. And had it not been for Su Linyuan's gift of the longevity pill and the slaying of the academy's head, Yu Lichuan, his granddaughter, Qin Shuren, would surely face retribution upon his demise. Moreover, he believed in Su Linyuan's character and fortune. Should he escape today, he would undoubtedly elevate the academy in the future. And in turn, his granddaughter would be safeguarded, making her breakthrough to the imperial realm a certainty. Thus, for myriad reasons, Qin Shengfeng resolved to self-detonate to grant Su Linyuan a chance to flee. As long as Su Linyuan survived, the academy would hold hope. There is no need for such sacrifice, Dao, friend Qin. Su Linyuan inhaled deeply, feeling a surge of emotion. Although Qin Shengfeng's willingness to sacrifice himself stemmed from his own selfish motives, what did such motives matter in comparison to the bond they shared? After all, he could have remained a bystander, yet he chose to risk everything. In the distance, many Imperial Realm warriors were left dumbfounded by Qin Shengfeng's actions. Yu Jingtian was momentarily taken aback, then sneered. Foolishness, utterly ludicrous. Qin Shengfeng has truly lost his mind. Han Yuan, did you see? This Su Linyuan is a harbinger of disaster. Once he perishes today, the academy will be utterly obliterated, and the name of the academy shall vanish from the land of Zhongzhou. At this moment, Yu Jingtian felt an immense relief for not having allied with Su Linyuan. Otherwise, he too would have been dragged into the abyss, leading to the downfall of the entire Wanbao Tower. Han Yuan bit her lip, her expression complex. She had held hope for Su Linyuan, but did not anticipate such folly, which now threatened the Academy's doom. Her father was right. This esteemed Su would not escape death today, and the Academy would suffer alongside him. Fortuitously, her father had not heeded her advice to ally with Su. Yu Annuan Siged Softly. Yu Jingtian's lips curled into a smile, radiating an air of satisfaction. This is vision. Today's events serve as a stark reminder. Just watch how Su Linyuan meets his fate today. He chuckled. To provoke the majesty of a Lei family, how could one possibly escape death? As his words fell, Lei Tianzong and others had already arrived. Qin Shengfeng's expression was grave, filled with immense tension. After living for so many years, it was his first encounter with such a multitude of Emperor Realm powerhouses, and indeed, the first time facing the attacks of those in the late Emperor Realm. Yet, he felt no fear. Gome, I shall perish alongside you. Though Qin Shengfeng's self-detonation could not vanquish someone like Lei Tianzong, it could inflict considerable damage, particularly to those in the early to mid-Emperor Realm, and most importantly, it could halt their advance. Su, my friend, flee at once. Qin Shengfeng bellowed, his aura reaching a peak, the imperial energy within him dangerously unstable, on the verge of exploding. This is bad. He intends to self-destruct. Lei Tianzong, leading the charge, grew solemn. He had never anticipated that an Emperor Realm warrior would resort to such a primal method of self-destruction. Madmen, truly a bunch of madmen. He cursed, momentarily halting his steps. However, in an instant, the explosion he envisioned did not occur. It was not that Qin Shengfeng refrained from detonating himself, but rather a hand had unexpectedly landed on his shoulder, instantly suppressing the chaotic energy within him. A familiar voice resonated in his ear. Qin, there's no need for such drastic measures. Today, you shall not perish. The relaxed tone of Su Linyuan flowed through the air. Qin Shengfeng was taken aback. He turned to behold Su Linyuan's calm and composed visage, momentarily frozen. Not dead? Su Linyuan chuckled. Fear not, just watch from behind. Today, it is not you or I who shall meet our end, but the Lei family. I have stated, every last one of them shall perish today. Su Linyuan's chilling words pierced through the air. Qin Shengfeng was momentarily stunned, and then he felt Su Linyuan gently pat his shoulder before positioning himself before him, gripping the Qingming sword, its blade aimed at Lei Tianzong and the others. Who told you that I was gravely injured and lacked the strength to fight? Confusion flickered in the eyes of the crowd. What did this mean? Su Linyuan was unscathed and still capable of fighting? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lei Tianzong is norted derisively. Su Linyuan, you are but a spent force, merely posturing. Having endured a strike from our ancestor, how could you remain unscathed? No matter how you bluster today, I shall not believe you. Indeed, it was certain that he was merely bluffing. Not only did Lei Tianzong disbelieve him, but none of the elders of the Lei family or the Emperor Realm powerhouses present could accept his words. As the words fell, Lei Tianzong let out a cold laugh, and behind him, dozens of elders swiftly followed, their intentions to kill palpable. The 9-pattern Thunder Dragon slash. The Annihilation Thunder Seal. The Great Annihilation Technique. In an instant, a myriad of multicolored attacks illuminated the sky, enveloping the entire firmament. Such terrifying assaults, if they were to strike, could easily overwhelm even the most accomplished of Imperial realms. How much more so would they affect Su Linyuan, who was visibly injured? Yet upon witnessing this scene, Su Linyuan merely smiled calmly, his sword flickering, a sudden resonance filling the air. I possess a sword. Can it stand alone in supremacy? Though Su Linyuan's voice was not loud, it reverberated like thunder across the heavens. In that very moment, he swung the Qingming sword with great force, devoid of elaborate techniques or dazzling brilliance. unleashing a pure golden sword intent that erupted from a blade. As this sword intent manifested, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards it in a frenzy, spontaneously forming a realm of supremacy around the intent. Within this domain, the air seemed to solidify. The thunder dragon phantoms and seals emitted by the elders of the Lei family abruptly froze in midair, as if all had been pressed on pause, unable to advance an inch further. Chapter 107. The Cycle of Sword Intent. A thunderous rumble echoed as the very earth trembled. A brilliant flash of white light, blindingly bright, obliterating countless attacks with this remarkably simple sword intent, leaving only the sound of explosions resonating through the skies. Numerous martial artists gazed up in terror, their hearts shaken, some rendered speechless in astonishment. What awe-inspiring sword intent! Is this the Ice Soul sword intent? It does not resemble the Thunder Prison sword intent either. What exactly is it? I do not know, but from this sword intent, I sense an overwhelming aura of submission. Such a domineering sword intent is indeed rare. Was it not said that Su Linyuan was gravely injured and had lost the strength to fight? How then could he unleash such a formidable attack? My heavens, not only does Su Linyuan master the Ice Soul and Thunder Prison sword intents, but he has also attained a third sword intent. Is he even human? Incredible, simply unbelievable. In the distance, countless martial artists stood dumbfounded, shocked by Su Linyuan's sword, realizing it was indeed the third sword intent. To possess 3 sword intents, each one so terrifying, is unprecedented in the entirety of Central Continent. And throughout the history of hundreds of thousands of years, such a fearsome existence has never been heard of. Yu Jingtian and his daughter Yuan were similarly struck by the power of Su Linyuan's third sword intent, their mouths agape, eyes wide with disbelief. At this moment, above the sea of clouds, after shattering the attacks of the crowd, that sword intent did not cease. Instead, it swiftly sliced through the air towards the elders of the Lei family. The dazzling brilliance of the sword light illuminated the firmament. This exquisitely simple, yet domineering white radiance left the onlookers utterly unprepared. Even Lei Tianzong's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that Su Linyuan possessed a third sword intent, one so formidable that the combined efforts of dozens of Lei clan elders could not withstand its might. Instead, it shattered their attacks with alarming ease. With a thunderous crash, the sword light swiftly swept through the bodies of several elders from the Lei clan. Lei Tianzong hastily channeled his techniques, an imperial artifact, to shield himself, managing to protect his vital areas. Although he sustained only superficial wounds, a mid-grade defensive imperial artifact was rendered useless, and the blade's arc left him bleeding profusely from his arm. Fortunately, the injury was merely superficial, amounting to little more than a strained muscle or broken bone, which posed no significant threat to someone of his caliber. However, those elders of lesser cultivation who lacked powerful protective treasures faced dire consequences. The 8 Lei clan elders of the early imperial realm and 4 at the mid-imperial realm, who charged at the forefront, perished instantaneously, their lives extinguished without even a cry for mercy, obliterated into fragments by the overwhelming sword intent. The remaining elders, though not slain, suffered considerable injuries. Only those like Lei Tianai, who bore defensive treasures, or the late imperial realm cultivators with some means of defense, were able to escape unscathed. As the sword fell, an eerie silence enveloped the sky, halting all sounds. Even Xue Zhengfei and Lei Bingfeng, who were engaged in battle, paused to gaze in Su Linyuan's direction. This was inconceivable. He had withstood an attack from an elder. How could he possibly still possess such vigor and command a third sword intent? Lei Bingfeng swallowed hard, fear flashing in his eyes. At that moment, even he, a formidable complete imperial realm cultivator, could not deny that Su Linyuan's prowess was exceedingly terrifying. Xue Zhengfei was equally taken aback. Did he truly have such strength? It appeared that he might not even require her assistance, as Su Linyuan seemed capable of resolving the Lei clan's threats single-handedly. Su, do you still possess the strength to continue fighting? Qin Shengfeng asked incredulously. Su Linyuan turneth, a smile gracing his lips. Fear not, my friend Qin. As long as I am here today, you shall not perish. It is the Lei clan who shall meet their doom. With those words, Su Linyuan's gaze locked onto Lei Tianzong and the others. In that instant, he ceased to conceal his aura, unleashing it entirely. The sky was awash with a dazzling display of sword intent that instilled terror in all who beheld it. Even the assembly of Imperial Realm experts trembled at the sheer magnitude of Su Linyuan's released sword intent. Shua, retreat for now. The next phase is mine to manage, he declared with a cold smirk. Having previously held back, he now revealed his full might. His words plunged the Lei clan into a state of dread. What did he mean he had not yet unleashed his full power? That was unfathomable. Xue Jingfei, momentarily stunned, felt assured by Su Linyuan's confidence. Believing he must indeed have a plan, she no longer hesitated. Her figure flickered as she retreated to Qin Shengfeng's side, her beautiful eyes fixated on Su Linyuan, scanning him back and forth. In the next moment, Su Linyuan moved, the Qingming sword slicing through the air. I possess a sword, known as reincarnation. All you may give a try. As his voice echoed, the blade of the Qingming sword suddenly radiated a faint gray aura, within which countless tiny reincarnation runes swirled. These runes were not physical entities, but were instead condensed from the power of reincarnation. As they emerged, the surrounding heavens and earth exhibited a bizarre distortion. The originally clear sky began to alternate between illusions of day and night, while below, the sea of clouds reflected scenes from the past of the Lei clan, causing numerous martial artists to be profoundly shaken, as if glimpsing their own past lives, entrancing them like a fleeting panorama. Slash! Su Linyuan suddenly swung his sword, the intent of reincarnation charging towards Lei Bingfeng, Lei Tianzong, and the elders of the Lei clan. In an instant, all the members of the Lei clan were rendered speechless, including Lei Bingfeng, who had reached the pinnacle of the Imperial realm. At that moment, he resembled a ghost, incredulously witnessing this scene. This was the intent of reincarnation. He had actually mastered the sword intent of reincarnation. How could this be possible? Besides the three major sword intents, Su Linyuan had also grasped the intent of reincarnation. It is important to note that the realm of reincarnation is not an ordinary one. It ranks among the top in the vast expanse of 3,000 realms, exceedingly difficult to comprehend. After all, such a realm requires an understanding of the power of reincarnation to even have the chance to perceive it. Yet, how could they mere mortals hope to grasp the power of reincarnation? Yet Su Linyuan was an anomaly. Having comprehended this terrifying realm, they had already sensed the sheer horror of this sword intent. The power of reincarnation, both abstract and concrete, captivated the soul, capable of annihilating all through the force of reincarnation. Lei Bingfeng understood that now was not the time for contemplation. The immediate priority was to survive Su Linyuan's sword intent. Purple Extreme, Ice Thunder Technique. He activated his martial arts to counter it. Meanwhile, Lei Tianzong and the others did not dare to be negligent, hurriedly mobilizing their techniques for defense. However, this sword intent was not merely a physical attack. It also bore a mental assault, directly enticing the weak-minded martial artists and leading to their mental obliteration. Bang! Bang! A series of sounds erupted as several elders of the Lei clan transformed into blood mist, exploding within the heavens and earth. In the blink of an eye, yet another 7 or 8 elders of the Lei clan were reduced to blood mist, bursting forth without even the ability to resist. This bizarre method sent chills down the spine. How could this be possible? Observing the scene before them, many Imperial Realm experts in the distance gulped, their eyes wide with fear and disbelief. What an eerie sword intent. It seemed to contain the power of reincarnation. How could anyone comprehend such a sword intent? In my thousands of years of life, I have never heard of such a thing. What is the origin of this individual? To possess mastery over 4 sword intents at the mid-Imperial realm is utterly unprecedented. Who could argue otherwise? Such prowess has not been heard of in a million years. It is truly terrifying. Many powerful figures at the Imperial realm found their voices faltering, instinctively retreating a few steps, fearful of being inadvertently harmed by Su Linyuan's reincarnation sword intent. At this moment, Yu Zhongtian's eyes widened in shock, his expression resembling that of a person who has seen a ghost. This is illogical. Shouldn't Su Linyuan be dead? How is it possible for him to be so vibrant and even master the 4th sword intent? This reincarnation sword intent is indeed uncanny. What exactly is the background of this young man? It remains inscrutable, truly inscrutable. A sense of trepidation filled Yu Zhongtian's gaze, and, at that moment, an inexplicable feeling of regret welled up within him, for he realized that Su Linyuan might not necessarily be defeated. If he single-handedly annihilates the numerous experts of the Lei family, his renown would undoubtedly echo throughout the entire central continent, attracting countless factions to court him. Meanwhile, Wanbao Tower would miss the prime opportunity to ally with Su Linyuan. Yet, Yu Jingtian clung to a sliver of hope. Surely, he must be at the end of his rope now, incapable of posing a challenge to the Lei family any longer, he thought to himself. Monk Zhihai furrowed his brow, the urge to flee growing ever stronger within him. Meanwhile, the elder of the Tai Star Palace glimmered with keen interest. Such a terrifying existence would undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. Cultivating a good relationship with him would yield numerous advantages for our Tai Star Palace. After all, it is predictable that Su Linyuan's current combat prowess is already unfathomable. If one day he were to break through to the perfected Imperial realm, how fearsome would his strength be then? Perhaps it could rival 5 perfected Imperial realm experts. This matter must be reported to the Star Palace. With that thought, the elder of the Tai Star Palace promptly utilized a rune to inform the palace. At this moment, Lei Bingfeng's visage was dark and sullen, akin to black iron. His gaze upon Su Linyuan bore a hint of trepidation. Indeed, it was fear. In all his years, he had never encountered such a formidable presence, extraordinary talent, overwhelming combat strength. And crucially, he was still young, barely over 100 years old. If he were to continue growing, no one in the Lei family would stand a chance against him. No, even now, he was not a match for this young man. In fact, there were very few within the entire Lei family who could contend with him. The thought sent a chill through Lei Bingfeng, and he faintly sensed an aura of death. Most critically, he suspected that Su Linyuan might possess other hidden trump cards. Although he found this notion absurd, he was not jesting. Such thoughts truly occupied his mind. As Su Linyuan unleashed his sword strike, the entire heavens fell into silence, particularly in the direction of the Lei family elders, where a heavy gloom prevailed and no one dared to speak. Lei Tianzong, Lei Tianya, and the other elders exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a profound sense of apprehension. The recent sword strike has left an indelible impression upon them. At this moment, no one from the Lei family dares to step forward. Observing this, Su Linyuan let out a cold laugh, advancing slowly with the Qingming sword in hand, causing a palpable tremor among the members of the Lei family, with several elders instinctively retreating. Is this all the might the Lei family possesses? You truly disappoint me. Su Linyuan's mocking voice echoed throughout the vast expanse of the heavens, resonating above the sea of clouds. Yet, no one dared to respond. They remained silent, clearly gripped by fear. Su Linyuan naturally discerned their inner trepidation, but he had no intention of halting his advance. Since you dare not strike, allow me to take the initiative, he declared. Old fool, I shall claim your life first. Su Linyuan esse gaze lokid onto Lei Bingfeng. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, sending a chill down Lei Bingfeng's spine and instilling an ominous premonition within him. A tremor coursed through Lei Bingfeng's heart. This young man, does he possess some sinister means? As this thought formed in his mind, Su Linyuan made his move. Old fool, allow me to present you with this sword. This sword is named Causality. The sword intent of causality dictates fate with a single stroke. Su Linyuan severs the ancestral ties of the Lei family. As Su Linyuan's voice reverberated, the blade of the Qingming sword ceased to emit a radiant glow, instead revealing countless fine threads of causality. These translucent strands were entwined at one end with the sword's edge, while the other end peculiarly pierced through the void, connecting precisely to Lei Bingfeng's entire being. Each thread of causality corresponded to a specific cause from Lei Bingfeng's past. However, only Su Linyuan could perceive these strands. The other martial artists, lacking any insight into the power of causality, were oblivious to their existence. Even Lei Bingfeng himself was unaware of Su Linyuan's intentions. All he witnessed was Su Linyuan wielding his sword without any visible sword light. Could it be that his imperial energy has been depleted? If so, the advantage lies with me. With this thought, a gleam of joy crossed Lei Bingfeng's face. Su Linyuan, if your imperial energy is exhausted, do not struggle. Surrender now and prepare to meet your end. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, his expression shifted drastically, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Something was amiss. Indeed, there was a 9 out of 10 chance that something was profoundly wrong. Lei Bingfeng sensed an inexplicable change occurring within his body, a transformation that was elusive and unfathomable, even with his perfected imperial realm cultivation. Su Linyuan smiled faintly, his gaze fixed upon Lei Bingfeng, who was ensnared by a multitude of causality threads. Over 1 million, each corresponding to a distinct cause. His sword intent of causality was capable of severing the ties of causality that bound his opponent. While severing causality may seem to inflict no tangible harm, its profundity far surpasses that of the other four-sword intents. Why? Due to the four-sword intents previously encountered, they merely graze the present, resulting in physical assaults. However, the causal sword intent delves into the past. While this causal sword intent cannot alter history, it possesses the power to sever the ties to it. For instance, the reason why Lei Bingfeng has achieved his current stature is that he embarked on his cultivation journey in his youth, dedicating himself to relentless practice day and night, culminating in his present accomplishments. The cultivation of his youth was the cause, and his current achievements are the effect. This causal thread runs throughout Lei Bingfeng's life, immense in scale. Should Su Linyuan sever this thread, he could instantly obliterate his opponent's cultivation. Severing the cause would render the effect non-existent. Chapter 109. Severing the Causal Thread. A fall from grace. Yet, while Su Linyuan could perceive this vast causal thread, he found himself unable to sever it. His current strength was insufficient to support the severance of such a formidable causal line. Only upon attaining complete mastery of the Emperor realm would he possess the potential to do so. Of course, in his current state, severing the causal threads of those within the early stages of the Emperor realm and below would pose no challenge at all. However, even though he could not sever the most significant causal line belonging to Lei Bingfeng, there remained other threads to cut. A spark ignited in Su Linyuan's eyes as he identified another causal line, the one leading to Lei Bingfeng's breakthrough to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. 1,000 years ago, Lei Bingfeng secluded himself in the ice-cold mansion of the extreme south for 50 years, comprehending the essence of ice and achieving the culmination of the Emperor realm. This causal thread is the key to Lei Bingfeng's ascendance. Su Linyuan aimed to obliterate this thread. With a cold smirk, he slowly swung the Qingming sword, causing the causal line entwined around the blade to tighten instantaneously. The trajectory of this strike was directed precisely towards the causal line, leading to Lei Bingfeng's breakthrough. There was no sound, no forewarning, leaving even Lei Bingfeng unaware of how to evade it. In that fleeting moment, the icy power within Lei Bingfeng began to spiral into chaos. Gasp! He suddenly spewed forth a mouthful of blood, leaving those around him in utter shock. What transpired? What had Su Linyuan done that caused the venerable ancestor of the Lei family to vomit blood? It was evident that he had merely swung his sword. Yet nothing seemed to have occurred. How was this even possible? Incomprehensible. It was simply unfathomable. A chill crept over everyone, sending shivers down their spines. Although Su Linyuan had previously displayed terrifying power, it was within the realm of the known. However, this unveiling of an unknown attack was what truly unsettled the onlookers. But this was not the end. An even more terrifying event was unfolding. Lei Bingfeng suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. The causal sword intent had not directly assaulted his physical form, but rather targeted the very foundation of his cultivation. As the causal thread was severed and dissipated between heaven and earth, Lei Bingfeng could distinctly feel his mastery over the realm of ice diminishing. The once effortlessly controlled eternal frost now felt exceedingly sluggish. He cast a glance at his hands and noticed that the icy patterns upon his palms were beginning to fade, as if years of cultivation were being peeled away piece by piece. What is happening? Where has my mastery of the ice realm gone? Why is it fading? Lei Bingfeng's pupils contracted sharply, his voice trembling, his gaze flickering with disbelief. The essence of the ice realm was fundamental to his achievement of the Empyrean realm's perfection, embodying the entirety of his strength. Without this mastery, how much of his power could he truly wield? Yet, this was merely the beginning. Lei Bingfeng felt his internal aura spilling forth, the imperial energy wildly fleeing, as if another force were tearing at his essence. Indeed, his cultivation was plummeting at an alarming rate, and attempts to compensate by absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy or refining elixirs proved futile. The disintegration of his imperial energy accelerated. In less than 15 minutes, his cultivation had plummeted to the late stages of the Empyrean realm. The mastery of the ice realm that he once possessed now left his mind utterly vacant, devoid of any comprehension. No, my cultivation, my mastery of the ice realm. Why can I no longer sense the ice essence? Lei Bingfeng let out a desperate howl. Soon after, the drop in his realm caused his lifespan to visibly diminish. His hair turned white in an instant, and his face became etched with wrinkles, as if he had aged a millennium in mere moments. The spectators in the distance fell into a profound silence, their breaths now cautious and measured. Yu Jingtian's mouth hung agape, the jade talisman slipping from his fingers without him noticing. All that remained in his heart was an endless terror. What sorcery is this? A figure of such formidable strength as Lei Bingfeng, a consummate master of the Empyrean realm, found himself utterly powerless. Not only had his mastery of the ice realm evaporated, but his cultivation had also plummeted to the late stages of the Empyrean realm, with his lifespan waning. In that instant, not just Yu Jingtian, but everyone present shuddered, their hearts gripped by an icy dread. Such a method, capable of being wielded against Lei Bingfeng, could just as easily be turned upon them. What would they do if one day Su Linyuan stripped them of their cultivation and all their means? Shui Zhengfei's beautiful eyes widened, filled with disbelief. So close to Su Linyuan, she could not comprehend how he had achieved this feat. His sword had emitted no discernible energy, yet the consequences were terrifying. No, it cannot be. Su Linyuan, how have you accomplished this? Lei Bingfeng's eyes not only radiated fear, but also simmered with fury, his gaze burning with hatred. It is known that obstructing one's cultivation is an unforgivable sin. Su Linyuan had not merely hindered his progress. He had forcibly dragged him down from the path of cultivation, a grievance far more infuriating than mere obstruction. He had devoted decades to the arduous pursuit of understanding the essence of ice, yet it was effortlessly obliterated by Su Linyuan, leaving him in a state of disbelief and indignation. Upon hearing this, Su Linyuan smiled subtly, choosing not to elaborate. He intended to withhold the mysteries of the causal sword intent, for sometimes, allowing others to speculate on the unknown deepens their reverence. Of course, in the present, few dared to show him disrespect throughout the central continent. A dying man need not be privy to such knowledge. Having lost his essence and plummeted in realm, what capability did he possess to challenge me? So Linyuan scoffed coldly. Currently, Lei Bingfeng was merely an unremarkable late-stage Emperor Realm warrior, significantly weaker than his peers, as he was not only gravely injured but also nearing the end of his lifespan. How much of his combat prowess could he truly muster? Although Su Linyuan had expended considerable energy utilizing the causal sword intent, he possessed far more than just that. He was also a formidable physical cultivator, a late-stage Emperor Realm powerhouse. Upon hearing these words, Lei Bingfeng's hair stood on end. Indeed, he was virtually incapable of contending with Su Linyuan now. Though unaware of the means by which Su Linyuan had caused his decline and the dissolution of his essence, he recognized that he could not afford to perish. If only he could return to the Lei family, there remained a glimmer of hope for a fresh start. Resolute, he fled without a moment's hesitation. However, Su Linyuan was not inclined to let him escape so easily. To allow such a retreat would be a blow to his pride. With a surge of power, Su Linyuan unleashed the Gung Metal Calamity Thunder, sealing Lei Bingfeng's path. Had Lei Bingfeng been at his peak, he would have easily dispelled this calamity with a wave of his hand. Yet, weakened and stripped of his essence, he lacked the ability to resist the Gung Metal Calamity Thunder. Bang! Struck once more by the Gung Metal Calamity Thunder, his escape was further hindered as Su Linyuan closed in. Seeing this, Lei Bingfeng was gripped by a sudden panic. He was all too aware of Su Linyuan's prowess. At this moment, he stood no chance against him. Without hesitation, Su Linyuan unleashed the Imperial Star River Fist. He struck with a terrifying force, landing a blow upon Lei Bingfeng that sent a wave of agony through his abdomen. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Su Linyuan continued to rain down punches without holding back. To Lei Bingfeng's astonishment, Su Linyuan relied solely on raw strength, not invoking a shred of imperial energy. In other words, Su Linyuan's physical prowess was already comparable to that of a late-stage Emperor Realm warrior. No, it far surpassed them. After all, a body cultivator is invincible among peers. It is the first time Lei Bingfeng has encountered a body cultivator at the late stage of the Emperor Realm, and he never expected it to be his mortal enemy, Su Linyuan. Su Linyuan, you are indeed a late-stage body cultivator of the Emperor Realm. How deeply have you concealed your true self? Lei Bingfeng spat out a mouthful of blood, his words slurred. His voice immediately rendered the surrounding Emperor Realm warriors speechless, many of whom thought they were hallucinating. Su Linyuan is actually a late-stage body cultivator of the Emperor Realm? How is this possible? How did he achieve this? Not only has he comprehended the pinnacle of force or intents, but he also possesses a body at the late stage of the Emperor Realm. It is known that both of these feats are exceedingly difficult to accomplish. Over 1,000,000 years in the central continent, only a few late-stage body cultivators of the Emperor realm have emerged. As for one mastering four-sword intents, that is utterly unheard of. Such existence is simply defying the heavens. My heavens, Su Linyuan has hidden himself so profoundly. What is his origin that grants him such extraordinary abilities? It is said he hails from the eastern wilderness, a place so desolate that a person of such terrifying power could emerge. Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. The surrounding powerful figures displayed expressions of horror. The shocks they received today were indeed overwhelming. Su Linyuan's abilities are extraordinarily diverse. Not only does he possess four-sword intents, but he can also erase Lei Bingfeng's comprehension and cultivation at will. And now he reveals himself to be a late-stage body cultivator of the Emperor realm. Each of these revelations sends shivers down their spines. Among the crowd, the monk Shihai trembled, murmuring, Umitba, Umitba. How could such a terrifying person exist in this world? Fortunately, I once sought to enlighten him, and thankfully he escaped that day. Otherwise, it would have been my demise. The defeat of Lei Bingfeng is merely a matter of time within the Lei family. There is likely no one who can stop him. If the monk does not flee now, he fears he may become a target of retaliation. Jihai's mind raced. He could see that Lei Bingfeng was nearing death. No one in the Lei family could withstand Su Linyuan's might. Should this demon unleash his wrath, he likely would not spare him. Thus, Jihai discreetly shielded those behind him, quietly retreating. On the other side, Su Linyuan remained silent, relentlessly striking with his fists. Each iron fist landed upon Lei Bingfeng's battered body, including his face, reducing him to a bloody pulp, barely clinging to life. The Lei family dared not approach. No one could guarantee survival in Su Linyuan's presence. Even Lei Tianxuan, the head of the Lei family, felt the weight of despair. Though he possessed the strength of the late stage of the Emperor realm, seeing his ancestor defeated so miserably, even his realm diminished, he felt unworthy to act recklessly. Stop. Su Linyuan, please stop. The elder pleaded. I, representing the Lei family, apologize to you. Whatever compensation you desire, we will comply. From this day forth, the Lei family shall not be your enemy. Perceiving the passage of his lifespan and sensing the ominous aura of death, Lei Bingfeng was utterly panicked. His cries for mercy echoed through the heavens. The esteemed ancestor of the Lei family, a perfected sovereign of the imperial realm, one of the few who stood at the pinnacle of the continent, was now begging for mercy from a rogue cultivator from the eastern wilderness, an unparalleled disgrace. Yet, in that moment, he cared little for honor. Preserving his life was paramount. However, Su Linyuan was impervious to such pleas. You of the Lei family have harmed my wife. Xianxia, if I do not eradicate your clan, my heart shall remain unsettled. Furthermore, once the Lei family was annihilated, all their resources and assets would rightfully belong to him. Su Linyuan scoffed. He would not forsake the destruction of the Lei family for the sake of trivial gains. Those cultivation resources were inconsequential to him. Xianxia's death at the hands of the Lei family demanded vengeance. Without avenging her, he feared he would never find peace in this life. Thus, Lei Bingfeng was destined to perish, and none of the Lei family could escape their fate. With that declaration, Su Linyuan hesitated no longer. A formidable iron fist descended, aimed directly at Lei Bingfeng's celestial spirit. No, the horror of that impending strike washed over Lei Bingfeng. He understood that if it landed upon him, his demise was assured. Desperately, he attempted to defend himself. But how could his frail body withstand the might of Su Linyuan, a peak sovereign? Bang! All his unwillingness erupted into a deafening roar. In an instant, a mist of blood enveloped the sky as Lei Bingfeng's head was obliterated, leaving behind a headless corpse to plummet freely. Su Linyuan let out a cold laugh, his hand reaching out to crush the remains of Lei Bingfeng into nothingness, dispersing them into the void. To eradicate a weed, one must obliterate its roots. To kill, one must ensure no trace remains. Leaving behind a headless corpse posed the risk of potential resurrection. Su Linyuan would not allow even the slightest chance of that. He extinguished it in its cradle. The onlookers fell into a profound silence. The once mighty ancestor of the Lei family, a perfected sovereign, had perished in such a tragic manner, his head smashed and body pulverized. Not only was there no intact corpse left, but it seemed even the smallest remnants had been annihilated. Such brutality was unfathomable. It instilled a deeper fear in the hearts of those present. The individual before them not only possessed a myriad of formidable techniques and unmatched combat prowess, but was also ruthlessly unforgiving, leaving no opportunity for his adversaries. Facing such an opponent was nothing short of a stroke of misfortune. At that moment, Lei Tianzong, the elders of the Lei family, and others like Gong Wanjing were filled with dread, some trembling so violently they could barely stand. Naturally, they wished to flee, yet none dared to be the first to move. The one who acted first would undoubtedly become a target for Su Linyuan. At that instant, having slain Lei Bingfeng, Su Linyuan's gaze suddenly turned toward them, a smile spreading across his face. It is your turn now. Chapter 111. Want to escape? No way, merciless slaughter. Su Linyuan's voice was chilling to the bone, akin to the summons of the Grim Reaper, and wherever his gaze fell, no one could maintain their composure. Gong Wanqing trembled like a leaf in the wind, utterly astonished that a situation he thought was assured victory had turned into a catastrophic defeat. Moreover, the loss was staggering. The venerable ancestor of the Lei family, Lei Bingfeng, had been publicly slain by Su Linyuan, and they were not far from death themselves. Ancestor, Su Linyuan is Xinyao's husband. As her father, surely he wouldn't harm me, would he? Gong Changkong murmured, still clinging to a flicker of hope. After all, despite his lack of affection for Gong Xinyao, he was nonetheless her father. Logically, Su Linyuan should regard him as his father-in-law and address him as such. Surely, no matter how deranged he may be, he would not dare to lay a hand on his father-in-law. However, Gong Wanqing gazed at Gong Changkong as if he were a fool. If you had not insisted on marrying Xinyao into the Lei family, how could she have met such a fate? You remain foolishly hopeful that Su Linyuan will spare you. If he does not flay you alive, it will be an act of mercy. It was crucial to note that although Gong Changkong was Xinyao's biological father, he had shown her no kindness, and any notion of a nurturing bond was non-existent. With numerous offspring, and Xinyao being born a secondary wife, she was not particularly distinguished. He merely viewed her as a pawn for marriage alliances. Upon learning of Xinyao's potential union with the Lei family, he was nearly overcome with excitement. For Su Linyuan, this was a matter of profound betrayal, and Xinyao's demise was entirely due to Gong Changkong's machinations. Thus, if Su Linyuan refrained from exacting vengeance upon him, it would be a monumental act of grace. Upon hearing these words, Gong Changkong grew frantic, his voice trembling. What shall we do, ancestor? Gong Wanqing's expression darkened as he lowered his voice. At this point, our only option is to seize the opportunity to flee. After all, Su Linyuan's primary adversary is the Lei family, not the Gong family. When the Lei family engages Su Linyuan in battle, we must scatter and run. Remember, once we leave, do not return to the Gong family. Head to the southern territories, away from Zhongzhou, or we will surely meet our end at Su Linyuan's hands. With no alternatives left, Gong Wanqing resolved to lead the others towards the southern territories. Remaining in Zhongzhou would undoubtedly spell their doom. Gong Changkong and the grand elder of the Gong family nodded apprehensively. As for the legacy of the Gong family, it would have to be forsaken. As long as the three of them survived in the realm of emperors, the Gong family might still have a chance at glory. Their exchange transpired in the blink of an eye, while Su Linyuan, no longer hesitating, flashed forward, tearing through the fabric of space to arrive before several elders of the Lei family in mere moments. Jing Jin Jiale, dominating sword intent. Lei prison, sword intent. Boom! Su Linyuan unleashed a multitude of techniques without holding back, intent on employing his full strength to swiftly eliminate everyone present. No one would escape. Bang! The air was suddenly filled with a series of thunderous explosions as several elders of the Lei family erupted into blood mist, dissipating into the ether. Meanwhile, Su Linyuan's offensive continued unabated. The already dwindling number of Lei family elders was rapidly decreasing. Despite their attempts to resist, they were no match for Su Linyuan's terrifying assaults. Observing this, Lei Tianzong's expression shifted to one of shock, prompting him to act without hesitation. Elders of the Lei family, scatter and flee back to our home. Su Linyuan cannot harm us there. With that proclamation, Lei Tianzong surged forth like a streak of light, escaping in a specific direction. The remaining elders of the Lei family, akin to startled birds, scattered in panic. 13 figures diverged, each fleeing in a different direction. These 13 were the last remaining elders of the Lei family, their eyes filled with a desperate yearning for survival. Gong Wanqing, witnessing this, was momentarily stunned. He had expected that so many from a Lei family would at least stand their ground against Su Linyuan, yet they fled faster than he could. Damn it, how infuriating! What are you waiting for? Run, he shouted, transforming into a flash of light as he dashed away. If he did not escape soon, it would be too late. Gong Changkong and the Grand Elder of the Gong family quickly grasped the situation and hurried in another direction. Above the heavens, only the endless trails of fleeing light remained. Seeing this, Su Linyuan let out a cold laugh. Shui Daoyu, I require your assistance. Please speak, Su Daoyu. Shui Jingfei, before Su Linyuan, showed no hint of arrogance. Her demeanor exceptionally respectful. Earlier, when the Gong family, she had presumed Su Linyuan's strength was inferior to hers, treating him with a condescending attitude. However, witnessing his formidable power now, she recognized him as a true senior and dared not show any negligence. I am going to pursue the Lei family's Imperial Realm members and cannot attend to the 3 from the Gong family. Therefore, I entrust those 3 to you, Shui Daoyu. Their fate is inconsequential. Just ensure none escape. Su Linyuan spoke coolly. He was indifferent to whether the 3 from the Gong family lived or died, as long as they did not manage to flee. Understanding the gravity of the matter, Shui Jingfei nodded without hesitation. Rest assured, Su Daoyu, I will not fail your trust. With that, she vanished, heading towards Gong Wanqing. Capturing the leader first, Gong Wanqing, the strongest among them, was her priority. Su Linyuan observed with a slight smile, his gaze sweeping over the onlookers, but the figure of Zhihai the monk was no longer visible. He scoffed, that bald monk runs remarkably fast. Yet it matters not. One day, I shall personally visit the 10,000 Buddha temple, and on that day, whether he wishes to live or die, he shall meet his end. Su Linyuan had not forgotten how Zhihai sought to resolve his grievances at the Gong family's banquet. He is not one to instigate trouble, yet should others provoke him, Su Linyuan would not hesitate to exact his vengeance. No matter where it leads, he shall ensure the annihilation of his foes. Without further contemplation, he propelled himself at an extraordinary speed towards the direction of Lei Tianzong. After all, he is the head of the Lei family, the father of Lei Xiankong, and it is only natural for Su Linyuan to eliminate him first. In mere moments, Su Linyuan caught up with Lei Tianzong. The latter was suddenly alarmed, his countenance shifting dramatically. Damn it, with so many people around, why must he pursue me? He bellowed in frustration, hastening his pace, refusing to pause for even a heartbeat. For he understood that stopping would surely lead to a grim demise. However, his speed paled in comparison to Su Linyuan's, and compounded by his injuries, he was even further outmatched. You desire this Gongjin Calamity Thunder, do you? Here it is. Su Linyuan sneered, unleashing a torrent of Gongjin Calamity Thunder, the electric force converging solely upon Lei Tianzong. A thunderous crash erupted as a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. No. Lei Tianzong, old in despair. Chapter 112. Shui Wuyo. Whose vassal is this, so fiercely valiant? The brilliant lightning swiftly consumed Lei Tianzong entirely, his cries echoing in vain. For Su Linyuan would show him no mercy, rather intensifying his assault. The thunder rumbled ominously as Lei Tianzong, despite his desperate efforts, could not withstand the overwhelming aura of destruction emanating from the Gongjin Calamity Thunder. His protective barrier was shattered, and the lightning surged into his very being. His futile struggles were ultimately in vain. With a cold smile, Su Linyuan raised his hand, channeling a sword intent. Ahizojin Kraki Ishwed Lei Tianzong, who had been gritting his teeth in defiance, fell silent, his body cleaved in two, meeting his end. The esteemed head of the Lei family, a formidable expert at the late Imperial Realm, perished just like that. The assembly of Imperial Realm warriors watching from afar were left in stunned disbelief. Brother. Lei Tianya's eyes brimmed with tears, grief-stricken, and his voice tinged with hoarseness and indignation. His brother had been both a mentor and a father figure, guiding him in cultivation and life's lessons since childhood. Without Lei Tianzong, there would be no Lei Tianai as he is today. Upon witnessing his brother's demise, Lei Tianai resolved to abandon escape, choosing instead to confront Su Linyuan with reckless abandon, determined to avenge his brother, even if it meant his own death. Even the elders of the Lei family, who had previously been fleeing, halted in their tracks, grief and despair etched upon their faces. In this battle, the Lei family had mobilized a staggering 46 Imperial Realm experts. Aside from a handful, all had perished. With their head of the family slain and their ancestor killed, they faced a humiliation of unprecedented magnitude. As elders of the Lei family and descendants of a super-imperial clan, they could not swallow this insult. This is intolerable. I shall no longer flee. I will avenge our family head. Yes, for our family head, for our ancestor. With the audacity to threaten, Su Linyuan declared that should he not annihilate our entire clan, the Lei family would engage in a relentless feud with him. Though it is true that the old Lei Bingfeng lacked the fortitude, one cannot deny that the remaining elders of the Lei family possessed a modicum of valor within their hearts. Perhaps it was the realization that escaping Su Linyuan's grasp was exceedingly slim, prompting them to wager everything on a desperate fight. What if they emerged victorious? Observing the mournful and desolate expressions of the crowd, Su Linyuan felt no trace of pity. Instead, a cold smile graced his lips. Not to mention that Xianxia perished at the hands of the Lei family, a grudge that towered above all else. The Lei family's history, spanning countless millennia, has obliterated innumerable clans and eradicated countless warriors, the toll likely reaching astronomical figures, with each family's ascendants stained with boundless bloodshed. Thus, among the multitude present, no matter who fell, none could be deemed innocent. The innocents who met their demise at their hands were countless. Naturally, Su Linyuan harbored no sympathy, rather. He relished the opportunity. It is fortuitous that you do not flee, saving me the effort of a search. There were 12 individuals in total, with only one at the late Emperor realm, while the others were all at the mid-Emperor realm. Su Linyuan let out a disdainful laugh and charged forward. This was the perfect chance for them to experience the might of his physical prowess. The strength of a body cultivator derives from two primary sources: the terrifying power of the flesh, capable of shaking mountains and grasping celestial bodies with ease, and the boundless stamina that allows them to fight indefinitely as long as they remain alive. The third aspect pertains to their combat capabilities. With the ancient Kunpeng body refining technique at his disposal, Su Linyuan's strength, defensive resilience, and endurance were unmatched within the same tier. Even peers of the same realm paled in comparison. Thus, his only shortcoming lay in the combat techniques of body cultivation. Today presented a splendid opportunity. As Su Linyuan engaged, relying solely on his physical strength, each punch landed with devastating force. Seizing an unguarded moment, he obliterated a mid-Emperor realm elder of the Lei family, transforming him into a mist of blood. This spectacle drew countless astonished glances, chilling the hearts of many. Such overwhelming prowess. Meanwhile, Xue Jingfei quickly ensnared Gong Wanjing, entangling him in battle. Though this old adversary was no slouch in combat, he fell short when compared to Xue Jingfei, rapidly finding himself at a disadvantage, subtly approaching defeat. At that moment, the northern sky darkened ominously, a miasma of bloodlust permeating the air, accompanied by a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens. "Who dares harm my sister?" The roar echoed like thunder, the darkness of the northern skies roiling as torrents of dark red blood energy cascaded from the void. The mere aura emanating from this presence caused the clouds below to churn violently, prompting the observing Emperor Realm experts to activate their defensive barriers. Their expressions grave as they turned their gazes toward the north, tension palpable in the air as they sensed an impending threat. In the next moment, a crimson light pierced through the darkness as a middle-aged man descended from the heavens, wielding a blood-red blade. His expression was austere, with brows like swords and crimson eyes surveying the scene. When his gaze fell upon Gong Wanqing, who was locked in combat with Xue Jingfei, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from him. The blood-red blade he held was extraordinary, its surface seeming to be forged from solidified blood. This individual was none other than Xue Wuyo, the master of the Burning Heaven Demon Palace and the elder brother of Xue Jingfei, a consummate expert at the pinnacle of the Emperor Realm. Upon his arrival, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. My heavens, how could this harbinger of death have appeared? He was indeed Xue Jingfei's brother, surely summoned by her distress signal. If the Burning Heaven Demon Palace intervened, it seemed that none from the Lei family would survive. No, even if this Lord Xue refrained from action, their fates would remain unchanged. As Xue Wuyo touched down, the void beneath him collapsed with a thunderous roar. He wasted no motion, brandishing his blood blade fiercely towards Gong Wanqing. In an instant, a blood-red blade aura, dozens of feet long, howled forth, infused with the power of the demon. Wherever it passed, the space was seared, leaving behind a pitch-black scar. And even the defensive barrier before Gong Wanqing was shredded as easily as paper. With a splatter of blood, Gong Wanqing was sent flying several dozen feet away, akin to a lifeless dog, gasping for breath and devoid of the strength to continue fighting. The sheer ferocity of Xue Wuyo's combat prowess left the onlookers momentarily stunned. Zhengfei, are you unharmed? With a swift movement, Xue Wuyo reached Xue Zhengfei, his gaze scanning her anxiously, fearing for her well-being. She was his only sister, and should anything befall her, he would surely lose his sanity. Fear not, brother, I am well. It is the Lei family that faces peril, she declared, gesturing towards the Lei family's direction. Xue Wuyo turned his head to witness Su Linyuan single-handedly contending against 10 Emperor Realm warriors from the Lei family, maintaining the upper hand even against an opponent in the late Emperor Realm. He was momentarily frozen in disbelief. What is happening? Who is this general, exhibiting such valor, possessing the strength of a mere mid-Emperor Realm cultivator? For a moment, Xue Wuyo was filled with excitement at the sight. After all, Su Linyuan's displayed strength was astonishing, overpowering 10 Emperor Realm fighters, including one of late-stage prowess. The sheer ferocity of his physical form instilled a deep-seated fear even in Xue Wuyo. Xue Zhengfei smiled, saying, "This is Su Linyuan. He single-handedly brought down Lei Bingfeng, the Lei family's patriarch, along with over 30 elders." The impact of her words struck Xue Wuyo like a thunderclap. What? A mid-Emperor Realm warrior named Su Linyuan actually slayed that old dog Lei Bingfeng? This is madness. Seeing the incredulity in Xue Wuyo's eyes, Xue Zhengfei offered no further explanation, her gaze shifting to the side. "Brother, you should command our forces to capture Gongchang Kong and the Lei family's grand elder." Understood. Without hesitation, Xue Wuyo promptly summoned the elders of the burning Heaven Flame Demon Palace to relentlessly pursue the two individuals at his sister's behest. Even with the formidable abilities of the two, they would undoubtedly find themselves ensnared by the grasp of numerous Imperial Realm experts from the palace. Once Xue Wuyo had given his orders, Xue Zhengfei finally exhaled in relief, her gaze shifting to Su Linyuan, admiring his prowess in battle. Even Xue Wuyo regarded Su Linyuan with great curiosity. At that moment, the conflict was drawing to a close. Su Linyuan unleashed a series of punches, obliterating several elders of the Imperial Realm, including one of the late-stage elders. Before long, only Lei Tianai remained. His survival was largely due to the defensive treasures he possessed. Yet these two had been nearly exhausted by Su Linyuan, leaving him with little to defend himself and suffering considerable injuries, his imperial energy nearly depleted. He gasped for breath. Inadirestate. Realizing his imminent demise, he lost the will to resist. "I have long wished to witness the man cherished by Xianxia, and today I find him even more formidable than I had anticipated. It is my failure to protect Xianxia that has led me here. I deserve my fate. However, I advise you not to entertain thoughts of revenge against the Lei family. With your current strength, should you dare to invade their territory, your death would be inevitable." Lei Tianai regarded Su Linyuan with a calm demeanor. He understood that Su Linyuan would not spare him and did not harbor hopes of survival. Thus, all feelings of resentment and anger dissipated. In his final moments, he offered a heartfelt caution. Yet, Su Linyuan received Lei Tianya's counsel with an unfazed expression. The Lei family may possess formidable individuals, but he was not yet their match. However, he vowed that one day he would personally go forth to annihilate the one who had usurped Xianxiao's essence and reclaim her physical form. "I'm not like you, who professes love for Xianxiao, yet dares not risk your life. Perhaps I am not your equal at this moment, but I shall one day shatter the Lei family's domain, dismantling the one who harmed my wife, and that day is not far off. Too bad you will not witness it." Su Linyuan's voice was cold, each word imbued with unwavering determination. What of Imperial Realm warriors? Even those above the Imperial Realm? "Though I risk everything, I shall not regret." Upon hearing Su Linyuan's words, Lei Tianai fell into silence for a considerable while before suddenly laughing heartily, tears streaming down his cheeks as he uttered, "You are stronger than I. No wonder Xianxiao is willing to forsake her life for you." Su Linyuan mantanda calm contenance. Lei Tianai sighed, speaking resolutely. "I know I cannot escape death. Proceed." His expression was one of utter resolve. Even if Su Linyuan chose not to kill him today, he did not wish to continue living. Without aspirations, existence became a torment. "Very well." Su Linyuan nodded indifferently. Then, without a moment's hesitation, his sword swept through the air. A sanguine column erupted forth, and, in an instant, the life force of Lei Tianai was extinguished, causing his body to plummet downward. Immediately, his gaze shifted towards the direction of the Lei family's spiritual vessel, upon which numerous martial artists of the Saint Realm and those below it resided. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and unleashed a flurry of swords. executing the motion with effortless grace. The incessant sounds of explosions reverberated, shaking the sea of clouds, as countless spiritual ships were obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. Having accomplished this, Su Linyuan surveyed his surroundings, and the absence of lay family members became apparent. He exhaled a long sigh. His weary eyes reflected little joy, but rather an air of profound sorrow. He had initially believed that Xianxia had survived, likely imprisoned by the lay family. To his dismay, he discovered that she had perished, drained of her very essence. Such a grievous vendetta for the loss of his wife. Su Linyuan vowed to avenge her death. Nevertheless, he recognized that this was not the opportune moment to confront the lay family. Firstly, he had just emerged from a fierce battle, his energy severely depleted, rendering him incapable of exerting his full strength. Secondly, as Lei Ti and I had indicated, there existed a formidable presence within the lay family's ancestral grounds, one of terrifying might. Therefore, his current capabilities were insufficient for such an endeavor. Yet, he remained unperturbed. There was no need for haste. He was on the verge of a breakthrough in his cultivation, and when the time was right, he would undoubtedly strike at the lay family. Moreover, he had no intentions of sparing the monks of the 10,000 Buddha monastery either. Not far away, the assembly of imperial realm powerhouses who had witnessed the annihilation of the lay family were rendered speechless. No one had anticipated such a dramatic turn of events in the battle. It was evident that the repercussions of this clash would send shockwaves throughout the entirety of Xianxia, and the name Su Linyuan would resonate profoundly across the region. Yu Jingtian's throat felt parched, his eyes trembling, as he spoke with a voice laced with astonishment. Impossible. This cannot be true. How could Su Linyuan possess such terrifying strength? The lay family dispatched dozens of imperial realm experts, yet they were utterly vanquished. Regret washed over him. It was a monumental loss. Had he known better, he would have sought to ally with Su Linyuan. After this battle, Wanbao Tower's renown would have echoed throughout Zhongzhou, alleviating the pressure from the other deputy tower masters and allowing Wanbao Tower and himself to ascend to even greater heights. In that moment, Yu Zhongtian's gaze was filled with remorse. He lamented his past choices. Had he heeded Yu Hanyuan's counsel to forge a bond with Su Linyuan, they would now be basking in the glory of Wanbao Tower's finest hour. Yet now, all the accolades belonged to the Dao Academy. Qin Xingfeng, undeterred by death, had irrevocably entwined the Dao Academy and Su Linyuan. It was clear that as long as Su Linyuan remained alive, the Dao Academy of Zhongzhou would inevitably experience a terrifying surge, soaring to unprecedented heights. Yu Hanyuan bit her crimson lip, gazing at Su Linyuan's ethereal figure, her heart heavy with a sense of loss. They had been so close, just a step away from forging a bond with him at Wanbao Tower. Just a fraction away. In the present moment, is it still possible to win over Senior Su? If I were to offer you to Senior Su, do you possess the confidence to draw him into our Wanbao pavilion? Yu Hanyuan gently bit her crimson lip, her eyes trembling slightly. To speak candidly, does she not desire this? Women are often drawn to strength, and how could one not be captivated by a figure like Su Linyuan, young, extraordinarily talented, and strikingly handsome, standing at the pinnacle of the continent at such a tender age? Yet, Yu Hanyuan harbored doubts about herself. Her encounters with Su Linyuan had been fleeting, lacking any profound connection. Their initial interaction aboard the spirit vessel en route to Zhongzhou had not been particularly amicable. Had she sought to win him over when his reputation was less established, it might have been feasible. Now, however, it seemed an arduous task. She was uncertain, yet felt it worthwhile to attempt. Meanwhile, Snow Wuyo's eyes widened in astonishment. Wait, did that young man just employ sword intent? He is merely at the mid-stage of the Emperor realm, yet he has mastered a form of sword intent. He is truly a genius. Such a talent. If he does not join my Xianxia Mahal, it would be a gross misallocation of resources. Snow Wuyo was stirred by a sense of admiration for talent. To wield sword intent at the mid-stage of the Emperor realm foretold a future of remarkable achievements, likely surpassing the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. However, Snow Jingfei shook her head in disapproval. Let it go. My Xianxia Mahal lacks the allure to attract him. Such an individual must be befriended instead. Snow Wuyo scoffed. I refuse to believe that. My Xianxia Mahal possesses countless treasures and a plethora of martial arts techniques. Even a full-fledged Emperor realm warrior would find it irresistible. He was quite confident in this regard. The Xianxia Mahal had accumulated great wealth over millions of years, its foundation intimidatingly profound. If he were to extend an olive branch, How can an ordinary rogue refuse? Snow Jingfei laughed derisively. Though he is at the mid-stage of the Emperor realm, he is still cultivating his physical body, akin to a late-stage Emperor realm body cultivator. He practices both the law and the body. How astonishing! Snow Wuyo's excitement surged further. My Fenshin Yima Hall also possesses body-refining elixirs. I can grant him access as a favor. Snow Zhengfei continued. He does not merely command a single sword intent, but four. Furthermore, he possesses a mysterious technique that severed the foundation of Lei Bingfeng, erasing its ice intent and causing its realm to plummet. Gasp! Upon hearing this, Snow Wuyo's eyes widened in disbelief. For sword intents? How could this be possible? He had never encountered such a terrifying individual, mastering 4 realms of intent at the mid-stage of the Emperor realm. Moreover, what had the matron just said? This young man also possessed a unique ability that not only eradicated Lei Bingfeng's ice intent, but also caused its realm to decline. Such a technique was utterly defiant of the natural order. It must be understood that the most terrifying aspect of a fully realized Emperor realm warrior lies in their mastery of intent. However, Su Linyuan surprisingly possessed the means to erase the martial artist's intent, which sent a chill down his spine. At this moment, Shui Wuyo retracted his earlier thoughts, regarding Su Linyuan not as a junior, but as an equal in martial prowess. Then I must certainly give it a try, Shui Wuyo declared earnestly. After slaying Lei Tianxuan, the voice of the system suddenly echoed in Su Linyuan's ears. Congratulations, host, for defeating the 46th Emperor level of the Lei family, annihilating the Lei family's pursuing martial artists, gaining fame throughout Zhongzhou, and receiving a special reward. Do you wish to claim it? Claim. Su Linyuan's face lit up with joy. He had not anticipated that the system would be so humane, even offering special rewards. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Qingmu Zhenhuan Bao, Divine Artifact. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Indestructible Lioli Lamp, Divine Artifact. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Zhiqi Tianya, Special Divine Power. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Emperor Spirit Pill, 100 pieces. The continuous announcements of rewards from the system only served to deepen the smile on Su Linyuan's face. The bounty this time was indeed extraordinarily lavish. 2 divine artifacts, one primarily for offense and the other for defense. When Su Linyuan perused the descriptions of these 2 divine artifacts, his astonishment grew even more pronounced. Qingmu Zhenhuan Bao, forged from the branches of the world tree. Its arrows are formed from condensed spiritual energy. Upon striking, it can pierce through flesh and directly assault the sea of consciousness, draining the opponent's vitality while also mending one's own spiritual wounds. Indestructible Lioli Lamp. When activated, it releases a pale, golden Lioli light shield, exhibiting formidable defensive capabilities. These 2 treasures, one focused on offense and the other on defense, possessed such overwhelming power that even a consummate Emperor-level martial artist would find it difficult to withstand. As for the indestructible Lioli Lamp, should he fully activate it with his current strength, the thunder ice explosion that once froze him would likely pose no threat. Su Linyuan contemplated inwardly. After all, these 2 artifacts were exceedingly extraordinary, belonging to the divine artifact tier. Although he was uncertain of the true extent of their power, it was undoubtedly far beyond that of supreme Emperor artifacts, and the might they could unleash was certainly formidable. However, these 2 divine artifacts consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy. Even Su Linyuan could not wield them for extended periods, but as a finishing move, they would pose no issue. As for Zhiqi Tianya, it was even more delightful. This space-based divine power could ignore distance and array barriers, allowing for unrestricted teleportation, surpassing even that of teleportation talismans. A smile danced on Su Linyuan's lips, his joy evident. This spatial divine power would considerably enhance his combat capabilities, enabling him to traverse through any defenses, with the teleportation distance increasing in tandem with his cultivation level. With his current prowess, using Zhiqi Tianya, he could teleport up to 100,000 miles at most. Indeed, with but a thought, Su Linyuan could instantly appear 100,000 miles away. If one finds oneself outmatched in battle, fleeing at will is a viable option. It matters not whether one faces a single or even a multitude of perfected emperors. Su Linyuan diman saterlium perturveth. As for the Emperor's Spirit Pill, it bears no utility for him, serving solely to aid others in breaking through to the Imperial realm, without any adverse effects. Although this elixir holds little value for him, it is a rare treasure for any warrior beneath the Imperial level on the continent. Its revelation could incite a frenzy among countless martial artists. With the rewards from the system, should I be tasked with eliminating those from the Lei family, I would likely accomplish it with ease many times over. Linyuan chakel softly, satisfied. The enhancement these treasures provide to his combat prowess is formidable. However, he refrained from examining the rewards immediately, adhering to the principle of keeping wealth concealed, intending to review them upon his return to the Tao Academy. Subsequently, Linyuan composed himself and strolled towards Xianxia. The old fellow, Gong Wansheng, lay nearly lifeless beside her. Rest assured, fellow Taoist Su. The other two members of the Gong family have been apprehended by the elder of the Burning Heaven Flame Demon Hall. None shall escape. Xianxia hastily explained, fearing Linyuan might misunderstand. Linyuan smiled slightly. Thank you. By the way, this is my brother, Wuyo, the head of the Burning Heaven Flame Demon Hall. I initially thought you were no match for the Lei family and called for my brother's assistance, yet you single-handedly annihilated them. Xianxia introduced him. Chapter 115. The Annihilation of the Gong Family, Wuyo's Recruitment. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, a broad smile spread across Wuyo's face, radiating warmth. Fellow Taoist Su, you are indeed a peerless talent. In the past several tens of thousands of years within the Central Continent, we have never witnessed someone of your caliber. Had I known today's battle would be so spectacular, I would have forsaken my seclusion and come to witness it sooner. Although he had seen Linyuan dispatch the 10 emperors of the Lei family, their strength could hardly compare to that of Lei Bingfeng. What Linyuan had just displayed was likely only a fraction of his true power. Thus, he naturally expressed his regret. Linyuan replied, Fellow Taoist Shui, you flatter me. My modest abilities are hardly worth mentioning. At that moment, a dozen elders from the Burning Heaven Flame Demon Hall returned, each grasping 2 figures, Gong Changkong and the elder of the Gong family. The two were devoid of their former vigor, resembling lifeless dogs in their captors' hands. With Gong Changkong's eyes filled with remorse and fear, reporting to the Hall Master, these two have been captured. An elder of the Burning Heaven Flame Demon Hall said respectfully, Well done. Wuyo nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Linyuan. Fellow Taoist Su, the individuals you sought have been brought back. You may deal with them as you wish. Thank you. Linyuan expressed his gratitude, and then approached the 2 captives. He unsheathed the Qingming sword, its chilling light illuminating Gong Changkong's heart with dread. Trembling, he stuttered, Linyuan, do not kill me, do not kill me. We harbor no significant enmity, do we? Moreover, I am the biological father of Xianxia, which makes me your father-in-law. You cannot kill me. Gong Changkong cried out in despair, his pleas echoing through the heavens. However, Linyuan regarded his desperate cries with not a shred of sympathy. His cold, piercing gaze scrutinized him before he scoffed derisively. Father-in-law? When I first arrived in Zhongzhou, it was you, my dear father-in-law, who dispatched people to take my life. Today, you have allied yourself with the warriors of the Lei family to attempt my extermination. Upon hearing Linyuan's words, Gong Changkong hastily sought to absolve himself. This was all coerced by the Lei family. It has nothing to do with me. I implore you, for Xianxia's sake, spare me and my family. His cries reverberated throughout the skies, and at that moment, he cast aside his dignified status as the head of the Gong family. The only thought consuming him was the desire to survive. You dare mention Xianxia? Had it not been for your ambition to align with the Lei family, marrying her off for political gain, how would she have met her demise? Xianxia grew up without a father's love. Her mother, though publicly claimed to have died of illness, was actually harmed by your legitimate wife. She has endured countless hardships throughout her life, yet you have merely viewed her as a pawn for your matrimonial schemes. You truly excel in your role as a father. As Linyuan spoke, his voice grew ever colder, imbued with an icy disdain. When Xianxia wed him, she had not revealed her origins from the Gong family in Zhongzhou. Yet, she had shared some of her childhood experiences with him. Her mother died when she was 5, a victim of her father's legitimate wife's jealousy. And throughout her life, she had scarcely seen her father. The notion of paternal affection was foreign to her. Rather, she was exploited and deprived of resources for her cultivation. Fortunately, she possessed exceptional talent and encountered fortuitous events in her youth, allowing her to ascend to the sacred realm, her name echoing throughout Zhongzhou. However, she was ultimately coerced into a political marriage and fled Zhongzhou. Although Xianxia had not divulged the entirety of her story to Linyuan, he could sense her utter disdain for that family, including her father, his legitimate wife, and all members of the clan. This was precisely why Su Linyuan had shown no mercy from the outset. The Gong family had treated Xianxia so poorly that as her husband, he could not simply overlook their misdeeds. Su Linyuan's scathing reprimands caused Gong Changkong to tremble, momentarily rendering him speechless. For all these years, he had never regarded Xianxia with respect. Were it not for her being valued by the Lei family for a potential marriage alliance, he likely would not have exchanged even a few words with her. Xianxia has perished. You, as her father, should descend into hell to atone for your sins, along with all the members of the Gong family. With that, Su Linyuan no longer hesitated. His sword descended, and Gong Changkong's eyes widened in horror. No. Regrettably, Su Linyuan bad no heath. With a sudden burst, a crimson pillar erupted, and the longbow elder met his demise. Following this, Su Linyuan did not spare the elder of the Gong family, swiftly executing him. When it was Gong Wanqing's turn, the old man still retained a semblance of dignity. Trembling as he rose, Su Linyuan, the union with Xianxia was orchestrated by me for the benefit of the Gong family. I see no fault in my actions. Even in the depths of the underworld, I shall not admit my wrongs. Su Linyuan let out a cold laugh. Family interests? Such a pleasant facade. In truth, you seek merely to attach yourself to the Lei family to secure treasures for your survival. He unreservedly exposed Gong Wanqing's deceit. The notion of familial benefit was merely a flimsy veil, concealing selfish desires. Old fool, go to hell and repent. With that declaration, Su Linyuan refrained from further words. Raising his sword and delivering the fatal blow, the entirety of the Gong family's imperial realm fell. It was foreseeable that this once prominent family would soon fade into the annals of history. Having completed this, Xue Wuya stepped forward, offering his congratulations. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Su, on avenging your wife. Su Linyuan exhaled, waving his hand. This is merely the beginning. I intend to annihilate the entire Lei family. These individuals were merely an appetizer. Unsurprisingly, Xue Wuya pondered for a moment before speaking. I have heard that you hail from the eastern wilds and are currently residing in the Tao Academy. Your talents are indeed wasted in such a place. Our burning heaven flame demon palace possesses the continent's premier spiritual veins. Might you be interested in taking up the position of elder at our palace? I assure you, should you choose to come, all resources, including body refining elixirs, rare treasures, and martial arts techniques accumulated over 1,000,000 years, will be at your disposal. Upon finishing, Xue Wuya gazed at Su Linyuan with eager anticipation. His words instantly drew the attention of numerous imperial realm powerhouses nearby, their hearts racing with envy. It was known that this was a personal invitation from a master of the burning heaven flame demon palace, offering not only the position of elder, but also such abundant rewards. Any imperial realm warrior would find it hard to resist such temptation. Meanwhile, Qin Shengfeng felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He had not anticipated the palace master would personally seek out Su Linyuan, leaving him feeling somewhat insecure. However, Su Linyuan merely chuckled softly, then shook his head lightly. I appreciate your kind intentions, my friend Xue, but I have already taken the position of Supreme Elder at the Tao Academy and will not depart from it. Chapter 116. The recruitment of two major superpowers. Although the benefits offered by the burning heaven flame demon palace were considerable, Su Linyuan was not swayed by such resources. With his system at his disposal, he possessed the greatest resource imaginable and saw no need to sacrifice his freedom for mere material gains. In the Tao Academy, he held the esteemed position of Grand Elder, his words carrying immense weight. However, upon arriving at the burning heaven flame demon hall, the situation was markedly different. In the pursuit of gain, one inevitably must pay a price. Furthermore, Qin Shengfeng's selfless act of saving him today was a bond that Su Linyuan would cherish, ensuring that he would not feel despondent. In the days to come, he would undoubtedly elevate the Tao Academy to a stature that would command the admiration of the world. Upon hearing this, Xue Zhengfei displayed no surprise. Instead, she regarded Xue Wuya with a sense of triumph. Her conviction that Su Linyuan would not acquiesce stemmed from her understanding of his character. A person of such extraordinary talent and lofty ambition would hardly content themselves in a subordinate position, even if the burning heaven flame demon hall was a monolithic entity. Su Linyuan remained unfazed, having previously vanquished numerous imperial-level figures from the Lei family in a single breath. Is this Su Taoist truly unwilling to reconsider? The burning heaven flame demon hall shall wholeheartedly support your ascension to the pinnacle of the imperial realm, perhaps even beyond. Shui Wuyo expressed a hint of reluctance. Before Su Linyuan could respond, dozens of streaks of light shot forth from a distance with remarkable speed, each radiating a formidable aura. The leader among them was no less powerful than Shui Wuyo himself. Shui Daoist, since this Su Daoist is disinclined to join the burning heaven flame demon hall. There is no need for insistence. The Tai Star Palace extends an invitation for you to become an elder. You would have the authority to access all resources of the sect, holding a position only beneath me. What say you? The voice arrived before the figures did. The newcomers were none other than the master of the Tai Star Palace and several elders. This proclamation swiftly reverberated throughout the tumultuous Star Sea, leaving countless martial artists in astonishment. What was initially perceived as an astonishing offer from the burning heaven flame demon hall paled in comparison to the more generous proposal from the Tai Star Palace. Not only would one become an elder of the Tai Star Palace, but their status would also be second only to the palace master, with the ability to mobilize all the sect's training resources. To put it plainly, such an offer had never been extended to even the most exceptional prodigies in the history of the Tai Star Palace. The fact that the palace master would make such a proposal was utterly astonishing. Is the Tai Star Palace not out of its mind to offer such bountiful conditions? My heavens, who in the entire central continent could resist such an enticing offer? The audacity of the Tai Star Palace left everyone in awe, particularly given Su Linyuan's mid-imperial realm cultivation and his comprehension of four-sword intents, an extraordinary talent rarely seen throughout history. Speculation and excitement filled the air, with many unable to fathom a reason to decline such an offer. Even Qin Chengfeng's expression betrayed a hint of disappointment. While he believed Su Linyuan might have rejected the burning heaven flame demon hall's offer, the Tai Star Palace's terms were so generous that he could hardly conceive of a reason for refusal. The Dao Academy offered him virtually nothing in comparison. Once he joined the Tai Star Palace, his future achievements in the imperial realm would be all but assured, devoid of any challenges. In no time, the figures of the master of the Tai Star Palace and the esteemed elders arrived before Su Linyuan. The master's name was Qiu Xuanji. Possessing a perfected imperial realm cultivation and having lived for over 10,000 years, his strength was unfathomable, far surpassing Lei Bingfeng. The numerous elders behind him were equally formidable, their auras resplendent, each a master in their own right. The reason Qiu Xuanji proposed such generous terms was due to Elder Zhang Yao's message, which briefly described Su Linyuan's circumstances, instantly leaving Qiu Chujia in a state of profound shock. With a mid-stage imperial realm cultivation, a late-stage physical body, and mastery over four-sword intent paths, such talent had never been witnessed throughout history. Having lived so long, observing the rise and fall of many, he had encountered numerous young prodigies, yet none compared to Su Linyuan's exceptional capabilities. Furthermore, Su Linyuan had slain dozens of imperial realm powerhouses from the Lei family, a feat worthy of the conditions he offered. He was convinced that Su Linyuan would continue to surprise him in the future. However, upon gazing at Qiu Xuanji's kind and gentle face, Shui Wuyo's expression darkened instantly. This old man had the audacity to poach talent right before him. It was utterly outrageous. Nevertheless, he could not help but admire the boldness of Qiu Xuanji's offer. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shui Wuyo steeled his resolve and, unwilling to concede, proclaimed, "Elder Qiu, how dare you snatch talent before my very eyes? If that is the case, I hereby vow that should Su Daoyu wish to join my burning heaven flame demon hall, I will match whatever Tai Star Palace offers, and even exceed what they cannot provide." He had resolved to go all in. After all, what was the harm in competing for talent? As the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Being young, why should he fear an old man like Qiu Xuanji? What a joke. However, upon hearing Shui Wuyo's declaration, the surrounding powerful figures fell into a stunned silence. Such a brazen method of poaching was a bit too reckless, was it not? They had never witnessed anyone so fiercely contested by two superpowers. Yu Jingtian's throat bobbed slightly, and an endless sense of regret welled up within him. At this moment, he dared not entertain any thoughts of luring Su Linyuan to join the Wanbao building, as the terms offered by these two great powers were beyond anything his establishment could match, even if he sold it 1,000 times over. "Father, do we have any leverage to attract Senior Su?" Yu Hanyuan inquired, her voice lacking confidence. Leverage? Aside from his precious daughter, the Wanbao building had nothing to offer. Now, he could only hope that Su Linyuan might be a man of carnal desires, and that by presenting Hanyuan to him, a favorable bond could be forged. Above the clouds, all eyes were fixed on Su Linyuan, with expressions of hope adorning the faces of Qiu Xuanji and Shui Wuyo. However, Su Linyuan chuckled softly, slowly shaking his head under the eager gazes of the crowd. I appreciate your kind intentions, but whether it be the burning Heaven Flame Demon Hall or the Tai Star Palace, I shall not join either. Gasp! The moment Su Linyuan's rejection echoed in the air. Countless powerful figures inhaled sharply, stunned by his audacity to refuse. Not a chance, my friend. What give you the right to refuse? This is an opportunity that countless formidable individuals yearn for, yet Su Linyuan has brazenly turned it down. They simply could not fathom why he would decline. It seemed utterly unreasonable. Even Qiu Xuanji and Shui Wuyo were left in a state of bewilderment, their minds momentarily incapacitated. They had anticipated that Su Linyuan would choose one of the two great factions, for once he agreed to ally with a particular force, his ascendance to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm would be virtually assured. Yet, Su Linyuan delivered them a resounding slap in the face by rejecting the offer. Shui Jingfei's lips curled into a smirk, as if she had anticipated this outcome all along. Chapter 117. I, the Flame Demon Palace. Wish to invite Su Daoyu as an honorary elder. Su Daoyu, are you truly resolute in your decision to refuse? The resources of the Flame Demon Palace are immense and could significantly expedite your breakthrough to the complete Emperor realm, potentially aiding you in further advancements in the future. Shui Wuyo implored, still clinging to hope. Qiu Xuanji, equally perplexed, interjected, indeed, Su Daoyu may not realize that every step in the Emperor realm is fraught with challenges, and cultivating the body is akin to a resource-devouring beast. Relying solely on the Dao Academy for progress may prove exceedingly arduous. With a smile gracing his lips and an air of tranquility about him, Su Linyuan exuded an aura of unwavering confidence. He possessed a system. Why would he be concerned about a shortage of cultivation resources? Moreover, given his current prowess, if resources were lacking, he would simply seize them. It was well known that he had already slain over 40 Emperor Realm practitioners from the Lei family. The prospect of being shackled by either of the two factions was hardly appealing. Of course, Su Linyuan had no trust in these two factions. While he was confident in his strength, he was not arrogant. There was no necessity to entangle himself with either force. If he were to be ensnared in their machinations, it would be to his detriment. Thus, he declared, I am accustomed to freedom and abhor constraints. As for cultivation resources, you need not concern yourselves. I shall soon reach the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, and that will be the day I ascend upon the Lei family. Upon hearing Su Linyuan's self-assured proclamation, the expressions of Qiu Xuanji, Shui Wuyo, and the elders of the two factions, as well as the Emperor realm experts present, were filled with astonishment. Their eyes were awash with disbelief, and they considered Su Linyuan's aspirations to be fanciful. Without the foundational support of a major faction, achieving a breakthrough to the complete Emperor realm was an uphill battle, as exemplified by the case of Gong Wanqing. Yet, the confidence radiating from Su Linyuan ignited a flicker of doubt among the onlookers. After all, he was a man who wielded the essence of four-sword intents, and for him, transcending to the complete Emperor realm might not be as insurmountable as it seemed. Perhaps he possessed some extraordinary means to expedite his cultivation. However, this remained a mystery to the crowd. Meanwhile, Qin Shengfeng's expression brightened with excitement. If Su Linyuan chose to stay, he would still be the esteemed elder of the Dao Academy. With Su Linyuan at the helm, he could foresee the academy soaring to unprecedented heights, becoming one of the most formidable forces in the central continent and beyond. Upon contemplating this, Qin Shengfeng's heart raced with fervor. In this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for having initially allied with Su Linyuan, bestowing upon him the esteemed position of elder. Furthermore, during Su Linyuan's obliteration of the Zhang and Gong families, as well as his confrontation with the Zhanlei clan, Qin Shengfeng had offered unprecedented support, even risking his life to save him. It was precisely for these reasons that Su Linyuan exhibited such unwavering resolve. The powerful figures surrounding them gazed at Qin Shengfeng with eyes brimming with envy and jealousy. Truly, the foolish often enjoy good fortune. However, upon recalling Qin Shengfeng's willingness to sacrifice himself for Su Linyuan, their jealousy dissipated like mist. After all, they recognized that they could never undertake such a monumental act. Thus, witnessing Su Linyuan's steadfastness, they felt compelled to remain silent, merely expressing their regrets. At that moment, Shui Zhengfei stepped forward and stated, "Since you, Taoist Su, disdain constraints, might I propose this? I, from the burning heaven flame demon palace, invite you to become an honorary elder. You would not be required to perform any duties or remain stationed at the palace. You would receive a stipend each year, and only be called upon to assist in times of peril. What say you?" Su Linyuan was taken aback, astonished by the conditions proposed by Shui Zhengfei. However, upon reflection, he found the terms quite acceptable. After all, they were remarkably lenient, and given the stature of the burning heaven flame demon palace, the likelihood of encountering life-threatening crises was minimal. The offer seemed more about establishing a prestigious affiliation than imposing obligations. Shui Wuyo quickly grasped the implications, his eyes lighting up with realization. Although the honorary elder would receive an annual stipend from Su Linyuan, this sum was trivial for the burning heaven flame demon palace. Thus, they were effectively forging a connection with Su Linyuan, cultivating goodwill that would undoubtedly benefit the palace as he grew in strength. Knowing that Su Linyuan was not the sort to turn his back on those who helped him, this proposal was entirely feasible. Shui Wuyo had never anticipated that his sister would devise such a thoughtful plan. Indeed, I extend the invitation to Taoist Su to serve as an honorary elder of the burning heaven flame demon palace, with a stipend equivalent to my own. Rest assured, we shall not intrude upon your life without cause. After a moment of contemplation, Su Linyuan found the proposition agreeable. Coupled with the goodwill shown by Shui Zhengfei on 2 occasions, though he did not consider it a debt, he nodded in acceptance. Very well. Shui Wuyo rejoiced at this affirmation. Excellent. Having you, Taoist Su, as an honorary elder is an immense fortune for the burning heaven flame demon palace. I shall proclaim it far and wide. Any who dare to infringe upon you will find themselves opposing our palace. Su Linyuan's prodigious talent and combat prowess were evident to all. Even without an announcement to the central continent, it would not be long before the entire region became aware. Meanwhile, Qiu Xuanji sighed, aware that the situation was beyond his control, yet he maintained an impassive demeanor. He understood that a genius like Su Linyuan would undoubtedly surpass all expectations in the future. It was likely that once he achieved complete mastery of the Emperor realm, his combat capabilities would far exceed his own, perhaps even by a considerable margin. Alas, my esteemed Tai Star Palace is not graced with such fortune. In light of this, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to fellow Taoist Shui and fellow Taoist Su. Should fellow Taoist Su encounter any difficulties in the future, he is most welcome to seek refuge at my Tai Star Palace. Rest assured, I shall not stand idly by if I can offer assistance. Although Qiu Xuanji did not manage to win over Su Linyuan, he is nonetheless willing to forge a benevolent bond with such extraordinary talents. Who knows what unforeseen benefits may arise in the future? Naturally, Su Linyuan would not decline, responding with a smile and a respectful gesture. Thank you, Palace Master Qiu. As the conversation flowed with laughter, 2 figures cautiously approached. Esteemed Senior Su, I am Yu Jingtian, the master of Wanbao Tower, and this is my daughter, Yuan Yuan. It is indeed an honor for our Wanbao Tower to have had some connection with you. Yu Jingtian's demeanor was markedly obsequious, a stark contrast to the disdain he had shown when Su Linyuan was engaged in battle with the Lei family. At that moment, he had been certain of Su Linyuan's impending defeat and felt fortunate that Wanbao Tower had no ties to him. Now, however, his attitude had undergone a complete transformation. Su Linyuan turned to face the father and daughter, his gaze calm as it settled upon them. Yuan Yuan bit her lip nervously and spoke. I was fortunate to witness Senior Su's prowess on that day, and I was utterly astonished. I had no idea that in just a few short days, your strength would undergo such a remarkable transformation. I hold you in the highest regard. Hold him in high regard? Su Linyuan scoffed internally. He had observed the change in the expressions of Yu Jingtian and his daughter during his battle. Their admiration was merely a facade, a ploy to curry favor now that he had emerged victorious. Merchants are driven by profit. They support whoever prevails. Chapter 118. My daughter has long admired the esteemed senior. As soon as Yuan Yuan finished speaking, Yu Jingtian eagerly added, My daughter has admired Senior Su for a long time, if you would not mind. She will be honored to serve you as a maid. The moment his words fell, gasps of astonishment echoed among the surrounding warriors. What? Such audacity! Unbelievable! Though their faces displayed disdain, many were secretly calculating whether their families had any eligible young women to offer Su Linyuan as servants. After all, a talent capable of slaying an emperor-level expert certainly warranted such efforts to win him over. Now, it remained to be seen whether this daughter of the Yu family could capture Su Linyuan's favor. Yu Hanyuan lowered her head shyly, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Clearly, she was quite taken with the idea. Becoming Su Linyuan's maid would be a tremendous leap for her, potentially resolving the issues of Wanbao Tower and elevating her own status significantly. This was a realization she grasped fully. Moreover, she held confidence in her own allure. Her beauty was indeed of the highest caliber, even by the standards of the Central Plains, and few men could resist the charms of such a captivating woman. Even a prodigy like Su Linyuan would likely find it difficult to withstand her allure. However, Su Linyuan's gaze calmly swept over the father and daughter, a faint smile gracing his lips. It must be said that they were indeed skilled strategists. The influence of Wanbao Tower was truly adept in calculations. Logically, Su Linyuan had no reason to refuse. With a mere nod, he could acquire a stunningly beautiful maid with considerable talent, while also gaining the support of Wanbao Tower, an undeniably advantageous deal. Yet, Su Linyuan shook his head dismissively, stating coldly, "No need, I do not lack for maids." He was acutely aware of the intentions behind the father and daughter's proposal. However, he was not a man driven by lust. With the Lei family still intact, and his wife Xianxia's fate unknown, how could he indulge in the company of another woman? Such actions would weigh heavily on his conscience. Moreover, he held a sense of wariness and disdain towards Yu Jingtian and his daughter. Their motives for approaching him were painfully transparent, which he found distasteful. Upon hearing Su Linyuan's resolute refusal, the smile on Yu Jingtian's face froze instantly. He was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why Su Linyuan would decline such an obviously beneficial offer. Yu Hanyuan's expression also fluctuated between anger and disbelief. She had not anticipated such a decisive rejection from Su Linyuan, devoid of even a hint of reluctance, biting her lip in frustration. Yu Zhongtian chuckled awkwardly, cautiously saying, "Senior Su, my daughter is proficient in the arts, and her intentions are entirely pure. She merely wishes to serve you as a maid, to attend to your daily needs." He pressed on despite the growing chill in Su Linyuan's demeanor. The latter narrowed his eyes, his tone icy. "Do you not understand my words?" Those simple 8 characters sent a shiver down Yu Zhongtian's spine, an icy dread piercing through him. The pressure emanating from Su Linyuan was terrifying, especially after having just vanquished numerous formidable foes from the Lei family. His murderous aura was palpable, causing even Yu Jingtian, a mid-level Emperor realm expert, to tremble under Su Linyuan's might. He hurriedly nodded. Yes, I understand. I apologize for my presumption. Please do not take offense. I shall take my leave." With that, he nervously pulled Yu Hanyuan away, eager to escape lest Su Linyuan's displeasure lead to dire consequences. Watching the retreating figures of the father and daughter, Su Linyuan felt no trace of longing. Nearby, numerous Emperor realm experts and leaders of various factions silently chuckled at Yu Zhongtian's blunder. The old man had attempted to gain favor, but ended up losing instead. The rest of the powerful individuals also abandoned their intentions of winning Su Linyuan over with beauty, though they began to contemplate other strategies. Before long, Qiu Xuanji and the surrounding onlookers withdrew, leaving only Su Linyuan, the burning heaven demon hall, and Qin Shengfeng. Come forth. Su Linyuan cast a glance at the entrance to the secret realm above the sea of clouds and spoke aloud. Shui Wuyo and Shui Jingfei, the curious siblings, turned their gaze in that direction. There, from within the secret realm, emerged a man and a woman. The man was Lei Lai, whom the crowd did not recognize. But upon seeing the female cultivator, Shui Jingfei was momentarily taken aback. "Rolly, what brings you here?" she exclaimed, utterly astonished that her sole disciple had appeared in this place and was entangled with Su Linyuan. "Master," Su Ruoli called out excitedly, quickening her pace to stand beside Shui Jingfei. Earlier, she and Lei Lai had witnessed the intense battle outside through the water curtain technique while in the secret realm. They had anticipated Su Linyuan's inevitable defeat, only to be astonished by his clean and decisive victory. The two within the secret realm were nearly startled by the turn of events. "Several days ago, while traversing the chaotic Star Sea, I stumbled upon a secret realm." And then, Su Ruoli recounted the events in detail. Listening to her, Shui Jingfei felt a sense of relief. So that is how it was. She held a deep concern for her only disciple, having nurtured Su Ruoli from a young age. Their bond was akin to that of mother and daughter. "Thank you, fellow Taoist Su, for taking care of my disciple," Shui Jingfei said respectfully, bowing slightly. Su Linyuan smiled and waved his hand dismissively. It was but a trivial matter. No need for thanks. Then, Lei Lai approached cautiously, his eyes filled with trepidation as he regarded Su Linyuan. He had witnessed clearly within the secret realm how the head of the Lei family and several elders perished at Su Linyuan's hands, including his own grandfather, an elder at the peak of the Emperor realm. Yet, when his grandfather fell, Lei Lai felt not dread but exhilaration, for he understood that if those elders had survived, it would have been his own demise. After all, he was the cause of Lei Xianxia's death. As the saying goes, if a friend dies, the Taoist must not. With his grandfather gone, he could still seek recognition anew. If he were to perish, however, it would truly be the end. Senior Suyu, you want to kill me, right? He stammered, his voice lacking confidence. He was acutely aware that he had lost any value to Su Linyuan, his life hanging by a thread. Should Su Linyuan choose to end him, he would be powerless to resist. However, Su Linyuan was not without compassion, and given that the Lei family still existed, Lei Lai held considerable utility. With a smile, he reassured, do not worry. I'm not one to go back on my word. Chapter 119. Lei Lai. Please, ancestor, take action to avenge my grandfather. Upon hearing this, Lei Lai exhaled a sigh of relief. That is good to hear. Yet, just as he felt his tension ease, he heard Su Linyuan continue, of course. There are further plans that will require your cooperation. Is that acceptable? Lai Li? More to come. Though his heart was filled with trepidation, he dare not rebut. No problem, of course not. Please, esteemed sir, I am willing to do anything. He awkwardly chuckled, his face a mask of affirmation. After all, his life was firmly in Su Linyuan's grasp, and having betrayed the Lei family, he knew that without Su Linyuan's support, discovery of his treachery would lead to his certain demise. Su Linyuan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, a fine talent you are. Come closer, he instructed, and Lei Lai, not daring to hesitate, promptly stepped forward. Then, Su Linyuan whispered several directives into his ear. The more Lei Lai listened, the greater his astonishment grew, and by the end, his lips turned pale, his body trembling uncontrollably. Goodness, this operation is utterly terrifying. Once Su Linyuan finished speaking, Lei Lai gulped heavily, his heart racing. Yet, upon meeting Su Linyuan's earnest gaze, he felt no inclination to refuse and nodded mechanically. Yes, yes, rest assured, having aided me, I shall not treat you poorly. In due time, I will assist you in breaking through to the Imperial Realm. If you perform well, reaching the later stages of the Imperial Realm, even achieving perfection, shall not be a problem. Su Linyuan was not one to be miserly. If Lei Lai performed admirably, he would certainly not be neglected. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope sparkled in Lei Lai's eyes. After all, having already betrayed the Lei family, he could no longer expect any cultivation resources from them. Clinging to Su Linyuan, this mighty tree would undoubtedly lead to a promising future. Yes, esteemed sir, I shall do my utmost. With that, he vanished, speeding away. A smile curved Su Linyuan's lips, his eyes glinting with brilliance. Snow Zhengfei regarded him with curiosity. Friend Su, what have you sent him to do? Su Linyuan chuckled. That remains a secret for now, but you shall know soon enough. Snow Waya and Snow Zhengfei were left bewildered. Yet they understood that Su Linyuan was likely plotting something significant, all related to the Lei family. When it came to Su Linyuan's revenge, the siblings had no intention of intervening. Though he was an esteemed elder of the burning heaven flame demon palace, vengeance was his prerogative. In fact, they were more inclined to assist him, given the long-standing enmity between the Lei family and the burning heaven flame demon palace. Shortly thereafter, the siblings conversed with Su Linyuan for a while before taking their leave, while Snow Waya promised to deliver Su Linyuan's stipend to the Tao Institute each year. Friend Qin, it is time for us to return, Su Linyuan remarked with a smile. Ah, Huchioning? Already? Qin Shengfeng was still in a daze, overwhelmed by the shock Su Linyuan had imparted. With a gentle laugh, Su Linyuan led Qin Shengfeng back to the Tao Institute. As the two made their way back, the entire central state erupted in chaos. Various factions were engrossed in discussions surrounding the battle between Su Linyuan and the Lei family. At that moment, within the ancestral grounds of the Lei family, a profound silence prevailed, enveloped in sorrow and disbelief. The surroundings were starkly white, reflecting the grief that filled the eyes of those present. The demise of several esteemed elders, including Lei Tianzong and Lei Bingfeng, led to an unceasing extinguishing of soul lamps, heralding the grim fate of all Lei family warriors sent to besiege Su Linyuan. None returned. All perished in the sea of chaos. Who can elucidate the circumstances behind this catastrophe? A thunderous voice reverberated through the ancestral grounds. It belonged to Lei Jingsheng, a venerable elder at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, who had been sequestered in a forbidden chamber, seldom emerging. Yet, the turmoil within the Lei family necessitated his presence. Upon learning of the tragic losses, including Lei Tianzong, Lei Bingfeng, and 46 other Emperor realm elders, he initially dismissed it as a mere fabrication. However, with the soul lamps extinguished, the harsh reality dawned upon him. Within the ancestral grounds, the elders fell into a hushed stillness, acutely aware of Lei Jingsheng's notorious temper, none daring to provoke his ire at such a critical juncture. With bloodshot eyes, he surveyed the assembly before fixing his gaze upon the family's grand elder, Lei Keming. Keming, elucidate the sequence of events to me, he commanded. Keming nodded earnestly. Initially, our foremost expert, Lei Xiankong, was ensnared by a cunning scheme. He detailed the events that unfolded, and as he spoke, Lei Jingsheng's frown deepened with each revelation. The audacity to strike against the Lei family originated from a rogue cultivator of the eastern wilderness. Such a notion was preposterous. He swiftly dismissed the possibility. The eastern wilderness was an insignificant region, scarcely known. Even a half-step Emperor realm warrior venturing there would be considered a formidable presence. Thus, he could hardly fathom a cultivator from such a place infiltrating Central State and vanquishing numerous Lei family champions. This must surely be the machination of a formidable force. At that moment, an urgent commotion arose from outside the ancestral grounds, followed by a Lei family disciple rushing in, visibly agitated. Esteemed ancestor and revered elders, the direct grandson of the 9th elder has returned alive from the sea of chaos. Upon hearing this, both Lei Jingsheng and the assembled elders surged to their feet in excitement. A survivor? Marvelous. Their curiosity about the events that transpired in the sea of chaos and the fates of the fallen Emperor realm warriors was insatiable. Quickly, bring him in, Lei Jingsheng exclaimed, rising abruptly. Yes. Moments later, a disheveled figure stumbled through the door. His face etched with despair. Overwhelmed by fatigue, he faltered and fell, rolling in from the entrance. Elders, the plight is truly dire. The anguished wails of Lei Lai resonated throughout the ancestral grounds as he sat on the ground, weeping uncontrollably, drawing the concerned gazes of the elders. Lei Li, what has transpired in the chaotic Star Sea? Why have you returned alone? The grand elder, Lei Keming, inquired urgently. With a trembling voice, Lei Lai wiped his tears and recounted. The individual is named Su Linyuan, a mid-stage Emperor realm cultivator who wields 4 distinct sword intents. With a single strike, he cleaved my grandfather in 2. The family head and the icebound ancestor also fell to his hand. The battle was horrifically devastating, leaving the chaotic star sea strewn with the corpses and blood of my Lei family disciples. Oh, and it is said that this person is a supreme elder of the Tao Academy. I implore the ancestors and esteemed elders to take action and eliminate Su Linyuan, avenging my grandfather. In Chapter 120, Legends of Immortals, Lei Lai, tears streaming down his face, filled the grand hall with an overwhelming sense of sorrow, evoking a deep pity among the elders. The loss of his grandfather, coupled with the harrowing sight of numerous clan elders perishing, as he barely escaped with his life after an arduous flight, was an immense shock that few could withstand. Thus, their doubts were minimal. Conversely, upon hearing Lei Lai's words, Lei Jingsheng, Grand Elder Lei Keming, and the other elders fell into a heavy silence, their eyes glistening with turmoil. Lei Lai's vivid depiction conjured images of that brutal battle in their minds, yet disbelief lingered. After all, how could a mere mid-stage Emperor realm cultivator possess such terrifying power? Furthermore, the notion of a mid-stage Emperor wielding 4 sword intents and slaying a peak Emperor ancestor of the Lei family seemed utterly implausible, an occurrence unheard of in millennia. Lei Lai, are you truly not lying? Lei Jingsheng suddenly rose, an invisible pressure weighing heavily upon Lei Lai, as if seeking to peer into his very soul. Overwhelmed by the oppressive aura, Lei Lai trembled but stood firm, for he spoke no falsehoods. Meeting Lei Jingsheng's gaze, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Every word I have spoken is the truth. Moreover, countless powerful witnesses from the central continent beheld that battle. It shall soon spread far and wide. If the ancestors harbor doubts, they may send someone to verify the information." Observing the resolute determination in Lei Lai's eyes, devoid of any sign of deceit, it became evident that he was indeed truthful. If this were the case, it only intensified their fears. A formidable Emperor realm powerhouse had emerged in the central continent, one with an unending vendetta against their Lei family. This posed a significant dilemma. Ancestor Su Linyuan is the husband of Gong Xinyao, who once claimed he would exchange her for Xian Kong. Yet the family head stated that Gong Xinyao is deceased, having been drained of her essence by you. May I ask, Ancestor, is it true that Gong Xinyao has perished, and why was her essence extracted? Lei Lie posed momentarily, casting acautias glanche at Lei Jinshen. In truth, this was one of the tasks entrusted to him by Su Linyuan, to investigate the specifics concerning Xianxia. Indeed, Su Linyuan harbored suspicions that Lei Tianzong's claim regarding Xianxia's demise being the result of the ancestral figure draining her essence might not be as straightforward as it seemed. It is highly likely that this revered ancestor of the Lei family was the greatest hidden card, as suggested by Lei Tianai. Upon Lei Lai's utterance, the gazes of numerous elders in the hall turned curiously towards Lei Jinsheng. This matter was unclear to them, and a sense of intrigue lingered in their hearts. Upon hearing this, Lei Jinsheng's eyes darkened, emitting a low grunt. He had not anticipated that this affair was connected to that woman. He had assumed that after decades of the Gong family's decline, a few favors would suffice to bury the past. To his astonishment, they had been played by a rogue cultivator from the eastern wilderness. With the passage of time, there was little left to conceal. Back when the ancestor of Tianmai's lifespan was nearly extinguished, on the verge of passing, it was unexpected that Tianai would bring a woman into the forbidden ground, seeking our aid to heal her. Yet, the ancestor of Tianmi discovered that this woman possessed a trace of celestial essence within her. This revelation invigorated the nearly depleted ancestor of Tianmi. If he could extract and refine this celestial essence, not only could he prolong his life, but he might even ascend to greater heights. Lei Jinsheng's voice resonated throughout the hall, leaving everyone in utter astonishment. The ancestor of Tianmi was still alive. Lai Keming exclaimed in disbelief. It is well known that this ancestor was no ordinary individual, but rather the most formidable genius of the Lei family from 2 millennia ago, who subsequently achieved the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, surpassing all contemporaries. It was previously thought that this ancestor had perished long ago, yet here he was, alive and thriving. Lei Jinsheng affirmed with a decisive nod. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, their eyes shimmering with excitement. If this ancestor still lived, his might was beyond anyone's guess. Should he emerge from the forbidden ground, the entire central continent would surely take notice. Amidst the astonishment, Lei Lai timidly inquired, "What exactly is this celestial essence? And what does it mean to be celestial?" The term celestial was elusive to him, given his current level of cultivation. Not only, but among the gathered elders of the Lei family, aside from Lei Keming, there were few who possessed knowledge of it. Only a formidable figure like Lei Jinsheng, at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, could provide greater insight. He cleared his throat, his eyes gleaming with fervor. The realm of immortals transcends the Emperor realm. Such beings can pluck stars from the sky and obliterate Emperor realm warriors with ease, as if squashing an ant. This realm is the aspiration of countless martial artists. Legends tell of celestial beings gracing the continent millions of years ago, yet their disappearance remains shrouded in mystery. To this day, tales of immortals have largely faded, known only to a select few among the superpowers. Within the body of the enchanting Gong Xinyao lies the essence of the immortal path, intrinsically linked to the celestial beings. Extracting and refining this essence would yield immeasurable benefits. Today, the formidable strength of the ancestor of heavenly destruction has become unfathomable. I can no longer ascertain the extent of his power. When the realm of Lishami's cultivation is mentioned, even the eyes of Lei Jinsheng betray a profound yearning. Such a level transcends his own capabilities. The essence of the immortal path is something he too covets. Yet the disparity in strength between him and the ancestor of heavenly destruction is insurmountable. Even if he were to attempt a theft, he would not prevail. And as both are ancestors of the Lei family, it is only natural that they would refrain from engaging in such internecine conflict. Moreover, the current might of the ancestor of heavenly destruction surpasses his wildest imagination. While he cannot ascertain how strong he truly is, he is certain that he is no match for him. As for whether the ancestor has achieved the realm of immortality, Lei Jinsheng remains uncertain. However, he surmises that even if he has not yet reached that pinnacle, he is undoubtedly quite close. Inside the hall, the audience, upon hearing such clandestine revelations, were left astounded, their mouths agape and their eyes filled with a fervent, indescribable heat. It turns out that beyond the imperial realm, there exists the realm of immortals, a concept utterly unfathomable. They had all believed that the perfection of the imperial realm was the ultimate destination. Little did they know there lies an even higher echelon above it. Furthermore, their ancestor has taken a significant stride towards this supreme realm, igniting a fervor that is impossible to contain. Ancestor, do immortals possess the gift of longevity? Inquired an elder of the Lei family, his voice trembling. As far as I know, immortals can indeed live eternally. The mere mention of the words eternal life seemed to resonate with a peculiar enchantment, wrapping around the ears of the assembly. Even Lei Lai, a warrior of the imperial realm, found his breath quickening, and a sense of restlessness enveloped him. Chapter 121. This child, Lei Lai, is commendable. He is exceedingly filial. In the hall, all were captivated by the notion of immortals, their breaths quickening, thoughts racing through their minds. Lei Lai was the first to regain his composure. He cleared his throat and spoke. Ancestor, I have a significant matter to report. Lei Jean Saint's inquiry interrupted the collective contemplation of the hall. Please go on. Lei Jean Saint turgid. I witnessed the entirety of that fierce battle. Although Su Linyuan slaughtered numerous powerful beings of our Lei family, he too suffered considerable injuries. As I saw him spitting out blood, if my conjecture is correct, the terrifying power he exhibited must have stemmed from some secret technique, and he should currently be in a weakened state. I beseech the ancestor and esteemed elders to avenge my grandfather, the family head, and the other elders by striking at the Tao Academy. Lei Lai's earnest words, tinged with a raspy quality, were laden with emotion, and tears involuntarily streamed down his face, evoking deep sympathy among the onlookers. It must be said, this young man is indeed a talent, his acting skills remarkably adept. Even the seasoned elders present failed to detect any discrepancies. Of course, it is primarily because no one could have anticipated that Lei Lai would betray them, having sold them out so early on. Is what you say truly the case? A brilliant light shot forth from Lei Jingsheng's eyes, his heart racing with surprise. In truth, he was somewhat inclined to believe in this possibility. After all, Su Linyuan single-handedly vanquished 46 formidable Emperor Realm warriors of the Lei family, including one at the pinnacle of the Emperor Realm and a number of late-stage Emperor Realm experts. If he had suffered no injuries and effortlessly dispatched them, it would reflect poorly on the Lei family strength. He was unwilling to accept such a notion. Naturally, I swear on my life that I have witnessed this with my own eyes. Please, ancestor, do not hesitate. Allow that scoundrel to recover, for it will be difficult to slay him then, Lei Lai declared with unwavering determination. This was the second task assigned to him by Su Linyuan, to provoke the elders of the Lei family into taking action against him. This strategy would gradually erode the Lei family's foundational strength. Indeed, upon hearing Lei Lai's resolute proclamation, both Lei Jingsheng and Lei Keming displayed expressions of delight. If they could slay Su Linyuan while he was injured, it would be a monumental achievement. After all, the threat posed by Su Linyuan was immense. Failing to eliminate such a prodigy early on would not bode well for the Lei family. With such a formidable adversary lurking in the shadows, it would surely sow discord and unease among their ranks. However, having witnessed the repercussions of Lei Bingfeng's involvement, Lei Jingsheng refrained from acting hastily. He needed to ascertain the veracity of this information. I shall contemplate this matter further. You may leave for now. He gestured dismissively. Lei Lai could only bow in acknowledgement, but before departing, he implored, should the ancestor decide to mobilize, please ensure I accompany you. I wish to witness with my own eyes the demise of Su Linyuan, to bring solace to my grandfather's spirit. With a deep breath, Lei Lai reluctantly exited, his eyes filled with unfulfilled desire. Were Su Linyuan present, he would undoubtedly award Lei Lai the Oscar for Best Actor, for his performance was nothing short of remarkable. Once Lei Lai had departed, Lei Jingsheng addressed the assembly. What are your thoughts on the veracity of Lei Lai's claims? The crowd exchanged glances, and after a moment, Lei Keming spoke up. I perceive no hesitation in Lei Lai's words. It seems likely to be true. Furthermore, his sincerity is evident, and Elder Nine indeed perished in this recent conflict. It is only natural for him to seek vengeance for his grandfather. As soon as Lei Keming finished speaking, another elder concurred, Indeed, I know Lei Lai well. He is a devoted son and would not fabricate such a tale. Precisely. If the ancestor harbors doubts, we may dispatch someone to investigate further. I believe news from Zhongzhou should be plentiful at this juncture. The assembly engaged in lively discussion, and Lei Jingsheng found himself resolute in his decision. In that case, let us send someone to probe for information before we reach a conclusion. He was genuinely curious about the events of that fateful day and whether they unfolded as Lei Lai described. Despite his intrigue, a lingering skepticism remained in his heart. Agreed. The assembly nodded in agreement. In the brief span of half a day, news of the tumultuous battle in the Sea of Chaos had spread throughout the entirety of Zhongzhou. Naturally, the members of the Lei family were well aware of the specifics. The sequence of events unfolded precisely as Lei Lai had recounted, devoid of any falsehood. This exemplifies the remarkable acumen of Su Linyuan. To deceive others with a lie, one must weave a tapestry of truth and falsehood, 7 parts truth and 3 parts deception, thus maximizing the likelihood of eluding detection. Consequently, when the information they received perfectly aligned with that relayed by Lei Lai, their doubts dissipated. Lei Lai had not misled them. This indicated that Su Linyuan was currently gravely injured and would be unable to recover in the near term. Now was the opportune moment to eliminate him. A fierce glint ignited in Lei Jingsheng's eyes, his excitement palpable, and the murderous intent within him could scarcely be contained. Given Su Linyuan's severe wounds, it was indeed the ideal moment to strike him down. Transmit my orders. We shall mobilize to the Dao Academy. I will personally take action to avenge the 46 Imperial Realm warriors who perished for our Lei family. Lei Jingsheng declared resolutely. The Grand Elder was to remain behind to safeguard the family. This time, the Elder would lead only 20 of his most formidable elders into battle, ensuring that Su Linyuan would not escape. The assembly understood that this was undeniably a prime opportunity to vanquish Su Linyuan and thus offered no objections. Indeed, and bring that child Lei Lai along. His filial piety is commendable. Let him witness the torment and demise of his grandfather's nemesis at my hands. Lei Jingsheng muzed. Feeling a surge of satisfaction regarding Lei Lai, the boy had managed to escape Su Linyuan's clutches, suggesting he possessed great fortune, and his purity and devotion warranted the family's resources being inclined more favorably towards him in the future. The others, naturally, found no reason to refuse the command. Before long, Lei Jingsheng had successfully rallied numerous powerful members of the Lei family for this campaign. For this battle, he chose not to bring any warriors below the Imperial Realm, instead selecting 20 formidable figures from the late and mid-stages of the Imperial Realm. These 20 constituted the backbone of the Lei family. Losing them would indeed deal a grievous blow to the family's strength. However, Lei Jingsheng seemed unperturbed by this consideration, as he believed Su Linyuan was already on the brink of death, and he anticipated an effortless victory in this encounter. All hands, he might command. Advance towards the Dao Academy, slay Su Linyuan, and exact our revenge. Lei Jingsheng's voice resonated through the skies above the Lei family as the 20 Imperial Realm warriors surged forward with fervor. Kill Su Linyuan. Kill. The earth trembled with the ferocity of their charge, as under Lei Jingsheng's leadership, the 20 Imperial warriors and Lei Lai raced towards the Dao Academy. There was no doubt, Su Linyuan was destined to perish. Chapter 122, The Imperial Spirit Pill and the Acceptance of Disciple Xianxia. In Zhongzhou, at the Dao Academy. Upon Su Linyuan's return, the disciples of the academy were filled with exuberance, regarding him with a reverence akin to that of deities, their gazes brimming with admiration. This world venerates the strong, and Su Linyuan, with a singular might, has slain numerous formidable figures of the Lei family at the Imperial Realm. Such a remarkable feat, in the annals of Central Continent's history spanning hundreds of thousands of years, is unparalleled. We extend our heartfelt congratulations to the esteemed elder, Su Linyuan stud majestically in midair. While countless disciples of the Dao Academy bowed in reverence below. No need for excessive formalities, please rise. With a subtle gesture, he bestowed upon them a gentle force, lifting them effortlessly from their knees. Shortly thereafter, Su Linyuan and Qin Shengfeng made their way to the small bamboo peak at the back of the academy, which served as Su Linyuan's sanctuary. The sky-swallowing python and the enraged beast were stationed there, having significantly advanced in their cultivation since entering the academy. The python had reached the pinnacle of the Holy Realm, while the enraged beast had successfully broken through to the mid-Holy Realm. "Greetings, Master," the two creatures exclaimed with utmost obedience, their hearts quaking in awe at the terrifying aura that Su Linyuan inadvertently exuded. Yet, amidst their fear, there was also profound gratitude. They considered themselves fortunate to have followed Su Linyuan from the eastern wilderness to central continent, bearing witness to his extraordinary prowess, which had elevated their own status immensely. Indeed, choice surpasses effort. Very well, Su Linyuan nodded slightly, casting a glance at the sky-swallowing python. Reaching the pinnacle of the holy realm is commendable. In that case, I shall lend you my assistance to help you break through to the imperial realm. His calm voice resonated in the python's ears, rendering it speechless with astonishment. As tumultuous waves of emotions surged within, could it be that the master would aid it in transcending to the imperial realm? Such an opportunity felt like a pie falling from the heavens. As his words settled, Su Linyuan casually produced a pill. This pill, known as the Imperial Spirit Pill, could facilitate a breakthrough to the imperial realm without any adverse effects, boasting a success rate of 100%. The moment the pill appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy surged dramatically, imbued with traces of imperial aura, underscoring the pill's extraordinary nature. The sky-swallowing python gazed at the pill in its grasp, trembling with excitement, tears of joy brimming at the corners of its eyes. The imperial realm, a supreme domain it had never envisioned it could glimpse as a mere beast. Thank you, master. Thank you. The python knelt in fervent gratitude, overwhelmed by the life-altering favor bestowed upon it. Linyuan chuckled softly. No need for such fervor. Not only the imperial realm, but even higher realms may one day be within reach. Now, go ahead and refine it. Upon hearing this, the sky-swallowing python joyfully fell to its knees. Yes, I shall obey. It held no doubt regarding Su Linyuan's assertion of future breakthroughs to even loftier realms. In its heart, Su Linyuan was akin to a deity. It was brimming with relief at the choice it had made. Meanwhile, the enraged beast cast an envious glance. Su Linyuan discerned this as well and smiled, saying, "When you reach the pinnacle of the Saint Realm, I shall assist you in breaking through." Upon hearing this, Xianxia felt as though he had swallowed a calming pill, and excitedly responded, "Thank you, master. I will certainly exert my utmost effort to swiftly break through to the pinnacle of the Saint Realm." With a wave of his hand and a smile, Su Linyuan watched as Xianxia, brimming with joy, departed alongside the Titan python. Determined, he resolved to seize the time to cultivate and achieve his breakthrough. Once the two demons had left, Qin Shengfeng displayed a look of surprise. He had not anticipated that his friend Su possessed such a miraculous treasure. If this elixir were to be publicized, it would undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the central continent. The most significant aspect of the Imperial Spirit Pill was not merely its lack of side effects that facilitate a breakthrough to the imperial realm, but rather its guaranteed efficacy in doing so. This was simply unfathomable. To speak candidly, one would be hard-pressed to find another such pill in the entirety of the central continent. Should it come to light, countless powerful beings would surely covet it, including even the most formidable factions. After all, the elders of these superpowers often have descendants, and even if the elders do not require it, their progeny certainly would. Furthermore, possessing such a pill would lead to a stable emergence of imperial realm experts, thereby fortifying the foundation of their power. Su Linyuan smiled and said, "It is not surprising. I possess quite a number of such pills. Friend Qin, you may select a suitable batch for the elders, and I shall bestow these pills upon them to aid their breakthroughs into the imperial realm." As soon as Su Linyuan's words fell, Qin Shengfeng was left utterly astounded, his expression frozen in disbelief, his voice stammering. Su, you must be joking, right? There are indeed more of such pills? This is madness. It is known that the appearance of even a single pill of such caliber and mystique is a monumental stroke of fortune. Yet Su Linyuan claimed to possess several. Do I appear to be jesting? Su Linyuan replied with a beaming smile. Gasping in astonishment, Qin Shengfeng realized that if this were true, the Dao Academy would truly soar. Within the academy, there were as many as 19 elders at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm. If aided by Su Linyuan's Imperial Spirit Pill, they could simultaneously acquire 19 Imperial Realm experts. The emergence of such a number would undoubtedly create a sensation across the entire central continent, propelling the Dao Academy into the ranks of top-tier forces and dramatically enhancing its foundation. Splendid. I shall immediately summon the elders of the academy, Qin Shengfeng exclaimed, brimming with excitement. He had toiled tirelessly for the academy's development over the years, and now, with such a remarkable opportunity before him, How could he possibly restrain himself? However, Su Linyuan smiled and said, "No need to rush. Before I journey to the Chaos Star Sea, I mentioned that I would take Chu Ran as my direct disciple. Now that I have returned, I intend to fulfill that promise. Please call for Chu Ran." As soon as Su Linyuan finished speaking, Qin Shengfeng could no longer contain his excitement, particularly after witnessing Su Linyuan's prowess in the Chaos Star Sea. He was even more convinced that allowing Chu Ran to become Su Linyuan's disciple was an exceedingly wise decision. "Very well, Su Daoist, please wait a moment. I shall inform Chu Ruan immediately." As he spoke, Qin Shengfeng could hardly contain his excitement, his figure flickering as he tore through the fabric of space to seek Qin Chu Ruan. Upon witnessing this, Su Linyuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. However, he understood Qin Shengfeng's eagerness. Before long, Qin Shengfeng returned with Qin Chu Ruan in tow. The young lady's face radiated with delight, her beautiful eyes fixated intently on Su Linyuan's figure. "Chu Ruan, I wish to take you as my disciple. Do you consent to join my teachings?" Su Linyuan's gaze remained calm as he addressed Qin Chu Ruan. The girl did not hesitate in the slightest, stepping forward and declaring, "I am willing." Disciple Qin Chu Ruan pays respects to Master. Chapter 123. Inculcating Heavenly Sound Attack Body, a desire to depart? Excellent, Su Linyuan exclaimed with a warm smile. Then, with a flourish of his hand, he assisted her to her feet, his eyes glimmering with satisfaction. "Since you have chosen to be my disciple, I shall present you with a few small gifts." As he spoke, Su Linyuan cheerfully produced a spatial ring and handed it to Qin Chu Ruan. This ring was taken from a powerful member of a lay family that he had vanquished. This battle had yielded considerable spoils. With resources from over 40 Imperial Realm experts of the lay family now in his possession, including a multitude of Imperial artifacts. The spatial ring he presented was from a late-stage elder of the lay family, filled with countless cultivation resources. For someone like Qin Chu Ruan, a warrior of the royal realm, this was an immense temptation, and even for Qin Shengfeng, an Imperial Realm warrior, it was no small matter. Upon opening the ring and probing its contents with her divine sense, she was astounded by the myriad of precious materials and resources within. Her shock was palpable. "Master, are all these for me? They are too precious. I cannot accept." It was worth noting that as the granddaughter of an elder in the Imperial Realm, she had never lacked for resources, yet the casual gift of this spatial ring left her speechless. However, Su Linyuan chuckled. "No need for concern. It is not something of great value. Take it, for a gift from your master is not something that can be rescinded." Qin Chu Ruan glanced at her grandfather, who nodded back at her with a smile. He understood that these resources held little significance for Su Linyuan. Reluctantly, she accepted the gift. "Thank you, master," she said respectfully, bowing deeply. Su Linyuan nodded in acknowledgement. "Qin Daoist, please summon the elders of the academy to assemble in the Great Hall. I shall join you shortly." "Yes," Qin Shengfeng replied, promptly departing to notify the elders. Should all 19 elders of the academy break through to the Imperial Realm within a single day, it would surely cause quite a stir throughout the central continent. After Qin Shengfeng left, Su Linyuan turned to Qin Chu Ruan, saying, "Chu Ruan, I have one more gift for you, but this one requires your own decision on whether to accept it." Qin Chuan froze for a moment, clearly confused. "Master, what gift are you referring to? Do you know about special physiques?" Su Linyuan asked. "Of course," Qin Chuan replied. "Special physiques are innate. Even the lowest ranked spirit bodies are one in hundreds of thousands, let alone sacred bodies or emperor bodies. Across the entire central continent, only a handful of prodigies possess such physiques." She naturally understood the significance of special physiques. Anyone born with one was favored by heaven itself. As for sacred bodies and emperor bodies, every single possessor was undoubtedly a peerless talent. Su Linyuan then spoke calmly. "As your master, I possess a method that can grant you an emperor tier physique known as the Heavenly Sound Slaughter Body. It has countless applications and can greatly enhance both your combat strength and talent. However, he continued, to transfer this special physique to you, you must be completely honest and open during the process. Therefore, the final decision rests with you." Indeed, the Heavenly Sound Slaughter Body that Su Linyuan had previously obtained from the system could be bestowed upon another person. But during the transfer, complete physical openness was required to ensure there were no errors. That was precisely why Su Linyuan allowed Qin Chuan to decide for herself. If she was unwilling, he would never force her. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan was stunned. A moment later, her cheeks flushed crimson. Though Su Linyuan's words were phrased tactfully, Xianxia was no child. She understood the implication clearly. Hesitation welled up in her heart as her gaze subconsciously drifted toward him, her ears burning red. After a long pause, she bit her lip tightly and finally spoke in a soft but resolute voice. Disciple is willing. Firstly, an Emperor tier special physique was an immense opportunity. If word of it spread, countless prodigies across the central continent would flock to it. Perhaps even Emperor realm experts would find it hard to resist. Secondly, Xianxia had long admired her master from the depths of her heart. As such, she was not resistant to this matter. In that case, come with me, Su Linyuan said. Yes. As they spoke, the two entered a room. With a casual wave of his hand, Su Linyuan released Emperor Qi, sealing the surroundings completely. Even a late-stage Emperor realm expert would find it difficult to break through this barrier in a short time. Remove your clothes and lie on the bed, he instructed. Yes, Xianxia's already flushed cheeks grew even hotter. Lowering her head, she replied shyly. Soon after, she removed her clothes within the room. The sudden sight caused even Su Linyuan's heart to tremble slightly. Her jade-white legs and flawless, glass-like figure appeared nearly perfect. In the next moment, Xianxia obediently laid down on the bed, not daring to look at him. She closed her eyes tightly and spoke nervously. Master Disciple is ready. Please begin. Her voice trembled. After all, this was her first time experiencing something like this, and fear was inevitable. Good. Su Linyuan nodded. He then stepped forward, placing his hand just above her navel, silently reciting in his heart. System, transfer the heavenly sound slaughter body. Ding. Transfer in progress. Rumble. Within the confines of the room, a surge of imperial energy rippled through the air, and Xianxia felt an immediate flush of heat coursing through her body. An inexplicable warmth enveloped her, followed by waves of torment, as if her flesh were being torn apart and then reassembled. This agonizing cycle continued, leaving her pallor increasingly pronounced. Yet, she remained resolute, enduring the suffering with gritted teeth, refusing to utter a sound. Observing this scene, Su Linyuan nodded inwardly, feeling a sense of satisfaction with his disciple, Xianxia. While talent was one aspect, her commendable character made her worthy of nurturing. Time passed, and gradually the pain within Xianxia dissipated, replaced by a warm flow that signified a transformation of her physical form. After a moment, she slowly opened her eyes, beads of sweat glistening on her pale face. With a deep breath, she excitedly rose to her feet. Master, I have succeeded. This unique physique is known as the Heavenly Sound Assault Body, an imperial tier constitution with myriad remarkable uses, particularly in the realm of the soul. Xianxia eagerly recounted the various advantages of her newfound ability to Su Linyuan. The profundity of this imperial tier physique was indeed astonishing. It was no wonder that those with such exceptional constitutions were often invincible among their peers. Seeing her exhilaration, Su Linyuan chuckled. It seems the Heavenly Sound Assault Body resonates well with you, elevating your cultivation to the pinnacle of the sovereign realm. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Xianxia's heart brimmed with joy. The enhancement from the Heavenly Sound Assault Body was substantial, propelling her to the peak of the sovereign realm, just a step away from the Saint realm. At her age, such an achievement placed her among the elite of the central continent. All of this is thanks to you, Master. Xianxia expressed her gratitude, her emotions overflowing. Su Linyuan smiled faintly, feeling quite pleased. You have just broken through to the pinnacle of the sovereign realm. Now, focus on solidifying your foundation and familiarize yourself with this imperial tier physique. By the way, do not speak of today's events. If word of my ability to impart imperial tier physiques were to circulate, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of countless powerful individuals in the central continent. Such an opportunity is enticing beyond measure, and few could resist the temptation. If that were to happen, I would truly become a target for many. Xianxia was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and dared not hesitate. She quickly assured, rest assured, Master, I shall not utter a word, not even to my grandfather. Su Linyuan nodded in satisfaction. He then turned and departed for the main hall of the Tao Academy. As she watched his retreating figure, Xianxia's cheeks flushed once more, her mind filled with the earlier image of Su Linyuan imparting to her his unique physique. In truth, she had just discreetly opened her eyes, secretly observing him. Meanwhile, Su Linyuan walked slowly into the hall. Inside, the elders of the academy stood respectfully on either side, welcoming his arrival. Although Qin Shengfeng had not communicated any specific matters to them, The others could sense that something significant was afoot, discernible from the expression on his face. As Su Linyuan entered the hall, everyone bowed in unison. I pay my respects to the Grand Elder. Su Linyuan smiled and waved his hand, taking his place at the head of the table. There is no need for such formalities. Please rise. After a brief pause, he continued, I have summoned you all to share some good news. The elders, intrigued by his words, displayed expressions of curiosity. Su Linyuan slowly elaborated. I possess a type of elixir known as the Imperial Spirit Pill, which can assist peak Sacred Realm warriors in breaking through to the Imperial Realm without any side effects. Today, I wish to bestow this pill upon you to aid your ascension. In an instant, the hall fell into a profound silence. No one dared to speak, and only the sound of hurried breaths filled the air. The gravity of Su Linyuan's announcement left everyone in astonishment, with many elders questioning their own hearing and repeatedly tapping their foreheads. Yet, when they met Su Linyuan's resolute gaze, their composure shattered, and their breaths quickened in excitement. At that moment, a terrifying aura emanated from the rear mountain, enveloping the academy skies. This overwhelming presence caused the elders within the hall to tremble. Is someone breaking through to the Imperial Realm? When did such a figure appear among our academy? One elder exclaimed. No, it seems that the aura belongs to a beast. It is not a human warrior, but a demon cultivator. Amidst the exclamations, only Su Linyuan and Xianxia maintained their calm demeanor. There is no need for concern. What is currently breaking through is the sky-swallowing python under my command. It is precisely the Imperial Spirit Pill that will enable its advancement. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the elders sparkled with excitement. Is it truly so effective? They gasped in awe. Before long, the elders could distinctly sense the escalating Imperial aura above the academy, sweeping through the skies. After a quarter of an hour, a voice echoed, "It is done." The hall was filled with expressions of joy and disbelief, as the elders marveled at the extraordinary revelation. It is known that an ordinary martial artist requires at least several days of preparation to transcend into the Imperial Realm. The process of breaking through this barrier is exceedingly arduous. Without a span of hours or even days, it would be nearly impossible to advance. Yet, the colossal devouring serpent effortlessly achieved this transformation in a mere quarter of an hour, exuding a robust aura, as if it had encountered no hindrance whatsoever. Such an extraordinary feat is attributed to the efficacy of Su Linyuan's Imperial Spirit Pill. Should they attempt to rely solely on their own efforts to ascend to the Imperial Realm through diligent cultivation, the challenge is formidable. The likelihood of success stands at a mere 30 to 40%. Furthermore, should they fail in this endeavor, the repercussions would range from diminished cultivation and drastically reduced lifespans to the harrowing fate of death. Over the years, countless prodigious warriors have found themselves ensnared at this threshold, ultimately meeting their demise, which elicits profound sorrow. Many of the elders within the hall, having aged and lost their fervor, would likely never dare to challenge the Imperial Realm without the assistance of Su Linyuan's Imperial Spirit Pill. However, if they too could partake of this wondrous elixir, immediate ascension to the Imperial Realm would be within their grasp. Such temptation is indeed hard to resist. Su Linyuan, discerning the eagerness of the assembly, offered a gentle smile as 19 Imperial Spirit Pills materialized in his hand. With a swift gesture, he distributed the pills to the 19 peak Holy Realm elders. As the elders gazed upon the pills in their hands, their breaths quickened, their eyes ablaze with uncontainable excitement. This was far more than merely a pill. It was an invitation to the Imperial Realm itself. All 19 elders, already at the pinnacle of the Holy Realm, would find that refining this pill would grant them immediate access to the Imperial Realm. The remaining elders, upon reaching the peak of the Holy Realm in the future, could approach Su Linyuan for their own Imperial Spirit Pills. As Su Linyuan concluded his remarks, a wave of ecstatic joy swept through the hall, even among those elders who had not yet received the pills. Although they lacked the pills at present, the prospect of obtaining one upon their breakthrough to the peak of the Holy Realm filled them with fervor. In essence, as long as they could advance to that level, their success in reaching the Imperial Realm would be assured. Expressions of gratitude erupted, with voices resounding. "Thank you, Elder. We shall never forget your immense kindness, and we pledge our utmost loyalty to you." The fervor of their declarations was palpable, emanating from the depths of their hearts, devoid of any semblance of insincerity. After all, Su Linyuan was the one who had reignited their path, rendering him as significant as their own progenitors. The elders' reactions were thus entirely understandable. Su Linyuan responded with a smile. Now, take the pills and return to your respective places to break through. Time is of the essence. The assembly bowed in unison, responding with utmost respect indeed. They then withdrew from the grand hall with reverence. Chapter 125. In a single day, 19 ascend to the imperial realm. Once they departed, Qin Shengfeng, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Why does you, Taoist Su, mention that time is pressing? Logically, given your recent victories over numerous formidable members of the Lei family, it seems they would hesitate to act against you in the near future. After all, the Lei family has suffered significant losses, with over 40 powerful beings at the Emperor realm perishing, including a fully realized emperor. One would think they would be too intimidated to stir up trouble again." However, Su Linyuan smiled and said, "No, quite the opposite. The Lei family will soon take action. If my intuition serves me right, they should be on their way here and will likely arrive at the Tao Academy within a day." "Really?" Qin Shengfeng was momentarily taken aback. "How can you be so certain?" Su Linyuan's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "I had Lei Lai lure the Lei family into action. I instructed him to inform them that I employed secret techniques to slay many of their elders, and that I am currently at my weakest, urging them to strike swiftly." Upon hearing this, Qin Shengfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. "To provoke the Lei family into attacking you? That's utterly audacious." It was the first time in all these years that Qin Shengfeng had heard of such a scheme. It was simply astonishing. However, given Su Linyuan's formidable strength, there was little cause for concern. After all, he had witnessed Su Linyuan's prowess firsthand when he defeated Lei Bingfeng and over 40 of the Lei family's elites. It was clear he had ample confidence. "I see. With the addition of 19 Emperor Realm warriors from our academy, we can indeed join forces," Qin Shengfeng remarked. Su Linyuan chuckled and then produced several spatial rings, handing them to Qin Shengfeng. "These are the spatial rings of several late-stage Emperor elders from the Lei family. Inside, you will find some Emperor-grade artifacts and resources sufficient for you to advance to the late Emperor realm. Qin Dao friend, you should enter seclusion and prepare for the forthcoming battle." Qin Shengfeng was taken aback, not expecting such generosity from Su Linyuan. Nevertheless, he did not refuse, recognizing the necessity of enhancing his cultivation in preparation for the impending conflict. "Very well, I shall accept this. Thank you." With that, Qin Shengfeng swiftly departed for the rear mountain to cultivate, leaving Su Linyuan alone in the hall. With a wave of his hand, Su Linyuan conjured a barrier that isolated his aura from the outside world. He then retrieved 2 celestial artifacts obtained after completing a task in the Chaotic Star Sea: the Qingmu soul-binding bow and the indestructible glazed lamp. Both of these items surpassed Emperor-grade artifacts, belonging to the celestial tier. Su Linyuan was somewhat unclear about the implications of this celestial tier, but he was certain that these celestial artifacts were extraordinarily remarkable. The Qingmu soul-binding bow was primarily offensive, while the indestructible glazed lamp provided formidable defense. With these 2 celestial artifacts at his disposal, he anticipated facing the approaching Lei family members with relative ease. Su Linyuan smiled, eager to test the power of these celestial artifacts against the Lei family. It's time to refine these 2 celestial artifacts. Without hesitation, he settled into a meditative posture and began the process of refining the 2 celestial artifacts. Hours quietly slipped away. Suddenly, an extraordinary phenomenon enveloped the Tao Academy, as the spiritual energy surged violently, creating an oppressive force that left countless disciples gasping for breath. What could possibly have caused such a tumultuous display of celestial energy today? Amidst the confusion of a disciple's inquiry, a thunderous howl emanated from the direction of the back mountain. It was the voice of Yi Qingping, the head of the law enforcement hall, resonating with a powerful imperial aura that shook the very foundations of the academy. The ground fissured with intricate patterns, from which rich spiritual energy surged forth, swirling like ethereal mist above the academy. Shortly thereafter, the spiritual energy in the heavens began to converge frantically, forming a vortex with a diameter of 100 zhang. From its center, a faint golden radiance descended, perfectly enveloping Yi Qingping's dwelling. With a resounding crash, the stone door of his abode shattered, and Yi Qingping's figure emerged, suspended in midair. The vitality and blood within him surged as if quenched by long-awaited rain, rejuvenating him to the vigor of his youth, with his lifespan and combat prowess significantly enhanced. A brilliant light flickered in Yi Qingping's eyes, filled with exhilaration. Am I truly on the verge of breaking through to the Imperial realm? The elixir from the Grand Elder is astonishingly profound, simply incredible. His expression reflected astonishment, as he never anticipated the Imperial Spirit Pill from Su Linyuan to yield such remarkable results. It was truly extraordinary. It was easy to foresee that should such a treasure circulate, it would surely cause a seismic shift throughout Zhongzhou. As Hall Master, he truly broken through to the Imperial realm? Indeed, the aura he exuded confirmed this breakthrough. Good heavens! Our academy has once again produced a powerhouse of the Imperial realm. The disciples erupted in cheers, but before their jubilation could subside, a second beam of Imperial radiance descended from the spiritual vortex, landing upon the seclusion of Elder Lin Mo. This time, the light shimmered in emerald green, accompanied by swirling phantoms of wood leaves. Lin Mo emerged from his cave, enveloped in an aura of wood attribute Imperial energy. Yet, before the crowd could voice their astonishment, the vortex in the sky split into 19 streams, each corresponding to an elder in seclusion. 19 beams of Imperial radiance pierced through the heavens, illuminating the academy as if it were a celestial realm. Different attributes of Imperial energies intertwined in the air, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. In an instant, the oppressive force of the Imperial realm permeated the entire academy. On the academy square, the disciples stood in stunned silence, many trembling with excitement. They understood all too well what this signified. Within a single day, all 19 elders had broken through to the Imperial realm. Such an extraordinary feat was unparalleled in the history of Zhongzhou over the past million years. It would be no exaggeration to assert that this day would not only be recorded in the annals of the academy, but also etched into the history of the entire continent. Although they were uncertain of the reasons behind such a grand occurrence, a shared suspicion lingered in their hearts. This event was undoubtedly intricately linked to Su Linyuan. Having successfully refined the celestial artifact, Su Linyuan was also stirred by the phenomena unfolding in the outside world. He removed the barrier and stood atop the palace, gazing at the interwoven radiance of the Imperial path and the 19 gradually stabilizing auras of the Imperial realm, a smile gracing his lips. It appeared that the breakthroughs of the 19 elders from the Tao Academy were occurring even more swiftly than he had anticipated. Quite commendable indeed. Friensu, came the voice of Qin Shengfeng from the air, filled with surprise and tremor, his hand gripping the thunder-type Imperial weapon, the purple extremity thunder staff, which crackled with faint arcs of lightning. 19 Imperial realms. From today onward, our Tao Academy shall truly rise, and the entire central continent shall resonate with our ascent. Qin Shengfeng was beside himself with excitement. This spectacle was beyond his wildest dreams, yet it had now materialized. All of this was thanks to Su Linyuan. Chapter 126. The arrival of the Thunder Clan's powerhouses at the Tao Academy. Su Linyuan smiled gently, fully understanding Qin Shengfeng's exuberance. After all, how could one not be elated when a long-held aspiration was finally realized? However, for Su Linyuan, the presence of 19 Imperial realms was merely the beginning. One day, he would ensure that the name of the Tao Academy echoed throughout the central continent, its majestic imperial might sweeping across countless factions, transforming it into a revered sanctuary for martial artists. There is no need for such excitement, my friend Qin. This is merely a commencement. The growth of the Tao Academy will accelerate to a pace you cannot even fathom, Su Linyuan said with a chuckle. Qin Shengfeng, brimming with excitement and surprise, nodded fervently. May that day arrive swiftly. As their conversation concluded, 19 figures appeared in the sky, hastening toward the Grand Hall. These were the newly ascended elders who had just broken through, and after a brief consolidation of their powers, they eagerly sought out Su Linyuan to share their joy. Within the academy, countless disciples raised their eyes to witness this grand event, their hearts stirred with exhilaration. The 19 newly ascended Imperial Realm elders hovered in the air, bowing respectfully to Su Linyuan, their eyes filled with reverence and sincerity. Had it not been for Su Linyuan's assistance, they might never have touched the threshold of the Imperial Realm in their lifetimes. A forced breakthrough could have resulted in catastrophic failure, leading to a swift decline in lifespan or even death. We are eternally grateful for the Elder's profound kindness. This lifetime shall not be forgotten. Their voices thundered, resonating throughout the Tao Academy. In that moment, countless disciples realized that all of this was indeed the Elder's influence, an almost inconceivable feat amidst their astonishment. A deeper current of excitement surged within them. If one day they too could break through to the pinnacle of the sacred realm, might they also gain opportunities from Su Linyuan to ascend to the imperial realm? As this thought spread, a wave of exhilaration swept through the talented youths. Mastery of the imperial realm was the true power on the continent, a formidable existence that commanded respect wherever it may be found. Su Linyuan raised his hand in a gesture of reassurance, smiling. There is no need for such formalities, esteemed elders. I hope you will unite your efforts to strengthen the academy, for one day we shall surely surpass all the major powers of the central continent. The voice of Su Linyuan resonated unabashedly in the ears of every disciple of the Tao Academy, igniting a fervor among them, causing their bodies to tremble and their blood to surge. Were it spoken by another, they might have dismissed it, but Su Linyuan's voice carried an enchanting power that compelled belief. The 19 elders were equally stirred, clasping their hands in respect, declaring, "We are willing to serve the Grand Elder with utmost loyalty." No sooner had the words left their lips than a dark, ominous cloud emerged on the horizon, charged with formidable, thunderous energy. Above the clouds, the forces of lightning surged. The elders and countless disciples gazed skyward, their hearts filled with trepidation. However, upon witnessing the sudden arrival of 20 elders clad in the attire of the Lei family, their expressions shifted to one of understanding. It was indeed the elders of the Lei family who had come. A hint of fear lingered in the eyes of the crowd, for until now, the Tao Academy had been merely a second or third-rate force in the central continent. Despite its unique standing, it enjoyed a considerable reputation across the realms beyond. Yet in the face of a superpower like the Lei family, apprehension was inevitable. After all, the Lei family had previously threatened the Tao Academy with alarming ease, almost without exertion. Nonetheless, Qin Shengfeng was not as burdened with worry as one might expect. Rather, after witnessing Su Linyuan's prowess in the chaotic Star Sea, all his anxieties dissipated. Moreover, since this was all part of Su Linyuan's grand design, he felt little to concern himself with. With his hands clasped behind his back, Su Linyuan gazed at the figures above with an air of calm, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes twinkling with an elusive mirth. Lei Lai, that lad, truly possesses talent. He is unrelenting in his schemes against his own kin. Su Linyuan chuckled lightly, harboring no disdain for Lei Lai's cowardice. There is utility in every character. Even those deemed petty, when wielded appropriately, they can prove more advantageous than the so-called virtuous. Was this not a true reflection of the situation? Fear not, for the Lei family warriors are but a trivial matter. I have already vanquished many. Su Linyuan proclaimed, his confident voice instantly uplifting the spirits of the Tao Academy's members. The 19 elders exchanged glances, their eyes devoid of fear. Rest assured, Grand Elder, we shall not falter. Indeed, this breakthrough into the imperial realm is an opportune moment to test our abilities. Though the Lei family is strong, my sword is not without its merits. The collective spirit of the assembly surged, displaying no signs of retreat. Su Linyuan smiled faintly, satisfied with their resolve. High above, Lei Jinsheng and the Lei elders hovered in midair, their gaze directed downward. Yet suddenly, he furrowed his brow. Something was amiss. No, it was profoundly amiss. Lei Jinsheng narrowed his eyes, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. Hearing this, Lei Lai felt a tightening in his chest. Could it be? Has the ancestor discerned that it was I who betrayed him? Surely not, surely not. Panic surged within him as one of the Lei elders spoke up. Old ancestor, what is amiss? Lei Jingsheng's gaze was profound as he looked down and remarked, originally, our academy was merely a second-rate force, possessing only 2 warriors in the imperial realm. However, look at the 19 individuals beside Su Linyuan. All are at the initial stage of the imperial realm, and judging by their aura, they must have just recently broken through. For Lei Jingsheng, 19 initial stage imperial realm warriors are of little consequence. Even combined, they would not be a match for him alone. Yet, these 19 individuals have evidently just achieved their breakthroughs, and it is highly likely that they did so simultaneously. This is indeed alarming. What extraordinary means could possibly foster the emergence of 19 powerful beings in the imperial realm, each with a solid foundation and no signs of instability, evidently brimming with potential for future growth? This is nothing short of astonishing. The elders of the Lei family naturally grasped the implications of Lei Jingsheng's words, collectively gasping in astonishment as their expressions shifted. The ability to simultaneously cultivate 19 powerful beings in the imperial realm is simply unprecedented, leaving them in awe. Could it be that this is a result of Su Linyuan's prowess? Surely, this young man possesses some invaluable treasure. Indeed, he must be harboring immense fortune. If we could seize it, our lay family might ascend to greater heights. It stands to reason that such extraordinary abilities could be linked to celestial beings. When one elder mentioned the term celestial, the others fell silent, their breaths quickening. Even Lei Jingsheng's eyes lit up, as if he had just unlocked the door to a new world, an expression of profound joy washing over him. It makes sense, it truly does. This level of capability is nearly beyond comprehension. He can conceive of no other explanation than the fortune bestowed by celestial beings. If we could acquire the celestial fortune that resides within Su Linyuan, it would be worth it even if the Lei family had lost over 40 Imperial Realm warriors. Even if only he remained, it would still be exceedingly worthwhile. The realm beyond the Imperial Realm, the legendary celestial beings, how he yearns to explore it. This young man undoubtedly possesses great fortune, and the opportunity presented today is rare. He must be eliminated without fail. Lai Jingsheng asserted resolutely. He then patted Lei Lai's shoulder firmly, praising him. Lei Lai, you have performed admirably. If we successfully eliminate Su Linyuan today, I shall ensure that you ascend to the foremost rank within our Lei family. A mere foremost rank pales in comparison to the celestial fortune that is within reach. Should it be obtained, he would not hesitate to bestow such a reward. Upon hearing this, Lei Lai's spirits soared, and he eagerly replied, "Thank you, old ancestor. With your intervention today, Su Linyuan is undoubtedly doomed." This is a fallacy. Lei Lai is not foolish. Although he is unaware of the full extent of Su Linyuan's power, he has witnessed firsthand the slaughter of over 40 Imperial Realm warriors from the Lei family, without Su Linyuan sustaining any significant injuries. Moreover, he recognizes that Su Linyuan has deliberately orchestrated this scheme, understanding that the young man possesses absolute confidence in his ability to eliminate these elders of the Lei family. Thus, how could he possibly betray his esteemed predecessor? Lei Jingsheng laughed heartily. Then his gaze fell below, his voice piercing through the clouds and resonating throughout the entire Dao Academy. "Where is Su Linyuan? Get out here, old man!" His furious roar instantly forced countless disciples of the Academy to prostrate themselves on the ground, trembling in fear. A being of such imperial perfection stood at the pinnacle of the continent. His wrath could not be resisted by those below the Imperial Realm. Su Linyuan gently raised his hand, dispersing the oppressive aura with a wave of imperial energy, allowing the disciples to rise once more. In the next moment, he lightly tapped his toes, standing in mid-air, accompanied by Qin Shengfeng and 19 esteemed elders of the Academy, while the massive, sky-swallowing python from the back mountain followed eagerly. A total of 22 imperial beings. Such a remarkable assembly would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire central continent if word were to spread. Lei Jingsheng furrowed his brow, his gaze towards Su Linyuan growing heavy with suspicion. Something felt amiss. Wasn't it said that this young man was gravely injured? He certainly did not appear to be in any state of distress. Observing Su Linyuan's condition, Lei Jingsheng felt a subtle premonition of trouble brewing. Yet he dismissed it, assuming the young man was merely putting on a brave front. "You are Su Linyuan?" Lei Jingsheng's eyes locked onto him, his voice low and laced with malice. Indeed, Lei Jingsheng's gaze turned fierce, a grunt escaping his lips. "You remain composed, but the 20 initial phase Imperial warriors you take pride in cannot protect you. You have slain 46 elders of the Lei family, and today I shall demand blood for blood, flaying you alive." Though the sudden emergence of over 20 Imperial warriors from the Academy appeared formidable, in reality, they were of little concern to the Lei family. Merely a group of initial phase Imperial warriors, lacking true strength. Su Linyuan, upon hearing this, maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of panic. He had no intention of relying on the elders of the Academy. Today, however, presented an opportune moment for training. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in Su Linyuan's ears. "Every choice you make carries the gifts of fate. Option 1. The Lei family's pursuers have arrived. Unleash a massacre, leaving none alive. Reward: inheritance of an Imperial-level formation, 1 Bodhi tree, a rare worldly species. Option 2. Retreat using the 36 stratagems and escape the Academy. Reward: 1 Imperial-level escape technique, 1 defensive Imperial artifact." The system's voice caused the corners of Su Linyuan's mouth to lift slightly. "I choose 1. Without hesitation, he opted for the first choice and stepped forward. Which of you from the Lei family wishes to meet your demise first? His voice was not loud, yet it distinctly reached the ears of every elder of the Lei family. The elders exchanged glances, none daring to strike first, for they were uncertain of Su Linyuan's true strength. The fact that 46 imperial beings from the Lei family had perished at his hands was ample proof of his extraordinary capabilities. Thus, in this critical moment, no one dared to act recklessly. Lei Jingsheng's expression darkened, a muffled grunt escaping him. Such audacity! I shall see what capabilities you possess. As the words fell, Lei Jingsheng's figure vanished in an instant. The purple extreme, golden thunder slash. At the moment of his disappearance, a dark purple thundercloud suddenly gathered above the firmament. From the center of the thundercloud, a golden fissure appeared, from which countless golden thunders cascaded down, coalescing in his hand into a thunder blade stretching 100 feet long. The blade shimmered with a sharp, golden luster, its edges entwined with golden arcs of electricity, each tremor causing the surrounding space to emit ominous creaks under the strain. This was a superior-grade imperial martial art, wielding terrifying power. Even an ordinary perfected imperial realm expert would be grievously injured if they attempted to withstand it. Not far away, a group of elders from the Dao Academy sensed the daunting aura of this strike, their expressions changing dramatically, a flicker of dread rising within their hearts. They had thought that after breaking through to the imperial realm, their combat prowess would surge. Yet they were utterly unprepared for the vast chasm that lay between the early and perfected stages of the imperial realm. If they were to face this attack, they would likely have no means of resistance. Seeing this, Su Linyuan curled his lips into a cold smile, softly murmuring, "Just in time to test the might of my defensive immortal artifact." As his words fell, the indestructible glazed lamp in his hand suddenly floated above his head, emitting a faint golden glazed light shield. It appeared unremarkable, as delicate as a cicada's wing, yet it was far from ordinary. Boom! The 100-foot thunderblade, imbued with a sense of annihilation, struck heavily against the glazed light shield, the golden arcs of lightning rampaging wildly, attempting to tear apart the shield's defenses. Lei Jingsheng sneered coldly, overestimating oneself. A mere glazed lamp seeks to block my attack, delusional. He was fully aware that this strike was delivered without reservation, aimed directly at Su Linyuan's life. The notion that this young man could use a glazed lamp to withstand his onslaught was utterly preposterous. However, as soon as Lei Jingsheng's words fell, the smile on his face froze, his gaze locked onto the glazed light shield. After the thunderblade struck, it left only a series of tiny cracks on the glazed lamp, and in the next moment, the lamp radiated with brilliant light. The minuscule fissures restoring as if they had never been attacked at all. How is this possible? How could such a trivial glazed lamp so effortlessly withstand my assault? Lei Jingsheng's pupils constricted, disbelief flickering in his eyes. He was acutely aware of the power of this strike. Even ordinary perfected imperial realm warriors would not dare to take it lightly. What level of treasure is Su Linyuan's glazed lamp that it possesses such terrifying fortitude? Chapter 128. The Might of Two Immortal Artifacts. The glazed lamp in Su Linyuan's hand radiated gossamer golden light, yet it was immensely sturdy, capable of withstanding even Lei Jingsheng's full-force strike. Not only was Lei Jingsheng taken aback, but the surrounding imperial realm experts wore expressions of incredulity as well. The might of Lei Jingsheng's attack was well understood, yet Su Linyuan effortlessly withstood it. Witnessing this, Lei Jingsheng's expression turned icy. "I refuse to believe that your glazed lamp can endure for long," he declared. "Elders, join me in striking. I shall see how much longer he can withstand this." As his words fell, the aura of the Lei family elders surged dramatically. In an instant, numerous elders activated their thunderous martial arts, and a torrent of lightning surged toward Su Linyuan, transforming the sky into a blinding shade of pale purple. Leading the charge, Lei Jingsheng coalesced a second purple extreme golden thunder slash in his hands, this blade thrice as thick as the previous one, tearing the very fabric of space with its descent. The assaults from the other elders were relentless and overwhelming, clearly intent on claiming Su Linyuan's life. It was important to note that the combined might of 20 late-stage Emperor Realm elders could easily raise the entire academy dozens of times. Not even a fully realized Emperor Realm powerhouse would dare to underestimate this, fearing the sharp edge of their onslaught. On one side of the academy, elders such as Qin Chengfeng turned pale at the sight. After all, they could not ascertain whether Su Linyuan could withstand such a formidable attack. "So, we are here to assist you," Qin Chengfeng called out, preparing to join forces with the other elders. However, Linyuan smiled and replied, "There's no need. They cannot harm me." His confident and composed words momentarily stunned Qin Shengfeng and the others, their eyes flickering with intense curiosity. Could it be that such an attack posed no threat to Linyuan? Linyuan was also eager to test the true strength of his indestructible glazed lamp's defense. Facing the deluge of lightning strikes, he remained unperturbed. Channeling all his imperial energy, the glazed lamp erupted in a brilliant golden light, its pale golden radiance suddenly surging, enveloping him securely within. Boom! The collective assault crashed upon the indestructible glazed lamp like a tidal wave. The 100-foot thunderblade struck heavily against the protective barrier, golden arcs of lightning fiercely gnawing at its surface, dazzling white light illuminating the entire sky, while the terrifying shockwaves of the attack swiftly spread outward, prompting Qin Shengfeng and the others to brace themselves against the oncoming force. As the assault struck, the barrier trembled violently, with countless cracks appearing in the golden light, resembling a spider's web spreading across the shield. Lei Jingsheng and his companions instantly displayed expressions of delight. "This glazed lamp is nothing extraordinary. Let us destroy it now," he bellowed, and the elders behind him appeared confident of victory. In their view, Linyuan was merely clinging to life due to this defensive treasure. Once its protection was breached, his demise was inevitable. Greed flickered in their eyes, for this defensive artifact was indeed remarkable, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a fully realized Emperor Realm warrior. Thus it must be an exceptional imperial artifact, exceedingly precious. At that moment, Linyuan's lips curled upward, and with a mere flicker of his mind, the golden protective barrier once again radiated an astonishing brilliance. The myriad cracks that had appeared, resembling a spider's web, were instantaneously mended, as if nothing had ever transpired. Lei Jinsheng was left dumbfounded, and the elders of the Lei family were equally astonished, gazing vacantly at the indestructible glazed lamp in Linyuan's possession. How could this be? Despite our utmost efforts, we could not breach his defense. Lei Jinsheng's eyes widened in disbelief. He struggled to comprehend the rank of the treasure held by Linyuan that could withstand their combined assault. It was important to note that the previous attack had been executed without restraint, and even he would not dare to endure such a barrage. What caliber of treasure was this glazed lamp that had exhibited such terrifying resilience? A faint smile graced Linyuan's face, and in the next instant, he withdrew the indestructible glazed lamp. He had already witnessed its defensive capabilities, and it was undeniable that it was indeed a celestial-grade artifact, boasting formidable protection. Even if he stood there and allowed Lei Jinsheng and his companions to strike at him for an entire day and night, they would be unable to breach his defenses. Thus, having tested the indestructible glazed lamp's resilience, it was time to experiment with another celestial instrument. The Qingmu soul-binding bow emerged. This was an offensive celestial artifact that utilized its own spiritual energy as arrows. Since you have failed, it is now my turn to strike and demonstrate the might of my attack. As the words fell, a bow and arrow materialized in Linyuan's hands, revealing the Qingmu soul-binding bow. The moment the Qingmu soul-binding bow manifested, the surrounding space seemed to freeze, and an invisible sense of oppression enveloped the area. Lei Jinsheng's hair stood on end, and a chilling sensation coursed through his heart. His instincts warned him that this bow and arrow in Linyuan's grasp were anything but ordinary. The power it could unleash would likely exceed his wildest imaginings. Linyuan wasted no time. He knocked an arrow with fluid grace, swiftly locking onto Lei Jinsheng's right-hand man, an elder of the Lei family at the late-stage Emperor Realm. Whoosh! As the arrow was released, countless emerald runes emerged along the bow's limbs, intertwining to form an illusory world tree. The branches and leaves of the illusion extended along the arrow's trajectory, exuding an aura of terrifying destruction. The arrow, coalesced from Linyuan's imperial energy, transformed into a streak of emerald light upon its release, its speed so great that it tore through the surrounding space, leaving a slender green trail in its wake. The targeted elder, Lei Hong, was a late-stage Emperor Realm practitioner who had slain 3 formidable opponents of the same rank, showcasing considerable prowess. Upon witnessing the approaching arrow, his expression tightened. He attempted to flee, but the arrow had already locked onto his soul, leaving him with no means of escape. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, he hastily channeled his imperial energy to conjure a lightning shield and activated various imperial artifacts to protect himself. He believed that deploying such an array of defenses would suffice to withstand Su Linyuan's onslaught. However, in the next moment, the emerald green arrow pierced through the thunder shield and numerous imperial artifacts with ease, shattering them as if they were mere paper. Furthermore, the arrow surged like a tide into Lei Hong's sea of consciousness. He felt an intense upheaval within his mind, as if thousands of sharp blades were simultaneously slicing through his soul. The most formidable aspect of the Qingmu, soul-subduing Bao lay in its arrows, which targeted the soul rather than the corporeal form. Compared to the body, the soul is exceedingly fragile. Once attacked, survival becomes almost impossible. A piercing scream erupted from Lei Hong as his eyes lost their luster, a slender green fissure appearing at his brow, from which a pale green mist continually surged forth, indicating that the essence of his soul was being devoured by the power of the Qingmu, soul-subduing arrow. Within mere breaths, Lei Hong's struggles ceased, his body plummeting straight down, the imperial aura surrounding him dissipating entirely, leaving not even a trace of his soul's remnants. One arrow, and he was slain in an instant. Chapter 129. The Outbreak of War. The Frenzy of Lei Jinsheng. The battlefield fell into a profound silence. All who beheld this scene wore expressions of incredulity. Lei Jinsheng's smile froze on his face, his eyes filled with disbelief and terror, while the elders of the Lei family turned pale, instinctively retreating. Such a method that directly obliterated the soul was far more chilling than the destruction of the physical body. On one side of the Tao Academy, the elders were similarly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. Only Qin Shengfeng remained relatively composed. After all, he had witnessed Su Linyuan's terrifying combat prowess during the chaotic Star Sea. The man who wielded four-sword intense was merely now summoning his weapon, having yet to unleash the full potential of his sword intent. Qin Shengfeng could hardly fathom the limits of Su Linyuan's capabilities. What level of treasure is this? Such power! Exclaimed an elder from the Lei family. Ignoring the astonishment of those around him, Su Linyuan, bow in hand, once again fixed his gaze upon an elder of the Lei family at the late stage of the imperial realm, Lei Kun. But as he moved, he realized he was ensnared by an invisible force. This is bad, he gasped in horror, yet was too late. In the blink of an eye, Su Linyuan knocked an arrow and another emerald green projectile soared through the air, its speed surpassing even that of a perfected imperial realm expert. With a thunderous explosion, Lei Kuan's soul was similarly obliterated. Finally regaining his senses, Lei Jinsheng let out a furious roar, his imperial aura surging intensely. We cannot allow this child to continue unchallenged. Everyone attack together. I must see how many arrows he can unleash. If they allowed him to continue his ranged assault, they would merely witness Su Linyuan's one-sided slaughter. Thus, the prudent course of action was to converge and slay him. After all, it was unlikely he could shoot many more arrows before they could bring him down. As the words fell, Lei Jingsheng led the charge, advancing rapidly towards Su Linyuan. The remaining elders, witnessing this, did not hesitate and followed suit with remarkable speed. Observing this, Su Linyuan calmly loosed another arrow, aimed at a mid-stage elder from the Lei family. With a thunderous sound, the arrow soared through the air, resulting in the instant demise of the elder. However, Lei Jingsheng and his companions had already encircled Su Linyuan. Su Linyuan, I shall see how far you can run. With a fierce strike, Lei Jingsheng brought his sword down from the heavens, targeting Su Linyuan's crown. Bekarefu Dalisu. Qin Shengfeng and the others shouted anxiously. Yet, Su Linyuan stood his ground, showing no intention of evasion. Boom! The long sword descended. A smile crept onto Lei Jingsheng's lips, but it faded abruptly as he realized that Su Linyuan, who had been standing still, had mysteriously vanished without a trace. He extended his consciousness in search of him and found nothing. How is this possible? Where is he? Lei Jingsheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from behind him. He swiftly turned around, only to find Su Linyuan had inexplicably appeared at his back. A chill ran down Lei Jingsheng's spine. Boom! Su Linyuan grinned and delivered a punch, shattering the protective aura before sending Lei Jingsheng flying several dozen yards. The attack from the Lei family's elders fell rapidly, yet Su Linyuan maneuvered effortlessly amidst their onslaught. Seeing this, Qin Shengfeng declared, "Everyone, follow my lead and kill. Kill." 19 elders and the massive devouring python surged into action. Of course, their adversaries were not the late-stage experts of the Lei family, but rather the mid-stage warriors. In a one-on-one confrontation, the Tao Academy might indeed lack the upper hand. However, who dictated that battles must be fought one-on-one? The Tao Academy boasted 21 Imperial Realm fighters surrounding 2 mid-stage lay family warriors. The two, overconfident in their prowess, initially dismissed the Tao Academy's numerous Imperial fighters. Yet, as they became ensnared in the siege, their expressions shifted dramatically. Fear replaced their arrogance. The combat prowess of the Tao Academy's Imperial fighters was exceptional, each equipped with Imperial artifacts. What infuriated the two warriors further was that these artifacts belonged to their own lay family. These artifacts had been seized by Linyuan after he had obliterated the 46 warriors of the lay family, collecting their treasures without exception. Thus, in the face of the relentless assault, the two mid-stage Imperial warriors found themselves retreating repeatedly, lamenting their plight. While Linyuan engaged in battle, he cast a brief glance at the ongoing struggle of the Tao Academy's elders, yet chose not to intervene. After all, such Imperial battles are rare, and accumulating some combat experience is undoubtedly beneficial. 10 individuals besieging one, coupled with the presence of a seasoned Imperial powerhouse like Tianxuan, ensures that no mishaps will occur. However, what astonished him most during the skirmish was the devouring sky python. After breaking through to the Imperial realm, this creature astonishingly awakened 2 innate divine abilities. The first, the indestructible scales, possesses formidable defensive capabilities and can heal instantaneously after sustaining damage, even if the scales are shattered. It can rapidly regenerate by absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth. The second ability, the devouring of heaven and earth, allows it to consume everything during battle. The more it devours, the stronger it becomes, including the opponent's essence and the spiritual energy of the world. The former provides exceptional defense, while the latter offers terrifying sustainability. Thus, the combination of these two divine abilities makes the devouring sky python a significant headache for elder lay of the lay family. Not to mention the additional burden posed by the other 9 elders of the Tao Academy, joining forces, amplifying his distress. What a brilliant strategy! Linyuan chuckled softly, evidently pleased. He then focused his mind, redirecting his gaze back to the group of over 10 individuals from the lay family before him. Lei Jingsheng took the forefront. However, Linyuan did not regard him as a serious threat. Although this old fellow was considerably stronger than Lei Bingfeng, he was still not a formidable opponent in Linyuan's eyes. It's time to deal with you. Let's end this swiftly. Linyuan is knitted coldly, employing the divine ability of spatial displacement to continuously shift his position, leaving everyone bewildered as he simultaneously knocked arrows on the Qingmu soul-subduing bow, targeting and eliminating the elders of the lay family. The relentless sounds of arrows piercing the air echoed, each shot resulting in the demise of yet another elder from the lay family, who were utterly powerless to resist under the perfection of the Imperial realm. Linyuan also loosed 2 arrows at Lei Jingsheng, yet this old man demonstrated remarkable reflexes, evading one arrow while the other merely inflicted minor injuries. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. First, I shall eradicate the remaining elders of the lay family, and then I will deal with you, old man. Linyuan chuckled coldly. Chapter 130. Senior Su, save me. The continuous barrage of arrows fell, one after another, as the elders of the lay family collapsed, lacking even the ability to resist. The crux of the matter was that Linyuan's spatial displacement ability was exceedingly formidable. With a mere thought, he could instantaneously transport himself, reaching distances of up to 100,000 miles. How could they possibly fight against such an ability? Although Imperial warriors can tear through space and possess incredible speed, they still pale in comparison to such a divine skill. Linyuan's combat style was infuriatingly effective. This boy was as slippery as an eel, and they could not even touch the hem of Linyuan's garment, let alone inflict any harm upon him. They could only watch helplessly as he decimated elder after elder from the lay family. It enraged me to no end. Lei Jingsheng erupted in a furious roar, his eyes ablaze with uncontainable rage. After so many years, he had never experienced such a sense of humiliation. This young man, possessing such formidable strength, resorts to the most insidious tactics, denying them any opportunity for a fair confrontation. He evades while scheming against them, displaying a complete disregard for honor. As the elders of the lay family fall one after another, only 2 late-stage emperors remain at his side. The 2 lay elders besieged by over 20 elder members of the Tao Institute have long since perished. After all, how could those two elders possibly contend with more than 20 initial stage emperors, each wielding imperial artifacts, alongside the monstrous Devourer Python, which had awakened two formidable innate abilities? Not only that, but the demise of those two elders was also utterly tragic. Their bodies were completely consumed by the Devourer Python, leaving not even a scrap behind. The Devourer Python, adept at consumption, felt a significant boost in its power after devouring the two mid-stage emperors. The tide of battle suddenly turned, with Linyuan and his allies emerging as the dominant force. Damn it, how could the situation have devolved into this? He was filled with confusion, his fierce gaze suddenly shifting to Lei Lai. Lei Lai, did you not claim that Linyuan was gravely injured? What in the world is happening? I demand an explanation. If it were not for Lei Lai's erroneous intelligence, how could he have led the Lei family's warriors to attempt to ambush Linyuan? Consequently, the Lei family would not have suffered such colossal losses. 18 imperial-level warriors had fallen in an instant. This was nearly the entirety of the Lei family's remaining strength. With the previous casualties in the chaotic Star Sea, a total of 64 imperial-level warriors had perished. The thought of this made Lei Jinxing's heart bleed. Even if they were to miraculously slay Linyuan today, the Lei family would undoubtedly suffer grievous injuries, unless they could acquire the celestial inheritance from this young man. It would be a complete loss. Lei Li remained silent, cautiously approaching Linyuan. Once he stood behind Linyuan, the tension in his heart finally eased. Witnessing the scene, Lei Jinxing was momentarily stunned. You! He furiously pointed at Lei Lai, as if he had come to a realization. Linyuan is Mirgith. A glint of amusement in his eyes. Old fool, Lei Lai returned at my behest, with the sole purpose of luring your Lei family into action. I never expected you old fools to be so impatient, so easily falling into my trap. Truly a band of simpletons. Linyuan did not hold back in his mockery. The members of the Lei family, accustomed to their arrogance, had never anticipated that someone would possess the audacity to scheme against them. Simultaneously, they had overestimated their own strength while underestimating Linyuan's prowess. The crux of their failure lay in their innate arrogance. Upon hearing these words, Lei Jinxing's chest heaved. His eyes a furious crimson, a wave of overwhelming rage surged within him, even more intense than when Linyuan had slain numerous Lei family elders. Yet, Linyuan was intent on striking at the heart. Indeed, the first sequence of the Lei family, Lei Xiankong, was also lured out by my scheme, Lei Lai. In the chaotic Star Sea, numerous Imperial Realm warriors from your Lei family have perished, and Lei Lai bears a significant portion of the blame. Boom! Linyuan's words struck like a heavy hammer, reverberating in the minds of Lei Jinxing and the two remaining elders of the Lei family. The trio was momentarily rendered speechless, gazing incredulously at Lei Lai. They simply could not fathom why Lei Lai would betray the Lei family. Furthermore, his grandfather had been slain by Linyuan. Could it be that he harbored no desire for vengeance? Why, Lei Lai, your grandfather was killed by him, and so many elders of the Lei family fell at his hands. How could you possibly turn traitor? How could your grandfather rest in peace beneath the Nine Springs? How could our ancestors of the Lei family ever forgive you? Lei Lai, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Lei Jinxing's voice was hoarse with rage, his words dripping with anguish. He was the first traitor in the history of the Lei family, having orchestrated the demise of over 60 powerful Imperial Realm experts, including the first sequence. Such treachery is utterly despicable. At this moment, Lei Jinxing's fury towards Lei Lai even eclipsed that directed at Linyuan. Yet, Lei Lai felt little remorse. Rather, he wore an expression of calm assurance. Ancestors of the Lei family? What concern is it of mine? As for his grandfather, he likely would not wish to witness the demise of his own grandson. Thus, trading his grandfather's death for his own life seems a fair bargain. Ancestor, I am left with no choice. If I do not comply with Senior Su's instructions, I would be the one to perish. As the saying goes, a friend's life is worth more than a monk's. We are all one family. Surely, it is not too much to ask for your sacrifice on my behalf. Moreover, Senior Su possesses extraordinary talent and is destined to become the strongest entity in Zhongzhou. By following him, once the Lei family is annihilated, I shall establish another in its stead, with a new lineage starting from this page. Hearing Lei Lai's righteous declarations, Lei Jinxing and the two elders of the Lei family were nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed by their fury. Beasts! Beasts! To brazenly betray one's family while exhibiting such shamelessness is utterly outrageous. It infuriates me. He pointed an accusatory finger at Lei Lai, roaring in indignation. You, who betray your family, I vow today to purge the Lei family of your presence. Even if I must sacrifice my life, I shall drag you into the underworld. With that, his aura surged violently as he burned his essence, and the two elders followed suit. Clearly, they were beyond enraged, utterly astonished that such shamelessness could exist in the world. Not only did he betray his family, but he also wore his disgrace as a badge of honor, which is simply intolerable. The three of them, igniting their life force, exchanged it for terrifying combat strength, their speed increasing exponentially, and their murderous intent soaring as they charged towards Lei Lai. They had resolutely decided that even if it cost them their lives, they would eradicate Lei Lai entirely. Seeing this, Lei Lai's hair stood on end, and he was struck with alarm. Senior Su, save me, he cried out, swiftly placing Su Linyuan before him. Fear not. They cannot harm you. Su Linyuan's lips curled slightly, his demeanor composed. Although Lei Lai was indeed somewhat shameless, he had accomplished quite a bit for himself and could be considered a commendable talent. Thus, it was only fitting that he should not perish so easily. Chapter 131. The Flustered Lei Jingsheng. Standing before Lei Lai, Su Linyuan unsheathed the Qingming sword with a flourish. The sword intent of reincarnation. The sword intent of Ice Soul. The sword intent of Thunder Prison. In an instant, Su Linyuan raised his hand and unleashed three distinct sword intents, hurtling towards Lei Jingsheng and the two other elders of the Lei family. The trio was instantly taken aback. The three disparate sword intents were enough to instill sheer terror within them. It is well known that a typical Emperor Realm cultivator mastering even a single concept is already considered exceptional. To wield three sword intents was utterly formidable. Initially, they had believed the rumors to be mere fabrications, yet the reality was now indisputable. Boom! The three sword intents, each accompanied by different laws of pressure, carved three distinct trajectories through the air, racing towards Lei Jingsheng and the two late-stage Emperor Realm elders of the Lei family. The sword intent of reincarnation shimmered in a pale gray hue, as if each blade of energy emanated from the realm of reincarnation. The Ice Soul sword intent radiated an excruciating chill, freezing the air into crystalline formations, even suspending the very fabric of space. In contrast, the Thunder Prison sword intent crackled with a furious purple lightning arc, resonating with the surrounding heavenly energies, creating a terrifying spectacle. Lei Jingsheng's complexion shifted dramatically. He finally comprehended that Su Linyuan's earlier use of the Qingmu soul-subduing bow for long-range assaults had not employed his full strength. While the bow was indeed powerful, the sword intents were equally formidable. Damn it! Quickly! Defend! With a roar, Lei Jingsheng's longsword erupted with a dense surge of lightning energy. Meeting the gazes of the two elders, the three simultaneously activated their Emperor Qi, forming a colossal lightning shield for protection. Bang! The Ice Soul sword intent was the first to collide with the lightning shield. The pale blue energy struck the shield, instantly unleashing an overwhelming chill, rapidly freezing the shield's surface and causing the flow of Emperor Qi to plummet. The two late-stage Emperor Realm elders felt a bone-chilling cold invade their bodies through the lightning pillar, causing their Emperor Qi to stagnate momentarily, before they could regain their composure. The Thunder Prison and Reincarnation sword intents followed closely behind. Boom! The sudden, resounding explosion reverberated throughout the entire Dao Academy, causing countless disciples to lift their gazes in astonishment, their eyes wide with shock. This was the first time they had witnessed such a fierce battle, truly inconceivable. Even the Emperor Realm elders of the Academy found themselves swallowing nervously. Though they had broken through to the Emperor Realm and experienced a surge in power, they were still gripped by fear in the face of Su Linyuan's residual attack. Such ferocity was indeed terrifying. After an indeterminate amount of time, as the smoke dissipated, the onlookers beheld Lei Jingsheng still hovering in the air, albeit in a severely diminished state, his aura turbulent, clearly indicating that Su Linyuan's assault had inflicted considerable harm upon him. As for the other two elders of the Lei family, their condition was utterly dire. Blood flowed freely from their wounds, their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and their breaths were faint to the extreme. Had it not been for Lei Jingsheng's timely intervention to protect them, they would likely have met an untimely demise without a proper burial. However, even though they survived, their state was far from favorable. Such a terrifying sword intent. Who exactly is this young man? The fact that he, merely at the mid-imperial realm, could unleash such formidable combat prowess is nothing short of astonishing. Even ancient sword cultivators would struggle to achieve such terrifying feats. Lei Jinxing's heart quaked, and regret flooded his mind. He should never have heeded Lei Li's deceptive words. At this moment, he realized that even if he exerted all his strength, he would likely fall short against Su Linyuan. Thus, thoughts of escape began to take root in Lei Jinxing's mind. As long as he could return to the Lei family, there might still be a chance. With this thought, his desire to retreat became increasingly difficult to suppress. Su Linyuan, of course, sensed the old man's intentions. However, he would not allow him to escape so easily. Do you know how Lei Bingfeng met his end? Su Linyuan grinned, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes. Lei Bingfeng. Upon hearing this, Lei Jinxing's pupils constricted sharply, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. What was this young man planning? Just in time for you to experience the same fate as that old fool, Lei Bingfeng. As his words fell, Su Linyuan raised his hand, and the Qingming sword was suddenly unleashed. The sword intent of causality. In an instant, a wave of causative sword intent surged forth, enveloping the world in an eerie stillness. Devoid of any disturbance, as if nothing had occurred at all, Lei Jinxing paused for a moment before erupting into laughter. Young man, have you exhausted your imperial energy and reached the end of your rope? He even believed that Su Linyuan had depleted his energy and was now at his wit's end. Yet, Su Linyuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Don't rush, let the bullet fly for a while longer. His calm voice caused the onlookers to furrow their brows, uncertain of his intentions. But in the next moment, Lei Jinxing seemed to sense something amiss. Memories of his sword intent began to fade rapidly in his mind, like sand slipping through an hourglass, and he desperately tried to grasp them, but to no avail. It is worth noting that Lei Jinxing had mastered two realms of intent, the realm of thunder and the realm of gold. Both were fundamentally lethal, endowing him with exceptional offensive capabilities, far surpassing that of Lei Bingfeng. Yet now, his gold intent was dissipating at an alarming rate. Time passed, and eventually, the memories of his gold intent vanished completely from Lei Jinxing's mind, leaving him in utter disbelief as he looked up at Su Linyuan, his expression one of shock. This is impossible. Where's my gold intent gone? What method did you employ to erase my gold intent? In truth, the memories of the realm of thunder in my mind have become somewhat unstable. What exactly have you done? It must be noted that were it not for the Thunder Gold Sage's mastery of two profound realms, he would surely be on the brink of plummeting to the late stage of the Emperor realm, or even severely depleted in vitality at this very moment. Su Linyuan's methods are exceedingly bizarre. Having traversed the central continent for many years, I have yet to encounter such a terrifyingly peculiar technique. At this juncture, a tumult of anger and fear intertwines within him. Su Linyuan, displaying a look of astonishment, murmured regretfully, the two profound realms possessed by this old man are indeed formidable. With my current strength, I could at most obliterate one. Had the Thunder Gold Sage only grasped a single realm, my prior move, the causal sword intent, could have easily cast him down to the late stage of the Emperor realm, inflicting severe injury upon him. However, that is evidently not the case now. Yet, it matters not. With one realm missing, the Thunder Gold Sage's combat prowess has significantly diminished. He was never truly my adversary, and now is even less likely. He grinned, declaring, that is not information you are entitled to know. Prepare to meet your demise. Alarmed, the Thunder Gold Sage felt the hairs on his body stand on end, a chilling sensation surging through him. Flee. Chapter 132. The Thunder Gold Sage's demise. Without a moment's hesitation, the Thunder Gold Sage turned and fled. Firstly, Su Linyuan's strength was indeed terrifying, wielding three sword intents simultaneously. And the formidable power of the mysterious Qingmu soul-binding bow was beyond what the Thunder Gold Sage could withstand. Secondly, and most importantly, Su Linyuan's previous technique was exceedingly enigmatic, having inexplicably stripped him of one of his profound realms. This unknown and mysterious power instilled the greatest terror within him, for he could not guarantee whether Su Linyuan could also obliterate his remaining realm. Should that occur, it would be a tremendous loss. Thus, with myriad reasons fueling his thoughts, the only notion occupying the Thunder Gold Sage's mind at this moment was to escape. His speed surged as his essence burned, augmented by the realm of thunder, allowing him to vanish over tens of thousands of miles in an instant, disappearing from the sight of the onlookers at the academy. However, to Su Linyuan, the Thunder Gold Sage's escape was utterly inadequate. With a cold chuckle, He effortlessly loosed 2 arrows, slaying the last 2 late-stage elders of the Thunder Clan. Then, with a mere thought, he activated the technique an inch apart, 1,000 miles away. Buzz! The air trembled. As the Thunder Gold Sage was fleeing at breakneck speed, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. Upon raising his gaze, he found Su Linyuan standing directly before him. In that instant, he felt as if plunged into an icy abyss. A sense of inexplicable dread spreading through his heart. It was over. He could neither fight nor escape. Who on earth is this young man? Is he a ghost? Amidst his crumbling composure, Su Linyuan offered him no respite, raising the Qingmu, soul-binding bow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 9 arrows were unleashed in rapid succession, sealing off all avenues of retreat for the Thunder King. Escape? Impossible. Cursed be this fate. The Thunder King's roar was filled with despair as he helplessly watched the 9 emerald-hued, soul-binding arrows carve eerie arcs through the air, completely blocking his escape in all 6 directions, front, back, left, right, above, and below. He was acutely aware of the arrow's terrifying power. Previously, the late-stage elders of the Imperial Realm, like Lei Hong and Lei Kuan, had been obliterated in an instant by a single arrow. He dared not show even the slightest hint of carelessness, hastily igniting the remaining essence of his blood. His surrounding lightning energy surged wildly, and the profundity of lightning surged as well, drawing upon all his imperial aura and intent. He conjured a purple extreme thunder prison shield, his ultimate defensive technique. Bang, bang, bang. The first 3 soul-binding arrows collided with the thunder prison shield, and the emerald power of the soul erupted instantaneously. The Thunder King felt an immense force strike him, his arms going numb, and his imperial aura became chaotic. Before he could regain his composure, the remaining 6 soul-binding arrows followed swiftly in succession. Boom! The Thunder King's defenses shattered in an instant, the arrows penetrating rapidly into his sea of consciousness. A piercing scream escaped his lips. Within his sea of consciousness, countless strands of soul arrows frantically sliced through his soul's essence. Fortunately, his perfected cultivation of the Imperial Realm had granted him immense longevity and a formidable soul, far beyond that of the Thunder Clan's late-stage elders. Thus, these arrows did not utterly annihilate his soul. Nevertheless, the damage he sustained was exceedingly grave. At this moment, he was severely wounded, with barely a fraction of his combat power remaining. Su Linyuan hovered nearby, coldly observing the Thunder King's plight, devoid of any pity in his heart. Su Linyuan, even if I am not your match, I shall drag you into the abyss with me. His eyes blazed crimson, and his aura surged once more, becoming increasingly unstable. Not only that, but a formation disc also materialized in the Thunder King's hand. He infused his imperial aura into it, and the disc radiated a brilliant light. An invisible spatial barrier manifested, encompassing a radius of several dozen miles. This artifact, known as the Tianxuan Annihilation Formation Disc, was a high-grade imperial tool capable of sealing space. With this in place, even if Su Linyuan wished to escape, it would be utterly impossible in the short term. By employing this item, he aimed to seal Su Linyuan's retreat and self-destruct, seeking mutual destruction. You wish to perish alongside me? Su Linyuan scoffed, his eyes brimming with disdain. In the next moment, the Thunder King's speed surged dramatically as he charged towards Su Linyuan, his internal energy barely contained, on the verge of exploding. He roared to the heavens, knowing that even if he could not slay Su Linyuan with his self-detonation, he would still inflict substantial injury. For the force of his self-detonation from a perfected Imperial Realm powerhouse was truly formidable. Yet, Su Linyuan merely smiled contemptuously, standing calmly in place, watching him with an air of indifference. Fool, did you truly believe that your self-detonation could breach the defenses of my indestructible glazed lamp? Ah, yes. In the very next moment, as the Thunder Gold Saint's explosion erupted, the indestructible glazed lamp manifested above Su Linyuan's head. The lamp radiated a brilliant golden light, and the faint golden glass shield expanded at a perceptible pace. Observing the resplendent shield of golden light, a flicker of despair crossed the Thunder Gold Saint's eyes. However, there was no retreat for him now. The essence of his imperial realm surged within him like a volcano on the verge of eruption, ready to explode at any moment. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, I refuse to believe that even a supreme imperial artifact could withstand my self-detonation. With a roar, his aura surged to its zenith, and the lightning energy around him surged wildly. In the next instant, a deafening explosion reverberated throughout the universe, as the Thundergold Saint's body disintegrated a mere several feet from Su Linyuan. The self-detonation of an Imperial Realm-perfected practitioner unleashed a power that was nothing short of terrifying. A pale purple thunderstorm instantly enveloped a 100-mile radius, as the fabric of space tore open countless dark fissures, with chaotic spatial currents surging forth like venomous serpents. The spatial barrier conjured by the earlier formation was reduced to ashes in an instant, swiftly engulfing an area of tens of thousands of miles. Countless towns and cities within a radius of several thousand miles, along with all practitioners below the Imperial Realm, were reduced to mere ash. Time passed unmeasured until the explosion subsided, and Su Linyuan emerged slowly from the haze, untouched and immaculate, clearly unscathed by the prior detonation. "Fool," he scoffed. "Who told you that this indestructible glazed lamp was merely a supreme Imperial artifact? The value of a celestial artifact is beyond your comprehension." Regrettably, the Thundergold Saint could no longer hear him, his spirit extinguished, forever lost to the void. The defensive capabilities of the indestructible glazed lamp were indeed astonishing, leaving even Su Linyuan himself in awe. However, while its defenses were remarkable, it was not entirely invincible. Primarily, it benefited from the fact that his cultivation was on par with that of the Thundergold Saint, where his opponent's cultivation to far surpass his own. The indestructible glazed lamp would prove less effective. Yet, within the vast expanse of the central continent, how many could claim a cultivation level significantly above his own? Chapter 133. Claiming System Rewards, the Bodhi Tree. Daoist friend Su, Senior Elder. Are you unharmed? At that moment, shouts emerged from the direction of the Dao Academy, as Qin Shengfeng and a group of elders rushed towards him with great urgency. Long before Su Linyuan and the Thundergold Saint vanished, Qin Shengfeng had hastened to gather everyone, fearing for Su Linyuan's safety. They had been greatly alarmed by the terrifying aftershocks of the explosion, all believing that Su Linyuan had perished. However, witnessing his well-being, they instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. "Rest assured, I am quite well," Su Linyuan replied with a smile. "Daoist friend Su, where is the Thundergold Saint? Why do we not see him?" Qin Shengfeng inquired, glancing around curiously, unable to find the presence of the Thundergold Saint. Had he fled? Su Linyuan Gachueliti marked. The old man had just self-destructed, intending to perish alongside me. However, he had overestimated himself and underestimated my capabilities. What? Upon hearing Su Linyuan's words, the crowd collectively gasped in disbelief. A formidable peak Emperor Realm expert was driven to self-destruction? The crucial point was that while he sought to perish with Su Linyuan, the latter remained unscathed. Such a phenomenon was utterly bizarre. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, their astonishment at Su Linyuan's strength reaching an unprecedented zenith. With such terrifying combat prowess, it was unlikely that another individual could be found throughout the entire central continent to match him. Now I understand. It is good that my friend is unharmed. Qin Shengfeng sighed in relief. Su Linyuan smiled faintly, and at that moment, the voice of the system suddenly echoed in his ears. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. A massacre, leaving none alive. Congratulations, host, for receiving rewards. Inheritance of Emperor-level formation. Congratulations, host, for receiving rewards. 1 Bodhi Tree. Would you like to claim them?" "I shall not claim them for now," Su Linyuan thought silently, then composed himself and addressed Qin Shengfeng and the others. "Let's return to the academy." "Yes." The crowd nodded and hastened back to the academy. At that moment, countless disciples of the academy looked up with anticipation, and when they beheld the figures of Su Linyuan and the elders, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Subsequently, an indescribable sense of pride surged within them. The formidable experts of a lay family had been subdued by their esteemed elder. Did this not imply that the academy's strength now surpassed even that of the lay family? A superpower? Furthermore, once today's events spread, the academy's reputation would undoubtedly soar. When they, as disciples of the academy, ventured out for training, they would carry considerable prestige. The elders of the academy, along with Qin Shengfeng, began to clean the battlefield, while the corpses of the Emperor Realm experts were entrusted to the devouring python for consumption. This creature possessed remarkable innate abilities, and devouring these corpses would enhance its own strength. Of course, having just recently broken through, the immediate absorption of these Emperor Realm corpses would not elevate its cultivation level. However, it could store the excess energy within its body, allowing for rapid refinement during future training. Consequently, the devouring python's future achievements were likely to be astonishing. As for the spatial rings belonging to the Emperor Realm elders of the Lei family, Su Linyuan refrained from taking them, leaving their distribution entirely to Qin Shengfeng, retaining only the spatial ring of Lei Jingsheng. As a peak Emperor Realm expert, this old man's spatial ring contained years of accumulation, within Lei hundreds of Emperor-level artifacts, not to mention various rare treasures. In the secret chamber of Xiaozhu Peak on the back mountain, Su Linyuan sat cross-legged, his gaze unwavering as he softly called out, "System, claim the rewards." No sooner had Su Linyuan's words left his lips than a torrent of memories surged into his mind, flooding his consciousness. Had it not been for Su Linyuan's vast cultivation at the Emperor Realm, he might have been overwhelmed and rendered unconscious by the sheer intensity of this terrifying influx of memories. After a brief moment, all memories were absorbed by Su Linyuan, his face revealing a look of astonishment. The inheritance of all formations at the imperial level and below was indeed extraordinarily profound. The realm of formations was far more terrifying than Su Linyuan had imagined. If he could fully master it, the augmentation it would bring during combat would be immensely formidable. Should Su Linyuan be able to arrange a formation of the highest imperial tier, he could effortlessly annihilate the 20 elders of a Lei family in Lei Jingsheng by merely luring them into the formation and activating it. The efficiency was frighteningly high. In the path of cultivation, formations, tools, pills, and symbols naturally took precedence for a reason. After briefly perusing the formations, Su Linyuan's gaze shifted to another reward from the system, the Bodhi tree. The host may select a planting location for the Bodhi tree. A planting location? Su Linyuan contemplated for a moment and decided upon the peak of Xiaozhu, his sacred ground, as the most fitting site for planting. With a flicker of his mind, he commanded, "System, plant the Bodhi tree on Xiaozhu Peak." Acknowledged. Just as the system's notification faded, a deep humming resonated in the air above Xiaozhu Peak, as if the laws of heaven and earth were awakened at that moment. Outside the window of the secluded chamber where Su Linyuan sat cross-legged, the previously clear sky was suddenly cloaked in a cascade of colorful rays, resembling flowing silk that descended from the horizon and enveloped the entire Xiaozhu Peak. In the next instant, a faint green beam of light slowly descended from the heavens, its diameter spanning 10 zhong, entwined with countless golden threads of Tao rhythm. As the beam gradually reached the ground, a verdant sapling of the Bodhi tree slowly materialized, standing about a zhong tall, its branches adorned with intricate golden runes, each tender leaf appearing as if sculpted from glass. This sudden spectacle instantly captured the attention of everyone in the academy, leaving them dumbfounded and bewildered as to what was transpiring. Qin Shengfeng gazed up at the terrifying celestial phenomenon, momentarily rendered speechless. Is this a celestial spiritual plant? My heavens! How could our academy be graced with such a heavenly treasure? He murmured, trembling. He had seen such celestial spiritual plants in ancient texts of the academy. They were naturally nurtured by heaven and earth, each possessing extraordinary power and unfathomable mysteries, though they had long since gone extinct countless years ago. Now, not only was it a luxury to possess such a celestial spiritual plant, even the hope of merely witnessing one was a distant dream. The elders of the academy also stood in astonished silence. In the next moment, they beheld the Bodhi tree gently descending towards the courtyard of Xiaozhu Peak. As it traversed the air, the sapling suddenly began to grow at an astonishing rate, its trunk thickening and lengthening visibly, transforming from a height of 1 zhong to 100 zhong instantaneously, requiring the embrace of over 10 individuals to encircle it. The bark exhibited a profound dark green hue, and the golden runes on its surface moved as if alive. In an instant, centered around Xiaozhu Peak, the spiritual energy of the entire academy surged at a terrifying pace, nearly transforming into liquid form. Originally, several disciples on the verge of a breakthrough in the Tao Academy experienced an immediate transformation under the immense influx of spiritual energy. At Xiaozhu Peak, could it possibly be the handiwork of Friend Su? Chapter 134. The Bodhi Tree's Manifestation. Such a remarkable phenomenon of heaven and earth, such grandeur. Aside from Su Linyuan, it is unlikely that anyone else possesses such formidable influence. Qin Shengfeng and the esteemed elders of the academy found themselves engulfed in waves of astonishment. Who is this supreme elder? Not only are his methods exceedingly formidable, but he also commands the presence of celestial spiritual plants, which is simply unfathomable. All eyes were fixated on the direction of Xiaozhu Peak. In the blink of an eye, the Bodhi tree had grown into a towering giant, resonating with ethereal sounds of the Tao that ignited the minds of the onlookers, causing their thoughts to race. This celestial spiritual plant not only amplifies spiritual energy, but also significantly enhances comprehension. What could this extraordinary entity be? Qin Shengfeng distinctly felt his mind accelerating. Previously obscure concepts in his cultivation became undeniably clear at this moment. It was evident that this was the enlightenment bestowed by the celestial spiritual plant. The other elders also began to notice this remarkable change, their expressions filled with astonishment and their eyes sparkling with delight. Understanding is crucial for martial artists. However, since it is innate, enhancing it through later efforts is nearly impossible, creating a barrier that has confined countless martial practitioners along their paths. Yet, with the appearance of this celestial spiritual plant, everyone's comprehension surged, coupled with the explosive increase in spiritual energy. If this continues, it is not just the disciples of the Tao Academy who will benefit. Even a mere pig would undoubtedly see a rapid rise in cultivation. One can only imagine the monumental surge in the Academy's overall strength following this day. With this thought, Qin Shengfeng could hardly contain his excitement. The Tao Academy is indeed fortunate to have friend Su among them. He couldn't help but reflect. At this moment, beneath the Bodhi tree on Xiaozhu Peak, Su Linyuan sat in meditation, surrounded by an amalgamation of countless celestial spiritual energies. His mind raced, and his comprehension received an extraordinarily terrifying boost. All of his focus was directed toward the inheritance of the Imperial Grade Formation. The art of formations is notoriously challenging to master. For most martial artists, even entry-level comprehension is exceedingly difficult, a challenge that ranks among the highest in complexity, leading many to abandon their pursuits. However, Su Linyuan's innate understanding is already formidable, and coupled with his Imperial Realm cultivation, he found it relatively easy to grasp the fundamentals of formations. Now, with the support of the Bodhi tree, his comprehension surged dramatically. The enhancement provided by the Bodhi tree is indeed astonishing. Training beneath its branches can elevate comprehension by at least threefold. Moreover, the area of influence is vast, encompassing the entire Tao Academy, though other areas may only experience a 30 to 40 increase in comprehension. Su Linyuan mused to himself. A threefold enhancement is undoubtedly a staggering improvement, and even a 30 to 40 increase is considered extraordinary for the Academy's disciples. Regarding the system's reward, Su Linyuan was quite satisfied. Focusing his mind, he continued to comprehend the intricacies of formation techniques. Soon, his understanding of these formations was rapidly elevating. On Xiaozhu Peak, as he gazed at the suddenly augmented spiritual energy and the nearly doubled enlightenment, Lei Lai felt a jolt of excitement, his eyes shimmering with profound delight. I knew it. This esteemed Elder Su is unfathomable. Following him is far superior to aligning with those antiquated relics of the Lei family. I made the right choice. In the Lei family, despite being a direct descendant, he had little access to the family's resources. Had he continued his cultivation in a conventional manner, he would have only been able to ascend to the early middle stage of the Emperor realm in this lifetime. However, in Su Linyuan, he saw boundless potential. Meanwhile, the news of the deaths of Lei Jingsheng and 20 elders in the Tao Academy swiftly spread throughout Zhongzhou. The moment the elders' soul lanterns extinguished, the Lei family was already aware of their demise. At this moment, within the grand hall, a heavy silence enveloped the room, with indescribable terror etched on everyone's faces. The family's grand elder sat amongst them, his countenance a mask of stillness, concealing an uncontrollable dread. The strength of the esteemed ancestor Jingsheng far surpassed that of the frozen ancestor. It was rumored that Su Linyuan was gravely injured. Logically, he should have perished instead. Could it be that Su Linyuan emerged unscathed? Was this all conspiracy? As this thought crossed the grand elder's mind, he suddenly stood. Has Lei Lai's soul lantern extinguished? His words caused a momentary pause, followed by wide-eyed realization among the crowd. No, the soul lanterns of the esteemed ancestor and the 20 elders who had ventured forth were indeed extinguished, yet Lei Lai's lantern remained alight. Damn it, this boy is a traitor. Unbelievable. How could such a traitor arise within the Lei family? If I am not mistaken, this person was somehow involved in Xiankong's death. As the realization dawned upon everyone, Anger surged within them, nearly overwhelming their restraint. Were it not for the betrayal by Lei Lai, the Lei family would not have suffered such devastating losses. Now, the strength of the Lei family had plummeted to the depths, having lost over 60 powerful Emperor Realm warriors, an injury that struck deeply for such a superpower. Were it not for the presence of ancestors to suppress the situation, the Lei family might face a fall from the pantheon of superpowers, struggling to recover. Su Linyuan has slain 2 of our esteemed ancestors. His strength is unfathomable. We cannot confront him head-on. We must activate the Grand Formation, seal the mountain gates, and consult the ancestors in the Forbidden Grounds before we proceed. The Grand Elder spoke solemnly. Though he had never encountered Su Linyuan, the deaths of numerous powerful figures from the Lei family at his hands instilled a profound fear within him. Currently, only 20 to 30 elders remain in the Lei family, all of whom are at the initial middle stage of the Emperor Realm, with the exception of one who has reached the late stage. This lineup may seem formidable to other factions in the Central State, yet it pales in comparison to Su Linyuan. The other elders harbored no objections. Their fear of Su Linyuan was scarcely less than that of the Grand Elder. No one possessed the audacity to confront Su Linyuan in the Dao Academy for revenge, as that would be sheer folly. Before long, a colossal array materialized above the Lei family, encircling the entire family lineage and enveloping a radius of several hundred miles. Not a single descendant was permitted to venture outside, and the atmosphere within the family was tense as if facing a grave adversary. Other factions in the Central State soon received this news. In the Hall of Burning Heaven, Shueweo laughed heartily, an uncontainable delight gleaming in his eyes. Little did he expect that the spectacle Su Linyuan alluded to would unfold in such a manner, slaughtering over 60 powerful beings of the Emperor Realm, including 2 ancestors of the Lei family. This display of strength was utterly terrifying. Even Shueweo had to concede that he could not compete with Su Linyuan. Engaging him in combat would surely lead to his own demise. Chapter 135, The Sea of Wisdom. He must possess confidence, right? However, Su Linyuan is an honored guest elder of the Hall of Burning Heaven, a friend rather than a foe. Thus, the stronger Su Linyuan becomes, the better it is for them. Beside him, Shuexingfei appeared bewildered. Not long ago, Su Linyuan had struggled against the combined assault of 3 late-stage Emperor Realm beings at the Gong family's banquet. Yet in such a brief span, he had eradicated so many powerful entities, shaking the very foundations of the Central State. Such a rate of advancement was truly beyond comprehension. Zhengfei, go to the Dao Academy and deliver this year's stipend to Su Linyuan and strengthen our relationship with him on my behalf, Shueweo suggested with a smile. All right. Shuexingfei responded without a second thought and promptly departed. Watching her retreating figure, Shueweo's smile broadened, his eyes glimmering with expectation. He had discerned his beloved sister's unusual sentiments towards Su Linyuan back in the chaotic Star Sea. After all, it has been said that beauty is often drawn to heroes, a sentiment he could well understand. Should Zhengfei truly forge a bond with Su Linyuan, it would undoubtedly be a rare boon for the Hall of Burning Heaven. Hence, he encouraged her to deliver the stipend. As the atmosphere in the Hall of Burning Heaven brimmed with enthusiasm, the likes of the Tai Star Palace and other first-rate factions in the Central State reacted with shock and profound reflection. Nobody anticipated that Su Linyuan would orchestrate such a grand scheme, effectively leading to the downfall of the Lei family by annihilating over 60 Emperor Rel powerhouses. The strength and prestige of the Lei family would likely be irreparably shattered. The prowess of this young friend, Su, was indeed unfathomable. It seemed that upheaval was imminent in the Central State. Remember, do not provoke Su Linyuan or the Dao Academy, declared Qiu Xuanji, the palace master of the Tai Star Palace, with grave seriousness. He sensed that Su Linyuan was far from as simple as they had imagined. Within the grand hall of the 10,000 Buddhas sect, the intertwining scents of sandalwood and the radiance of Buddha illuminated the space, accompanied by the ethereal sounds of Buddhist chants. At the center of the hall stood a towering statue of the 3 generations Buddha, reaching 30 zhang in height. Beneath the statue sat the abbot of the 10,000 Buddhas temple and numerous elders, the atmosphere somewhat peculiar. Zhihai sat upon a meditation cushion, drenched in sweat, his voice trembling as he recited the Buddha's name. What on earth? How could this individual possess such enigmatic power, having slain dozens of imperial beings from the Thunder Clan, including 2 fully realized emperors? Zhihai frantically questioned himself, bewildered by the unfolding events. At the bowman's banquet, This youth had not exhibited such terrifying strength. How could such progress have been made in such a short span? It was utterly inconceivable. Umaba, who would have thought that such a figure would emerge from Central State? Capable of vanquishing numerous imperial beings from the Thunder Clan? This individual's prowess is indeed formidable. The abbot of the 10,000 Buddhas sect, Huixin, with his palms together, spoke slowly. Upon hearing that Su Linyuan single-handedly slaughtered many powerful figures from the Thunder Clan, he initially struggled to believe it, doubting his own ears until he confirmed the veracity of the matter multiple times, leaving him in profound astonishment. Such a display of might had not been witnessed in Central State for hundreds of thousands of years. Moreover, this person was merely a solitary cultivator. What the abbot stated held great truth. This youth possessed remarkable talent and bore a connection to our Buddhist sect. If we could guide him towards enlightenment and bring him into our 10,000 Buddhas temple, it would indeed be a splendid tale. An elder spoke up. The moment his words left his mouth, several elders nodded in agreement. Elder Zhitong's words were indeed wise. This youth harbors a heavy burden of karmic retribution. Should he not be restrained, he may bring about disastrous consequences, slaughtering in Central State. Our Buddha embodies compassion. We ought to guide him towards enlightenment and welcome him into our 10,000 Buddhas temple, ensuring that the ancient Buddha is accompanied by a constant light. Another elder slowly added. Upon hearing their sentiments, Abbot Huixin slightly nodded, contemplating this notion. After all, Su Linyuan's prodigious talent was undeniably enviable. And lacking a substantial background, merely a wandering cultivator from the eastern wilderness, such a being would fit perfectly within the 10,000 Buddhist sect. However, as Huixin's gaze shifted, he suddenly noticed Elder Zhihai. Elder Zhihai trembled, his lips quivering as he recited the Buddha's name. Observing this, Abbot Huixin furrowed his brow, displeased, and inquired, Elder Zhihai, do you have something to say? As Huixin's words fell, all eyes turned towards Zhihai, who was momentarily taken aback. When he finally regained his composure, he found the collective gaze of the assembly fixed upon him. I merely feel that guiding Su Linyuan towards enlightenment may prove somewhat challenging. Challenging? Oh, what leads you to such a conclusion? Abbot Huixin spoke calmly. Previously, during the skirmish with Gong Wanqing at the Bowman's estate, Su Linyuan had even employed Buddhist divine abilities. I sensed the connection between him and our sect, hence my eagerness to guide him towards enlightenment. However, at that moment, Shui Zhengfei intervened, allowing him to escape. Not long after, Su Linyuan audaciously kidnapped Lei Xiankong, the foremost figure of the Lei family, in the chaotic sea of stars. In that battle, he single-handedly vanquished dozens of imperial-level warriors from the Lei family, an event I witnessed firsthand, leaving me utterly astounded. After all, he had not possessed such prowess during his time with the Gong family. Merely a few days had passed, and his progress was nothing short of miraculous. This left Zhihai in a state of perplexity. The speed at which Su Linyuan's combat capabilities had escalated was alarming, utterly uncharacteristic of a typical cultivator's progression. However, upon hearing this, Huixin's eyes sparkled with realization. Are you suggesting that Su Linyuan possesses the divine abilities of the Buddhist sect? His tone was tinged with excitement. Indeed, Zhihai affirmed with a nod. The imprint of karmic retribution left by Su Linyuan was indelibly etched in his memory. He would not forget it easily. Excellent. It appears this young man is indeed fated to be connected with our Buddhist teachings. Moreover, achieving such rapid advancement in mere days suggests he possesses extraordinary opportunities. To let such a being go uninitiated into our Buddhist sect will be a tragic waste. A near uncontainable smile graced the face of Huixin, the host. After all, Su Linyuan not only exhibited terrifying talent, but also harbored the mystical powers of Buddhism, and with such remarkable growth in a short span. He must be in possession of some invaluable treasure. Each of these factors warranted the intervention of the 10,000 Buddha temple to guide him towards enlightenment. The host's assertions rang true. Su Linyuan's connection to our Buddhist sect might very well be a divine reward from the Buddha. Indeed. The elders around him beamed with delight, brimming with enthusiasm. Only Zhihai wore a troubled expression. For neither Huixin nor the other elders had ever witnessed the terrifying killing intent that Su Linyuan exuded. He was nothing less than a harbinger of death. The notion of coaxing such an entity into submission at the 10,000 Buddha temple seemed utterly implausible. Yet, observing Huixin's confident demeanor and the other elders' jubilant expressions, Zhihai suppressed the words he longed to voice and chose silence. Surely, The host must possess some means to guide Su Linyuan towards enlightenment. He must have some assurance. Wu Tihi, Chapter 136, Master of Imperial Arrays. Time swiftly passed, and 5 days later, during this period, the little bamboo peak was frequently reverberated with terrifying sounds, accompanied by continuous celestial phenomena. Initially, the disciples were filled with curiosity, but as these occurrences multiplied, they grew indifferent, choosing instead to retreat into seclusion for cultivation. After all, the current spiritual energy within the Tao Academy was extraordinarily abundant, and with the enhancement of comprehension, each disciple was presented with a rare and precious opportunity. In fact, within these brief 5 days, no fewer than 1,000 disciples had broken through to new levels of cultivation, including 2 additional sacred-level warriors. As for Yinyu, its cultivation speed was even more astonishing, having directly advanced to the late sacred realm, just 1 step away from reaching the pinnacle of the sacred realm. Once it ascended to that peak, it could procure the Imperial Spirit Pill directly from Su Linyuan, enabling it to break through to the Imperial Realm. In other words, the Imperial Realm beckons to him. And how can the fervent heart of the protagonist remain calm? At the summit of Shaozhu Peak, the Canli Qianyuan Great Formation activate. With a grand sweep of his hand, Su Linyuan summoned a colossal array into the sky above Shaozhu Peak. The moment this formation manifested, the surrounding world underwent a profound transformation, with an overwhelming aura of slaughter extending endlessly for thousands of miles. This formation, primarily focused on destruction, was replete with endless variations. An Imperial-grade mid-tier formation is indeed commendable, should I exert my utmost strength. It is likely that even those in the late stages of the Imperial realm would not emerge unscathed. Gazing at the formation before him, Su Lingyuan's eyes sparkled with delight. In merely 5 days, he had ascended from a novice in formations to a mid-tier formation master of the Imperial grade. If this were spread, it would undoubtedly cause a seismic stir across the central continent. Of course, this rapid advancement was due to the Imperial grade formation legacy he acquired from the system, coupled with his cultivation in the Imperial realm and the enhancement from the Bodhi tree. However, advancing further to arrange a high-tier Imperial formation poses a considerable challenge. Nevertheless, Su Linyuan felt a sense of confidence. With another flourish of his hand, he cheerfully retracted the formation, and with a focused thought, he turned his gaze to his attribute panel. Host, Su Linyuan, cultivation, mid-stage Imperial realm, physical body, late-stage Imperial realm, profession, formation master, mid-tier Imperial grade, constitution, ancient Songlong body, celestial grade, cultivation method, supreme immortal scripture, special, ancient Kunpeng body refining method, celestial grade. Martial arts, 1 sword cold across 19 continents. Low-tier Imperial grade martial arts. Great desolate prison heaven finger, mid-tier Imperial grade, Imperial. Star River fist, mid-tier Imperial grade. Weapons, Qingming sword, high-tier Imperial grade. Big Dipper star formation flag, high-tier Imperial grade. Imperial bone armor, high-tier Imperial grade. Indestructible glazed lamp, celestial grade. Qingmu soul settling bow, celestial grade. Special, Rebirth Wheel Sword Formation, high-tier Imperial grade. Cause and effect requital seal, divine ability. Gung Metal Catastrophe Thunder, high-tier Imperial grade. Within reach of heaven and earth, divine ability. Concepts, Rebirth Sword Intent, Thunder Prison Sword Intent, Ice Soul Sword Intent, Supremacy Sword Intent, Cause and effect Sword Intent. Items, Bodhi Tree Longevity Pill, mid-tier Imperial grade, Imperial Spirit Pill. Observing his attribute panel, Su Linyuan wore a satisfied expression. Although his cultivation still lingered in the mid-stage of the Imperial realm, his true combat power was undeniably formidable. And within the entire central continent, few could surpass him. As for those elusive mighty beings, Su Linyuan harbored no fear. However, the sole figure that instilled a sense of trepidation within him was the ancient elder of the Lei family, Lei Tianmi, who had extracted Xinyao's essence. A few days prior, Su Linyuan had learned the entire story from Lei Lai. Xianyao possessed the essence of the immortal path within her. It was this very source that led to her demise. That old man had lived for 20,000 years and now acquired Xinyao's immortal essence. His strength is likely unfathomable. Su Linyuan silently assessed that his current combat prowess would probably not be a match for Lei Tianmi, which is precisely why he had refrained from making an immediate move against the Lei family. At that moment, a shimmering light approached from a distance, interrupting Su Linyuan's thoughts. He turned his gaze to see that the newcomer was Qin Shengfeng. Daoi Su. Qin Shengfeng exclaimed, still somewhat shaken by the lingering power of the array. His speech slightly faltering. Daoist Qin, what brings you here? Su Linyuan replied with a smile. Daoist Shui Jingfei has arrived and is waiting for you in the main hall. Shui Jingfei has come? Su Linyuan expressed his surprise, nodding in acknowledgement. Let's go and see. At that moment, within the great hall of the Dao Academy, Shui Jingfei stood bewildered, staring at the hall suffused with liquefied spiritual energy, her mind filled with questions. Her expression was one of innocent astonishment, as if she had never encountered such a sight before. Is this the spiritual energy of the Dao Academy? It feels several times stronger than the spiritual veins of my burning heaven flame demon hall. Moreover, even more astonishing to her was that after spending some time in this hall, she felt her mind clear and her thoughts racing, as if her comprehension had significantly improved. Compared to the abundance of spiritual energy, this revelation left her utterly astounded. It is well known that comprehension is innate and exceedingly difficult to alter after birth. Although rare instances of spiritual energy can enhance comprehension, the effects are typically quite limited and hard to come by. Yet here, within this Dao Academy, it seemed effortless to enhance one's understanding. If this were to spread, it would surely cause a sensation throughout the entire central continent. Just as Shui Jingfei was still immersed in her astonishment, Su Linyuan slowly entered the hall. Daoist Shui, with Su Linyuan's sudden voice. Shui Jingfei regained her focus and turned her gaze toward him. What brings you to my Dao Academy? Upon hearing this, Shui Jingfei composed herself and responded, Oh, I specifically came to deliver your stipend for this year. With that, she produced a spatial ring and handed it to Su Linyuan. Su Linyuan's divine sense swept through it, and a look of astonishment crossed his face. The stipend for a single year was astonishingly generous. The contents of this spatial ring likely surpassed the combined resources of several second- or third-rate forces in Central Continent. And this was merely Su Linyuan's stipend for 1 year. However, in an instant, Su Linyuan understood that this was Snow Wuyou's attempt to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. He had no objections to this. With a slight smile, he accepted the stipend. Thank you, Daoist Shui, and please extend my gratitude to Daoist Wuyou. Shui Jingfei replied with a smile. You are too polite, Daoist Su. By the way, I noticed that the spiritual energy within the Dao Academy is exceptionally abundant, nearly liquefied, and even seems to enhance comprehension. Is this perhaps a result of your efforts, Daoist Su? Observing the astonished expression on Shui Jingfei's face, Su Linyuan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he chuckled lightly. Just a small technique, nothing extraordinary. Small technique? Shui Jingfei's eyes widened again in disbelief. You call this a small technique? Even the enhancement of one's comprehension is a remarkable feat. Such methods, in the entire central continent, are likely unparalleled. Friend Su, I have a modest request, and I wonder if you might acquiesce. Lady Shui spoke somewhat bashfully. Chapter 137. The Academy broadens its recruitment. The Buddhist sect approaches. Feel free to speak. Su Linyuan replied with a smile. I would like to stay in the Academy for a few days. I hope this will not be inconvenient. Lady Shui coughed lightly. To put it plainly, her primary intention was to benefit from the Academy's abundant spiritual energy and comprehension enhancement techniques. The latter, particularly, was extraordinarily exceptional, providing significant augmentation even for martial artists of her caliber, underscoring its immense value. I see. Do not worry, Lady Shui. You are welcome to stay. I shall arrange accommodations for you shortly, Su Linyuan said with a smile. Lady Shui's request was merely a reflection of her desire to tap into the Academy's cultivation resources. A trivial matter in his eyes, and not of great concern. He held a favorable opinion of both the Burning Heaven Demon Palace and Lady Shui. After all, while her previous attempts to assist had not yielded results, her intentions were commendable. Thank you, friend Su, Lady Shui exclaimed with excitement. After a brief exchange, Su Linyuan instructed the Academy elders to prepare a place for her. Soon after, Qin Shengfeng entered the Great Hall, having conceived a new plan. Friend Su, I have recently contemplated opening the Academy's doors wide to recruit the continent's exceptional talents. What is your opinion on this? Previously, the Academy's resources for cultivation were limited, and its reputation was primarily known in the Eastern Wilderness and a few other regions. In the Central Continent, its strength was hardly noteworthy, resulting in disciples of mostly ordinary backgrounds and average talents, akin to a second-rate power. However, now, with Su Linyuan's backing, the Academy's prestige had surged throughout the Central Continent and beyond. The mere mention of the Academy was recognized by all. Moreover, The academy now boasted abundant cultivation resources and ample spiritual energy, making it an opportune time to recruit disciples. Upon hearing this, Su Linyuan's face broke into a smile. I have no objections. Expanding our recruitment to accept disciples is indeed a fine idea. Should we cultivate a few exceptional disciples? It would greatly benefit the academy. Outstanding disciples could very well become the pillars of the academy in the future. Qin Shengfeng's face lit up with joy at these words. Excellent. With your endorsement, I can proceed with confidence. After discussing various details, Qin Shengfeng left the hall in high spirits to make arrangements. That evening, the academy hosted a grand feast in honor of Lady Shui. Later, as night fell, Su Linyuan took her to visit the little bamboo peak, where the rich spiritual energy and formidable enhancement capabilities nearly left her in awe. This place, indeed, was the source of all transformations within the academy. She immediately recognized the origins of the Bodhi tree. The extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth left her bewildered as to how Su Linyuan had acquired them. However, she wisely refrained from probing further, for Su Linyuan's enigmatic nature suggested that some inquiries were better left unmade. Time swiftly passed, and 10 days had elapsed, with the Central Plains remaining notably tranquil. The Lei family exhibited no signs of activity. In fact, their family formation had been activated, prohibiting family disciples from venturing outside. This sudden shift incited speculation among countless factions within the Central Plains, pondering whether the Lei family had succumbed to fear of Su Linyuan. The likelihood of this being true was quite high, while the Lei family remained inconspicuous. News of the Tao Academy's recruitment of disciples spread rapidly throughout the Central Plains and across the continent, astonishing numerous factions. Particularly, smaller families in the Central Plains seemed to sense an immense opportunity, stirring with eagerness to have their disciples join the Tao Academy. Beyond the Central Plains, in the various domains, the excitement was palpable. Countless warriors flocked from the 4 major domains to participate in the Academy's assessments. In just a few days, the area outside the Tao Academy became abuzz with activity, the clamor incessant. This recruitment was more grandiose than any prior. As the official recruitment day approached, Su Linyuan remained in seclusion atop the bamboo peak, diligently honing his skills and formations, while Shui Zhengfei had also relocated to the peak for her studies. The allure of cultivating in such a potent environment was simply too enticing for most warriors to resist. Outside the academy, Qin Shengfeng was primarily tasked with overseeing the recruitment. Astonishingly, over 530,000 disciples had registered for the assessment, shattering previous records in the academy's history. This spectacle was unprecedented. Gazing at the throngs of talented martial artists below, tears glimmered in Qin Shengfeng's eyes. Previously, the number of participants had never exceeded a few tens of thousands, and their abilities had varied greatly. This time, among the 530,000 prodigies, many possessed remarkable talent, evidently drawn by Su Linyuan's reputation. Moreover, aside from the multitude of prodigies, nearly all major factions from the Central Plains had dispatched representatives to observe, a testament to the Academy's newfound prominence. The fulfillment of Qin Shengfeng's long-held aspirations filled him with exhilaration. Qin Charan offered her reassurance, stating, "Rest assured, grandfather, with our master present, the Tao Academy will only grow in strength." Her words rang true. With the esteemed elders' guidance, the Academy was destined to flourish further. The elders voiced their sentiments, filled with nostalgia and gratitude. Qin Shengfeng nodded, centering his thoughts, and then addressed the multitude of disciples below. "Welcome, everyone, to the Tao Academy's assessment. I am Qin Shengfeng, the esteemed elder overseeing this event." With his voice resounding, he commenced the assessment. This year's evaluation differed significantly from preceding ones, largely due to Su Linyuan's modifications. The first challenge was the Heart of Tao test. Su Linyuan had early on set up a heart-testing array outside the mountain gate. Although of modest rank, merely a saint-level formation, it contained no lethal techniques, but rather an illusion. Only those who awoke from this illusion could be deemed successful in this assessment. The shorter the time taken to awaken, the more resolute one's heart of Tao was deemed to be. Time passed slowly, and soon a quarter of an hour had elapsed. Yet no one had awakened. Friend Su's array is indeed marvelously profound, Qin Shengfeng remarked, observing the formation with a sense of awe. His understanding of formations was limited, yet his keen perception allowed him to recognize the intricacies of this one. The other elders shared similar sentiments, marveling at Su Linyuan's remarkable cultivation talent and his mastery of formations. which was nothing short of incredible. As another quarter of an hour passed, a few martial artists began to awaken. After one full hour, still half of the disciples remained unable to rouse themselves from the grand array. Qin Shengfeng then dispelled the formation. Those who had not awakened from the illusion were eliminated, a rule set by Su Linyuan that he could not contravene. This first trial had thus filtered out over 200,000 martial artists, a selection process that truly left one in awe. At that moment, an unusual sound echoed from the heavens, accompanied by the melodious chime of Buddhist chants drifting in from the west, a single invocation resonating throughout the universe. Amitabha. Chapter 138. The Monastery of 10,000 Buddhas, indeed audacious. The resounding chant pierced the clouds, drawing the attention of the martial artists who had successfully passed the first trial and were still basking in their excitement. They beheld dozens of figures traversing the sky, trailed by numerous spiritual warships. The vessels, resplendent in golden hues, were enveloped in radiant Buddhist light, their hulls intricately carved with countless lotus patterns, with runes swirling in the sacred glow, emanating a faint purifying aura that rendered the surrounding spiritual energy exceptionally pure. Upon seeing the newcomers, Qin Shengfeng's expression shifted, a hint of gravity entering his gaze as an ominous premonition stirred within him. What do these bald monks want in our Tao Academy? Could it be for friends, Su? He mused, a note of dissatisfaction coloring his thoughts. Before Su Linyuan's arrival at the academy, Qin Shengfeng had harbored a deep disdain for the monastery of 10,000 Buddhas, viewing them as a horde of bald monks devoid of any compassion, yet overwhelmingly tyrannical. In Zhongzhou, offending the monastery could lead to one being guided in light terms, or worse, condemned to eternal reincarnation. Yet they remained blissfully self-satisfied, believing themselves to be embodiments of compassion. Qin Shengfeng harbored a profound apprehension towards the monastery, often suppressing his thoughts for fear of repercussions. However, with Su Linyuan at his back, his trepidation had somewhat diminished. Nonetheless, the sight of so many monks still sent a shiver down his spine. Surrounding them, many powerful figures from various factions in Zhongzhou also displayed expressions of surprise. Unsure of the monastery of 10,000 Buddhas' intentions, but sensing that their arrival was surely not a trivial matter. Above the entrance of the Taoist temple, dozens of Buddhas from the 10,000 Buddhas sect hovered ominously, accompanied by a fleet of spiritual battleships that cast an intimidating shadow. Qin Shengfeng's voice resonated throughout the temple as he inquired about the purpose of the high monk's visit. Amidst the tranquility of the moment, I am Master Huixin, a humble monk. It is an honor to meet you, Qin Benefactor, came the ethereal voice of Huixin, the abbot. Qin Shengfeng and the gathered crowd found themselves momentarily stunned. The name Huixin was well known among them. As the current abbot of the 10,000 Buddhas temple, he held immense power and profound abilities. Having attained the pinnacle of the emperor realm, few in the central continent could rival his strength. Qin Shengfeng was taken aback by Huixin's personal visit. Might I inquire, abbot, the reason for your grand appearance at our Taoist temple? He asked after a brief pause. It is not a matter of great consequence, Huixin replied. A few days ago, the Buddha appeared in my dreams, revealing that there is one among you who shares a connection with our faith. I have calculated diligently and discerned that this individual is none other than Elder Su Linyuan. Might he be present? The announcement reverberated through the temple, leaving everyone in a state of shock, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. Meanwhile, Qin Shengfeng and the elders were seething internally. Had it not been for their fear of the 10,000 Buddhas sect, they might have voiced their outrage. They had suspected these monks harbored ill intentions, but they had not anticipated such audacity. The notion of a dream from the Buddha was nothing short of absurd. It was clear they coveted the elder's talents, intending to forcibly convert him into a lackey for their sect. Such underhanded tactics were not uncommon for the 10,000 Buddhist sect. These monks possessed a method of manipulation that could erode one's will through prolonged indoctrination, ultimately transforming even the most formidable individuals into mere instruments of the Buddhist order. The chilling nature of such practices sent shivers down their spines. Master Huixin, your jest is misplaced. Taoist Su is devoted solely to the Tao and bears no trace of Buddhist affinity. How could he possibly be linked to the 10,000 Buddhas temple? Furthermore, he serves as a guest elder of the Flame of Heaven Demon Hall, making any connection to the Buddha even more improbable, Qin Shengfeng countered. Mindful of the abbot's formidable presence, he knew that if Huixin wished him dead, a mere glance could suffice. Yet, He could not stand idly by as Su Linyuan faced potential conversion. Thus, he employed a blend of persuasion and caution, even invoking the name of the flame of Heaven Demon Hall. However, Huixin remained unfazed, a mysterious smile gracing his lips, blending compassion with an unsettling aura that sent a chill through the air. Qin Benefactor, your words are misaligned. When I declare that Su Benefactor shares a bond with our Buddha, it is so. I perceive that you possess eloquence, which also suggests a connection to our faith. Why not accompany Su Benefactor and join the 10,000 Buddhas sect to explore the path of ultimate bliss together? Upon hearing these words, Qin Chengfeng's expression abruptly stiffened, his countenance darkening as an icy chill enveloped his heart. This bald monk dares to enlighten me? How infuriating! Yet, despite such thoughts swirling within, Qin Chengfeng managed to suppress any outward display of his sentiments, forcing a hollow chuckle. Hee, I too lack the heart of a Buddha. I kindly request Master Huixin to depart. Otherwise, the events of today may tarnish the esteemed reputation of the 10,000 Buddha sect. After all, today, the continent's prodigies and representatives from various factions have gathered here. In other words, every action taken today is bound to echo throughout the continent in no time. Consequently, the prestige of the 10,000 Buddha sect would inevitably plummet. However, Huixin suddenly burst into laughter. In comparison to the grand aspirations of our Buddhist order, would a humble monk concern himself with such trifles? His envy towards Su Linyuan's talent and fortune was palpable. Should he manage to enlighten him, it would undoubtedly be a significant boon for the 10,000 Buddha sect. Moreover, the fortuity surrounding Su Linyuan might very well be connected to the celestial realm, thus making it imperative that he does not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Having meticulously prepared for this day, he sought to ensure absolute success. With that, his gaze grew colder, and his tone bore a hint of impatience. Su Shizhu, should you choose not to reveal yourself, do not blame this humble monk for first enlightening Master Qin and subsequently the entire Tao Academy. Huixin's voice resonated throughout the Tao Academy, clearly threatening Su Linyuan. Prior to arriving, he had already gathered all pertinent information. Knowing that Su Linyuan shared a good rapport with Qin Chengfeng, he could leverage their connection to manipulate Su Linyuan into appearing. With such a strategy, there was no doubt Su Linyuan would be compelled to show himself. As soon as Huixin's words fell, both Qin Chengfeng and the elders of the Tao Academy exhibited a profound change in expression. No one anticipated that this host of the 10,000 Buddha sect would be so brazen as to resort to such threats, especially in front of the entire world, asserting his intentions so unequivocally. The prodigies participating in the Tao Academy's assessment also shifted in countenance, anxiety gnawing at their hearts. If the Tao Academy were to be entirely enlightened by the 10,000 Buddha sect, what would become of their identities as disciples of the Tao Academy? Surely, they could not all become monks. After a moment of silence, a mocking voice suddenly echoed from deep within the Tao Academy. Bald monk, your audacity knows no bounds. The voice of Su Linyuan resonated through the skies, reaching every corner of the Tao Academy. Upon hearing Su Linyuan's declaration, Qin Chengfeng and the elders felt a wave of reassurance wash over them. In their hearts, Su Linyuan was the steadfast anchor of the Tao Academy. As long as he remained, no problem was insurmountable, even in the face of the 10,000 Buddha sect. Huixin's expression darkened. Bite monk. These words were not only a taboo for Huixin, but also for every member of the 10,000 Buddha sect. For years, few dared to utter such a phrase across the continent, let alone in front of Huixin himself. However, recalling Su Linyuan's exceptional talent as the finest warrior of the Buddhist sect, Huixin took a deep breath, suppressing the rage within him for the time being, and forced a smile upon his face. Master Su, I have come here today specifically for you. Since you possess the divine abilities of our Buddha, it signifies a connection with the divine. I, a humble monk, am here on behalf of the Buddha to invite you to join our 10,000 Buddhist sect, to explore the path of ultimate bliss together, Huixin said with a smile. He clasped his hands together and chanted a Buddhist incantation, leading the unaware to believe he was a venerable monk on a sacred mission to invite Su Linyuan. Upon hearing this, Su Linyuan suddenly erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. So it is you, monk Huixin. I have indeed heard of your 10,000 Buddhist sect, one of the 4 great superpowers of the Central Plains. However, your audacity and shamelessness is unparalleled, even surpassing that of the Lei family. Truly, one must admire your boldness. Su Linyuan laughed unabashedly, showing no regard for Huixin. The spectators gasped in shock. Even Qin Shengfeng felt a tremor in his heart. Master Su, how bold you are! With those words, Su Linyuan had stripped away the veil of modesty from the 10,000 Buddhist sect, effectively declaring war. As expected, Huixin's face darkened like iron, his eyes sharp, barely containing an overwhelming murderous intent. Yet, Su Linyuan's voice continued to resonate. To claim enlightenment and the path of ultimate bliss is merely a method of brainwashing, a means to manipulate hearts, forcing people to forget their past memories, thus reducing them to mere pawns for your sect to toil and serve. One cannot deny the hypocrisy of your ways. Oh, and not only hypocrisy, but also false piety. You speak of the world's suffering while claiming not to engage in slaughter. Yet the number of cultivators who have perished at the hands of your 10,000 Buddhist sect is in the millions, if not billions. What audacity do you possess to dare enlighten me? Who grants you such courage? Su Linyuan's voice thundered, echoing through the heavens and resonating in the ears of every cultivator present. Shop, ho fao shop. At that moment, whether it be disciples participating in the assessment or spies from various factions observing in the shadows, as well as the elders and disciples of the Tao Academy, each heart was stirred by tumultuous waves, their astonishment lingering in their eyes. Incredible, unbelievable. Su Linyuan's words not only stripped the 10,000 Buddhist sect of its facade, but also shattered it before all, followed by a disdainful spit. Such an audacious act was something even the burning Heaven Demon Palace, which opposed the 10,000 Buddhist sect, could not achieve. Yet Su Linyuan did so, and with such impunity. All eyes turned to Huixin, whose once benevolent visage had morphed into one of fury, his face darkened and his anger palpable, barely restrained. His once gentle gaze sharpened like a blade, as if it could slice through the very sky. He lifted his eyes, staring deep into the Tao Academy. Master Su. A chilling voice reverberated across the heavens, and everyone could distinctly sense his wrath. An overwhelming fury surged forth like a tidal wave, causing a tremor in every heart. You have crossed the line. The simple phrase, composed of just 3 words, seemed to encapsulate the essence of profound wisdom. The Buddha has 1,000 faces, fierce and unyielding, shaking the very foundations. Today, this humble monk has come to personally summon you. Should you choose to comply, all will rejoice. Should you refuse, I shall take matters into my own hands. Huixin had lost all patience, unwilling to engage in further banter with Su Linyuan. He was determined to enlighten the other party at once. Old bald donkey, if you possess such confidence, then act. But do not blame me for the warning. Should you dare to strike, I shall pursue an unending conflict with the 10,000 Buddhist sect. Su Linyuan chakilkudli, displaying no fear, and his overwhelming confidence momentarily stunned Huixin. Unending conflict? Huh. Huixin sneered. He was fully prepared today to utterly enlighten Su Linyuan, and he had no reason to fear the threats of unending conflict. Thus, he spoke without reservation. Since you are unwilling, I shall first enlighten Master Qin and all the elders of the Tao Academy. As he finished speaking, Huixin waved his hand, summoning a colossal palm print from the heavens, instantly radiating an awe-inspiring light of Buddha, captivating all hearts. Qin Shengfeng and the others were struck with terror, immobilized in place. Against such a formidable opponent, they found themselves incapable of fleeing, let alone defending themselves. Just as the immense palm was about to descend, a resonant hum echoed, and the hand halted midair, seemingly obstructed by an unseen force. Qin Shengfeng and the others looked up, their previously anxious hearts now at ease, even blooming with joy. Is this a formation? Indeed, the force that had thwarted Huixin's attack was a formation. Huixin himself was taken aback, astonished to discover that the Tao Academy possessed protective formations, and of such high caliber. His brow furrowed, and his gaze sharpened. Indeed, the formation before him was an upper-tier imperial-grade formation, an exceedingly rare level of array. Apart from the 4 great superpowers, scarcely any factions could claim such a formation. Could it be the handiwork of Su Linyuan? Is he also an imperial-grade formation master? With this thought, Huixin's expression transformed into one of exhilaration. A dual practice talent in both body and martial arts, and an upper-tier imperial-grade formation master. Such an individual is a once-in-a-100,000-year rarity across the continent, surely bearing tremendous opportunities. If he could successfully enlighten him, the strength of the 10,000 Buddha sect would undoubtedly experience an unprecedented surge, potentially advancing even further. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a greedy smile spread across Xianxia's face. The formation is impressive, but it cannot withstand my might. As he spoke, his hand descended once more, and the formation emitted a resonating tremor, shaking for a moment, but not fracturing. He remained undaunted, his assault persisting. The defensive capabilities of the superior-grade Imperial formation were astonishing. However, for one of his caliber, an apex emperor, it was not insurmountable, merely requiring a bit more time. Yet, for the exhilarated Huaixin, this was of little consequence. After an entire quarter of an hour, the chant of all Buddhas returned to the source, reverberated with a resounding crash. As the formation shattered, Huaixin laughed heartily, proclaiming, a mere superior-grade Imperial formation, nothing more. Just as he finished speaking and prepared to continue enlightening Qin Shi Huang and the others, he was once again obstructed by an unforeseen barrier. Another one? Chapter 140. Huaixin's patience wanes. Huaixin's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon the grand formation before him. The formation he had just obliterated had reappeared, identical in stature and equally a superior-grade Imperial formation. Huaixin's expression froze in shock. It was imperative to note that he had spent a full quarter of an hour to dismantle the previous formation. Now, confronted with another identical array, his frustration was palpable. I refuse to believe you can deploy multiple such formations. The sheer exertion required to establish formations of this caliber was immense, both mentally and materially. He could not fathom that Su Linyuan possessed a third. As the thought echoed in his mind, Huaixin's figure surged, a colossal phantom of a Buddha materializing behind him. Following this, another barrage of strikes fell heavily upon the formation. The overwhelming assault was relentless. Inside the formation, Qin Shi Huang and the others were left speechless, having discerned the fury and murderous intent blazing in Huaixin's eyes. A stark contrast to the demeanor of the leader of the Wanfo sect. As the seconds trickled away, a deafening explosion erupted, and the formation was once again shattered. The hearts of those within leapt. It was inconceivable that there could be a third. Thus, apprehension gripped them. Huaixin grinned, Ba. This time I shall see what can possibly withstand my resolve. With that, he struck down with great force. In an instant, the smile on Huaixin's face vanished, replaced by disbelief flickering in his eyes. A chilling silence began to envelop him. Indeed, before him stood the third formation. His pent-up rage was nearly unbearable, and his patience was all but exhausted. How absurd, utterly absurd. The third superior-grade Imperial formation, intricately linked to the others. Who exactly was this young man, capable of conjuring such an array of formidable formations? Qin Shi Huang and the elders of the Tao Academy were momentarily taken aback, their expressions reflecting utter bewilderment as they gazed towards the depths of the academy, where Su Linyuan resided. When had Su Daoyu arranged such an intricate formation? Why were they oblivious to it? Xianxia's patience had been entirely depleted. He was weary of continuing this futile struggle with Su Linyuan. With a cold voice, he commanded, "Where are the protectors of the Wanfo sect?" His words swiftly echoed through the heavens. Before the bewildered crowd, 3 figures of protectors materialized. The sudden appearance of these 3 figures instilled a solemnity in the eyes of all present. Qin Shi Huang furrowed his brow, casting a wary glance at the protectors, an unsettling feeling creeping into his heart. The protectors of the Wanfo sect? These individuals bore a striking resemblance to renowned figures from millennia past, each possessing the pinnacle of the emperor realm. His expression turned peculiar, the terror in his gaze becoming increasingly palpable. Having lived a considerable length of time, Qin Shi Huang had encountered most of the powerful figures in the central continent, and he recognized these 3 well, particularly the gaunt elder on the far left. This man, known as the Emperor of Xianxia, had once carved his path through bloodshed, earning his title through relentless slaughter. Though he was a rogue cultivator, he gained fame throughout the central continent, ultimately breaking through to the pinnacle of the emperor realm, joining the ranks of the continent's elite. However, one day, this Emperor of Xianxia suddenly vanished. Speculation abounded that he had entered seclusion to seek higher realms. Yet, to this day, no word had surfaced. But today, he beheld this figure once more, and it appeared that the Emperor of Xianxia had lost his original consciousness, transformed by the Wanfo sect into one of its protectors. Did this imply that the other 2 protectors, also at the peak of the Emperor realm, had undergone a similar fate? One by one, They had been transformed by the Wanfo sect into its enforcers, and today they sought to make Su Linyuan a reflection of their own state. In that instant, a chill swept through Qin Shengfeng's heart. The Wanfo sect was indeed shrouded in mystery, and Hui Xin's audacity was staggering. He unleashed 4 protectors at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. With such might converging upon Su Linyuan, could he possibly survive? The odds were decidedly grim. As Qin Shengfeng pondered these thoughts, Hui Xin and the 3 protectors launched a synchronized assault. The combined might of 4 peak Emperor realm cultivators made it exceedingly difficult for even a high-grade Emperor-level formation to withstand. A single strike sent the formation trembling, cracks spreading throughout. Following a series of rapid blows, within mere moments, the formation shattered. The speed at which the 4 peak Emperor realm cultivators dismantled the formation was astonishing, taking only a brief span of 10 breaths. Hui Xin's countenance darkened further. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, from the ruins of the shattered formation, an identical array once again ascended. With a choked gasp, Hui Xin nearly spat blood, the icy fury in his eyes barely contained. "Break it for me. I am eager to see how many formations Su Linyuan possesses." With a muffled groan, several fully realized emperors joined forces to breach the formation. It was only after the 4th, 5th, and up to the 9th formations had been shattered that the grand array ceased to manifest. Hui Xin's previously tumultuous heart began to ease slightly, yet a sense of dissatisfaction lingered within him. Su Linyuan's tactics were undeniably peculiar. Just as Hui Xin let out a sigh of relief, preparing to guide Qin Shengfeng and the others, 2 figures suddenly descended from the heavens, hovering before them. The foremost figure was, of course, Su Linyuan, and behind him stood Xue Jingfei. Since Xue Jingfei had taken residence in the Dao Academy, she had not departed, and upon arriving at Su Linyuan's small bamboo peak, she was utterly astonished. The spiritual energy of the small bamboo peak and its enhancement of comprehension reached an astonishing level. Now, her astonishment deepened further, for Su Linyuan's formation was terrifyingly strong, far beyond her imagination. As an upper-tier imperial formation master, his expertise in formations was nothing short of formidable. She could hardly fathom how he achieved such mastery. "Su Benefactor, you have finally revealed yourself. This humble monk comes with great sincerity. Should you be unwilling to accompany me to the 10,000 Buddhist sect, do not blame me for being impolite." Before making his move, Hui Xin continued to speak flowery words, placing himself on a moral high ground. These individuals were exceedingly hypocritical. However, Su Linyuan merely sneered. "Dis me signe Yuishines Tritsantiali." In truth, he had been aware for several days that the 10,000 Buddhist sect intended to attack the Dao Academy and take action against him. The source of this information was none other than the young monk Ming Chun, who had previously allied with him in the chaotic Star Sea. Chapter 141. The Great Battle Begins. Thanks to Ming Chen's intelligence, Su Linyuan had preemptively arranged the formations. The 9 defensive formations he had just deployed were established within these past few days, not merely to resist Hui Xin, but to test the power of his own formations. Simultaneously, they served to exhaust his opponent's resources. "Old bald donkey, if you wish to control me, just say so directly. No need for such grandiloquent pretenses. It only invites ridicule from the world. Since your 10,000 Buddhist sect seeks to strike against me, I shall show no mercy. It shall be a fight to the death." Su Linyuan's cold voice reverberated through the heavens, his murderous intent unabashed. He despised hypocrisy and those who dared to assail him. And the 10,000 Buddhist sect embodied both. "Since you, Su Benefactor, refuse my invitation, do not blame this humble monk for being ungracious. Today, we shall indeed have a confrontation. Yuixin proclaimed. Very well. I am eager to witness the extent of your 10,000 Buddhist sect's capabilities." Su Linyuan retorted with a chilling laugh, a ruthless glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. In the next moment, as his words fell, the Qingmu Jinhuan Bao appeared prominently in Su Linyuan's hand. "Be cautious, my friend Su," Qin Shengfeng cautioned. "Those 3 guardians of the Buddhist sect are formidable beings at the pinnacle of the imperial realm, renowned figures in the central continent." Su Linyuan nodded slightly, rest assured. "They cannot impede my true self." Without hesitation, Su Linyuan raised his hand, summoning the Qingmu, soul-subduing Bao. As the Bao materialized, it radiated a verdant glow imbued with the essence of the laws, and the ethereal silhouette of the world tree unfurled behind the bowstring, its branches extending 100 feet, enveloping the battlefield in an aura of soul-stirring intimidation. with the bow in his left hand and imperial energy coalescing into arrows in his right. Sununtai Linyuan natse bixated unwavering. This old monk was insufferable. Eliminating him would render the remaining Buddhas of the 10,000 Buddha sect significantly less threatening. In a swift motion, 9 arrows were unleashed. As the arrows took flight, they transformed into a streak of emerald light, rending the very fabric of space in their wake. Huixin was taken aback, his brow furrowing in alarm. The velocity and ferocity of the arrows were beyond comprehension, their dreadful power threatening to shatter the heavens themselves. Though distanced, he could sense the terrifying force of the arrow's intent. In an instant, Huixin felt the radiant light of his Buddha aura being driven back, and the arrows locked onto him with an inescapable resolve. Thus, he dared not underestimate the situation and hastily invoked his protective technique, the diamond shield. A radiant barrier of golden Buddhist light enveloped him, illuminating the skies. Boom! The soul-subduing arrow collided violently with the diamond shield, unleashing an explosion of emerald soul energy. The golden aura of the shield flickered violently, rippling like water. Huixin was momentarily stunned, and as he looked up, he realized that the diamond shield could not withstand the onslaught for long. It shattered before his eyes. He swung his diamond pestle to counter the incoming arrows, successfully shattering several. However, 2 remaining arrows plunged into his sea of consciousness. A sense of dread washed over him. These arrows were aimed at his soul. Fortunately, his soul was robust, and with the protection of a treasured artifact, he managed to dispel the arrows from his mind. Yet, even so, his sea of consciousness bore some damage, causing a tremor in his soul and draining the color from his face. His gaze towards Su Linyuan shifted, the initial disdain giving way to grave concern. This young man seemed far more formidable than he had initially surmised, and the bow in his possession was undoubtedly extraordinary. It appeared to surpass even the finest imperial artifacts, with the ability to assault the soul, which was nothing short of bizarre. Had he not possessed an artifact of similar caliber to protect his soul, he would have been gravely injured by those arrows. What a potent soul attack! This young man was undoubtedly blessed with exceptional fortune, possessing treasures of such a high caliber. Perhaps he truly had connections to celestial opportunities. Huixin's thoughts stirred, his desire intensifying. Not far away, Su Linyuan was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that his Qingmu Jinhuan Bao would be thwarted by Huixin. It seemed that this old monk possessed a treasure of considerable caliber. After all, as the abbot of the 10,000 Buddha sect, it was only natural for him to possess such artifacts. Su Linyuan was not overly surprised. Su benefactor. The Bao you wield appears to be a relic left by one of our esteemed abbots of the 10,000 Buddha sect. I kindly request that you return it to us. Should you comply, this humble monk shall refrain from pursuing today's matter further. What do you say? Huixin's voice carried a hint of temptation. If Su Linyuan surrendered the Qingmu Jinhuan Bao, he would spare his life. With a cold smile, Su Linyuan dismissed the old monk's words as mere deception. He suspected that if he were to hand over the Bao, this old wretch would immediately suppress him and then seek to convert him. Old monk, do you think to deceive me with such nonsense? It is utterly laughable. Today, it is either you or I who shall not survive. Su Linyuan scoffed and once again activated the Qingmu Jinhuan Bao, unleashing a multitude of arrows. However, his target was not Huixin, but rather the other 3 fully realized guardians of the imperial realm. These 3 were under the mental control of the 10,000 Buddha sect. Their souls weakened. The soul attack of the Qingmu Jinhuan Bao was precisely effective against them, maximizing its lethality. Huixin immediately sensed this and shielded the 3 guardians behind him, preparing to face Su Linyuan's assault alone. Although the Qingmu Jinhuan Bao was fearsome, he possessed a top-tier imperial artifact that could withstand the soul assault for a time, alleviating his immediate concerns. As Su Linyuan's attack descended, he proclaimed loudly, "Strike! Comfort this child." He understood that if they continued to stalemate, it was likely they would be the ones to perish. After all, Su Linyuan's Qingmu Jinhuan Bao was tremendously formidable, and his own artifact could not endure indefinitely, having already sustained considerable damage. Thus, they needed to unite all 4 fully realized guardians to eliminate him decisively. Huixin and the 3 guardians charged from 4 directions simultaneously. Each possessed the strength of the imperial realm, a terrifying might capable of overwhelming any force outside the 3 major superpowers. Yet today, their singular aim was Su Linyuan. Surrounding me, I shall see just how much prowess you possess. Su Linyuan is native. As the 4 attacks were about to land, he invoked the technique Xianxia. This adept maneuver provided him with numerous stratagems. With such a miraculous ability at his disposal, even against an onslaught from multiple Imperial experts, he faced little threat. After creating distance, he activated the Qingmu Zhenhuan Bao once more. Whoosh! An arrow soared through the air, heading straight for Huixin. This technique was aptly named kite flying. Chapter 142. Huixin in a state of disarray. How could this be? The sudden turn of events left Huixin momentarily dazed. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead as a sense of panic began to take hold. In a fleeting moment, Linyuan vanished without a trace, even amidst the onslaught of 4 fully realized Emperor-level masters. Moreover, he reappeared several dozen zhang behind them in an instant, utilizing the Qingmu Zhentian Bao to launch a lethal attack. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, with a speed that could only be described as terrifying. However, Huixin was no ordinary individual. He swiftly defended against the assault of the Qingmu Zhentian Bao, enveloping himself with a protective diamond barrier. Various Imperial artifacts were activated in an instant, and coupled with a supreme Imperial artifact that shielded his soul, he managed to maintain his composure. With a resounding boom, the Qingmu Zhentian Bao struck, causing considerable turmoil within his sea of consciousness. Nevertheless, he forced himself to suppress the chaos. With barely contained fury, Huixin and the other 3 guardians charged towards Linyuan once more. A smirk graced Linyuan's lips as his figure once again dissipated from sight. And the Qingmu Zhentian Bao continued to unleash a barrage of arrows, each aimed squarely at Huixin. It must be said that the synergy between the techniques of distance and the Qingmu Zhentian Bao was utterly remarkable. The former created space while the latter executed lethal strikes. Furthermore, the Qingmu Zhentian Bao possessed the soul-locking ability, ensuring that once an opponent was targeted, escape was impossible, regardless of distance. As time trickled by, half an hour elapsed without Huixin and his companions managing to graze even the hem of Linyuan's garments. Instead, Huixin's supreme artifact, meant to resist soul attacks, shattered explosively. Consumed by wrath, his eyes brimmed with barely restrained fury. It was imperative to note that this artifact was a treasured legacy of the Tianxuan Sect, the culmination of countless years of heritage, now obliterated by Linyuan. How could he not be enraged? Yet, alongside his anger, a deep-seated fear also festered within him. The Qingmu Zhentian Bao wielded a sinister power, capable of assaulting one's consciousness with an overwhelming force that could annihilate even supreme Imperial artifacts, leaving him utterly defenseless. With his own supreme artifact, now in ruins, he realized that should Linyuan persist in this manner, his very life could be at stake. He yearned for a breakthrough, but this slippery adversary eluded his grasp like a mudfish, inciting his utmost frustration. This cannot continue any longer, Huixin muttered to himself. His gaze shifted to Qin Shengfeng and the others nearby, and a brilliant idea suddenly sparked in his mind. While Linyuan was adept at evasion, Qin Shengfeng and his companions were merely at the initial stages of the Emperor realm, their strength to him akin to that of ants. Fortuitously, Qin Shengfeng shared a notable connection with Linyuan. Should he manage to subdue him, it could serve as a means to further threaten Linyuan. With this thought, a smile crept upon Huixin's lips. Since you choose to disregard martial ethics, do not blame this monk for being ungracious. With that, Huixin's figure darted towards Qin Shengfeng and the others. The latter could not evade. A pair of enormous hands was about to descend upon him. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared before him, and with a swift motion of a sword, the air was filled with sword energy, severing that pair of golden, radiant hands. The one who had severed the Buddha's hand of wisdom was none other than Linyuan. This unforeseen turn of events instantly altered the expressions of those present. Qin Shengfeng, having narrowly escaped, felt an overwhelming sense of relief. No one understood better than he the sheer terror embodied in that earlier palm strike from Huixin. With the Qingming sword in hand, Linyuan stood suspended in the air, protecting the members of the Tao Academy behind him. He let out a cold laugh, addressing the opponent. Old, bald donkey, your underhanded tactics are plentiful, yet instead of indulging in pious practices, you resort to schemes. How utterly pathetic. Since you insist on seeking your own demise, I shall demonstrate to you what true power entails. Linyuan's words sent a tremor through Huixin's heart, a foreboding sense looming over him. What was this young man intending? But this apprehension was fleeting as he retorted. The monk is eager to see how you will thwart me. With Su Linyuan standing before the Tao Academy, should he choose to employ his escape technique, it would certainly result in the demise of the Academy's warriors. In other words, if Su Linyuan fled from the impending attack, both Qin Shengfeng and the esteemed elders of the Academy would meet their end. The choice lay squarely upon Su Linyuan's shoulders. As for whether the slaughter of so many Academy disciples constituted a sin, Huixin was resolute. It most certainly did not. The events of today stemmed solely from Su Linyuan. Had he chosen to embrace the Buddha, the Academy would not have faced such calamity. Thus, Su Linyuan was the true instigator of this disaster. What wrong had the 10,000 Buddhist sect committed? Furthermore, once these Academy beings perished, the monk would undoubtedly perform rites to assist them in their rebirth. These myriad thoughts flitted through his mind in an instant, and the next moment, Huixin and the three guardian protectors launched their combined assault towards Su Linyuan's position. The coordinated attack of 4 fully realized emperors was executed with unrestrained power, a display of terrifying might. To speak plainly, if not for Su Linyuan's intervention, the entire Tao Academy would likely be reduced to ruins by such a formidable onslaught. Behind him, Qin Shengfeng and the others were abruptly alarmed, their hearts racing with trepidation. Su, my friend, this is a joint strike from 4 fully realized emperors. Pay no mind to us. You must flee. Great Elder, depart quickly. The voices of the crowd transformed into a wave of urgency. They could acutely sense the horror of this assault, and the hope that Su Linyuan could withstand its force seemed exceedingly slim. Yet, Su Linyuan's voice remained calm as he smiled and declared, "Fear not, my friends. This is merely a trivial skill. 4 fully realized emperors. Indeed, a formidable attack. But alas, I possess a safeguard. The indestructible glazed lamp." Thunderous reverberations ensued. In an instant, the eternal glazed lamp hovered above Su Linyuan's head, its body radiating a soft golden light that rapidly expanded from a mere 3 feet to 1,000 zhang, enveloping the entire Tao Academy. The surface of the luminous shield shimmered with flowing light, casting brilliance across the vast firmament. Countless warriors gazed curiously in this direction. Simultaneously, the lethal assault from Huixin and the 3 guardian deities commenced. The combined full-force attacks of the 4 perfectly realized imperial realms coalesced into a golden wave of destruction. Spanning 1,000 zhang, wherever it passed, space collapsed and spiritual energy surged, causing the peaks beneath the Academy to tremble violently, as if on the verge of shattering. The disciples of the Academy were rendered pale with fear, their eyes fixated on the luminous shield above, forgetting even to breathe. The might of such a force was beyond their wildest imaginings, let alone the thought of withstanding it. Boom! The moment the golden wave collided with the soft golden glazed shield, the world seemed to fall silent for an instant. The next moment, an ear-splitting roar erupted, as golden arcs of light clashed violently with the soft golden imperial aura in midair, generating a circular shockwave that instantaneously vaporized the surrounding clouds. The spies from various major factions, who had previously concealed themselves in the shadows, had long since retreated to a safe distance, fearing they might be engulfed by the terrifying aftermath of this assault. After all, such a formidable attack was beyond the capacity of most to endure throughout the entirety of the central continent. Observing this, Huixin's lips curled into a slight smirk, her benevolent gaze radiating a chilling aura. Even if this lamp is a supreme imperial artifact, it cannot withstand the combined might of the 4 of us. Su Linyuan. O Su Linyuan, how delightful it would be for you to accompany this humble monk to the 10,000 Buddhist sect and partake in the bliss of the ultimate realm. Yet you choose to be oblivious to your fate. In Huixin's eyes, even if Su Linyuan wielded the eternal glazed lamp, it would not endure for long. After all, the full 4 strikes of 4 perfected imperial realms were profoundly fearsome. Su Linyuan stood no chance of resisting. However, as time passed, the smile on Huixin's face began to solidify. Her gaze fixed intently on the eternal glazed lamp in Su Linyuan's possession, which continued to emit a steadfast light, showing no signs of waning. In contrast, the intensity of their attacks seemed to falter. How could this be? Huixin's eyes widened in astonishment, mirrored by the disbelief of the onlookers. What level of artifact was this? Possessing such terrifying defensive power? It was simply inconceivable. Soon, a quarter of an hour passed. The assault from Huixin and her companions subsided. Yet the crowd beheld Su Linyuan standing unharmed in place, the eternal glazed lamp still radiating brilliance across the heavens. Merely trifling skills, and yet you dare to flaunt them here. Su Linyuan scoffed. This object was a celestial artifact, endowed with his imperial realm's power, boasting extraordinary defensive capabilities. Not to mention 4 perfected imperial realms. Even 10 of them united would struggle to breach the eternal glazed lamp. In other words, with this artifact, he was innately positioned in an invincible stance. This was also his greatest reliance. How could this be? Could it possibly be a treasure surpassing even the finest imperial artifacts? The eyes of Huixin widened in astonishment as this outrageous notion suddenly emerged in his mind. What else could be more than a supreme imperial artifact? Perhaps it is a legendary celestial weapon? With this thought, his breath quickened even further. What began as mere suspicion had now crystallized into a firm conviction. Su Linyuan must possess a heritage connected to the celestial realm. Should he acquire it, the Wanfo sect would undoubtedly eclipse all major powers in Zhongzhou. Master Guangyuan, I implore your assistance. Huixin suddenly called out to the void. In the next moment, amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, a figure emerged from the emptiness. Clad in a coarse gray robe, he appeared ancient and frail, seemingly on the brink of death, exuding a profound aura of desolation. Yet, beneath that stillness lay an undercurrent of terrifying power. Guangyuan? Upon hearing this name, Qin Shengfeng's heart trembled, and a fragment of memory surfaced in his mind. This master Guangyuan mentioned by Huixin was no ordinary individual. He was a renowned figure from 15,000 years ago, standing at the pinnacle of Zhongzhou, one of its most formidable beings. It was believed he had long since passed, yet here he was, summoned by Huixin to this place. With a single intervention, he commanded the strength of 5 fully realized imperial realm experts. Such a display truly commanded attention. Becauchus Dalisu. This individual belongs to the Guang lineage. Having lived for over 15,000 years, his combat prowess is formidable, and he possesses numerous techniques. Qin Chengfeng cautioned. Oh, from the Guang lineage. It seems Huixin has made thorough preparations to enlighten himself, mobilizing 4 fully realized imperial realm experts. This is a far grander undertaking than that of the Lei family. Amit Ba, I am Guangyuan, honored to meet you. You share a fateful connection with our Buddha. Why persist in ignorance? I, on behalf of the Buddha, invite you to join the Wanfo sect in seeking ultimate bliss. Guangyuan spoke slowly, not even lifting his eyelids, clearly exuding confidence. Having lived for so many years, Su Linyuan's lifespan was but a fraction of his. How could he possibly regard such a junior with any seriousness? Huixin chimed in, Daoist Su, do not remain obstinate. I have specifically dispatched 5 fully realized imperial realm experts to invite you. This celestial net is so intricate that, no matter how formidable you may be, escape will be nearly impossible. The alliance of 5 fully realized imperial realm experts is a treatment that only Su Linyuan in all of Zhongzhou deserves. Nevertheless, upon hearing this, Su Linyuan remained unperturbed, his face betraying no hint of anxiety. He offered a faint smile, and in the next moment, dark demonic energy surged forth, while a vast sound resonated from the heavens, causing the skies to tremble. The instant the overwhelming demonic energy manifested, everyone from the Wanfo sect turned to look back. Huixin's expression stiffened. As if recalling something, his countenance darkened like iron. Before long, Xue Wuyo arrived, accompanied by countless elders and disciples from the burning sky, Flame Demon Palace. Hovering above the Dao Academy, he laughed heartily and addressed Su Linyuan. Friend Su, I trust you are well. Today, I have come to the Dao Academy as a guest. I wonder if you would welcome me. However, this visit was merely a pretense. The true purpose behind his arrival was that, a few days prior, Xue Jingfei had informed Xue Wuya of the movements of the 10,000 Buddhist sect. He had come specifically to offer assistance. Su Linyuan was not only someone he held in high regard, but also an esteemed elder of the burning heaven flame demon palace. How could he allow this band of bald-headed monks to bully him? With a cheerful smile, Su Linyuan replied, It is indeed a pleasure to have you here, friend Xue. Ha ha! I have just heard that this group of bald monks intends to besiege you. As an elder of the burning heaven flame demon palace, any attack on you is an affront to our entire sect. Today, I shall witness who dares to be so audacious. In an instant, the violent aura of the burning heaven surged through the air, sending waves of murderous intent that made the surrounding crowd tremble. Such terror. Even Huixin felt a chill run down his spine, taken aback by Xue Wuya's unexpected arrival. Damn it! Guangyuan's calm eyes also showed a flicker of disturbance. but it was only momentary before he regained his composure. He murmured, Umitba, since Master Xue intends to take action, let the true skills be revealed. Huixin, you and the 3 guardians should escort Master Su back to the 10,000 Buddhist sect. I shall confront the esteemed members of the Burning Heaven Flame Demon Palace. His voice was steady, infused with an indomitable confidence, although there were many powerful figures from the Burning Heaven Flame Demon Palace present. Including 3 who had reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, Linyuan felt no fear. His strength was unfathomable. Understood. Huixi nodded in agreement. In the next moment, Linyuan took the initiative, sweeping his hand towards the 3 Emperor realm experts of the Burning Heaven Flame Demon Palace. A vast expanse of Buddhist light enveloped the area, radiating a rich, purifying aura. This aura was deeply unsettling to Xue Wuya and his companions. Yet they understood the old monk's formidable prowess and dared not be distracted. Chapter 144. The Karmic Slash of Transformation. Quickly, Linyuan engaged in battle with Xue Wuya and the others. The fierce attacks of the Emperor realm tore through the heavens and earth, instilling terror in the lower-tier cultivators below, who were too afraid to even glance upward. Fortunately, Qin Shengfeng and 20 other Emperor realm cultivators banded together to protect the disciples below. Otherwise, the residual force of the attacks alone would have been sufficient to annihilate them. On another front, Huixi no longer hesitated and directly united with 4 other Emperor realm experts to charge towards Su Linyuan. He did not believe that Su Linyuan could withstand their assault for long. Moreover, once Linyuan dealt with Xue Wuya and the others, he would be free to confront Su Linyuan. The essence of compassion was about to unfold. With hands gracefully joined in prayer, a towering image of a compassionate Buddha, reaching a height of 100 feet, emerged behind Huixin. This golden-hued apparition bore closed eyes, a gentle smile of empathy gracing its lips, surrounded by a soft golden radiance that shimmered with countless minute runes. Is this the essence of Buddhism? Curiosity flickered in Su Linyuan's gaze. It was evident that this technique was Huixin's trump card. Although Su Linyuan possessed limited knowledge of this Buddhist realm, he could discern its formidable power. Namo Amitabha. The Buddha's image intoned, its voice resonating with ethereal Sanskrit, which surged towards Su Linyuan like a tidal wave, causing the surrounding space to ripple with a faint golden sheen. This sacred sound exerted a profound suppression on the soul. Even someone as resolute as Su Linyuan felt a tremor within his consciousness. Benefactor Su. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. Huixin's voice intermingled with the Buddha's chant, stirring Su Linyuan's mind. Suddenly, countless enormous hands descended from the heavens, crashing down upon Su Linyuan with tremendous force. Each hand, capable of obliterating a late-stage emperor, possessed an overwhelming might that was truly terrifying. Faced with this onslaught, Su Linyuan dared not underestimate Huixin. The old monk indeed wielded considerable prowess. Indestructible glazed lamp. In an instant, the indestructible glazed lamp rose to meet the attack, successfully warding off Huixin's assault. However, this time, Huixin was not so easily deterred. He cast his gaze toward the other 3 guardians. The trio instantly comprehended his intent, arranging themselves in a triangular formation and launching their own assaults towards Su Linyuan, each emanating an aura of formidable intent. After all, before their enlightenment, these 3 were all perfected emperors, each having grasped profound truths. Among them, the Emperor of Xianxia had cultivated the most fearsome truth, blood slaughter. By channeling blood slaughter into the Tao, the more one kills, the stronger one becomes. This was the reason for his remarkably swift rise and formidable combat prowess. Boom! 3 waves of true intent struck the indestructible glazed lamp, and even Su Linyuan felt a surge of pressure. The lamp trembled slightly, clearly affected by the 4 perfected emperor's assaults. Yet, it remained unscathed at its core. However, Huixin observed this with growing delight, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. This indestructible glazed lamp was not as invulnerable as they had imagined. With continued attacks, it would surely shatter. Moreover, Su Linyuan's activation of the lamp required the expenditure of imperial energy. If they could persistently apply pressure, once Su Linyuan's imperial energy was depleted, he would be unable to sustain the lamp, and it would be their moment to capture it. Bang! As time passed, and the guardians continued their relentless assault, Su Linyuan remained sheltered within the indestructible glazed lamp, continuously channeling imperial energy to maintain its operation. However, he had to admit that if he solely focused on defense, his imperial energy would eventually run dry. It seemed imperative to devise a strategy to break the stalemate. Su Linyuan is gaze sharpened, and a flicker of inspiration began to stir within his mind. If this situation were to persist, his demise would be inevitable. Thus, he must seek a way to turn the tide. The key to this resolution lay within the three guardian deities. In the next moment, after once again fending off the assault of the four adversaries, Su Linyuan directly stowed away the unyielding glazed lamp and unsheathed the chiming sword. His gaze shifted, fixating upon one of the guardians, Emperor Xianxia. This Emperor Xianxia had been subdued by the 10,000 Buddhist sect, losing all consciousness. Although the combined might of these four fully realized emperors was formidable, Su Linyuan dared not underestimate them. Nevertheless, he had conceived a strategy to break the deadlock. The crux of this plan resided in these guardians. All of them had been subdued by the 10,000 Buddhist sect, rendered devoid of awareness. However, should he manage to restore their consciousness, they could instantly turn against their own, resulting in a 4-on-1 confrontation, albeit against that old schemer, Huixin. As for the means to restore their awareness, Su Linyuan possessed none. Yet he still had a method, the sword intent of causality. By severing the causal link that bound Emperor Xianxia to his status as a guardian, he could restore his consciousness immediately. Therefore, Su Linyuan's gaze sharpened, and he raised his hand, letting the long sword cleave through the air. The sword intent of causality unleashed. Boom! The sword energy sliced through the void, yet dissipated into nothingness, leaving behind a deceptive calm, as if nothing had transpired. Both Huixin and the members of the 10,000 Buddhist sect stared intently at Su Linyuan's attack. However, after a protracted wait, no event unfolded, as though Su Linyuan's strike had met with the emptiness of the void. Su, if you find yourself at a loss, I still welcome you into the 10,000 Buddhist sect. Huixin's lips curled in a slight smirk, the mirth in his eyes barely contained. To him, it appeared that Su Linyuan had withdrawn the unyielding glazed lamp, and his attack bore no harm, suggesting that his imperial energy had been depleted, leaving him bereft of options. It seemed merely a facade of bravado. If that were the case, capturing him would pose no issue. Yet, Su Linyuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor tranquil, as he chuckled. Do not rush, old monk. Let the bullet fly a little longer. What does that mean? Before Huixin could ponder Su Linyuan's words, enlightenment dawned upon him. He observed as the once dispersed consciousness of Emperor Xianxia, who had been relentlessly attacking Su Linyuan, suddenly stirred. His vacant gaze regained clarity, and the aura of Buddhism surrounding him abruptly dissipated. He lifted his eyes, bewildered, surveying his surroundings, unsure of what had transpired. Witnessing this scene, Huixin's expression shifted dramatically. What has occurred? Why has Emperor Xianxia regained his awareness? Before he could voice his thoughts, Su Linyuan proclaimed loudly, Senior Xianxia, you were besieged and subdued by the 10,000 Buddhist sect. Today, I have taken it upon myself to assist you in restoring your consciousness. Do you recall? Boom! Su Linyuan's words struck like thunder, igniting a spark of recognition within the bewildered Emperor Xianxia, his gaze sharpening as a flood of memories surged forth. And he fully regained his recollection. Though the memories of his years as a pawn for the 10,000 Buddhist sect have faded, the recollections of how the sect besieged him and ultimately subdued him remain vividly etched in his mind, indelible even in death. The Emperor of Xianxia gritted his teeth and roared, This is preposterous. You bald donkeys dare to humiliate me in such a manner. Chapter 145, A Desperate Retreat. The fractured mind of wisdom, a tumultuous surge of bloodthirst erupted into the sky, a culmination of years of pent-up fury. An inferno of rage threatening to consume everything in its path. Countless warriors surrounding the scene were paralyzed with trepidation. Wisdom was rendered speechless, incredulously gazing at the unfolding spectacle, his countenance turning ashen. How could this be possible? How did Su Linyuan achieve such a feat? To enable the Emperor of Xianxia to break free from his conditioning and regain his sanity was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, this was not the moment for astonishment. The pressing concern was how to address this monumental crisis. After all, the Emperor of Xianxia had been a formidable force even before his subjugation. And after being conditioned by the 10,000 Buddhist sect for millennia and reduced to a mere tool, his wrath was likely to be insatiable. A vendetta against the sect seemed inevitable. As anticipated, the Emperor of Xianxia wasted no time. He unleashed his full power, even igniting his very essence, charging directly at wisdom. He could scarcely contain his rage, yearning to devour him whole, to drink his blood and rend him limb from limb. With a thunderous roar, the battle erupted in an instant. The Emperor showed no mercy, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks upon wisdom. Although wisdom possessed greater strength, the disparity in their combat abilities was minimal, and the Emperor's fury, compounded by years of oppression, propelled him to fight recklessly, even at the cost of his own vitality. As the conflict raged on, wisdom found himself retreating strategically, seeking an opportunity amidst the chaos. Observing the scene, Su Linyuan's lips curled into a sinister smile, a glimmer of intrigue sparkling in his eyes. Indeed, if he could sever the causal threads binding the other two guardians and restore their consciousness, he might very well slay wisdom on the spot. With this thought, Su Linyuan acted without hesitation, darting towards the remaining two guardians. Causal sword intent. In rapid succession, two strands of causal sword intent were unleashed. While the heavens appeared tranquil, Su Linyuan's strikes were aimed directly at the very fabric of causality. The expenditure of energy was considerable, and after executing 3 causal sword intents, he was left breathless, his imperial essence nearly depleted. He quickly consumed a restorative elixir and stood aside, quietly observing the unfolding drama. Apart from the Emperor of Xianxia, the other two guardians would undoubtedly not let wisdom escape their wrath. The combined might of 3 fully realized emperors, fueled by hatred, was sufficient to bring wisdom to his knees. As anticipated, after Su Linyuan severed the causal ties of the other two guardians, their consciousnesses gradually began to restore. Their eyes brightening, and the previously vacant and wooden expressions vanished in an instant. Su Linyuan addressed them, esteemed ones. The 10,000 Buddhist sect has manipulated you into becoming their enforcers. Today, I aid you in regaining your senses. If you do not seek vengeance now, when will you? As soon as Su Linyuan's words fell, the two swiftly grasped the circumstances and their minds raced. The vivid memories of the day when the 10,000 Buddha sect besieged them resurfaced in their minds. After being enforcers for several millennia, how could they swallow this humiliation? In a mere moment, their fury surged, rivaling that of the illustrious Emperor Xianxia. With a swift turn, they directed their cold, piercing gazes towards Huixin. At that moment, Huixin was struggling desperately to fend them off. His power was not inferior to that of Emperor Xianxia, yet he was faced with an opponent who was intent on his demise. How could he dare to engage in a life-and-death struggle? Just as he was resisting, he caught sight of the other two guardians' icy stares, and in an instant, his heart plummeted, his pupils dilated, and a chill spread through him. This was dire. These two had regained their wits as well. How had Su Linyuan achieved this? Cursed be it! He roared in frustration. Su Linyuan's actions had effectively liberated all 3 guardians of the 10,000 Buddha sect, while inexplicably bestowing upon them 3 fully realized opponents, those who would fight to the bitter end. In such a shifting balance of power, the 10,000 Buddha sect was at a significant loss. More critically, Huixin was now faced with a united assault from 3 fully realized guardians, and his survival was far from assured. After all, the wrath harbored in their hearts was overwhelmingly fierce. In an instant, the other 2 guardians charged towards Huixin. The complete defection of the 3 fully realized guardians left Huixin seething with rage. Meanwhile, Su Linyuan stood nonchalantly, watching the unfolding battle with a mocking expression. This is outrageous. Huixin's furious shout was abruptly cut off as the trio attacked in unison, leaving him with no choice but to respond. In the distance, aboard the spiritual warship of the 10,000 Buddha sect, the elder council members, witnessing the unfolding chaos, sounded the alarm. The master is in danger. All elders hasten to provide assistance. The Grand Elder commanded. Yes, the others wasted no time in rushing to Huixin's aid. However, among the elders, one remained an exception, Zhihai. He lingered at the back of the crowd, and as the elders moved to rescue Huixin, he took a few steps back, fear flickering in his eyes. Heaven forbid. This killing god employs such strange tactics, clearly lacking in strength, yet provoking others. Ba, today's events concern me not. It is their stubbornness that has led to this. My presence is neither a gain nor a loss. Better to preserve my useful self and flee this place swiftly. Zhihai trembled in fear. Initially, after witnessing Su Linyuan's terrifying prowess in the sea of chaos, he harbored no intention of confronting him, instead wishing to steer clear of any confrontation. Though he had been reluctant to partake in the plan to guide Su Linyuan at the Tao Academy, he had been compelled by the presiding authority, who he presumed had a comprehensive strategy. To his dismay, the reality was starkly different. In a whirlwind of thoughts, he felt no hesitation and turned to flee, not even daring to glance back, fearful that a mere second look would result in his own obliteration. On the other side, Su Linyuan, observing from a distance, noticed Xianxia in flight. He certainly ran swiftly. A cold glint flashed in Su Linyuan's eyes as he let out a derisive laugh. This old fellow knew how to choose his moments. Had he not been significantly drained at the moment, he would have already unleashed his power to obliterate him. Yet now, he could only watch helplessly as Xianxia escaped. However, this posed little concern. Sooner or later, he would eradicate the 10,000 Buddha sect, and whether Xianxia fled or not was of little consequence. Su Linyuan withdrew his gaze, returning to the task of refining pills to recuperate his imperial energy. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between Shui Wuyo and Guangyuan had escalated to a critical juncture. It was evident that Guangyuan held the upper hand, relentlessly overpowering the trio. His comprehension of 4 realms of intent explained his formidable strength. Su Linyuan narrowed his eyes and spoke with solemnity. Chapter 146. Su Linyuan, I shall ensure your soul is annihilated, condemned to eternal reincarnation. The reason Guangyuan possessed such immense strength, capable of dominating Shui Wuyo and his companions, lay in his mastery of 4 realms of intent. Coupled with his profound understanding of various supreme martial arts, his prowess among the perfected imperial realm practitioners was undoubtedly top tier, firmly positioning him in the elite echelon. This, of course, was largely attributed to his extensive lifespan, which allowed for such accumulation of strength. In contrast, Shui Wuyo, having grasped 2 realms of intent, displayed commendable power, yet still lagged significantly behind Guangyuan. Nevertheless, Su Linyuan bore no signs of concern. Rather, a smile crept upon his lips. Under ordinary circumstances, even with the aid of imperial-grade pills, complete restoration of imperial energy would require at least half a day. However, being within the Tao Academy granted him an unimaginable advantage. In the next moment, Su Linyuan's mind stirred as he activated the supreme celestial scripture. Suddenly, within the small bamboo peak of the Tao Academy, a resonance echoed in response to his call. Instantly, a torrent of spiritual energy coalesced into a terrifying vortex, surging towards Su Linyuan and flooding into his being. The supreme celestial scripture welcomed this influx, voraciously devouring it. This vortex of spiritual energy was, of course, a gift from the Bodhi tree. Having refined the Bodhi tree, he could effortlessly harness its power, exemplifying the advantages of operating within his domain. As long as he remained within the Tao Academy, he would be continuously bolstered by an inexhaustible supply of spiritual energy. In approximately 15 minutes, the imperial energy I have expended will be completely restored. At that time, joined by the 3 from the Linyuan Emperor, we shall swiftly eliminate Huaixin and subsequently deal with that old dog Guangyuan. With the enhancement of the Bodhi tree's spiritual energy, Su Linyuan estimates that in about another quarter of an hour, the imperial energy he has consumed will be entirely replenished. When that moment arrives, he will be able to slay both Huaixin and Guangyuan. As time progresses, the fierce battle in the arena intensifies. Huaixin, alongside over 20 late-stage Buddha emperors from the Tianxuan Sect, not only holds their ground against the 3 from Linyuan Emperor, but seems to gain a subtle advantage. After all, the 3 have only recently regained their consciousness, and their mastery over their powers is still imperfect. However, due to their reckless strategy of trading life for injury, even Huaixin dares not confront them head-on and can only maintain a stalemate for the time being. Nevertheless, the commotion caused by Su Linyuan has captured the attention of Huaixin and Guangyuan. How is this possible? Such a pure concentration of spiritual energy. Could it be that this mere Taoist academy possesses a vein even grander than that of my Tianxuan sect? Moreover, how can this young man absorb spiritual energy at such an astonishing rate? What kind of cultivation technique is he practicing? Huaixin's heart trembled, momentarily dumbfounded. The overwhelming and refined spiritual energy within the Taoist academy is truly a rarity in this world. Even more alarming is the speed at which Su Linyuan devours the energy. It appears as if he faces no bottleneck whatsoever, continuously able to absorb and refine it as long as the energy flows unceasingly. The average martial artist achieving even a fraction of his refining speed would be considered exceptional. This young man's cultivation technique is undoubtedly extraordinary. Coupled with the Qingmu, soul-subduing bow, and the indestructible glazed lamp that Su Linyuan had previously employed, Huixin is 100% certain that Su Linyuan possesses a celestial inheritance. It is precisely due to these legacies that his strength is so formidable. On the other hand, unlike Huixin's greedy inclinations, Guang Yuan feels a more profound sense of threat. Given Su Linyuan's rate of absorption, it won't be long before he fully restores his spiritual energy. At that point, subduing him will become exceedingly difficult. With this thought, Guang Yuan narrowed his eyes, resolved in his intentions. The great Tathagata palm. He unleashed a divine ability that sent Xue Wuyo and his companions flying several dozen yards away. Immediately following, he shifted his form, tearing through space as he charged directly towards Su Linyuan. Not foolish at all. He is indeed coming for me, Su Linyuan murmured. Guang Yuan, having lived for many years, is undoubtedly a cunning old fox. Recognizing the threat I pose, he has chosen to attack while my imperial energy has yet to be fully restored. Su Bekarefu, Qin Chung Feng exclaimed. Fear not, Su Linyuan replied nonchalantly. In the next moment, he focused his mind and summoned the indestructible glazed lamp. Behind him, boundless spiritual energy surged into his body, while before him, the indestructible glazed lamp provided protection. As he recuperated while defending, as long as his defenses remained unbroken, he would stand invincible by nature. What could he possibly contend with me? It must be said that with the blessing of the Bodhi tree, combined with the terrifying, devouring, and refining abilities of the Taishang Xianjing, along with the indestructible glazed lamp, Su Linyuan's defensive capabilities reached an extraordinarily formidable level. The onslaught of attacks rained down like a tidal wave upon the indestructible glazed lamp. However, Guang Yuan's combat prowess exceeded that of Huixin by several folds. Each of his artistic attacks caused the indestructible glazed lamp to tremble slightly. Yet that was all there was to it. Despite Guang Yuan's immense strength, he could not breach the defenses of the indestructible glazed lamp. How could this be possible? A rare expression of shock appeared on his aged face. After all these years, this was the first time he felt such astonishment. What kind of background does this young man possess to wield such a treasure? However, before he could ponder further, Xue Wuyo and his companions had already joined the fray. Do not worry, fellow Taoist Su. With me here, this old wretch cannot harm you. Xue Wuyo bellowed, and his attack arrived in an instant. With no other choice, Guang Yuan had to temporarily abandon his assault on Su Linyuan and turn to confront Xue Wuyo and his companions. Su Linyuan smiled faintly and continued to refine the spiritual energy of the Bodhi tree. Time flowed like sand through an hourglass. A quarter of an hour slipped quietly by. Su Linyuan raised his hand and stowed the indestructible glazed lamp away. True to the Taishang Xianjing, in just a brief moment, he had returned to his original state. A look of joy appeared on Su Linyuan's face as he manifested the Qingmu Zhenhuan bow. He drew the bow and knocked an arrow, aiming directly at Huixin. At that moment, Huixin was entangled with the three from the Langya Emperor and was unable to pay attention to his surroundings, thus failing to notice Su Linyuan's actions. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air and reached Huixin's face in an instant. The latter was suddenly alarmed, and with the three attackers closing in, he found himself at a loss for defense. In the next moment, a scream pierced the air. Huixin's body plummeted. In midair, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his sea of consciousness in turmoil, had it not been for his formidable soul strength from his perfected imperial realm cultivation. That arrow might have claimed his life, obliterating his very essence. Yet even so, he was in a most wretched state. After crashing heavily to the ground, his internal organs were severely injured. Su Linyuan, of course, would not let such an opportunity slip by. He drew forth the Qingming sword and activated the Zhiqi Tianya technique in an instant, arriving before Huixin in the blink of an eye. Old bald donkey, you sought to enlighten me. Today, I shall ensure your soul is annihilated, never to be reborn. The reincarnation sword intent. Su Linyuan grunted softly as he unleashed the Qingming sword. Chapter 147. The Retreat of the 10,000 Buddhist Sect. No. Huixin's eyes widened, and he let out a reluctant cry. However, he had expended too much energy and had been severely wounded by Su Linyuan. He could barely muster a fraction of his strength to resist the reincarnation sword intent, watching helplessly as the intent approached, gradually consuming him. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, shaking the heavens. The host of the 10,000 Buddhist sect, Huixin, has fallen. Everyone stood in a daze, particularly the elders of the 10,000 Buddhist sect, whose hearts trembled with fear and disbelief. None could fathom that their esteemed leader, a formidable being of the imperial realm, who had dominated the Central Plains for many years, had fallen so easily at the hands of Su Linyuan. With a gulp, the elders found themselves swallowing hard, while on the spirit ship. Several monks and novices were left stunned, rooted to the spot. However, a chilling realization surged through them. With their leader dead and the three great protectors turning against them, any hope of victory had vanished. Flee. In that instant, this was the singular thought shared by all the monks. The spirit ship swiftly altered its course, and more than 20 elders scattered like frightened birds, each fleeing in different directions. A gleam of surprise flashed across the faces of the three wolf Fong emperors. It was this old bald monk who had controlled them for so many years, now that their vengeance had been fulfilled and their minds restored. How could they not feel elated? Simultaneously, their gratitude towards Su Linyuan reached its zenith. Had he not intervened today, they would have likely never regained their consciousness. We are eternally grateful for your assistance, dear friend. The kindness shown today shall never be forgotten. The three bowed respectfully towards Su Linyuan, their expression solemn. With a slight smile, Su Linyuan replied, "It is but a trifling matter. With so many bald monks fleeing, why not lend your hands and send them to meet the Buddha?" The three smiled at one another, replying, "Your words hold great wisdom. It shall be done." With this, they set off in different directions to capture the fleeing elders and monks of the 10,000 Buddhist sect. Given their complete mastery in the imperial realm, it was unlikely that any of the elders or novices would escape. Su Linyuan, unconcerned, turned his gaze toward Guang Yuan. At that moment, Guang Yuan seemed to sense the impending danger. Su Linyuan's power was profound and unfathomable, and coupled with the trio's combined strength, he feared that further conflict would lead to his own demise. Thus, at the instant of Hui Xin's death, Guang Yuan ignited his essence blood, transforming into a streak of escape light, tearing through space to flee the scene. His speed was so astonishing that even Su Linyuan couldn't help but be impressed. This old fellow's foundation was indeed deep. His means of escape rivaled Su Linyuan's own spatial teleportation techniques. Uncertain whether he could catch up to Guang Yuan, and knowing that even if he did, it would be challenging to slay him, Su Linyuan chose not to pursue. After all, he believed that when his cultivation advanced further, he would return to the 10,000 Buddhist sect, confident that this old bald monk could not evade him for long. In the blink of an eye, the once formidable army of the 10,000 Buddhist sect was completely scattered, with the dead and the fleeing. It was likely that, apart from Guang Yuan, none of the other monks would manage to escape. They were all doomed. Shui Wei's figure flickered as he stepped forward, a hint of frustration on his face. That old bald monk fled too swiftly. We could not catch him. Otherwise, had we combined our strength, we surely would have slain him. If Su Linyuan were to take action, the four-peak Emperor Realm cultivators would undoubtedly bring about the demise of that old wretch, Guang Yuan. Su Linyuan remarked nonchalantly, "It matters not. For today, I shall allow him to escape with his life. When the time comes for me to assault the 10,000 Buddhist sect, I shall see where he can possibly run." Hiss. Upon hearing this, Shui Wuyo couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. "Su, my friend, your words are indeed bold, declaring your intent to strike against the 10,000 Buddhist sect. Yet, it seems you possess the strength to back such claims. I extend my gratitude to you, Shui, for your assistance today. I shall host a banquet at the Tao Academy to express my thanks to the esteemed elders of the Burning Heaven Demon Palace," Su Linyuan said with a smile. Had it not been for Shui Wuyo bringing the elders of the Burning Heaven Demon Palace to his aid, Su Linyuan would have faced considerable trouble against the combined might of 5-peak Emperor Realm experts. After all, that old bald donkey, Guang Yuan, was indeed formidable. Fortunately, he had left a hidden informant within the 10,000 Buddhist sect to provide advance warning of the impending threat. Shui Wuyo chuckled warmly. "Nonsense. Su, you are an esteemed elder of my Burning Heaven Demon Palace. We are, in essence, one family. Rather than exchanging formalities, why not drop the titles? You may call me Brother Wuyo, and I shall refer to you as Brother Linyuan. What do you say?" Shui Wuyo's affectionate demeanor left Qin Chengfeng and the gathered elders and disciples momentarily taken aback. Is this truly the decisive leader of the Burning Heaven Demon Palace? He seems entirely different. "Excellent," Su Linyuan replied without hesitation, a smile gracing his lips. "Tonight, I shall drink to my heart's content with Brother Linyuan. Indeed, it is only fitting." The two exchanged a knowing smile. "Disciples of the Tao Academy, heed my command. Clear the battlefield, Linyuan proclaimed. Yes. The disciples promptly began their task. Qing, let the assessment continue. I shall escort the elders of the Burning Heaven Demon Palace to the Tao Academy for rest. Linyuan announced. In Chengfeng nadie repeatedly, rest assured. So, I will ensure everything is under control here. With the forces of the 10,000 Buddha sect nearly obliterated, there is no threat remaining. Meanwhile, the spies from various major factions, who had been lurking in the shadows, returned to their respective sects to report the day's events. It was evident that once word of today's happening spread, it would send shockwaves throughout the entirety of Central Continent. In the span of a mere month, Linyuan had vanquished the Lei clan and now the 10,000 Buddha sect, having faced two superpowers and emerged victorious. Such a feat was nothing short of terrifying. Nodding in agreement, Linyuan proceeded to enter the Tao Academy with Xue Wuyo and the others. Outside the gates of the academy, countless disciples who had participated in the assessment gazed at Linyuan's retreating figure, their eyes gleaming with excitement. My heavens! The prowess of Senior Su is truly astonishing. It is likely that few in all of Central Continent can match him. It is only natural that both the Lei family and the 10,000 Buddhist sect have fallen to the hands of Senior Su, which speaks volumes about his formidable power. Now is indeed the opportune moment to join the Tao Academy, which is destined to become one of the superpowers of the future. The attitude of the Lord of the Burning Sky Flame Demon Hall towards Senior Su is ample proof that our visit here is well placed. I must pass the remaining assessments. Who knows what opportunities may lie ahead for achieving the realm of the Emperor. Indeed, below, the disciples who have successfully passed the first assessment are filled with exuberance, as if witnessing the rise of a formidable superpower, envisioning their own limitless futures. In stark contrast, those young prodigies eliminated in the first round are engulfed in despondency, their eyes glistening with envy. Chapter 148. 3 Complete Emperor Realms in Pursuit. Upon entering the Tao Academy, Xue Wuyo was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape. Is this the spiritual energy of the Tao Academy? How could it be so dense? He exclaimed in disbelief. The spiritual energy here is nearly liquefied, saturating every corner of the academy. Hold on, not only is it the spiritual energy, but even my comprehension has improved. Realizing that his thoughts were racing and his mind was functioning at an accelerated pace, the astonishment on Xue Wuyo's face was undeniable. At his level, he was already among the pinnacle of the continent, and to enhance his comprehension further seemed almost impossible. After all, those who have reached this stage are all exceptionally gifted individuals. Yet, upon entering the academy, he distinctly felt his comprehension increase by at least 30%. This is undoubtedly a terrifying augmentation. Undeniably, if the elders and disciples of the Tao Academy cultivate in such an environment, their cultivation will ascend to an unfathomably terrifying level. Linyuan smiled faintly, while Xue Zhengfei shot him a disapproving glance. Brother, could you refrain from displaying such naivete? It's rather embarrassing. Reflecting on her own experience, just over half a month ago, when Xue Zhengfei entered the academy, she was much like Xue Wuyo, but now she had grown accustomed to it. This was still before Xue Wuyo had entered Linyuan's small bamboo peak, where the comprehension enhancement was tripled. Had he known, he might have dropped his jaw in astonishment. Clearing his throat, Xue Wuyo chuckled awkwardly. Linyuan, this level of augmentation must be due to some extraordinary treasure of heaven and earth, right? As the Lord of the Burning Sky, Flame Demon Hall, and a fully realized emperor, Xue Wuyo had seen his fair share. The Tao Academy, previously a second or third-rate force in the central state, had some foundation, but not enough to provide such enhancements. Otherwise, it would have risen long ago. Linyuan nodded. Elder Brother Wuyo, you indeed have a discerning eye. Yes, within my Tao Academy, there's a Bodhi tree that not only amplifies spiritual energy, but also enhances comprehension. Linyuan readily acknowledged the existence of this extraordinary treasure, as there was nothing to conceal. After all, his current strength was sufficient to protect the Bodhi tree. Moreover, Xue Wuyo would not turn against him over a single Bodhi tree. As anticipated, Xue Wuyo's expression first revealed an understanding. No wonder the spiritual energy in the Tao Academy was so rich and conducive to enlightenment. It was due to the Bodhi tree. This revelation was hardly surprising. However, his countenance soon transformed into one of astonishment. The Bodhi tree, a remarkable treasure of heaven and earth, he had only encountered in ancient texts. Said to be a relic of the primordial age, its existence linked to immortals, and subsequently lost to time, never to be seen by mortals again. Could it be that Su Linyuan had ties to the legendary immortals? Strangely enough, it seemed quite plausible. After all, he had witnessed the fierce battle between Su Linyuan and the 10,000 Buddha sect. The treasures involved were extraordinary, undoubtedly of high caliber, likely connected to the fabled immortals. Given Su Linyuan's fortuitous circumstances, he must possess profound blessings. Xianxia, filled with envy for such an opportunity, was nonetheless clear-headed enough to refrain from making a move against Su Linyuan. Firstly, he was no match for him. Secondly, he understood well that if Su Linyuan were to attain immortality, he would certainly not forget the bonds they shared. If even someone as talented as Su Linyuan failed to achieve immortality, seizing the opportunity would not guarantee success. Thus, with these thoughts in mind, he smiled and remarked, "As it turns out, my dear brother Linyuan is indeed blessed with great fortune. I shall shamelessly impose upon you. Staying at the Tao Academy for a few more days, I hope you won't mind." Xianxia's intentions were not merely drawn to the Academy's enhancement of enlightenment. More crucially, he sought to cultivate a relationship with Su Linyuan. If he could befriend such a prodigy of extraordinary fortune, the benefits he would reap in the future would surely surpass all imaginations. With this in mind, Xianxia glanced over his sister. His sister, the legitimate consort, possessed both beauty and grace. Though her temperament was somewhat fiery, he believed that Su Linyuan could easily manage her. If they could forge a good union, it would indeed be a tremendous joy. Indeed, Xianxia's mind began to devise a plan to matchmake his sister. However, Su Linyuan's first wife remained the primary obstacle. Though she had passed, the cause of her death remained unclear, and her remains were likely still in the possession of the Lei family. He must first assist Su Linyuan in reclaiming her body from them, thus resolving his lingering attachment. Before there could be a chance, Su Linyuan, however, did not ponder these complexities. He smiled and replied, "Brother Wuya, you may stay as long as you wish. The Tao Academy will surely welcome you with open arms." With Xianxia's presence, the Academy would be rendered even safer, and Su Linyuan naturally had no reason to refuse. The two exchanged smiles. Soon after, several elders of the Academy had preparations made for a banquet, and as night fell, the Academy was aglow, with the great hall filled with laughter and merriment as cups were raised and exchanged. The following morning, Su Linyuan sat cross-legged beneath the Bodhi tree, practicing meditation and cultivation. As ethereal spiritual energy enveloped him, Xianxia and the others settled into the Academy, while Qin Shengfeng was tasked with the entrance examination for the disciples. The assessment spanned 3 days, and by the second day, a considerable number of disciples had already been filtered out. Yet, this did not dishearten the disciples. Rather, it ignited their fervor, each one gritting their teeth, vowing to enter the Tao Academy at all costs. "Master," Qin Sharin's voice interrupted Su Linyuan's meditative thoughts. He opened his eyes and slowly rose, inquiring, "What has happened, Sharin?" Dressed in a flowing black gown, Qin Sharin resembled a black lotus flower. The hem cascaded with a fluid grace, yet 2 slanted dark patterns adorned the waist, revealing glimpses of her fair, jade-like calves as she moved. Akin to tender stamens enveloped by the petals of the black lotus, exuding a chilling allure mixed with a deadly charm. "Master, the 3 esteemed elders who pursued the remnants of the 10,000 Buddha sect have arrived and are waiting outside the mountain gate," she reported obediently. "Oh, the 3 from the Xianxia Empire have returned," Su Linyuan remarked, somewhat surprised. After all, having avenged their great grievance and regained their wits, it seemed illogical for them to return. However, he did not dwell on it further. "Let us go see." Immediately, the master and disciple traversed the air, swiftly reaching the mountain gate. Qin Shengfeng awaited there, and upon seeing Su Linyuan's arrival, he exhaled in relief. After all, these were 3 formidable beings at the peak of the Emperor realm, and his own strength paled in comparison. "Greetings, Dao Frenzu." The moment they laid eyes on Su Linyuan, the 3 respectfully bowed, their eyes brimming with gratitude. For them, Su Linyuan was akin to a savior. No need for such formalities, esteemed ones. "I am curious, what brings you back?" Su Linyuan inquired with intrigue. The 3 exchanged glances, and then the Xianxia Emperor stepped forward, stating, "We 3 have eradicated the remaining minions of the 10,000 Buddhist sect yesterday. After deliberation, in gratitude for your aid, we wish to join the Tao Academy and serve you." Chapter 149, Ancestors' Insight. Upon hearing the Xianxia Emperor's words, not only Su Linyuan, but also Qin Shengfeng and Qin Sharin stood in stunned silence. Three beings at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm wished to join the Tao Academy. This was simply unbelievable. One Emperor realm expert could easily establish a sect in the central continent, and with a few years of development, could create a first-rate power. If these three were to unite, their influence would likely rank just below the four great superpowers. Yet, astonishingly, they intended to join the Tao Academy and follow Su Linyuan. Even Su Linyuan himself did not anticipate this. "You're not jesting, are you?" The three exchanged determined glances and replied, "Certainly not. Had it not been for your assistance, we would still be under the control of those bald monks from the 10,000 Buddha sect, reduced to their pawns, devoid of our senses. This is a matter of life and death. Moreover, we have witnessed your extraordinary prowess. Such unparalleled talent has not graced the central continent for 1,000,000 years. Therefore, we are earnest in our intentions, and our words are not mere embellishments." The three had deliberated for quite some time. The life-saving grace of Su Linyuan is but one aspect. The more significant factor lies in his astonishing innate talent and strength. Despite his youth and being merely at the mid-stage of the Emperor realm, he can effortlessly slay those at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Just yesterday, the three individuals learned of Su Linyuan's remarkable feats. They discovered that he not only vanquished the old monk Huixin, but also eliminated two formidable Emperor realm experts from the Lei family, leaving them utterly astonished. Such prodigious talent is truly extraordinary. As they are all cultivators of independent origin, they are acutely aware of the tremendous difficulty in achieving such accomplishments. After a moment of contemplation, Su Linyuan, recognizing their genuine intentions, decided not to impede their aspirations. After all, the addition of these three formidable Emperor realm experts would significantly bolster the strength of the Tao Academy, granting them greater assurance when contending with the Lei family. Thus, I have no reason to refuse. From this day forth, you three shall serve as esteemed elders of my Tao Academy, and I assure you, I shall not disappoint you. A smile graced Su Linyuan's face, for the presence of three additional Emperor realm experts brought him immense joy. The three, led by Emperor Xianxia, exchanged glances and bowed respectfully. Yes. Subsequently, Su Linyuan inquired about their names. Emperor Xianxia, born Xianxia, hails from the southern domains as a wandering cultivator. The other two, Xianxia and Mu Jinxing, originate from a minor faction in the central continent. Long before these two were guided by the Tianxuan Sect, their familial forces had already been eradicated, likely by the monks of the sect who left no trace. Each of these three had comprehended a particular realm of understanding. Notably, Mu Jinxing had grasped the essence of stellar sword intent, showcasing formidable combat prowess. Soon after, Xianxia, Xianxia, and Mu Jinxing entered the Tao Academy alongside Su Linyuan. Upon stepping into the academy and experiencing the myriad of profound mysteries surrounding them, their eyes brightened, and they silently affirmed the correctness of their choice. Meanwhile, on the other side, a day had passed, and news of the Tianxuan Sect's defeat at Su Linyuan's hands rapidly spread throughout the central continent, leaving numerous factions astounded. It is essential to note that the Tianxuan Sect had deployed 5 Emperor realm experts, presenting an overwhelming force. The fact that such power was vanquished is nothing short of inconceivable. In the Lei family's grand hall, the elders sat in eerie silence, their eyes flickering with veiled trepidation. At this moment, the elders were primarily filled with relief. Thankfully, they had not overstepped and attacked the Tao Academy. Otherwise, among those who perished yesterday, they likely would have been included. Su Linyuan's strength is truly unfathomable, having slain the head of the Tianxuan Sect, turned 3 guardians to his side, and injured Master Wangyan. Such extraordinary feats are nothing short of celestial. One elder of the Lei family exclaimed. For each of the aforementioned 5 was an Emperor realm expert, figures they had always looked up to. Yet now they had all been defeated. Although the involvement of the burning Heaven Flame Demon Palace played a role, it nonetheless underscored the terrifying might of Su Linyuan. Indeed, this individual is truly unfathomable. The elder of the Lei family occupied the foremost position, listening intently to the astonished remarks about Su Linyuan from the assembly. He harbored similar thoughts. It was precisely due to Su Linyuan that the Lei family had fallen into such decline. Indeed, if this individual were not dealt with, the Lei family might face utter ruin. Amidst the discussions, suddenly, 3 figures emerged slowly from outside the hall. The moment the trio entered, the previously animated discourse among the elders fell silent, each rising to their feet with expressions of reverence, including the elder himself. "Greetings, esteemed ancestors." The assembly bowed respectfully. The newcomers were the last three elders of the Lei family, led by the legendary Lei Tianmiao, the ancestor spoken of by Lei Jingsheng. This individual had lived for nearly 20,000 years, his longevity unfathomable, and his strength immeasurable. Most importantly, according to the words of the Jingsheng ancestor, it seemed that this Tianmiao ancestor had refined the so-called essence of the celestial path, his power subtly transcending the imperial realm. Thus, his presence in the hall exuded an aura significantly stronger than that of the other two ancestors. "Please, be at ease," Lei Tianmiao said casually as he stepped forward, a hint of cold amusement in his voice. "Su Linyuan, he is the husband of the Bao family's daughter. His arrival in Zhongzhou is to seek vengeance upon me. Quite intriguing indeed. Do not underestimate him, ancestor. He has slain both my frozen ancestor and the Jingsheng ancestor, and just yesterday, he killed Master Huixin of the Wanfo Sect." The elders spoke hastily, fearing that Tianmiao might take the threat lightly. At these words, Lei Tianmiao scoffed, a glimmer of icy intent flickering in his eyes. "Rest assured, I have already gathered ample information about this individual. If I am not mistaken, he undoubtedly possesses the legacy of a celestial being. The moment he emerged from seclusion, he had sought intelligence on Su Linyuan, deducing that the latter's rapid advancement in cultivation could only be attributed to such a heritage. This notion ignited his covetous ambitions. Having acquired the essence of the celestial path from Gong Xinyao, his power surged, placing him just a step away from becoming a celestial being, within reach, yet still lacking the necessary opportunity. He was convinced that this opportunity lay within Su Linyuan. "Although I could vanquish him single-handedly, for the sake of prudence, we should join forces with the Wanfo Sect. We can set an ambush, and I shall be eager to see what this young man is capable of. Whether he can withstand the combined might of our two formidable factions," Lei Tianmiao asserted with unwavering conviction. His inherent caution was heightened when facing someone as extraordinarily gifted as Su Linyuan. Upon hearing this, the attendees' eyes brightened with hope. If the three ancestors intervened alongside the Wanfo Sect, laying an ambush, the eradication of Su Linyuan would not only be assured but also highly probable. "An astute proposal, ancestor," the elders of the Lei family exclaimed with excitement. "My esteemed elder, the data has been exceedingly grim. I humbly request a wave of 5-star reviews and small gifts." The elder implored, kneeling in gratitude to his esteemed peers. Chapter 150. Hidden Rewards Bountiful. Old Ancestor. I shall immediately proceed to the 10,000 Buddhist sect to discuss matters of alliance. Given their recent significant defeat, they will undoubtedly be reluctant to refuse. The Grand Elder of the Lei family exclaimed with excitement. Lei Taimi's expression remained composed, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes. "Patience. Su Linyuan is no ordinary individual. Should we forge an alliance with the 10,000 Buddhist sect at this moment, we risk alarming them. It will be prudent to wait a month before taking action, allowing for meticulous planning. A prodigy like Su Linyuan, if not dealt with in one decisive strike, could lead to endless troubles. Thus, we must not act hastily. The recent events involving the 10,000 Buddhist sect and the Lei family serve as a cautionary tale." The elders of the Lei family nodded in agreement, all deeply convinced. The old ancestor speaks with wisdom. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task, subduing a perfect realm emperor-level expert, 3 entities, and receiving a special reward package. Would you like to claim it? Within the confines of Shaozhu Peak, the voice of the system resonated in Su Linyuan's ears, and a look of astonishment graced his face. Another reward from the system. A special reward. Surely it must be something extraordinary. Without hesitation, Su Linyuan declared, "Claim it. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Devouring Heaven's 9 Absolute Vines Special. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ephemeral Bloom Divine Ability. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Inheritance of the Emperor-level Puppet Master. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Eye of Annihilation Supreme Emperor Artifact." The continuous stream of announcements thrilled Su Linyuan. Devouring Heaven's 9 Absolute Vines. Of unique origin, once refined, it can adhere to the host's body, assisting in combat. As long as it receives an endless supply of spiritual energy and flesh from various heavenly treasures, it can perpetually enhance the host's cultivation without any bottlenecks. Ephemeral Bloom, an illusionary divine ability capable of inflicting area-based illusion damage, can attack consciousness, alter memories. The greater the disparity in cultivation between the subject and the host, the more effective the illusion is. These rewards seem quite remarkable. A broader smile spread across Su Linyuan's face, particularly the devouring heavens 9 absolute vines. Although it may appear unremarkable, being classified by the system as of unique origin suggests it is anything but trivial. Moreover, this entity not only aids in combat, but also allows for effortless enhancement of strength, provided there is an inexhaustible supply of spiritual energy and flesh, without any bottlenecks whatsoever. This is indeed terrifying. Does it imply that the devouring heavens 9 absolute vines can transcend the Emperor realm without encountering any obstacles? As for the ephemeral bloom divine ability, it is equally formidable. The area-based illusion damage can not only attack consciousness, but, most intriguingly, can modify memories. One must recognize that if employed against martial artists weaker than Su Linyuan, it can instantly sway their allegiance and make it difficult to awaken them. This ability far surpasses the 10,000 Buddha sect's methods of conversion. The essence of transformation lies in the obliteration of your prior memories, rendering you a mere puppet. Though beneficial, it significantly diminishes one's combat prowess. In contrast, the ephemeral bloom does not impose such limitations. It merely alters your recollection, intricately weaving a memory deep within your soul, compelling you to genuinely believe that you are mine. This method leaves combat strength untouched, perhaps even augmenting it. Such exquisite utility is indeed terrifying. The two rewards are simply extraordinary, and even the inheritance of the Emperor-level puppetry technique and the Eye of Annihilation are commendable prizes. However, while the Eye of Annihilation is a supreme imperial artifact, it holds little value for me. Should I acquire a more potent ocular artifact in the future, it would become a burden. So Linyuan mused quietly. The Eye of Annihilation, a treasure of imperial caliber, represents a monumental opportunity for ordinary warriors, but for Su Linyuan, it feels more like a hindrance, offering only minimal enhancement to his combat strength. Consequently, he had no intention of refining this eye. Nonetheless, it could be gifted to his ally, Qin. Su Linyuan remarked with a smile. Qin Shengfeng is now merely a step away from the mid-stage of the Emperor realm. If he could refine this eye, he would likely break through instantly, leveraging its power to rival typical late-stage Emperor-level warriors. In this manner, during his seclusion, he could maintain order within the academy. With a plan in mind, Su Linyuan temporarily stored the Eye of Annihilation and shifted his focus to the devouring sky 9 extremities vine. First, let us refine this object and uncover its mysteries. Su Linyuan declared earnestly. He directly summoned his imperial aura and began the refinement process. Due to it being a system reward, he encountered no significant challenges, and the endeavor proceeded smoothly. A while later, Su Linyuan had completely refined the object. The silhouette of the devouring sky 9 extremities vine appeared within his sea of consciousness, responding to his every thought with effortless control. Arise! With a single mental command, the devouring sky 9 extremities vine manifested ominously from a void behind him, its sprawling tendrils appearing quite unsettling. Moreover, there is no need to worry about its demise. As long as Su Linyuan, the host, remains alive, the vine shall not perish. Although it appears somewhat fearsome, the current strength of the devouring sky 9 extremities vine is rather feeble, estimated to possess only the prowess of a 7th-tier celestial realm. Su Linyuan contemplated quietly. Having been born with 7th-tier cultivation is indeed no small feat, yet for someone of Su Linyuan's caliber, it falls short. Alas! Had the bodies of the monks from the myriad Buddha sects still existed, allowing for their consumption, the strength of the devouring sky 9 extremities vine would likely surge dramatically. Su Linyuan stroked his chin, murmuring to himself. However, after a moment's deliberation, a bold idea suddenly struck him. If the devouring sky 9 extremities vine can rapidly enhance its cultivation by voraciously consuming flesh and blood, then perhaps if I were to obliterate a certain faction and present all their corpses for it to devour, it might achieve a terrifying level of power in a remarkably short time. Upon contemplating this, Su Linyuan's eyes sparkled with insight. As for which faction to choose, the decision was indeed quite straightforward. Selecting the 10,000 Buddha sect as the primary target seemed most fitting. Firstly, following yesterday's battle, the 10,000 Buddha sect suffered significant losses, having lost 4 fully realized Emperor-level powerhouses, more than 20 Emperor-level elders, and countless elite disciples. Secondly, after the recent conflict at the Tao Academy, the Central Plains remained in a state of shock. It was reasonable to assume that the 10,000 Buddhist sect would never anticipate my audacious counterattack at their very doorstep. Such an element of surprise would undoubtedly yield favorable results. However, to annihilate the 10,000 Buddhist sect solely with the strength of my Tao Academy would be a formidable challenge. It would be prudent to seek a few allies. With this thought in mind, Su Linyuan had already formulated a coherent plan in his mind. A smirk graced his lips, revealing a hint of cold amusement. Those bald monks had turned the Central Plains into a chaotic mess, committing evil for so many years. It was high time they paid the price. First, he would delve into the emperor-level puppet arts inheritance. The matter of destroying the 10,000 Buddhist sect could wait until tomorrow. With a resolute decision made, Su Linyuan began to comprehend the emperor-level puppet arts inheritance. While the devouring sky nine extremities vine on him ravenously absorbed the rich spiritual energy from the lush Xiaozhu peak. Chapter 151. Su Linyuan's scheme to annihilate the 10,000 Buddhist sect. At this moment, within the grand hall of the 10,000 Buddhist sect in the Central Plains, the air was thick with the fragrance of sandalwood, creating an unusually eerie atmosphere. Beneath the three-world Buddha, Guangyuan sat cross-legged, his expression a tumult of shock and fury. His formerly compassionate visage now beset with frost. The assembly of Buddhas within the hall fell into a hushed silence, too fearful to speak. Everyone understood that the 10,000 Buddhist sect had suffered a catastrophic defeat, with 3 protectors being subverted and even the presiding Xianxia slain. Such a tragic loss had never been witnessed in the sect's history spanning several 100,000 years. How could this be tolerated? The burning sky flame demon palace was exceedingly overbearing. Had it not been for the interference of these demonic cultivators, I would have long since converted Su Linyuan. And such a defeat would never have occurred. A murderous intent simmered within Guangyuan's calm eyes. Had it not been for Shui Wei's timely arrival, along with Xianxia and the 3 protectors, would have been more than capable of converting Su Linyuan. Zhihai, you certainly know how to flee swiftly. Suddenly, Guangyuan's gaze sharpened, locking on a Zhihai amidst the crowd. Upon hearing this, Zhihai instantly fell silent, trembling like a leaf in the wind, and hastily defended himself. Uncle Master, this is an injustice. Su Linyuan is an extraordinary fiend, and his rapid rise in power surely involves some dark sorcery. I, too, wish to remain of use and contribute to the 10,000 Buddhist sect. I hope Uncle Master can discern my intentions. Contribute to the 10,000 Buddhist sect? Guanyin nearly laughed in exasperation at this fellow. If you fear for your life, just admit it. Why spin such tales? Nevertheless, he had no intention of blaming Zhihai. After all, with his strength, even joining the battle would not alter the outcome. It would merely result in the loss of another late-stage emperor-level elder. Go receive your punishment in the discipline hall. Guangyuan grunted. Upon hearing this, Zhihai felt as if a great reprieve had been granted. It was merely a punishment. As long as it did not threaten his life, it mattered little. Do you not see that even the wise master Huaixin has fallen? The mere fact that he still clings to life is a stroke of celestial fortune. How could he dare to utter more? Indeed, with that, Zhihai hastily withdrew. Guanyin let out a muffled grunt, expressing his displeasure. This loss is grievous. Inform the faithful under my command that this year's offerings shall double. The Wanfo sect possesses an exceedingly vast congregation, and it is precisely due to their substantial tributes over the years that the sect has been able to sustain its considerable expenditures. Understood. The elders, not daring to refute, lowered their gazes in response. On the following dawn, a thunderous rumble echoed. Spiraling around Su Linyuan, boundless spiritual energy coalesced behind him, or more accurately, around the swallowing heaven 9 absolute vines. Remarkably, within a single night, he had ascended to the late stage of the 7th realm. Such velocity is truly astonishing. Even Su Linyuan was taken aback by the breakthrough speed of the swallowing heaven 9 absolute vines. After all, to advance 2 minor realms in a single night is a rare feat across the entire central continent. However, this was not entirely unfathomable. For Su Linyuan's Xiaozhu Peak is blessed by the Bodhi tree, which provides an abundance of spiritual energy, thus accelerating his cultivation pace. Moreover, that night, Su Linyuan also made considerable gains. His mastery of puppet techniques had reached the threshold of entry. Although he could only craft puppets of the 4th realm, with further dedication, he might very well produce puppets of the sacred realm. With a smile, Su Linyuan murmured to himself. With a wave of his hand, 8 puppets clad in armor materialized before him, devoid of any discernible aura. As his consciousness stirred, he commanded these 8 puppets, and in an instant, they exuded the essence of the 4th realm. Although these puppets were of 4th realm cultivation, under my guidance they would not falter even against 5th realm warriors. After assessing the combat prowess of these 8 puppets, Su Linyuan resolved to utilize the Bodhi tree's enlightening attributes over the next few days to rapidly enhance his puppet mastery, at least to the level capable of crafting sacred realm warriors. When the time comes to annihilate the Tianxuan Sect, he would be able to deploy sacred realm puppets, making the endeavor considerably easier. With a gentle flick of his sleeve, Su Linyuan stored all the puppets into a spatial ring and subsequently retracted the swallowing Heaven 9 absolute vines, revealing a massive dark vine insignia on his back. He gradually rose to his feet, finding Xianxia waiting at the door. "Let us go find your grandfather," Su Linyuan said with a smile. Xianxia obediently nodded. The master and disciple exited Xiaozhu Peak and soon arrived at Qin Shengfeng's dojo. As for the dojos of Xianxia and the others, Qin Shengfeng had already arranged them nearby, allowing them to benefit from the Bodhi tree's enhancement, which brought great joy to the trio. "Dao friend Su, what brings you here?" Qin Shengfeng, just finishing his cultivation, stood up with a beaming smile. His cultivation had long since reached the pinnacle of the initial stage of the Emperor realm, yet he remained ensnared at this threshold without a breakthrough. However, in recent days, he had sensed a loosening of this bottleneck and anticipated that it would not be long before he could achieve a successful breakthrough. Su Linyuan smiled and said, "I have come to present a gift to you, my friend Qin." "A gift?" Qin Shengfeng was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, a dark brocade box materialized in Su Linyuan's hand. Upon opening the box, both Qin Shengfeng and his granddaughter Xianxia were taken aback, for within the box lay a pair of eyes, quietly resting. These eyes emanated an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, making it difficult for anyone to gaze upon them directly, especially for a martial artist of Xianxia's modest cultivation. "What is this?" Qin Shengfeng's voice trembled slightly. With his discerning eye, he could naturally perceive that the eyes in Su Linyuan's possession were anything but ordinary, their grade undoubtedly exceptional. "These are the eyes of annihilation, a pair of supreme emperor-grade artifacts. I have brought them to you as a gift to aid in your refinement." Qin Shengfeng, Xianxia. The grandfather and granddaughter exchanged incredulous glances, their disbelief palpable, even causing their breaths to quicken. Supreme emperor-grade eyes? Just like that, they were bestowed upon him? My heavens! It was well known that such a level of artifact would incite envy among countless factions in the central continent. Even those at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm would covet them. The fact that Su Linyuan would give them to him left Qin Shengfeng's breath coming in quickened gasps. But soon he regained his composure. "No, this item is far too precious. My cultivation is insufficient. It would only squander such a treasure. It would be better for you, my friend Su, to refine this item and enhance your strength." Qin Shengfeng did not forget his principles. His mind was solely occupied with one thought. His own strength mattered little. Only Su Linyuan's advancement would significantly elevate the overall power of the Tao Academy. In other words, Su Linyuan was the foundation of the academy. Without him, there would be no present for the Tao Academy. Su Linyuan felt warmth in his heart and smiled gently. "These eyes of annihilation hold little value for me. You may rest assured and refine them." With that, he unceremoniously placed the eyes of annihilation into Qin Shengfeng's hands. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Shengfeng's expression grew resolute. "In that case, I shall not be polite. I would trouble you, my friend Su, to protect me as I refine this treasure." Chapter 152. Qin Shengfeng breaks through 2 realms. Su Linyuan nodded with a smile. "Very well." Without further delay, Qin Shengfeng sat cross-legged, his gaze fixed on the eyes of annihilation, his eyes sparkling with profound joy. Such a miraculous object was something he had once never dared to dream of, yet now he had the opportunity to refine it. Such a chance was truly unfathomable. In the next moment, Qin Shengfeng began to channel his techniques, commencing the refinement of the eyes of annihilation. Thunderous roars erupted. In an instant, the primordial imperial aura from the early stage of the imperial realm surged forth like a torrential river of thunder, flowing from the dantian to the center of the brow, resonating violently with the eye of annihilation that hovered before him. This pupil-shaped treasure gleamed with a dark golden hue, its radiance subtly concealed. With a hum, the eye of annihilation sensed Qin Shengfeng's imperial aura and suddenly erupted into a brilliant golden light. The dark runes within the pupil spun wildly, forming a miniature black hole. Such a terrifying phenomenon immediately stirred the Tao Academy, capturing the attention of the esteemed figures present, including the three perfected emperors, Shui Wuya, and all the elders of the academy. Each of them turned their gazes towards the source of this extraordinary change, their expressions one of astonishment. Ah, a top-tier imperial artifact. If I am not mistaken, this is indeed the handiwork of Brother Linyuan. It is unimaginable that he possesses such a heavenly treasure. Shui Wuya marveled. After all, for a powerhouse of his caliber, a top-tier imperial artifact would provide a significant enhancement, and despite the countless years of accumulation within the burning heaven flame demon hall, such a treasure had never graced their vaults. This only served to illustrate the profound depth of Su Linyuan's reserves. Indeed, such a masterpiece could only belong to him. I cannot fathom his origins, which are shrouded in mystery, Shui Zhengfei mused, her gaze lingering on the direction of Qin Chengfeng's breakthrough. The longer she remained by Su Linyuan's side, the more she felt the weight of his terrifying power. Simultaneously, a sense of urgency began to stir within her heart. Shui Wuya, discerning his sister's thoughts, smiled silently, internally cheering for his precious sister. Should Zhengfei and Brother Linyuan unite, he would even consider bestowing the burning heaven flame demon hall upon Su Linyuan. Meanwhile, the trio of Xianxia was filled with excitement. The Tao Academy had bestowed upon them an abundance of surprises. Not only the extraordinarily dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth that enhanced their comprehension and aided their cultivation, but also a glimpse into Su Linyuan's formidable foundation. In the future, should they achieve merit, Su Linyuan would undoubtedly reward them with further treasures. The master's methods are truly unfathomable. Indeed, in all my years traversing the central continent, I have never heard of such an existence. I have a premonition that the best decision we have ever made in our lives is to follow the master. The three exchanged glances, unable to conceal their excitement, sensing that their choice to follow Su Linyuan was perhaps the most astute decision of their lives. The elders of the Tao Academy were equally elated, their faces bright with joy as they fixated on the unfolding transformation. Unlike the varied thoughts of the others, Qin Shengfeng remained entirely focused on refining the eye of annihilation. Time passed unmeasured, and soon a faint golden eye imprint began to emerge upon his brow, growing increasingly distinct until it gradually coalesced into a miniature eye of annihilation. The treasure before him began to slowly shrink, transforming into a stream of light that shot toward the center of his brow with a thundering boom. At the moment the eye of oblivion merged with his forehead, Qin Shengfeng's aura surged dramatically. The original bottleneck of his early imperial realm cultivation shattered instantaneously, and his imperial energy surged like a tidal wave, breaking through the confines of the mid-stage and continuously ascending towards the late imperial realm. Within the sea of his consciousness, the eye of oblivion relentlessly expanded his awareness, rendering it increasingly vast. At this moment, the transformation of Qin Shengfeng's eyes was nothing short of astounding. His once black pupils now glimmered with a dark golden hue, with the obliteration runes at the center slowly rotating, emanating a chilling pressure. He gradually opened his eyes, and two beams of pitch-black light shot forth from his pupils, racing towards the distant peaks. Crack! Where the beams passed, the very fabric of space was torn asunder, creating two gaping fissures, while the distant mountains collapsed without warning, disintegrating into a cloud of debris. What a domineering gaze! Xianxia and the others, who had been intently observing, were rendered even more astonished by the ocular technique demonstrated by Qin Shengfeng. The power of this gaze was indeed extraordinary. Behind Su Linyuan, Qin Charen's small face also revealed an expression of delight. She witnessed her grandfather's transformation and felt a surge of excitement within her heart. I succeeded. I have truly refined it. My cultivation has directly broken through to the late imperial realm. Qin Shengfeng stood up in exhilaration, feeling the tumultuous energy of the late imperial realm within him, as well as the eye of oblivion intricately connected to his soul at his forehead. His eyes filled with incredulous joy. Su Linyuan observed his transformation with a satisfied smile. The eye of oblivion possesses formidable power, yet one must not overly rely on this treasure. The foundation of a warrior lies in their cultivation and combat strength. While the eye of oblivion is indeed splendid, complete dependence on it may hinder one's progress. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your guidance. Your kindness is something I shall never forget. Qin Shengfeng expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow, his eyes brimming with appreciation. Su Linyuan's arrival not only significantly enhanced the combat power of the Tao Academy, but also granted him a new lease on life. Now, bestowing him with treasures to elevate his cultivation, enabling him to break through to the late imperial realm and merge with the treasure, his combat strength surged explosively. It is no exaggeration to say that Qin Shengfeng now ranks among the foremost in the late imperial realm. Even when facing the late imperial realm experts of the four great superpowers, he felt no fear. After all, the enhancement brought by the Eye of Oblivion was simply terrifying. There is no need for such formality. Su Linyuan chuckled, waving his hand. You have just broken through and still require consolidation. I and Charon shall not disturb you. Once you have solidified your gains, come seek me. Very well. Qin Shengfeng forcibly suppressed the excitement within his heart and nodded eagerly. Having progressed from the pinnacle of the early imperial realm to the late imperial realm was an extraordinary leap, leaving him with an almost surreal sensation. Little did he expect that he would have the opportunity to break through to the late imperial realm in his lifetime. It was simply inconceivable. All of this was thanks to Su Linyuan's assistance. Gazing at the departing figure of Su Linyuan, Qin Shengfeng inhaled deeply, suppressing the excitement within him, and then promptly entered a meditative state to consolidate his cultivation. After assisting Qin Shengfeng in refining the Eye of Annihilation, Su Linyuan did not remain idle. Upon returning to Xia's Yufeng, he resumed his study of the puppet arts and practiced the ephemeral divine ability awarded by the system. This extraordinary ability would undoubtedly prove to be immensely beneficial in the days to come. Chapter 153. I intend to annihilate the 10,000 Buddhist sect. I wonder if any of you are interested? Time swiftly passed, and 3 days later, Qin Shengfeng had thoroughly stabilized his cultivation at the late stage of the Emperor realm, advancing his strength further. Now, should he exert his full power, there would be but a handful of opponents beneath the pinnacle of the Emperor realm capable of contending with him. Within the Grand Hall, Qin Shengfeng exuded vigor, appearing considerably more youthful. Congratulations, Elder Qin, Shui Wuyo exclaimed with a broad smile, clasping his hands in salute. Previously, Qin Shengfeng's rank would not have warranted such camaraderie. But everything had changed now. Given Qin Shengfeng's close relationship with Su Linyuan, Shui Wuyo felt compelled to treat him as an equal, prudently refraining from arrogance. Furthermore, with Su Linyuan's support, it was conceivable that one day, Qin Shengfeng's cultivation might surpass his own. Xianxia, Xian Dantian, and Mu Jinxing also stepped forward to offer their congratulations. Thank you, fellow Taoists. I am merely fortunate. Thanks to Taoist Su, Qin Shengfeng replied with a cheerful demeanor. The group exchanged knowing smiles, and Shui Wuyo, filled with curiosity, inquired, Is there a significant matter that Taoist Su has summoned us for? Qin Shengfeng shook his head in response. I am unaware, but knowing Taoist Su's character, it is likely that something of great importance is afoot. The others, intrigued, shared in his curiosity. Before long, Su Linyuan's figure gracefully entered the hall, followed closely by Qin Charon. His aura appeared even stronger than a few days prior. Shui Wuyo, noticing this, displayed greater astonishment on his face. The rapid advancement of Su Linyuan in such a short span was nothing short of remarkable. You have all waited long, Su Linyuan stated with a warm smile, moving to the center of the gathering. Not long at all. We have just arrived, the three from Xianxia hurriedly replied. Su Linyuan smiled slightly and continued. I have summoned you here for a matter of great significance. A matter of great significance. The group perked up, attentively listening, eager not to miss any detail. With a light-hearted chuckle, Su Linyuan declared, I plan to launch an assault on the 10,000 Buddhist sect in the near future, aiming for its annihilation. I wonder if any of you would be interested in joining me. His words left the assembly in stunned silence, each member frozen in place, their faces reflecting sheer bewilderment. What? Annihilate the 10,000 Buddhist sect? Surely you jest. They were acutely aware that the 10,000 Buddhist sect had stood as a dominant force in the Central Plains for over 1,000,000 years, an undeniable powerhouse. Su Linyuan actually intends to take action against such a formidable force and even seek to eradicate their sect. It is utterly insane. However, it was Qin Shengfeng who first shattered the silence within the hall. If Taoist Su wishes to annihilate the 10,000 Buddhist sect, I shall willingly accompany you. His resolute voice resonated throughout the grand hall, instantly drawing incredulous gazes from all present. What madness is this? You two wish to join? Have you lost your mind? After all, this is the 10,000 Buddhist sect, with a legacy spanning 1,000,000 years, effortlessly surviving countless attempts of destruction by the Tao Academy. Yet, undeterred by the astonished stares, Qin Chengfeng's expression remained steadfast. His conviction was simple. All that Daoist Su stated is indeed correct. He trusted Su Linyuan more than himself. Thus, if Su Linyuan dared to proceed, why should he falter? As soon as Qin Chengfeng finished speaking, the elders of the Tao Academy ceased their hesitations and voiced their agreement. We are willing to go. Soon after, Xianxia, Xiandang Tian, and Mu Jianxing exchanged glances, as if having reached a silent consensus, affirming, we too are willing to serve under your command. Their deep-seated animosity towards the 10,000 Buddha sect made this opportunity too precious to pass up. Additionally, they wished to leave a favorable impression on Su Linyuan, so they hesitated not. Xue Wuyo and his sister Xue Zhengfei, along with the elders of the Burning Heaven Demon Hall, could not help but gasp in astonishment. What has come over the Tao Academy? Have they all lost their senses? Brother Linyuan, are you truly certain about eradicating the 10,000 Buddha sect? While I hold no affection for those bald monks, it cannot be denied that their foundation is profound. In the recent battle, they sustained no significant injuries. Xue Wuyo voiced his concerns. As one of the 4 great superpowers, Xue Wuyo was acutely aware of the 10,000 Buddha sect strength. Even if the Burning Heaven Demon Hall exerted its full might, it would find it impossible to obliterate the 10,000 Buddha sect. Indeed, such conflict would only benefit the Lei family and the Tai Star Palace, which was why he was so hesitant. As the leader of the Burning Heaven Demon Hall, he had to consider the well-being of his sect. Su Linyuan replied cheerfully, of course, I never jest. The annihilation of the 10,000 Buddha sect is guaranteed. However, although the combined strength of your Burning Heaven Demon Hall and my Tao Academy could indeed vanquish them, it would undoubtedly leave us severely weakened. Hence, I intend to enlist the Tai Star Palace's aid as well, with the 3 of us united in this endeavor. Even the 10,000 Buddha sect's immense legacy would struggle to withstand our might. Su Linyuan's declaration once again left Xue Wuyo breathless. He intended to join forces with the Tai Star Palace and the Burning Heaven Demon Hall to eradicate the 10,000 Buddha sect? Such audacity. Yet, upon further reflection, Xue Wuyo considered the possibility. The alliance of 2 superpowers, bolstered by the extraordinary prowess of Su Linyuan and the 3 perfected Emperor Realm experts from the Tao Academy, would indeed render the obliteration of the 10,000 Buddha sect a feasible task. If this were the case, then this endeavor could certainly be undertaken. However, does Su Linyuan possess the assurance to persuade the Tai Star Palace to join? After all, the Tai Star Palace has always maintained a stance of non-interference and seldom participates in major conflicts, let alone a grand battle that could stir the central continent. Brother Linyuan, given the Tai Star Palace's long-standing neutrality, do you truly believe you can convince them to join? Xue Wuyo inquired with curiosity. Su Linyuan smiled slightly. It's worth a try. In truth, while he harbored a degree of confidence, it was tempered with caution. Firstly, if the myriad Buddha sect were to be annihilated, the vast resources accumulated over millions of years would be divided into 3 portions, each faction receiving a share. Such a formidable bounty would not be insignificant even for the Tai Star Palace. Secondly, if that were inadequate, Su Linyuan planned to offer the imperial-level formation inheritance as a bargaining chip. Should the Tai Star Palace take action, he would be willing to bestow a portion of this inheritance upon them. The Tai Star Palace specializes in sword formations. Yet the inheritance of formations on the continent has been somewhat severed. Even for a powerhouse like the Tai Star Palace, their formation inheritance remains incomplete. Thus, this imperial-level inheritance would undoubtedly serve as a considerable temptation for them. Therefore, Su Linyuan felt reasonably assured. Upon hearing this, Xue Wuyo pondered for a moment before glancing at Xue Zhengfei, who radiated fierce determination in her eyes, clearly intrigued. After a brief silence, he spoke. In that case, Brother Linyuan, you may proceed to persuade the Tai Star Palace. Even if they decline, my Burning Heaven Flame Demon Palace will certainly dispatch troops to assist you. Upon hearing these words, the elders of the Burning Heaven Flame Demon Palace grew anxious. Palace Master Chapter 154. Setting off to the Tai Star Palace. If the Tai Star Palace refrains from joining the battle, it would only be them, the Burning Heaven Flame Demon Palace, and the Tao Academy on the field. Once the conflict ignites, their losses would be grievous. This was the reason for the elders' heightened apprehension. Nevertheless, Xue Wuyo had made up his mind. He waved his hand slightly and stated calmly, "What I have decided is not to be altered. The rationale behind his decision stemmed from two reasons. Firstly, it was for the sake of his beloved younger sister. He could discern that Xue Zhengfei harbored feelings for Su Linyuan, and he did not wish to disappoint her. Secondly, it was born from his trust in Su Linyuan. Though their acquaintance had not been long, he could perceive through their interactions that Su Linyuan was no reckless individual. Since he dared to take this course of action, it was likely he possessed the necessary assurance. Thus, Xue Wuyo resolved to take a gamble. Surprised by his words, Su Linyuan smiled. "Thank you for your trust, Brother Wuyo. Rest assured, this endeavor to eradicate the myriad Buddha sect will not disappoint you." "Excellent." Xue Wuyo and he exchanged smiles. The surrounding elders of the burning heaven flame demon palace, witnessing this, refrained from further comment. "In that case, I shall return to the burning heaven flame demon palace to gather our forces. When the time comes to march, you may send word, and I shall mobilize to the myriad Buddha sect." After Xue Wuyo finished speaking, he led the members of the burning heaven flame demon hall away. Just before departing, Xue Zhengfei leaned towards Su Linyuan with a smile and remarked, "Those bald donkeys are truly detestable. This battle will allow me to showcase my abilities splendidly." With her words hanging in the air, she cheerfully followed Xue Wuyo as they left. Su Linyuan chuckled softly and then instructed the others, "Qin Daoyu, please remain at the Dao Academy and make some preparations. I shall first make a trip to the Tai Star Palace. If we can enlist their support, our chances of success will increase significantly." The others nodded in understanding. Without hesitation, Su Linyuan set off with Qin Shuren toward the Tai Star Palace. Forming an alliance with the Tai Star Palace was a matter of urgency. Speed in military affairs is paramount. For only then could they catch the 10,000 Buddha sect off guard. On the way, Su Linyuan opted not to use the distance of 1,000 miles technique to hasten their journey. Instead, he utilized a spiritual vessel for travel. After all, the former technique consumed considerable energy. Although the spiritual vessel was somewhat slower, it allowed him to continue crafting puppets along the way. Without the enhancement of the Bodhi tree, the speed of his crafting indeed slowed considerably. As Su Linyuan skillfully manipulated the puppet, he murmured, "After all, the Bodhi tree's threefold comprehension enhancement is frighteningly effective in augmenting both the understanding and speed of puppet crafting." After a while, a 9th-level Purple Mansion puppet materialized before Su Linyuan. This puppet, resembling a serpent, was enormous and appeared quite intimidating. Beside him, Qin Shuren exclaimed, "Master, is this puppet technique?" Su Linyuan nodded with a smile. "Indeed, Shuren. Engage this puppet in combat and ascertain its capabilities." At present, Qin Shuren stood at the pinnacle of the 11th realm, and thus faced little pressure against a 9th-level Purple Mansion puppet. Nevertheless, she was curious about the unique applications of the puppet crafted by her master. Nodding in agreement, she prepared herself as Su Linyuan commanded the serpent puppet to charge toward her. Qin Shuren quickly discerned the puppet's true strength. It possessed the power of the 9th-level Purple Mansion realm, which startled her. She promptly suppressed her cultivation level to match the 9th realm. With a resounding crash, the serpent puppet opened its gaping maw and lunged at Qin Shuren. She swiftly drew her sword, which was firmly clamped by the puppet's jaws. Such immense strength. Qin Shuren thought, somewhat astonished. Yet, as a peak sovereign realm practitioner, even with her suppressed level, she was far superior to this Purple Mansion puppet. In no time, she unleashed her martial arts, and after 10 exchanges, she successfully subdued the serpent puppet, defeating it in a single blow. However, despite her victory, Qin Shuren's expression held no hint of disdain. Instead, she wore an expression of surprise. She turned to Su Linyuan, exclaiming, "Master, this puppet possesses remarkable strength. Even while suppressing my realm at the peak of the sovereign level, I couldn't subdue it in a short time. Among those in the 9th-level Purple Mansion realm, is truly exceptional." Su Linyuan smiled and remarked, "Indeed. However, the prowess of this puppet primarily stems from my manipulation. If an ordinary warrior were to control it, they would likely only be able to exhibit a mere 50% of its potential. Yet, even at 50%, it is undoubtedly sufficient, ranking above average among the 9th realm warriors." Qin Shuren nodded in agreement, astonished to discover that her master was also well-versed in the art of puppetry. "If you wish to learn, I can teach you. After some time, once I am able to forge a saint-level puppet, I will create one to protect you." The mention of crafting a saint-level puppet left Qin Shuren momentarily stunned. The fact that her master could confidently create such a formidable entity was truly alarming. One must remember that a saint-level puppet is no trivial matter in the Central Continent. and in other domains, it could dominate effortlessly. To think that such power could be casually produced by Su Linyuan was astonishing. Prior to Su Linyuan's arrival at the academy, the elders were merely at the saint level. If they could mass-produce saint-level puppets, the academy's strength would undoubtedly reach an extraordinarily fearsome height. "Thank you, master," Xianxia exclaimed excitedly, clasping her hands in gratitude. Su Linyuan cheerfully gestured for her to come closer. "Come here, and I shall impart to you the foundational methods of puppet crafting. You can practice a bit." With her peak sovereign realm cultivation, Xianxia had no trouble crafting basic puppets, making it a perfect opportunity for her to hone her skills. "Yes," she replied eagerly, sitting beside Su Linyuan, attentively listening. Throughout their journey, neither Su Linyuan nor Xianxia felt any tedium. They immersed themselves in the study of puppetry and found joy in their endeavor. In just 2.5 days, Xianxia successfully crafted a second realm transformation puppet. Though its strength was too feeble for her, she was immensely thrilled, as it was a puppet she had created with her own hands. "Master, is that the Tai Star Palace ahead? Such magnificent architecture! The academy pales in comparison," Xianxia exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with excitement as she gazed at the breathtaking sight before her. Su Linyuan followed her gaze and beheld a colossal palace sprawling across 10,000 miles, suspended amid a tumultuous sea of clouds. This was the Tai Star Palace. The entire structure was not perched upon a mountain, but was instead elevated by the core of the stars, floating in the boundless clouds. Its aura compelling the spiritual vessel to slow down involuntarily. The palace's silhouette adhered to the arrangement of the Big Dipper, with 7 main halls corresponding to the stars of Tianshu, Tianxian, Tianji, Tianquan, Yuheng, Kaiyang, and Yaoguang, interconnected by floating pathways of starlight, all above a roiling sea of clouds. Truly extraordinary. Linyuan Maribith. Suddenly, a streak of light surged swiftly toward Su Linyuan's direction. Chapter 155. The Tai Star Palace. A stupefying encounter. "Who dares to intrude upon my Tai Star Palace?" The voice boomed like thunder, resonating through the heavens. A figure clad in gray robes stood suspended in the air, hovering before Su Linyuan's spirit vessel, holding a whisk and exuding a formidable aura of imperial might. This individual was undoubtedly a formidable practitioner at the pinnacle of the imperial realm, presumably an elder of the Tai Star Palace. Su Linyuan smiled faintly, lightly tapping his toes. He instantly arrived at the bow of the spirit vessel. Elder Su Linyuan of the Tao Academy has come to pay a visit. Su Linyuan. Upon hearing these 3 syllables, the previously expressionless elder's countenance shifted in surprise, his eyes widening as he gazed intently toward Su Linyuan. Gradually, a hint of delight emerged on his face. "Is indeed Elder Su. I beg your pardon for any offense, and I hope you will not take it to heart. The palace master has long instructed us that if you were to visit the Tai Star Palace, we must greet you with utmost respect." As he spoke, the elder wore a smile imbued with a sense of flattery. It is well known that although Elder Su Linyuan is relatively young, his lineage is anything but insignificant. With his own strength, he has slain 3 complete Imperial Realm beings and dozens of Imperial powerhouses. He is akin to a reincarnation of Celestial Harbinger of Death. How could a mere practitioner at the late stage of the Imperial Realm dare to act presumptuously? Moreover, the Palace Master has repeatedly emphasized the importance of treating Su Linyuan with reverence. Please wait here for a moment. I will notify the Palace Master immediately. He will undoubtedly be overjoyed to learn of your arrival. With that, the elder transformed into a streak of light, swiftly heading towards the peak of the Tai Star Palace. Su Linyuan watched the elder's departing figure, a wry smile creeping onto his face. He truly is eager, he mused. "Master, your reputation has already spread throughout the Central Plains. Even the elders of the Tai Star Palace regard you with such respect." Xianxia's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment and delight. "Elder Su, it is merely a name. True strength is the foundation of all. When you possess my power one day, the various factions of the Central Plains will also hold you in esteem. With such strength as my master possesses, I dare not even dream of it. If I could attain even a tenth of your prowess, I would be wholly satisfied." Xianxia replied with a playful grin. Su Linyuan chuckled, shaking his head gently, and lightly tapped her head with his finger. Lack of ambition. Just as the master and disciple exchanged idle chatter, over 100 streaks of light shot forth from the Tai Star Palace, each radiating a potent aura of imperial might. Undeniably, each streak corresponded to an imperial powerhouse. It must be said that the depth of the Tai Star Palace's strength is indeed formidable. The sheer number of imperial powerhouses it harbors likely ranks it among the foremost factions in the Central Plains. As Su Linyuan contemplated this, Xianxia's eyes widened further. She had never before witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. "Dao is Su, how delightful to see you." A voice resonated, imbued with warmth and mirth. It was none other than the palace master of the Tai Star Palace, Xianxia. After witnessing Su Linyuan's formidable prowess in the chaotic sea of stars, he could not help but be captivated by such a remarkable talent. Alas, Su Linyuan, as an elder of the Dao Academy, remained steadfast in his refusal to join other factions, showing the utmost willingness only to serve as a guest elder at the burning Heaven Flame Demon Palace. This left Xianxia with no alternative but to sigh in resignation. Today, however, Su Linyuan unexpectedly paid a personal visit, which brought a measure of delight to him. "Greetings, Senior Qiao." Su Linyuan smiled and performed a respectful bow. "Oh, between us, there is no need for such formalities," Xianxia replied warmly. "I have heard that you have recently made quite a stir, even slaying 2 complete Empyrean beings from the Lei family and the Wanfo sect. Truly extraordinary." At this mention, Xianxia was genuinely astonished. It appeared that Su Linyuan's strength had significantly increased, as he had managed to defeat 2 full-fledged Empyrean beings. An astonishing feat indeed. Excessive praise. "Palace Master, it was merely luck," Su Linyuan said, waving his hand dismissively. "Luck?" Xianxia chuckled silently, gesturing for him to follow. "Gulme, let me show you around our Tai Star Palace." With that, the two entered the Tai Star Palace, one on either side. The palace master himself welcomed them, and all the elders were present, a sight that was indeed rare in the long history of the Tai Star Palace. Soon after, Xianxia guided Su Linyuan and his disciple Xianxia through the scenic peaks of the palace, where the abundant spiritual energy made each location a unique cultivation paradise, truly befitting one of the 4 great superpowers. Had it not been for Su Linyuan's Bodhi tree suppressing the Dao Academy, the spiritual energy of the realm would have paled in comparison, akin to the wilderness against the central continent. Before long, Xianxia led Su Linyuan and Xianxia into the main hall of the central peak, where the elders of the Tai Star Palace took their seats. Su Linyuan occupied the foremost position to the right of Xianxia. "Could it be that you have come for a matter of importance, Dao, friend Su?" Xianxia, wise with age, immediately surmised that Su Linyuan had a significant purpose for his visit. Su Linyuan did not hide his intentions. With a smile, he replied, "Indeed, as Palace Master Qiao has surmised, I have come with an important matter." "Oh, please, do not hesitate to speak." Xianxia expressed his genuine interest, realizing that whatever Su Linyuan deemed significant could not be trivial. With a casual demeanor, Su Linyuan declared, "I intend to invite all of you from the Tai Star Palace to join me in annihilating the Wanfo Sect." His seemingly nonchalant statement rendered the once boisterous hall into a profound silence. Countless elders, as if confronted with an absurd fantasy, found their expressions of composure and mirth abruptly frozen, replaced by incredulous astonishment. Sitting in the second row to the left, Elder Xingyanzi, who had just lifted his teacup to take a sip, trembled violently upon hearing the words "annihilate the Wanfo Sect." Hot star marrow tea splashed over half of the cup, spilling onto his hand, yet he remained oblivious to the scalding liquid. His eyes widened, and his white beard quivered slightly in shock as he murmured to himself, "Annihilate the Wanfo Sect?" Indeed, it is one of the 4 superpowers of the Central Plains, with numerous perfected emperors stationed under its banner and over 100 formidable emperors within its ranks. This is no trivial matter. His voice conveyed a sense of urgency, clearly perceiving Su Linyuan's proposal as exceedingly audacious, even beyond the realm of his comprehension. The other elders shared a similar sentiment. After all, this is the 10,000 Buddhist sect, with a legacy spanning over 1,000,000 years. How could such a colossal force be easily extinguished? It is indeed outrageous. The voices of the elders within the hall trembled, each one filled with incredulity. Even Xianxia, the master of the Tai Star Palace, was taken aback. Though he had anticipated that Su Linyuan's undertaking was no ordinary matter, he had not expected it to be so terrifying. "Friend Su, you cannot be jesting. To annihilate the 10,000 Buddhist sect relying solely on the combined strength of the Dao Academy and our Tai Star Palace is akin to reaching for the heavens." "Chapter 156 i never jest." Su Linyuan replied with a smile, I never jest. Of course. This endeavor to eradicate the 10,000 Buddhist sect will not be undertaken solely by the Tao Academy and the Tai Star Palace. The Burning Heaven Demon Palace shall join forces as well. His voice was calm and unhurried, yet it drew the attention of the elders within the hall, their eyes widening in disbelief as if they had heard an unimaginable proclamation. The Burning Heaven Demon Palace is to participate as well? Such ambition. The prospect of two superpowers collaborating to besiege the 10,000 Buddhist sect is a rare occurrence, almost unheard of. Upon hearing Su Linyuan's statement, those elders who had previously vehemently opposed began to furrow their brows, contemplating the feasibility of this audacious plan. Relying solely on the strength of the Tai Star Palace would indeed be insufficient, but with the addition of the Burning Heaven Demon Palace, the circumstances changed entirely. The alliance of two superpowers, coupled with Su Linyuan as a formidable ally, rendered the annihilation of the 10,000 Buddhist sect a distinct possibility. And the odds were not negligible. Su Linyuan cast a glance at the assembly and continued, naturally, should we succeed in vanquishing the 10,000 Buddhist sect, the profound heritage amassed over 1,000,000 years shall be jointly divided among our three factions. I trust you are all aware of the immense depth of the 10,000 Buddhist sect foundation. Indeed, the Tai Star Palace, being one of the four superpowers, was acutely aware of the 10,000 Buddhist sect's extensive resources. How could they not be tempted? However, the risks associated with this battle were significant, and as elders of the Tai Star Palace, they were ever mindful of the potential for their own demise. Thus, hesitation lingered among them. In the main seat, Xianxia fell into contemplation. The Tai Star Palace had not engaged in a major conflict for many years, with many practitioners focusing on internal cultivation. Thus, he found himself wavering regarding the prospect of war. A profound silence enveloped the hall, while Su Linyuan remained unperturbed, leisurely sipping tea, his demeanor calm and composed, betraying no hint of anxiety. In truth, for him, even if the Tai Star Palace chose not to engage, the collaboration with the Burning Heaven Demon Palace would suffice to obliterate the 10,000 Buddhist sect, albeit requiring greater effort and incurring more losses. However, when compared to the benefits gained from annihilating the 10,000 Buddhist sect, those losses are not insurmountable. After a moment of silence, Xianxia suddenly spoke. Elders, what are your thoughts? Speak freely. Upon hearing his words, the elders exchanged glances. And soon Elder Linyuan of the 6 elders of the Star Palace stood and said, Palace Master, I believe this matter holds great potential. With the support of the Burning Heaven Flame Demon Palace and Elder Su, the probability of extinguishing the 10,000 Buddhist sect is quite high. If we can eradicate them, the resources gained would be immensely beneficial for our Tai Star Palace. Elder Linyuan was the one who had witnessed Su Linyuan's prowess at the Gong family and later saw him slaughter countless foes in the chaotic Star Sea, eliminating dozens of Emperor-level experts from the Lei family. It was his first-hand experience of Su Linyuan's terrifying speed of cultivation and strength that instilled him with such confidence. After all, no one in the Tai Star Palace understood Su Linyuan better than he did. Hearing this, Su Linyuan smiled, exchanging a satisfied glance with Elder Linyuan. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the third elder, Xianxia, rose and said, Not so, not so. The 10,000 Buddha sect possesses profound foundations, and those bald-headed monks have their own means of conversion. The number of strong individuals within their ranks is certainly considerable, perhaps even exceeding our expectations. Even with the alliance of the Burning Heaven Flame Demon Palace to eradicate the 10,000 Buddha sect, our Tai Star Palace would still suffer significant losses. His words garnered agreement from most of the elders in the Tai Star Palace. The third elder's statement held much truth. Such a sect extermination would undoubtedly lead to a fight to the death, and when the battle commenced, our Tai Star Palace would undoubtedly incur heavy casualties. Indeed, our Tai Star Palace has been at peace for many years, and now to suddenly aim for the annihilation of the 10,000 Buddha sect seems somewhat unreasonable. Once the battle begins, lives will be lost, countless martial artists will perish. Having enjoyed a long period of tranquility, the Tai Star Palace is thus reluctant to engage in warfare. Xianxia's gaze sharpened. He did not rush to speak, but instead turned his attention to Su Linyuan. Without hesitation, Su Linyuan rose with a smile and said, I am aware that the Palace Master specializes in swordsmanship and formations. I possess a legacy of an Emperor-level formation. If the Tai Star Palace is willing to participate in this battle, I shall bestow this Emperor-level formation legacy upon you. What say you? The mention of an emperor-level formation legacy caused the eyes of the elders in the hall to instantly brighten, their breaths quickening, excitement evident in their gazes. It is known that the legacy of formations on the continent has long been severed, with high-level formations being exceedingly rare, mostly remnants from ancient times. Currently, the lineage of formations is declining, and even a powerful entity like the Tai Star Palace possesses only a few dozen emperor-level formations, most of which are below the upper tier, with only 2 being of upper-tier quality. Therefore, the emperor-level formation legacy that Su Linyuan spoke of represented an indescribable allure for them. The elders who had just voiced their opposition fell silent, their minds racing as they contemplated the pros and cons of this matter. After all, should the Wanfo sect be eradicated, not only would one acquire a third of its resources and foundation, but also a complete inheritance of the imperial grade formation. This transaction is indeed exceedingly lucrative. Qiu Xuanji's expression shifted, and he gazed deeply at Su Linyuan, utterly astonished to discover that Su Linyuan possessed even the imperial grade formation inheritance. Truly remarkable. His eyes swept over the assembly of elders below, whose previously hesitant faces now bore resolute expressions. Palace Master, I believe this matter is indeed feasible. The third elder, Xuanxing, was the first to change his demeanor, his tone taking a complete turn. His obsession with formations had driven him to tirelessly restore ancient formations. Yet the dearth of high-grade formation inheritances on the continent had hindered his progress significantly. Now that Su Linyuan was willing to offer an imperial-grade formation in exchange, what reason did he have to hesitate? The other elders shared this sentiment. Ahem, the third elder makes a valid point. I too find this matter plausible. Indeed, the Wanfo sect and their despicable monks ought to be utterly obliterated. The voices within the hall underwent a remarkable transformation. Qiu Xuanji smiled faintly, rising slowly to meet Su Linyuan's gaze, and then made his decision. Friend Su, the Tai Star Palace has resolved to lend you our strength to annihilate the Wanfo sect. However, I only request a third of the Wanfo sect's resources and foundation. We shall not claim the imperial grade formation inheritance. At his pronouncement, the expressions of the elders in the Tai Star Palace shifted dramatically, their eyes filled with profound astonishment. The imperial grade formation inheritance. Are we truly foregoing it? Have you lost your mind? The third elder reacted vehemently, nearly speaking out, but was interrupted by Qiu Xuanji's raised hand. In the Tai Star Palace, Qiu Xuanji had always presented himself as a congenial person, lacking pretense, and possessing a gentle temperament. Yet, the elders were well aware that this palace master was no ordinary man. He had risen to fame at a young age, with both talent and character deemed exceptional, having slain countless formidable foes to establish his reputation as the palace master. His authority remained unchallenged within the palace. Thus, when Qiu Xuanji raised his hand, both the third elder and the rest of the elders suppressed their discontent, refraining from expressing it. Su Linyuan, however, was somewhat taken aback and chuckled. Why? Qiu Xuanji smiled slightly, responding candidly. From the very first moment I beheld you, I was extraordinarily curious about you. To this day, the curiosity has only deepened. I find myself unable to perceive even a fraction of your essence. Therefore, I firmly believe that your accomplishments will undoubtedly astonish the entire continent. You may even become the foremost figure in all of history. Qiu Xuanji's assessment was nothing short of formidable. The foremost figure in all of history. It is worth noting that he was including all the legendary prodigies of ancient times, suggesting that none could surpass Su Linyuan. Within the hall, the elders collectively inhaled sharply, their previous dissatisfaction evaporating into thin air. They were well aware of Qiu Xuanji's keen ability to discern character. He had never been mistaken in his judgments. Therefore, they could surmise Qiu Xuanji's intentions. His request for merely 1/3 of the resources from the 10,000 Buddhist sect, alongside his rejection of Su Linyuan's imperial-level formation inheritance, was a calculated investment in Su Linyuan, aimed at fostering a beneficial relationship. Qiu Xuanji was wagering on the expectation that Su Linyuan's future achievements would reach unimaginable heights. Su Linyuan was taken aback, not anticipating that the esteemed Qiu Gongzhu possessed such astute insight and remarkable resolve. The fact that he would refuse even the pinnacle of inheritances, such as the imperial-level formation, was indeed surprising. Consequently, Su Linyuan's admiration for Qiu Xuanji deepened. Having understood this, he resolved to heed Qiu Gongzhu's counsel, assuring that he would offer substantial rewards in the future. With a smile, Su Linyuan issued a verbal promise, which was music to Xianxia's ears. This was precisely the affirmation he sought. Should Su Linyuan ascend to greatness, this commitment could propel the Tai Star Palace to new heights. Thank you, Taoist Su. Xianxia responded with a respectful bow, his delight evident in his eyes. Should Taoist Su have any plans, do not hesitate to command. All of us at the Tai Star Palace shall follow your orders. It was clear that Xianxia was entrusting the command of the impending battle to Su Linyuan. As long as Su Linyuan issued any directives, the Tai Star Palace would undoubtedly lead the charge. The elders within the Star Palace, having reflected on Xianxia's earlier insights, shared a newfound understanding. Their gazes towards Su Linyuan filled with fervor. They discerned the difference between trivial gains and long-term benefits. We shall heed the commands of the esteemed elder, they proclaimed earnestly. Indeed, we will follow the orders of the esteemed elder. Behind Su Linyuan, Xianxia was startled. She had not anticipated that the previously dissenting elders of the Star Palace would now unite like never before. Resolute in their determination to assist Su Linyuan in subduing the 10,000 Buddhist sect, their convictions evident in their steadfast expressions. Thank you all. I do have some strategies in mind. With that, Su Linyuan articulated his plans, which had been the culmination of his thoughts over the past few days, aimed at maximizing their acquisition of the 10,000 Buddhist sect while minimizing losses. Simultaneously, he sought to ensure that the lay family would be unable to provide timely support to the 10,000 Buddhist sect. As the elders absorbed Su Linyuan's schemes, their eyes widened, their faces alight with excitement. What a brilliant strategy, what a clever calculation. Even Xianxia, the seasoned leader of the Star Palace, could not help but commend Su Linyuan's proposal. Indeed, what Taoist Su suggests is exceptional. The entire Star Palace shall lend our unwavering support as the day wanes. And given that Taoist Su has journeyed from afar, I invite you to stay with us tonight. I shall arrange a banquet to welcome you and relieve your travel fatigue. Xianxia rose, beaming with warmth. Then I shall humbly comply. Su Linyuan did not refuse. The evening had fallen, and there was no urgency to return. Engaging in further discourse at the Star Palace was certainly not a negative endeavor. Xianxia and the elders were even more delighted upon hearing this. That night, the Star Palace was ablaze with lights, and the aroma of wine wafted through the grand hall as the elders raised their cups in a toast to Su Linyuan. Naturally, Su Linyuan accepted their hospitality with grace. At the back of the hall, several dozen disciples of the Tai Star Palace were seated, each one a prominent figure among the younger generation, renowned for their extraordinary combat prowess. Among these disciples, the foremost was Xianxia, a direct disciple of Xianxia, who possessed a natural sword physique and remarkable strength, having reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, just a step away from the Saint realm. His combat capabilities were indeed formidable. There stood the illustrious Su Linyuan, a figure whose renown echoed throughout the land. It was said that he single-handedly vanquished 3 consummate Emperor realm masters and nearly 100 others of the same caliber, an astonishing feat. Even someone as formidable as Xianxia gazed upon Su Linyuan with an indescribable awe. The world reveres the powerful, and cultivators such as they felt this even more acutely. In recent months, tales of Su Linyuan had spread like wildfire. Having slain the Lei clan and defeated the Wanfo sect, his fame resonated far and wide, making him an object of admiration for countless young martial artists. To gain insights from such a venerable figure would undoubtedly prove beneficial. Indeed, the other true disciples echoed their agreement. Xianxia felt a surge of fervor within him. Seeking guidance from Su Linyuan was certainly within the realm of possibility. With this thought, he rose, raised his cup, and strode directly towards Su Linyuan. Esteemed Senior Su, I am Xianxia, a direct disciple of the Palace Master. I have long heard of your unfathomable strength and hold you in great esteem. Might I be fortunate enough to receive your guidance? With that, Xianxia unhesitatingly drained his cup in one gulp. Upon hearing this, Su Linyuan turned his gaze towards him, a smile gracing his face. Do not mind, my friend. My disciple is rather unrefined in manners. Chirue, do not overstep. Xianxia proclaimed with a resonant voice. Su Linyuan chuckled. It is no matter. Youthful exuberance is a commendable trait. How about this, Xianxia? You shall spar with him, exchanging insights. It will also serve to enliven the atmosphere for everyone. Xianxia and Xianxia were of similar realms, so the encounter would not disadvantage either party. However, even though Xianxia possessed the formidable Tianyin attack body, Her foundational strength still lagged behind that of Xianxia. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential, for such experiences were inevitable for Xianxia. Recognizing her own capabilities sooner rather than later would only serve to propel her further in the future. Yes, master. Xianxia felt an ignited spirit of battle within her. After all, someone of Jiangchui's caliber had previously been an object of admiration. Now, with her master's support, she had the opportunity to engage him in combat. She resolved silently within her heart, determined not to tarnish her master's reputation in this battle. Chapter 158. I humbly request guidance from Senior Su. Strike! Jiangxia exclaimed, his demeanor serene, entirely dismissive of Xianxia. Although she was a direct disciple of Su Linyuan, he was aware that her apprenticeship had only begun recently. Prior to this, she had merely been an ordinary prodigy from the Central Plains, vastly inferior in comparison to him. Thus, he paid her no heed, viewing their confrontation merely as an opportunity to gain insights from Su Linyuan. Xianxia's expression was resolute. In the next moment, her figure darted forward like a specter, swiftly launching an assault towards Jiangxia. Shadowless sword technique. Instantly, the violet sword in her hand unleashed a fierce onslaught, saturating the air with spiritual energy. Upon witnessing this, Xianxia remained unfazed, his face betraying not a hint of panic. The Tai Star Palace was renowned for its sword techniques, and he, possessing a natural sword body, had an extraordinary comprehension of swordsmanship. Consequently, he regarded Xianxia's techniques as trivial. 13 swords flying immortals, with a mere flick of his hand. A formidable sword aura érupté de forte. He held nothing back, directly employing lethal moves, eager to display his prowess before Su Linyuan. The air trembled with the clash of sword energy as Xianxia's beautiful eyes narrowed, her heart racing. This was her first encounter with a top-tier prodigy at her level, and she felt a surge of anxiety. Bang! Bang! The two engaged in a fierce exchange of sword energies within the Grand Hall, each unleashing their utmost strength from the outset. Such terrifying attacks, if unleashed outside, would likely level the surrounding area for hundreds of miles. However, with numerous formidable figures present in the hall, containing the residual waves of their clash was child's play. Xiao Xuanji chuckled, Friend Su, my disciple possesses a natural sword body. Though he can be somewhat arrogant, he is inherently good-natured, and his strength is quite commendable. While he spoke these words, Xiao Xuanji felt a profound satisfaction with Jiangxia as a disciple. A natural sword body, combined with a rarely matched comprehension of the sword path, marked him as exceptional. Though, of course, Su Linyuan, a prodigy adept in multiple sword intents, was an outlier. His capabilities are impressive, and his talents rank among the pinnacle of the younger generation in the Central Plains. I observe that he has a deep understanding of the sword's might, having already grasped a significant portion of it. Once he breaks through to the Imperial realm, he will likely attain an understanding of sword intent. Su Linyuan remarked with a smile. The sword's might represents a realm beneath the sword intent. A warrior possessing the sword's might may not always be the strongest among peers, yet they undoubtedly stand at the forefront of their caliber. Once Jiangxia ascends to the Imperial realm, his sword's might will naturally transform into an artistic conception, culminating in a sword intent of his own. Friend Su truly possesses an astute eye, Xiao Xuanji praised. The assembly fell silent, their gazes riveted upon the duel unfolding between the two. It must be said, their battle possessed a palpable intensity, strikingly adversarial. Though Xianxia possessed a somewhat fragile foundation, she wielded the heavenly sound assault body imparted to her by Su Linyuan, allowing her to utilize sound waves to attack the soul, thus enabling her to stand her ground against Jiangxia. With a thunderous sound, as the two engaged, Xianxia abruptly raised her hand, summoning 36 long swords from her spatial ring. These swords coalesced in midair to form a sword array known as the Minor Reincarnation Sword Array, a derivative of Su Linyuan's Ultimate Reincarnation Sword Array, albeit at the intermediate level of the sacred rank, for a higher tier was beyond Xianxia's current capabilities. Nevertheless, this Minor Reincarnation Sword Array had been enhanced by Su Linyuan, rendering it even more formidable than many upper-tier sacred martial arts. This array had become one of Xianxia's most potent weapons. Jiangxia, taken aback, had not anticipated that Xianxia possessed a sword array as well. However, after a brief moment of surprise, he quickly regained his composure, his eyes igniting with fervor. Excellent. Now you truly deserve to be my opponent, he bellowed. and with a swift movement, he brandished two long swords, one in each hand. With a dual-wielding technique, he unleashed his most powerful move, the 23rd sword, Limitless. With a resounding crash, this attack encapsulated all his insights into the sword's essence and path. As Xianxia swung both swords, two streams of silvery sword energy surged forth like twin dragons emerging from the sea, weaving into an expansive, limitless sword net. The sword energy coalesced into a tangible force, a pinnacle manifestation of his innate sword body. The vast reach of this sword net swiftly enveloped Xianxia and her 36 long swords. The fierce sword aura even cleaving through the air within the hall, causing the surrounding star power to tremble. Comme fort. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Xianxia's beautiful eyes. With a mental command, she activated the sword array and cried out, "Minor reincarnation sword array, advance." In an instant, the 36 long swords radiated a faint gray aura of reincarnation and surged towards Xianxia. A deafening clash ensued as the limitless sword net collided with the reincarnation sword domain, unleashing an explosion of silvery and gray light, with shockwaves rippling through the hall. Fortunately, the Imperial Realm experts present had already erected an invisible barrier, confining the shockwaves within the battlefield. Otherwise, the entire Zhui main hall would have been upended by such power. Xianxia's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he distinctly felt the formidable strength of Xianxia's attack. Truly, she was a worthy successor of Senior Su. Despite her seemingly weak foundation, her combat prowess was indeed terrifying. After an indeterminate period, the residual tumult of their battle gradually subsided. Both Xianxia and Xianxia stood steadfast, though a trickle of blood escaped from Xianxia's lips, whereas Xianxia merely experienced a surge of internal energy, sustaining no significant harm. Clearly, Xianxia had emerged victorious in this confrontation, albeit narrowly. If it had been a fight to the death, the outcome would have been far less certain. I concede. Xianxia pressed her lips together, tasting the blood, and decisively conceded defeat. For her, this battle did not shatter her confidence. Rather, it ignited a deeper exhilaration within her. After all, prior to becoming a disciple of Su Linyuan, she was merely an ordinary prodigy from the Central Plains, worlds apart from top-tier talents like Xianxia. Yet, shortly after taking Su Linyuan as her mentor, she found herself capable of contending with him through various means. Such progress was truly formidable. She felt an increased confidence in her future, given time. Both Xianxia and the other elite talents of the Central Plains would be no match for her. After all, she had the advantage of an exceptional mentor. Miss Qin's prowess is commendable. Today was merely a narrow victory, Xianxia remarked, lowering his stance, his gaze now imbued with a sense of solemnity. In that moment, he regarded Xianxia as an equal. Subsequently, his attention turned to Su Linyuan, his eyes filled with fervor. Upon hearing that Su Linyuan had mastered 4 or 5 sword intents single-handedly, a tremendous wave of emotion surged within him. As a naturally gifted swordsman, he understood all too well the significance of such an achievement. I humbly request your guidance, Senior Su. Chapter 159. I pledge my eternal loyalty to Senior Su. Xianxia's expression was one of utmost respect, devoid of any hint of arrogance. Su Linyuan smiled and said, "Indeed, your talent in swordsmanship is commendable. You have grasped approximately 70% of the sword's momentum, which is quite rare at your age." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy crossed Xianxia's eyes. Receiving Su Linyuan's acknowledgement was undoubtedly the highest affirmation of his swordsmanship. However, before he could revel in his delight, Su Linyuan shifted his tone, adopting a sharper demeanor. "However, your sword 23, Infinite, contains 2 fatal flaws. Please enlighten me, Senior." Xianxia's heart sank, and he hastily pressed for clarification. Su Linyuan raised his hand, conjuring a faint golden sword energy that, while devoid of any oppressive force, accurately simulated the trajectory of Xianxia's earlier sword momentum. The first flaw is that although your dual sword technique is swift, it falls prey to the taboo of aggressive offense over defense. When Charon's reincarnation sword domain suppressed you, your desperate attempt to forcefully activate the sword net caused you to channel 70% of your spiritual energy into the tips of your dual swords, neglecting your own vulnerabilities. As he spoke, the faint golden sword energy suddenly split into 2. One mimicked the sword net's offensive momentum, while the other circled around to target the area behind his waist. Xianxia's pupils constricted, and cold sweat drenched his back. Su Linyuan was indeed correct. This was one of his greatest weaknesses. The second flaw lies in your application of sword momentum, which is overly rigid. The sword should move with the heart, and the momentum should arise from intent. Your sword momentum is too conservative, and you have yet to forge your own path. When you can comprehend your own way, that will be the day you grasp the essence of sword intent. Advancing from momentum to intent requires a personal path, a unique journey. Few can achieve such a milestone. As the words fell, Su Linyuan swiftly raised his hand, with 4 distinct sword intents swirling around him. The reincarnation sword intent, the thunder prison sword intent, the ice soul sword intent, and the supreme sword intent. Each of these sword intents emanated an aura of unimaginable terror. Of course, Su Linyuan had withheld one aspect, as the causality sword intent remained concealed. After all, the causality sword intent was particularly enigmatic and served as a trump card. Gazing upon the 4 sword intents dancing in Su Linyuan's hand, radiating a kaleidoscope of brilliant colors, Xianxia found himself utterly captivated. It was not only he who was entranced. Qiu Xuanji and the elders within the hall turned their eyes towards him, their gazes filled with envy and awe. The 4 sword intents harmonized beautifully, each displaying an exquisite obedience to the others. This was the essence of sword intent. In an instant, Xianxia felt an exhilarating rush. His mind raced as he beheld the 4 sword intents, as if he had been enlightened, suddenly aware of the path he should pursue. After a long while, Xianxia deeply bowed towards Su Linyuan, expressing his profound gratitude. Thank you, Senior Su, for your guidance. I now understand how to navigate my future. This bow was one of a dedicated disciple. Su Linyuan did not refuse, accepting Xianxia's gesture with serene composure. Meanwhile, Qiu Xuanji wore a broad smile, feeling a surge of gratitude towards Su Linyuan. He had high hopes for his disciple, whose talent was unparalleled throughout history. Today, Su Linyuan's insights had illuminated the path ahead, promising even greater achievements in the future. Thank you, Dao Friend Su, for enlightening my disciple. I am deeply grateful. Qiu Xuanji expressed. Su Linyuan smiled slightly. You are too kind, Palace Master Qiu. It was merely a small effort on my part. Having said that, Su Linyuan retracted the sword intents, and the atmosphere in the hall became lively once more, with the elders displaying even greater enthusiasm than before. Witnessing Su Linyuan's 4 sword intents had instilled in them a renewed sense of hope, further affirming that one day, Su Linyuan's achievements would surely surpass those of the entire continent. A night passed in lively discussion. By noon next day, Su Linyuan and his disciple Xianxia were finally preparing to depart. Originally, Qiu Xuanji had wished to keep them for a few more days, but Su Linyuan declined, emphasizing the gravity of their mission to annihilate the 10,000 Buddhist sect, which left no room for carelessness. Consequently, Qiu Xuanji refrained from pressing further. At the moment of parting, he, along with Xianxia and the elders of Tai Star Palace, bid them farewell. Dao Friend Su, please inform Tai Star Palace of any news promptly. We shall spare no effort to ensure your endeavors are met with success. Meeting Qiu Xuanji's resolute gaze, Su Linyuan replied with a smile, Thank you. With that, the spiritual vessel lifted off, slicing through the air towards the direction of the Tao Academy. As they observed the retreating figures of Su Linyuan and his disciple, Qiu Xuanji's demeanor grew solemn. Addressing those behind him, he commanded everyone, Heed my orders. Organize the disciples under your command. Soon, we shall follow Dao Friend Su's lead and set our sights on the 10,000 Buddhist sect. Yes. The crowd responded in unison, their faces now imbued with a palpable sense of determination. On the spiritual vessel, ever since the fierce battle between Xianxia and Xianxia, she has reaped significant rewards, refusing to rest and continuously engaging in profound cultivation. Su Linyuan finds delight in this, casting a glance at Xianxia's figure immersed in training. He chuckles softly before turning back to resume his own task of refining puppets. Currently, he has yet to succeed in creating puppets of the Holy Realm. He must seize the time to forge a batch of such puppets to enhance their efficacy in the impending conflict. The spiritual vessel glides through the air, and these past few days, the central continent has enjoyed a semblance of tranquility. After all, without the disruptive presence of Su Linyuan, the region has returned to its customary calm. However, the father-daughter duo of Yu Zhengtian and his daughter Yu Hanyuan from Wanbao Tower have not fared well during this period. Yu Zhengtian, having sustained severe injuries decades ago, not only sees his vitality waning, but is also marginalized by the other three deputy masters of Wanbao Tower. Furthermore, his previous attempt to win over Su Linyuan in the Chaos Star Sea backfired, rendering him a laughingstock in the Central Continent. Consequently, his reputation within Wanbao Tower has been steadily diminishing. How outrageous! It is utterly intolerable. The trio of Tianyao, Han Fong, and Wang Xing have been excessively brazen, daring to forcibly siphon resources from the Yu family while I am still alive. Cough, cough, cough. Within the hall, Yu Zhengtian's furious roar echoed. But after only a few words, his coughing intensified, his face paling to a ghostly hue, clearly indicating his dwindling lifespan. Yu Hanyuan bit her red lip, her eyes filled with concern. Since the incident in the Chaos Star Sea, the three deputy masters have become increasingly unrestrained. Their recent act of depriving the Yu family of resources is a blatant provocation. If a counterattack is not swiftly mounted, it will surely embolden them further. Hanyuan, the most promising ally for our Yu family in the Central Continent, is none other than that esteemed Senior Su. For the sake of our family and your own future, it is imperative that you seek his assistance once more. Yu Zhengtian's eyes glistened with a hint of redness. He, too, is reluctant to use his daughter's purity as a bargaining chip, yet he finds himself without options, compelled to resort to such desperate measures. However, after a moment of silence, Yu Hanyuan shook her head. Father, that esteemed Senior Su is not a lecherous man. I suspect that if we wish to solicit his aid, it will depend on what you and the Yu family can offer him. What can we offer? Yu Zhengtian's expression faltered. He had always contemplated ways to win over Su Linyuan, yet considering the latter's current might and status, how could he possibly take interest in a mere Wanbao Tower? If they were to seek his intervention to protect the Yu family, including himself and Yu Hanyuan, they must present something that would pique his interest. That something, it seems, must be himself and the unwavering loyalty of the entire Yu family. I understand now. I shall implore Senior Su for assistance at once. I, Yu Zhengtian, along with the entire Yu family, vow to pledge our loyalty unto death.